Since you perceive me as a villain, I shall embrace the role of a villain for your amusement. Due to the presence of the Nine Tails within him, Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the Fourth Hokage, faced disdain from the villagers. Unable to comprehend the circumstances, Naruto ultimately fled from Konoha. He killed Mizuki, seizing the legendary ninja tool, the Book of Dimensions, along with the ultimate forbidden technique, Soul Reaver. Thus, he embarked on a path of vengeance against Konoha, seeking to claim the bloodline limits of others. You traded my life for the title of hero and the peace of Konoha. I shall now use the remnants of my shattered life to bring about Konoha's destruction, Naruto declared with a bitter smile before the Hokage Rock. Chapter 1. The Nine Tails and Naruto Uzumaki. The reason you hold such a perspective is merely due to the abundance of good individuals surrounding you. Ultimately, you're simply fortunate. The man with blood-red eyes scoffed, his voice exuding authority. The world I intend to create will not be one dictated by luck. Every individual deserves the right to attain happiness, and you shall serve as the stepping stone for this world. Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, cold sweat trickling down his youthful cheeks. He gasped for breath, gripping the blanket tightly while fixating on the ceiling. Another nightmare. Were those eyes the Sharingan? He threw off the covers and descended from his bed. Opening the window, he beheld the dawnlit sky, where the statue of the Fourth Hokage stood majestically. Some shops in Konoha had already opened, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians, the village brimming with vitality and hope for the future. With a click, Naruto closed the window, turned, and donned a white shirt adorned with a red Konoha ninja emblem, the very garment he cherished most. As was his routine, he headed downstairs, intending to purchase a few packs of instant noodles. Feeling the slight emptiness of his frog wallet, he sighed. Hey, did you see that guy? Wow, is he the Nine Tails? He even has whiskers on his face. He looks so grim, it's terrifying. Don't go near him, he might eat you. A pair of girls playfully bantered as they passed by Naruto, their glances occasionally landing on him, mocking him with their teasing remarks. Naruto lowered his head further, his gaze dimming. Once, Konoha had suffered an attack from the Nine Tails, a formidable beast that inflicted great losses upon the village. To protect Konoha, the Fourth Hokage and several valiant ninjas sacrificed their lives, including the entire Himura family, who perished in the assault, leaving even the young Irika Himura unable to escape its wrath. The villagers harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Nine Tails, and in turn, directed their animosity toward Naruto, the host of the beast. Naruto-kun, would you like to play a game? Suddenly, a hand tapped Naruto's shoulder. He turned to see a few children around his age gazing at him. The boy with short brown hair, evidently their leader, smiled brightly. After a moment of surprise, Naruto nodded in agreement. Great. I've been wanting to play with you. Naruto-kun, the brown-haired boy gathered his friends around, surrounding Naruto. He then extended his hand and introduced himself. I'm Mirai. Pleased to meet you. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. A smile spread across Naruto's face. It had been a long time since he had interacted with peers, and he felt joyous. He reached out to shake Mirai's hand, but the latter suddenly retracted it. Oops, sorry. I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Mirai chuckled, shaking his hand dismissively. Mirai, that's mean. Are you implying Naruto-kun is dirty? Exactly, Mirai is so mean. The other children chimed in, their eyes glinting with mischief as they teased the embarrassed Naruto. Sorry. Let's just play the game, he'll explain it. Mirai scratched his face as he spoke. This game is called Ninja Game. One person plays the monster, while the others are ninjas. If the monster touches a ninja, that ninja is out. If the monster eliminates all ninjas, they win. Otherwise, it's a victory for the ninjas. Simple, right? Naruto nodded. Then how do we decide who plays the monster? Should we use rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors. Mirai looked puzzled. Isn't a monster already decided? Naruto paused for a moment, then realized Mirai's intention, furrowing his brow in discontent. It's just a monster in the game. Naruto-kun is our friend. We wouldn't treat him that way. Don't worry. Mirai clapped his hands. Upon hearing the word friend, Naruto bit his lip, saying, then let me be a ninja in the next round. Of course. Let's begin. Mirai signaled to the other kids. All right. Naruto assumed a beast-like stance, initially believing the other children would flee, as touching would mean being out, and no rational person would take such a risk. However, under Mirai's leadership, the children pulled out wooden shurikens and toy kunai from their pockets, hurling them relentlessly at Naruto. Although they were merely toys, the impact still stung, indicating that they were indeed throwing them with intent. For the protection of Konoha. Charge! Mirai shouted, and the children rushed at Naruto, unleashing their toy weapons upon him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Naruto seized an opportunity during an attack, dodging a punch from Mirai and swiftly grasping one child's arm. I touched him! Naruto exclaimed with elation. Smack! A punch landed squarely on Naruto's face, causing him to instinctively release his grip. The child he had caught retaliated in anger, kicking him down to the ground. Follow up. We are close to victory. For Konoha! Mirai rallied the children, who began to rain down punches and kicks upon the fallen Naruto. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, Naruto repeatedly shouted, I touched him. He should be out, but his pleas fell on deaf ears as they continued to batter him. It was then that Naruto realized their intent was not to play a game, but merely to inflict pain upon him. What did it matter if he was out of the game? Their violence was not justified by the rules of play. I am done. I surrender. Naruto's spirit plummeted as he cried out, tears streaming from his reddened eyes. Yet still, no one acknowledged him. A heavy punch struck him square in the eye, and had he not closed his eyes in time, the blow could have been disastrous. Before long, his face was bruised and battered, his body ached, and his consciousness began to fade. As raindrops began to fall from the sky, chilling his skin and jolting his nerves, Naruto opened his eyes to see Mirai perched atop him, ready to strike. The mighty righteous ninja will finally. Mirai laughed as he drew his fist back, but just as it was a mere inch from Naruto's face, Naruto's scare turned blood red, his pupils transforming into fox-like slits. Crimson chakra surged around him, his canines elongating into sharp fangs, and the whisker marks on his face deepened, creating a terrifying visage. Crack. Naruto seized Mirai by the neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Ow! Naruto roared, throwing Mirai aside. The boy spun through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood as he struggled to rise. Monster! Monster! You can no longer hide. A child, trembling with fear, pointed at Naruto and shouted, You destroyed the village. You killed everyone. Then would you mind if I kill one more? Naruto's consciousness did not utter these words. It was the nine-tails fox within him that compelled him to speak. With that, Naruto stomped his foot, and chakra erupted from beneath him as he lunged forward like an arrow, grasping the child's throat and forcefully pinning him to the ground. He's killing. Someone help. Naruto is killing. Monster. Such a terrifying monster. Quick, save him. Kill Naruto. The children scattered in all directions, while passers-by halted, frozen in fear. None dared approach the Naruto. Now radiating the chakra of the nine tails, they could only devise a way to summon the ninjas for assistance. As Naruto shifted his target, Mirai hastily stood and slipped into the crowd. No, they were the ones attacking me. Naruto heard the murmurs of the crowd and, filled with indignation, turned to them, shouting, I am not a monster. If you're not a monster, then who is? Look at yourself. Disgusting, hideous monster. Get out of Konoha. The children in the crowd yelled, as if they derived boundless strength from their numbers, unafraid of the raging chakra emanating from Naruto. I'm not. Under the nine tails influence, Naruto let out a low growl and charged at Mirai. Scatter thousand birds technique. Dozens of crows suddenly appeared around Naruto, obstructing his vision. Before he could react, a man wearing red-framed sunglasses sprinted toward him from a distance. He extracted two black ropes capable of transmitting chakra from his pocket, each tied at the end to a kunai. The man hurled the kunai, which embedded itself deeply into Naruto's body, and chakra surged through the black ropes, rendering Naruto immobile. Secret art. Stone needle. Teacher Aoyama from Yamashiro. It's the special jonin. So handsome, truly worthy of being a special jonin. This monster is no match for him. The crowd erupted in cheers as the man, identified as Yamashiro Aoyama, adjusted his sunglasses and inquired about the situation. We saw Naruto all alone and felt sorry for him, so we invited him to play with us. Unexpectedly, when he couldn't keep up, he resorted to cheating, transforming into a monster to attack us. Mirai, the villain, was the first to complain, Teacher Aoyama, look at my injuries. And Spring Pillar's injuries. He caused all of this. They were the ones who cheated first. Naruto shouted in protest. You're lying. It was you, Naruto, who couldn't handle losing and attacked us. Exactly. If you can't play fair, then don't play at all. Everyone, don't play with Naruto. Such atrocious behavior. The children chimed in, rebuking him, emboldened by their safety behind Yamashiro Aoyama, no longer fearing Naruto. It's not true. Words failed him. If everyone says so, Then it must be you who is at fault. Naruto. Yamasho Aoyama gazed at Naruto and said, "Please, do not trouble the adults any further. Losing in a game is quite normal. Do not let your desire to win consume you. If everyone thinks so, does that make me the one at fault? Is right and wrong determined solely by the words of others?" As Naruto felt the cold raindrops fall, the chakra of the Nine Tails gradually receded. He closed his eyes, seemingly exhausted, and finally uttered, "Yes." Chapter 2. Uchiha Sasuke. It has been 4 long years since Naruto's last outburst. The once small boy has grown considerably taller, now clad in a vibrant orange jacket layered over a black inner garment. Yet, one thing remains unchanged, the solitude that clings to him like a shadow. Indeed, no one remembers my birthday. To them, it is merely an inconsequential day unworthy of celebration. After all, it coincides with the anniversary of the Fourth Hokage's demise. Naruto grips the swing's chain, his head bowed, his gaze lifelessly fixed on the ceiling. Following his previous rampage, he has been unable to find friends, and no one dares to approach him. They all believe the rumors, fearing that Naruto might turn into a monster capable of taking lives if he loses a game. It is simply not true. Naruto tightened his grip on the swing's chain. "Are you Uzumaki Naruto?" A somewhat youthful voice emanated from behind him. He lifted his head to see the source of the voice, a boy dressed in a dark, understated coat, with a head of clean, neat short hair and a porcelain-like face. The boy smiled at Naruto and introduced himself. "He is from the Uchiha clan." Naruto thought silently upon noticing the emblem on the boy's clothing. The Uchiha clan is a prominent family of shinobi in Konoha, known for their exceptional prowess and the Sharingan, a powerful bloodline limit, rivaling that of the Hyuga clan. "My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I graduated from the Ninja Academy in the same class as you." "It is a pleasure to meet you," the boy said, his smile radiating sincerity. Naruto felt a pang of confusion. Due to his past experiences, he had become acutely sensitive to the kindness of strangers. Whether it was the kind-hearted ramen shop owner or his classmates, Shikamaru and Choji, he had consistently shunned their goodwill, terrified of being hurt again. May I call you Naruto?" Sasuke inquired, noticing Naruto's motionless demeanor. Feeling a bit awkward, he scratched his face. "Why, yes," Naruto instinctively replied, surprised by the warmth emanating from Sasuke. As if there were something uniquely compelling about him that made it difficult to resist his approach. "What do you usually do?" Sasuke asked as he took a seat beside Naruto, who instinctively shifted a few inches away on the swing. "I swing and climb trees," Naruto muttered, biting his lips softly. "I'm quite adept at climbing trees too. I used to compete with my brother, but now that he's become an Umbu captain and is busy, he hasn't accompanied me to climb trees lately," Sasuke said, extending his arms as if to embrace a memory. "Do you enjoy climbing trees, Naruto?" "Not particularly. But if I don't, I can't reach the fruits, and I might starve," Naruto replied, scratching his face. Sasuke paused for a moment, then incredulously remarked, "But Naruto, don't you receive a stipend from the Third Hokage? Surely, you wouldn't need to pick fruits just to fill your stomach?" That's because, before Naruto could finish, a nauseating stench of alcohol invaded his senses. A rough hand suddenly pressed down on his head, belonging to a burly man clad in a white robe, flanked by several scrawnier lackeys. "Naruto-kun, so this is where you've been hiding. We've searched high and low for you," the man belched, then plunged his hand into Naruto's pocket, retrieving his meager frog wallet, carelessly discarding it after extracting the larger bills. "Why is there so little this month? Are you hiding more?" The man shook Naruto's head roughly, barking, "Speak up, Naruto-kun. Have you turned mute after a few days?" Bystanders gathered, their eyes glimmering with morbid curiosity as they fixated on Naruto. "Hey, old man, return the money to Naruto," Sasuke interjected, his brow furrowing as he leaped off the swing, confronting the trio of drunks with a disdainful expression. "Who are you, kid?" The drunkard sneered, shoving Naruto to the ground. "Naruto, you scoundrel. You don't deserve to know my name." Sasuke's anger flared as he planted one foot on the swing's chain and launched himself at the drunkard's head with a fierce kick. "Don't underestimate adults, you brat." The drunkard caught Sasuke's foot, sneering, "You could beg for mercy now." "Indeed, begging for mercy would be wise," Sasuke retorted, swiftly kicking the drunkard's head, causing him to loosen his grip. Free from restraint, Sasuke spun midair, forming hand seals as he landed, blocking his mouth before exhaling a massive fireball. Fire style, great fireball technique. The drunkard fell to the ground, utterly terrified, as the fireball narrowly missed him, exploding behind him and leaving a sizable crater. Sasuke had intentionally aimed away. Had the fire struck the drunkard directly, he would have suffered severe burns, potentially fatal ones. Why are you all just standing there? Attack him. The leader of the drunks, embarrassed by the public spectacle, bellowed, commanding his lackeys. Though reluctant, the lackeys, realizing they had no choice, prepared to confront Sasuke. Standing firm. Sasuke's onyx eyes transformed, the primary hue shifting to red, with black forming into a tomo pattern encircling a circular pupil. This kid is from the Uchiha clan. One lackey stammered, retreating in fright. The Uchiha? Damn it. How can one of them be mixed up with a monster? The leader, sensing the shift in the tide, hastily discarded the stack of money he had stolen from Naruto and fled with his lackeys. It's Uchiha Sasuke. I know him. He is so cool. I'll definitely marry him when I grow up. Voices in the crowd echoed, filled with admiration. Dream on. You'd be lucky to marry that bearded monster. Someone retorted. Your words are growing increasingly harsh. I'd rather die than marry that. More banter ensued, comparing Sasuke to Naruto, asserting that Sasuke was the antithesis of Naruto, an embodiment of perfection. He is not a monster. Sasuke glared at the gossiping girls before picking up the scattered bills, smiling as he turned to Naruto. Here, I'll cover your loss. The autumn breeze stirred the swing, emitting a creaking sound, while Naruto's figure had vanished, as if he had never graced the park at all. In that moment, Sasuke realized that the profound sorrow within Naruto's heart was an emotion he could not fully comprehend. As twilight descended, the lights of Konoha began to flicker out. Naruto drained the last drop of milk from his cup. As expected, the shopkeeper had served him spoiled milk again. Clutching his stomach, he rushed to the restroom, and upon emerging, fatigue overwhelmed him, leading him to collapse onto his bed. Too weary to move. Why must I endure such misfortunes? Why am I the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Naruto's thoughts drifted into emptiness as he closed his eyes. The biting cold wind from outside cooled his turbulent mind. If I possess immense power, surely everyone will acknowledge me, he resolved, clenching his fists, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. And with power, I can defeat my enemies as magnificently as Sasuke does. At that moment, perhaps there would be girls cheering for me. With this thought, Naruto instinctively smiled as he realized he could not sleep. He donned a black outfit, obscured his face with a trash bag, and stealthily slipped out of his residence in the dead of night. His objective was the forbidden Jutsu scrolls housed within the Third Hokage's office. Acquiring even one would significantly enhance his abilities. 2 Chunin guards stood sentinel before the Hokage's office, and Naruto concealed himself within the bushes, observing the drowsy duo. He picked up a stone and hurled it towards the guards. Who is there? The Chunin, suddenly alert, approached Naruto's direction, kunai in hand. Just then, a shadow darted from the undergrowth, and upon closer inspection, the guards discovered it was merely a black cat, which meowed at them. What bad luck to encounter a black cat at this hour. Let's hurry and move on. The guards waved the cat away, allowing it to slip around to the side of the Hokage's office. Utilizing the blind spots in their line of sight, the cat deftly leaped through the window. In the corridor, the cat transformed back into Naruto, clad in black. With a mischievous grin, he tiptoed to the office door. Just as he was about to turn the handle, he heard a familiar voice. This is too unfair to the fourth. It was the voice of the Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, unmistakable to Naruto. He is already dead. As for his son, Uzumaki Naruto, I admit his actions are commendable, but you know he lacks the capacity to control the Nine Tails' power. Another voice, one Naruto had never heard, yet sounded aged like the Third's, continued. That rampage nearly resulted in the deaths of villagers. This resentment may well serve as a reason for his hostility towards Konoha. My father, the fourth? Naruto was momentarily stunned. He had never heard of this. Did this mean that his status as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was somehow linked to his father? In other words, he could potentially become a rogue ninja. Thus, I demand that Naruto be apprehended and turned over to me for proper handling. I will imprison him until a loyal Konoha ninja capable of harnessing the Nine Tails' power appears. If we extract the Nine Tails, he will perish. Sitting in your position, you should understand how foolish it is to show mercy. Listening to all this, Naruto felt his insides freeze. Chapter 3. The Book of Dimensions and the Soul-Seizing Technique. The Fourth Hokage is my father. He sacrificed himself to seal the Nine Tails and cast his child into this world as a Jinchuriki. What kind of hero is he who cannot even protect his own family? For the sake of a heroic title, must I endure this monstrous life? As he listened to the conversation between the Third and an elder named Danzo, Naruto clenched his fists, anger flaring in his eyes like flames. If you wish to use my life to secure peace for Konoha, then I shall use my life to destroy it. This is my vengeance against you, Namake's Minato. A cold smirk appeared on the nine tails within the seal. Indeed, this is how it should be. Only hatred can be passed down. Let us discuss this after the Chunin exams, suggested the third, still reluctant. If you insist on this path, I can only warn you that the position of Hokage entails not only immense power and acclaim, but also the darkest aspects of the ninja system. Danzo, leaning on his cane, sighed, you are the sunlit tree, while I am the roots deeply embedded in the earth. Hiruzen, proceed with caution. Just as the third was about to respond, Danzo suddenly produced a shuriken from his clothing and hurled it at the office door. What is going on? The third asked, surprised. It seems someone is outside. Danzo, employing the body flicker technique, appeared at the door and swiftly opened it. Meow? A black cat meowed at Danzo from the window before jumping down. Just a cat, Danzo said, rubbing his head. Perhaps I've been a bit fatigued lately. I think I'll return to rest. Hiruzen. All right. Please inform me of any unusual circumstances. The third nodded, removing his Hokage hat and lighting a pipe. Good night. Good night. Meanwhile, Naruto had transformed back from the black cat form and was walking alone along the cold streets. The flickering streetlights, plagued by electrical issues, cast an eerie glow as a few insects danced around them. Naruto's demeanor shifted. His gaze was no longer vacant, but sharp, akin to a hidden blade gleaming with cold light, concealed until the moment of use, striking down his foes with lethal precision. Naruto-kun, it's been a while. A somewhat flippant voice caught his attention. He noticed a blue-haired man in a Chunin jacket perched on a rooftop, smiling down at him. Mizuki-sensei. It's been a long time since we last met after graduation from the academy. Naruto looked up, hiding the sharpness in his eyes and feigning a foolish demeanor. I heard you were harassed by a drunk today, so I was a bit worried. I'm glad to see you unharmed. By the way, that kid Sasuke is quite impressive. He managed to scare off the drunk all by himself. Mizuki's tone hinted at deeper meanings, and Naruto's mind quickly grasped the implications. I wish I could be as strong as Sasuke, then no one would dare bully me. Well, that is not achievable in the short term. But it's not entirely impossible. I actually know a method, Mizuki said, a smile appearing on his face as their conversation flowed smoothly. If you can obtain a certain all-knowing and all-powerful tome from the Hokage's office, you could learn many forbidden jutsus in a short time. At that point, not even a jonin would stand a chance against you. An all-knowing and all-powerful tome? Really? But there are guards at the entrance of the Hokage's office. It's impossible to get in. Naruto pondered the nature of this tome while pretending to be naive. No worries. Tomorrow, Mizuki-sensei and another teacher will be on duty. I'll help you distract the other teacher, and you can slip inside. Mizuki said kindly. Is that true? Wonderful. Then let us act tomorrow. Sure. But I have one condition. After you obtain the tome, you must come to the forest behind the mountain so that I can teach you how to use it. Otherwise, you might create some troubles experimenting on your own. All right, it's a deal. After Mizuki departed, Naruto did not return home immediately. Instead, he ventured alone to the forest behind the mountain, remaining there until dawn. When he returned home, he slept until noon. After consuming instant noodles, he used all his savings to buy an explosive tag from the ninja tool shop. After acquiring it, he went home to sleep again, and this time, he slept through the entire afternoon. At 11 o'clock that night, Naruto awoke and donned a black outer garment, swiftly making his way to the Hokage's office. Just as Mizuki had said, he found another Chunin on duty, keeping watch. Naruto whistled, catching Mizuki's attention. He gestured, and Mizuki nodded in understanding. What was that sound? The drowsy Chunin perked up, scanning the surroundings. I think it came from over there. Let us go check it out. Shuemu gestured towards the opposite direction of Naruto, and, accompanied by a Chunin, headed towards that location. After their departure, Naruto utilized his transformation technique to morph into a black cat and stealthily infiltrated once more. According to Shuemu's information, the third Hokage was not on duty that night and, unlike the last time, would not be present in the office to engage in conversation. Creak. Naruto gently pushed open the office door and, following Shuemu's description, rummaged through the cabinet containing forbidden techniques. Ultimately, he discovered a scroll nestled in the highest storage compartment, sealed with a talisman depicting a sealing technique. Inscribed upon the scroll were 4 prominent characters, Book of Dimensions. The enormous scroll, bound by the sealing technique, appeared to be the very item he sought. Taking a deep breath, Naruto's eyes instantaneously transformed to a crimson hue, his pupils narrowing into slits. Interesting little thing. I'll borrow you for a while. The Ninetales sneered from within the ceiling barrier. With a surge of the Ninetales' formidable chakra, Naruto tore off the ceiling talisman. He extracted the Book of Dimensions and opened it, revealing a blank surface upon which several lines of text emerged. Blood can recognize the master. Furrowing his brow, Naruto bit his thumb, pressing it upon the Book of Dimensions. The moment his thumb made contact, his blood seemed to be drawn into the surface, forming a complex array. What is happening? Naruto clenched his teeth, and after a flash of brilliant light, the Book of Dimensions displayed new lines of text. Master recognition successful. From this moment forth, you are my master, Uzumaki Naruto. It knows my name, truly deserving of its reputation as an omniscient tome. Naruto mused with excitement. He inquired of the Book of Dimensions. Book of Dimensions, I wish to grow stronger, strong enough to destroy Konoha. Tell me how. The words on the Book of Dimensions appeared after a brief pause. I possess knowledge of nearly all ninjutsu in this world, except for the sealed soul-seizing technique. If my memory serves me correctly, this ninjutsu has the ability to seize another's bloodline limit and even consume individuals as chakra fruit, thereby enhancing your upper limits. That ninjutsu is located directly behind you. Startled, Naruto raised his gaze to the highest compartment of the cabinet behind him, where a square book was sealed. Unlike the scroll, it appeared significantly smaller, its spine secured by a sealing paper. That is the one you should have seen. Take it with you, and I shall assist in planning the remaining ninjutsu cultivation. I will create a ninjutsu system most suited to you. The Book of Dimensions replied once more in written form. Very well. Excited, Naruto used the Ninetales chakra to rip off the seal on the soul-seizing technique. Subsequently, leaving the Hokage's office with both the soul-seizing technique and the Book of Dimensions. Unable to transform into a cat due to the items in his possession, he nonetheless escaped unscathed under Shuemu's cover. Naruto ran to the forest on the rear mountain, the agreed-upon rendezvous point with Shuemu. It wasn't long before Shuemu arrived, and upon reuniting, his first question was about the Book of Dimensions. Here it is. Naruto obediently handed over the Book of Dimensions, and Shuemu, unable to contain his excitement, seized it and rubbed his cheek against it fervently. Excellent. Naruto, you have done well. Now, you may leave. With a smile, Shuemu removed a large shuriken from his back and mockingly whispered, however, as a good teacher, I have decided to see you off. Die, you Ninetales monster. Shuemu hurled the shuriken, cleaving Naruto's body in two. Bang! To his astonishment, Naruto transformed into a cloud of white smoke and vanished. What a pity. A cold laugh echoed from behind Shuemu. He spun around to find Naruto standing behind him, delivering a swift kick to his waist. Shuemu stumbled forward, and suddenly the ground beneath him collapsed, leaving only his head above the surface. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. Naruto released the hand seals with a chuckle, remarking, "It's more fitting to announce the technique's name when the opponent is struck, don't you think?" You. Shuemu struggled desperately, his eyes wide with terror as he watched Naruto retrieve the fallen Book of Dimensions, brushing off the dust. What you just hit was a shadow clone. Oh, Shuemu-sensei. As he spoke, Naruto produced an explosive tag from his pocket and approached Shuemu directly. Have you figured out your cause of death? It's simply that you underestimated me. Wait. Naruto. Shuemu squirmed in fear, resembling a wriggling maggot. I am your teacher, Shuemu. How can you do this? Naruto. I beg you, Naruto. Your student is Uzumaki Naruto. What connection do I have with this Ninetales monster? With a smile, Naruto affixed the explosive tag to Shuemu's forehead and casually walked away, stating, farewell. Help. Uzumaki Naruto is killing. The monster is killing. Realizing that emotional appeals were futile, Shuemu cried out, hoping for someone to rescue him. This place is 2 kilometers from Konoha. No one will hear you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen this as the rendezvous point. Naruto shook his head, snapped his fingers, and the explosive tag detonated, erasing Shuemu's despair in a flash of flames. After Shuemu's demise, Naruto utilized the guidance of the Book of Dimensions to employ the soul-seizing technique, transforming Shuemu's corpse into chakra fruit, which he consumed. The soul-seizing technique could not be used for direct attacks. It merely converted deceased beings into chakra fruit, and the body could not have been dead for more than 24 hours. However, its auxiliary effects were undeniable, and as Naruto absorbed the chakra, a cruel smile spread across his face. Excellent. My next targets are the Uchiha Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Chapter 4. Team 7 the following morning. Clad in an orange-yellow jacket, Naruto leaned against a telephone pole, munching on steamed buns while eavesdropping on passers-by, discussing Shuemu's disappearance. Hey, did you hear? Shuemu has gone missing. His partner said he just went to the restroom and never returned. It's so strange. The gatekeepers claim they didn't see him. He just vanished into thin air. Nowhere to be found. Didn't they say they found signs of an explosion in the rear mountain? They even discovered a pit that could fit an adult. So what? Without a body, it's all for naught. The explosive tag couldn't have completely obliterated a corpse, could it? If you ask me, it's cursed. The crowd continued to chatter animatedly when a group of thugs dressed in loose clothing strolled past. The leader of the thugs fixed his greedy gaze on Naruto, who was leaning against the telephone pole, and signaled to his lackeys, who understood and approached Naruto. Naruto, noticing the thugs, had resolved to obliterate Konoha and would no longer tolerate such scoundrels. He stuffed the last of the bun into his mouth and swallowed. Ha ha, this kid is scared we'll steal his buns. Just look at him, ha ha. It's hilarious. Doesn't he worry about choking? He should consider the bun's feelings. Such an ugly way to eat. What do you expect from a monster? The thug leader, suppressing laughter, stepped closer to Naruto and spoke. Hey, little Naruto, don't worry. We won't steal your buns. We just need a little drink, so if you could bring out that little frog for us. Are you out of your mind? Naruto raised an eyebrow and replied, I have no money. Hee hee, truly remarkable. Our little Naruto has become quite bold since becoming a genin. The leader of the ruffians was momentarily taken aback, but then, instead of showing anger, he chuckled as he pressed down on Naruto's head, saying, Do you dare to repeat what you just said? It seems, my dear nephew, that not only is your brain underutilized, but your ears are as well. Naruto replied with a smile, You little brat, you're asking for it. The ruffian raised his fist and swung it towards Naruto's head. Just as Naruto was about to summon his shadow clone, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. Stop. Sasuke appeared above the ruffian in an instant using the body flicker technique, and then struck down with his right foot like a whip, landing a precise hit on the ruffian's head. A complex emotion flickered in Naruto's eyes as he relaxed his hands. Damn it, why is it you again? The ruffian stepped back a few paces, looking at Sasuke with resentment. Do you take such pleasure in meddling? Naruto is my friend. Sasuke gritted his teeth and shouted. If you dare to trouble him again, I will strike you every time I see you. TCH, that Uchiha brat must have some screws loose. The ruffian spat, and, in a defeated manner, retreated with his underlings. Naruto quietly formed a cross seal, and a shadow clone that resembled him nodded at his original before departing the scene. Sasuke is so cool. That's the genius Uchiha Sasuke. Someone exclaimed. I want to be friends with Sasuke-kun too. Are you okay, Naruto? Sasuke turned to him, revealing a kind smile. What a coincidence. We're in the same ninja class. Can you believe it? I'm in the same class as this freak. Naruto scoffed. No, I never thought that way. Naruto is Naruto, not the Nine Tails. It was the fox that destroyed the village, not Naruto. Sasuke shook his head, denying the implication. Naruto opened his mouth, diverting his gaze as he murmured in a whisper, if there were a few more people like you. What? Sasuke leaned in closer, trying to catch Naruto's words. Never mind. By the way, there's another person, right? Naruto shook his head and asked. I think her name is Sakura Haruno, over there. Sasuke pondered for a moment, and then pointed behind Naruto. Naruto turned to see a girl with long pink hair, using her forehead protector as a headband. Dressed in a red and white qipao with what appeared to be a family crest. Her light green eyes sparkled with youthful vitality, and both her appearance and personality made her quite popular among her peers. Naruto withdrew his gaze. His current goal was to obtain the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan and the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Other matters could wait. There were quite a number of Uchiha ninjas, but if he were to seize one, it might as well be Sasuke's. Since he was so kind, it wouldn't be too much to ask for an eye, would it? Naruto thought mischievously. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's eyes turned heart-shaped upon seeing Sasuke, almost rushing to throw herself into his arms. Now our Team 7 is complete. Kakashi-sensei told us to wait here for him, but who knows where he is? Sasuke nodded at Sakura and surveyed their surroundings. I say, don't you think? Naruto lifted his head, looking at the starstruck onlookers, and remarked somewhat irritably. Is it strange to be stared at by so many people? So what? We're not even looking at you. Exactly, what does it have to do with us? We're here to see Sasuke-kun, not this freak. Narcissist, disgusting. You should take a good look at yourself. This statement immediately drew the ire of the girls. who unleashed their disdain and aversion toward Naruto. He sighed, covering his ears with his hands and expressionlessly gazing at the sky. Enough. How does your infatuation make you any better than Naruto? Have you considered Sasuke's feelings? Don't you see how uncomfortable you're making him? Although Sakura didn't have a high opinion of Naruto, she couldn't just stand by and watch him be bullied. Naruto is my friend, not a monster. Please stop treating him like this. Sasuke frowned and spoke disapprovingly. We are all part of Konoha. Why must you belittle others to elevate yourselves? Suddenly, Naruto chuckled. How noble of you. Meanwhile, the ruffians grumbled as they walked through an alley. Their conversation centered on Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The ruffian leader vehemently declared that next time he would bring along a Chunin brother to confront Naruto, and if Sasuke dared to show up, they would take him down together. I fear there won't be a next time, gentlemen. Naruto appeared around the corner, sneering as he pointed to a nearby dead end. You want money? Come take it from me. With that, Naruto strode towards the dead end. The ruffians exchanged glances, and finally, the leader gritted his teeth and led his crew after him. P.S. Just a little brat. What is so great about being a ninja? With so many of us, we'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. The ruffian leader glared at Naruto's back, rallying his underlings. All right, let us beat him to a pulp. Killing him will be revenge for the fourth Hokage. He should have died long ago. I don't know why the third Hokage kept him around. The underlings seemed to have found their justification for attacking Naruto, each walking into the dead end with a sense of righteous indignation. Naruto halted before a 3-meter-high wall. The dead end's end piled high with foul-smelling garbage bags. A silver trash can, rusted from prolonged exposure, stood amidst the stench of decay and iron. All right, Naruto. Hand over the money, and maybe we'll show you mercy, the ruffian leader shouted, picking up a chair leg and pointing it threateningly at Naruto. Are you ready? Naruto slowly turned around, a crimson chakra enveloping him, his eyes transforming into slitted pupils, the markings on his face darkening, and his nails elongating into sharp blades gleaming with menace. I'm about to feast. Monstrous monster! The ruffian leader screamed in terror, turning to flee. But he could not outrun Naruto, even if this Naruto was merely a clone. In an instant, Naruto dashed towards the ruffian leader, who had barely begun to move before collapsing to the ground, pain shooting through his thigh. He cried out in agony, crawling on his hands and knees to escape the dead end. The other lackeys, witnessing their leader's leg being swiftly incapacitated, realized the danger and abandoned him to flee on their own. Don't leave me. Help me. Help me. The ruffian leader cried, but one by one, his so-called brothers abandoned him, even kicking him away in disgust when he grabbed one of their legs. Now you understand, don't you? This feeling of being forsaken by everyone. Naruto stepped on the ruffian leader's head, sneering, but don't worry, no one can escape. Yes, yes. Kill them all. Kill them all. After despair, madness consumed the ruffian leader. I can't be the only one to die. Just as it should be. This is the humanity I know. A mocking smile adorned Naruto's face as he pressed down with one foot on the ruffian leader's head, unleashing an overwhelming chakra that obliterated it entirely. With the force of his kick, Naruto surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, his hands morphing into claws as he struck fiercely at his adversaries. His claws traced 5 delicate crimson lines in the air, slicing through the flesh of the thugs. Their anguished cries mingling with the scent of blood that now tainted the air, overshadowing the stench of sweat and iron. Thank you for the hospitality, Naruto remarked with a cruel smile as he surveyed the lifeless bodies sprawled in a pool of blood. Chapter 5. The battle for the bell. Is this all the chakra you possess? It pales in comparison to even a fraction of Mizuki's, he pondered, realizing that even a mere Genin's chakra fruit was denser than that of an ordinary person. As chakra flowed into his body, he listened to the conversation between Sasuke and Sakura, his thoughts drifting. After dispatching the thugs, his shadow clone vanished into the alley. The chakra fruit consumed by the clone now counted towards Naruto's own reserves. The Book of Dimensions had informed him that all experiences and enhancements gained by a shadow clone would ultimately be transferred back to the original. Thus, Naruto could practice ninjutsu through shadow clones, effectively doubling his training progress. With his vast chakra reserves, he could create up to 2,000 shadow clones, allowing him to train at a rate 2,000 times greater than an ordinary person. This terrifying pace of training was sufficient to surpass any ninja hailed as a genius. Why hasn't Kakashi-sensei arrived yet? Sakura asked, her impatience evident as she placed her hands on her hips. Let us wait a bit longer. Perhaps he was delayed by unforeseen circumstances, Sasuke suggested, patting Sakura on the shoulder. Sakura blushed slightly and nodded. The crowd that had gathered dispersed after her remarks, leaving only the three of them at the intersection, along with the occasional passerby. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, gazing silently at the sky above the Ichiraku ramen shop. Lost in thought, Sasuke contemplated initiating a conversation, but Naruto clearly showed no interest in chatting, so he settled for a casual exchange with Sakura. A gentle breeze swept through, and Sasuke instinctively glanced up at the roof of the ramen shop. There, he spotted a man with short white hair and a black mask, dressed in a green jounin vest, holding a novel titled Intimate Paradise. He looked down at Team 7 and scratched the back of his head. "Well, you all arrived quite early," he remarked, despite the fact that they had long surpassed the agreed-upon time. "Hey, you're late," Sakura exclaimed, her dissatisfaction palpable. "Oh, a true ninja is one who can endure. I'm merely testing your patience," the man replied, clearing his throat as he descended from the roof. "Clearly, your tardiness is due to laziness," he teased, a smirk gracing his lips. "It's not charming for a girl to be so aggressive, right, Sasuke?" Sakura glanced at Sasuke, noticing that he was staring blankly at Naruto. Naruto had been focused on the very spot where Kakashi would appear. Did he somehow know Kakashi would emerge from there? Or was it mere coincidence? Sasuke pondered, surprised. "Is something the matter?" Naruto snapped his gaze back to Sasuke. "No, nothing at all," Sasuke stammered, shaking his head and forcing a smile. It was no coincidence. Naruto's Book of Dimensions could foresee events to come, including Kakashi's tardiness. "Now that everyone is here, let us commence Team 7's first training session," Kakashi announced, casting a glance at Naruto, his eyes betraying a hint of complex emotions. "All right," the trio chorused in unison. Kakashi led them to an open field surrounded by lush greenery, where 3 wooden stumps stood at the center, seemingly designed for training ninjutsu. After stretching, Kakashi instructed the trio to line up horizontally before him. He produced a bell from his pocket. "This training is called the Bell Grab Challenge. If any of you can seize this bell, you will have succeeded," he stated, shaking the silver bell attached to a red string. "However, should you fail to obtain it, your status as ninjas will be revoked, and you'll be sent back to the academy for further studies." "What? Back to the academy?" Sasuke and Sakura exclaimed in unison. Only Naruto remained still, silently fixated on the bell in Kakashi's hand. "If you wish to avoid sharing a classroom with toddlers who have barely learned to walk, then seize this bell with all your might," Kakashi said, clearly pleased with Sasuke and Sakura's reactions. He then opened Intimate Paradise and began reading. "Now, training begins." Sasuke swallowed hard, gritting his teeth as he charged at Kakashi. "He is looking down. He can't see me," he thought, reaching Kakashi's side. Kakashi, still absorbed in his book, did not notice Sasuke until it was too late. Sasuke leaped high, delivering a sidekick aimed at Kakashi's head. However, Kakashi effortlessly caught Sasuke's leg and tossed him aside. Sasuke managed to regain his balance midair, landing on his feet, albeit stumbling back a few steps. "Impressive," Sakura thought, feeling a twinge of danger. "What is the matter? Aren't you going to attack?" Kakashi asked, glancing at Naruto and Sakura. "Are you not even willing to attempt, despite knowing the outcome? Don't underestimate me," Sakura yelled, rushing at Kakashi with her fist clenched. Kakashi, recognizing the unique strength in her blow, sidestepped her punch to avoid potential injury to the bell. He then delivered a swift kick to Sakura's knee, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. In that moment, Sasuke utilized the body flicker technique to appear behind Kakashi. Aware that Kakashi's physical prowess exceeded his own, he resorted to his signature technique. As Kakashi turned, Sasuke completed the final hand seal for the Great Fireball technique, raising 2 fingers to his lips before unleashing a medium-sized orange fireball. At such close range, even Kakashi could not evade this attack. Boom! The fireball erupted, and Sasuke quickly grabbed Sakura, pulling her away from the explosion's aftermath. "That was close," he breathed as the smoke dissipated. Kakashi tucked the novel away and regarded Sasuke. "You nearly lost. You turned your back to me, merely to conceal your hand seals." Sasuke gritted his teeth, frustration evident. "I knew you would counter with your own fireball to nullify my attack. Your reflexes are impressive. You prioritize protecting your companion from the blast rather than launching a second assault." "A wise choice," Kakashi acknowledged with a smile. "It appears I must take this more seriously." "I'm sorry, I held you back," Sakura said, feeling guilty. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to surprise him. Don't worry. I still have my trump cards, Sasuke reassured her gently, lifting his gaze to Kakashi, his eyes shimmering like black gemstones. Sharingan. So, Naruto, aren't you going to join in? Even Sakura is charging forward. Kakashi remarked, turning to Naruto. Join in? You mean take on a shadow clone? Naruto raised an eyebrow, questioning. Kakashi and the others were momentarily stunned. Kakashi was astonished that Naruto could discern he was merely a shadow clone, while Sasuke and Sakura were flabbergasted to realize that their arduous efforts had only been directed against a clone. Sasuke, Sakura, I have a plan, Naruto said, slowly approaching Kakashi. His eyes alight like torches. Listen to my instructions. There is only one way to snatch the bells, cooperation. Indeed, cooperation was the sole condition presented by the Book of Dimensions for achieving their objective. To earn the recognition of Kakashi Hatake, they had to work together to seize the bells. Even if Naruto unleashed his Nine-Tails chakra to create over 2,000 clones to confront Kakashi, without Kakashi's acknowledgement, their subsequent plans would falter. All right, I'm in, Sasuke nodded without hesitation. Me too, Sakura said as she regained her footing. Though she hesitated momentarily, she ultimately agreed. For as Naruto had indicated, defeating an elite shinobi whose strength far surpassed theirs could only be accomplished through united efforts. The greatest taboo of cooperation was doubt. In this moment, they had to trust Naruto. Kakashi observed Naruto with keen interest, thinking to himself that the teacher's child likely inherited his battle intelligence. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto inhaled deeply, forming a cross seal with his hands. 5 Narutos appeared before Kakashi, calling out as they charged at him. Relying on numbers, are we? But he already knows I'm a shadow clone. Why would he attack me like this? Kakashi pondered, though he had little time for contemplation as the Narutos attacked from 4 directions. Swiftly, he evaded their strikes and countered with precise taijutsu, dispatching all of Naruto's clones in no time. Unlike Sasuke's clean combat style, Naruto's attacks were cumbersome, akin to a desperate onslaught, aside from their sheer quantity. They posed little threat. Wait for? Kakashi suddenly realized the issue and quickly lowered his head, observing a circle of nearly invisible silver threads on the ground, with himself at the center of the circle formed by the threads. Remembering the positions of the 4 clones, he finally understood. Their intention was not to strike him, but to ensnare him with the silver threads. With a swift motion, Naruto, holding the other end of the silver threads, yanked hard, causing the threads on the ground to tighten, binding Kakashi's feet and sending him sprawling to the ground. Sakura charged at Kakashi from the side, raising her fist to strike him. Unable to move while on the ground, Kakashi was struck by Sakura's punch, transforming into white smoke. Indeed, a shadow clone. The bell in his hand was merely a transformation. Sakura exclaimed as she saw the bell fall to the ground, morphing into a branch. However, that little yellow book is genuine, Naruto quipped with a raised eyebrow. Chapter 6. The first level task. Naruto picked up the Paradise of Affection and, grinning mischievously, declared, Kakashi-sensei, if you don't come out soon, we will have to take action. The surroundings fell silent, save for the sound of the wind rustling the grass, as if the training ground had been reduced to just the 3 of them. Oh, I see Kakashi-sensei's response now. Naruto tossed the Paradise of Affection into the air, then swiftly formed a standard cross seal. Sasuke, attack. Sasuke promptly formed hand seals, 2 fingers blocking his mouth, as he unleashed a medium-sized fireball of orange flames towards the airborne Paradise of Affection. The fireball raced through the air, just as a figure burst forth from the dense foliage. The figure swiftly grasped the Paradise of Affection and evaded Sasuke's great fireball just before it could make contact. Finally, the real deal, Sasuke exclaimed, thrilled. What a cunning trick. In a sense, it's quite fitting for a ninja. Kakashi gritted his teeth, stuffing the Paradise of Affection into his vest pocket, muttering, this is a commemorative edition that was just published. If it gets burned, I won't recover for at least half a year. Naruto signaled to Sakura and Kakashi, and they understood immediately, adjusting their positions according to Naruto's lead. Kakashi noticed 2 of Naruto's clones appearing on the ground where he was about to land, evidently planning to seize him the moment he touched down, exploiting his moment of vulnerability. Although this approach was somewhat excessive, it served as a test of their capabilities. Kakashi had already acknowledged Naruto and his companions for their ability to execute such coordination. For a newly formed team, they were performing admirably. If he refrained from using excessive ninjutsu, they could certainly seize the bells. Removing the forehead protector that shielded his right eye, Kakashi revealed a Sharingan with 3 tomo beneath it. A cacophony erupted from Kakashi's right hand as he shaped his palm into a knife-like form, chakra coalescing into a blue bolt of lightning. The crackling sound resembled the chorus of 1,000 birds, and even the air seemed to be sliced apart by the power of this ninjutsu. Raikiri. At the moment he landed, Kakashi swung his right hand, cleaving through 2 of Naruto's clones, dispersing them into white smoke. All right, they should be intimidated by this technique. I'll take the opportunity to declare them qualified. Just as Kakashi released Raikiri and turned around, Naruto's figure appeared before him. Red chakra bubbles rose from Naruto's body, and under the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, he appeared quite fearsome. Nine-Tails chakra. Has he managed to control even a fraction of its power? Kakashi was surprised but did not hesitate in his movements. Naruto launched a series of punches at his face, all of which Kakashi swiftly evaded or blocked. With every step he retreated, Sakura and Sasuke advanced closer. Enhanced by the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto's speed and movement made him the only one in Team 7 capable of keeping pace with Kakashi, at least in terms of taijutsu. Bang, 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 thud. After exchanging several blows, Naruto blocked Kakashi's punch, then seized Kakashi's right arm, forcefully pulling him down, drawing Kakashi into a ground battle. With his right arm restrained, Kakashi was unable to form seals. The two remained locked in a stalemate for several seconds when Kakashi felt a surge of intense heat beside him. Several small fireballs, arranged in an irregular formation, soared toward Kakashi. It was Sasuke's fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. A cold smirk crept onto Naruto's face as he suddenly twisted his body, his right foot, infused with astonishing chakra, kicked toward Kakashi's abdomen. As he executed the kick, he released his grip on Kakashi's right arm, using the momentum to perform a backflip. Caught off guard by the kick, Kakashi was sent flying, and the trajectory of his flight aligned perfectly with the incoming Phoenix Fire technique. Was this all part of his plan? Kakashi thought as he skidded on the ground, using his arm to brace himself, then swiftly stood up and formed hand seals. Just as the Phoenix Fire approached, he slammed his hands onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. A massive stone wall surged up before Kakashi, blocking most of the Phoenix Fire, while some fireballs struck nearby, creating small craters and releasing plumes of black smoke that obscured much of Kakashi's vision. A pink figure burst forth from the swirling black smoke, swiftly seizing the bell clutched tightly in Kakashi's right hand. Naruto! Sakura shouted. Here I come. Naruto charged towards Kakashi, accompanied by dozens of shadow clones, leaving Kakashi besieged and unable to evade him. He attempted to break free from Sakura's grip, but she steadfastly held onto the bell with her other hand. Reluctant to kick Sakura, a girl, Kakashi hesitated, but Naruto and his clones swiftly restrained his limbs. Sasuke! Naruto called out. Sasuke, utilizing chakra to propel himself from the soles of his feet, scaled the earthen wall and leaped down, executing a powerful downward kick aimed at Kakashi's head. Stop! You've all passed! Kakashi exclaimed, unwilling to use any overly powerful ninjutsu that might harm Naruto and Sakura, who had trapped him. Sasuke quickly redirected his attack, allowing his foot to graze Kakashi's face as he descended. Really? Sakura, who had braced herself for an impending blow, had initially resolved to hold on regardless of Kakashi's actions. However, it appeared that this enigmatic teacher, masked and mysterious, was far gentler than she had anticipated. Indeed, you have all qualified. As Naruto stated, the most crucial aspect of a ninja team is cooperation, which you have exemplified. Thus, you are deemed qualified. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Starting tomorrow, I will lead you on ninja missions, so prepare accordingly. Ensure you bring essential items like shuriken and kunai. Tomorrow? What about today? Naruto insisted, still clinging to Kakashi's neck. Today? Today, I shall take you to Ichiraku Ramen. Now let go, Naruto. I can hardly breathe. Behind the white curtain emblazoned with the words Ichiraku Ramen, Kakashi and the others engaged in light-hearted conversation while waiting for their ramen. The aroma of ingredients wafting through the air, accompanied by the sound of the chef's ladle. Naruto even felt a hint of drowsiness. Kakashi-sensei, how did you obtain that Sharingan? Sasuke suddenly recalled the moment Kakashi unleashed Raikiri. His curiosity piqued. Logically, only members of the Uchiha clan can awaken the unique bloodline limit, the Sharingan. Yet your surname is Hatake, isn't it? With this remark, even Naruto became intrigued. Although the Book of Dimensions could foretell tomorrow's events, it could not predict everything. merely selecting portions for Naruto to read. Thus, even he remained unaware of the truth behind Kakashi's Sharingan. Your ramen is served, enjoy? The chef and his daughter brought forth 4 bowls of ramen, each tailored to the individual tastes of the quartet. Let's eat. Kakashi's expression dimmed momentarily as he smiled. Ultimately, he was unable to disclose the truth regarding his Sharingan. He took the 7th squad to procure ninja tools, confirming each person's proficiency with their respective equipment, instructing them to gather early at the training ground the next day, as he would be attending a Hokage meeting to receive missions. As long as Kakashi-sensei isn't late, we will be fine, Sakura pouted, puffing her cheeks in discontent. Rest assured, I will definitely not be late this time, Kakashi replied, scratching his head with an awkward smile. In the following days, Team 7 consistently undertook missions assigned by the Hokage's office. However, the trio found these tasks unsatisfactory, ranging from watching over shops to searching for lost pets, and even an outrageous request to steal someone's hanging laundry. Not only were the rewards meager, but the tasks were also exceedingly mundane. Naturally, Kakashi rejected the last request outright. One morning, the 3 arrived at the training ground as usual. As they had suspected, Kakashi was already seated on a training post, awaiting them. Kakashi-sensei, what mission do we have today? Sakura asked, a hint of dejection in her voice. Please tell me at ISNT another pet search. I'm tired of D-rank missions. Sasuke and Naruto nodded in agreement, echoing Sakura's sentiments. This time, the 3rd Hokage has entrusted us with a C-rank mission. Don't worry, it's not one of those cat-and-dog tasks, Kakashi assured them with a smile. The reward is quite substantial as well. What is the mission? Sasuke inquired, his ears perked up, unaware of Naruto's eager expression beside him. You will escort a bridge builder from the Land of Waves. There may be dangerous battles ahead, so prepare your ninja tools. Kakashi stated firmly, rest assured. I will protect you all. This sounds much more credible than searching for cats. Finally, a mission befitting a ninja. Sakura and Sasuke were thrilled, and Naruto was equally excited, though he refrained from showing it, as his true ambition was to become a ninja wielding the ice release bloodline limit, like Haku. Chapter 7. The Land of Waves mission, huh? We have to protect this drunken old man. At the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village, Team 7 met a middle-aged man with a square canvas backpack. According to the 3rd Hokage, this man was the bridge builder they were to escort. The bridge builder, clutching a bottle of sake, glared at Naruto, clearly annoyed. I'm only 40. Stop calling me an old man. And I'm not drunk. Sakura, pinching her nose in exasperation, replied, as long as we can successfully escort him to the Land of Waves, let us just endure it for now, Naruto. What kind of attitude is that? I'm your employer. The bridge builder, introducing himself as Tazuna, pouted. All right, from now on, the mission begins. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, surround Tazuna to prevent any ambushes. Kakashi observed the synchronized expressions of Naruto and Sakura and shook his head. Stop making those faces and do as I say. Thus, Team 7's first C-rank mission commenced. According to the map, they needed to traverse a mountain path before reaching the south side of the village to board a boat to the border of the Fire Country and the Land of Waves. From there, they would trek to the Mist Village in the Land of Waves, marking the completion of their mission. The journey was not short, implying that the task might take several days. Using the Book of Dimensions, Naruto glimpsed a fragment of the future. After confronting Zabuza Momochi, they would encounter masked ninjas posing as assassins, who were actually there to rescue Zabuza, including Haku. Following Haku's departure with Zabuza, he would awaken Naruto, who had fallen asleep in the woods. During this time, it would be the perfect opportunity for Naruto to defeat Haku and acquire the ice release bloodline limit. However, Naruto was uncertain about what would transpire before they encountered Zabuza. Sasuke, the weather is lovely today, Sakura suddenly remarked, attempting to spark a conversation with the boy she admired, despite her lack of romantic experience. Huh. Oh, yes, Sasuke, the epitome of a dense young man, managed to extinguish the budding conversation with a single response. Walking along the tree-lined path, the group fell into silence once more. Do they often interact like this? Tazuna raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to Naruto and whispering, how would I know? Oh, I see. You're the classic third wheel. An 800-watt one at that. Aren't you at all interested in such a lovely girl? Aren't you worried about becoming embroiled in a terrifying love triangle? What do you mean? I like Sakura, she likes Sasuke, and Sasuke likes me or something. That sounds truly terrifying and rather unfortunate. Dasna took a sip of his drink and let out a loud belch. Naturally, there was noise. It would be bizarre if such a grand belch went unheard. Why, then, did your expression convey such pride in such a triviality? Suddenly, Naruto halted in his tracks and withdrew a shuriken from the pouch at his waist. With a swift motion, several heavy iron chains emerged from the grass on either side of the path, ensnaring the unsuspecting Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei!" Sakura exclaimed, momentarily frozen, then shouted a warning, "Be careful." No sooner had she spoken than two mist ninjas clad in iron armor leapt forth, thrusting formidable weapons resembling flails at Kakashi. His body was brutally torn apart by the iron tools, shattering into fragments. Sakura stood paralyzed, fear gripping her heart. No way, even Kakashi-sensei could be defeated so easily. Having dispatched Kakashi, the mist ninjas turned their attention to Dazna. One of them lunged at Dazna, aiming to strike him with a heavy iron tool. "Am I invisible?" Naruto quickly pulled Dazna behind him, evading the mist ninja's blow. The mist ninja, undeterred, raised his weapon for another attack, this time targeting Naruto, who stood protectively in front of Dazna. With a swift clang, the iron tool struck Naruto's head, and in a puff of smoke, he vanished. The mist ninja, bewildered, was met with the sight of a kunai embedded in his head, blood spurting forth as he turned in disbelief. Behind him stood a smirking Naruto who, sensing the ninja's lingering vitality, twisted the kunai, obliterating the brain matter, and with a swift kick, sent the foe crashing to the ground. Naruto had anticipated the commotion. Upon drawing his kunai, he had summoned a shadow clone, with his true self positioned behind it. As the clone distracted the mist ninja, Naruto had maneuvered into a blind spot, executing a swift and decisive kill. Such composure. Dazna marveled at Naruto's swift execution, a mixture of fear and admiration washing over him. Meanwhile, another mist ninja, seeing Dazna protected, opted to attack the dazed Sakura. As the iron tool rushed towards her, panic surged within Sakura, paralyzing her in place. Tears welled in her eyes. "I don't want to die." In a moment of heroism, Sasuke sprang forth from behind Sakura, delivering a powerful kick that sent the iron tool crashing to the ground, safeguarding Sakura. "Stay away from my comrades," he declared, striking the mist ninja's chin with an elbow, followed by a high kick that knocked the ninja down. With his Sharingan activated, Sasuke threw a kunai at the mist ninja, but in a moment of hesitation, he missed through it, unable to fathom the sight of his kunai piercing the ninja's skull. This moment of compassion allowed the mist ninja a chance. He thrust the iron tool towards Sasuke's abdomen. A figure appeared before them, stepping on the mist ninja's hand, immobilizing him, while conjuring a raikiri aimed at the ninja's head. "Kakashi-sensei!" Both Sasuke and Sakura exclaimed, their faces lighting up with relief. Substitution technique? Naruto observed the spot where Kakashi had previously faced the enemy, now only a pile of wood remaining, bound by chains. "Are you two all right?" Kakashi smiled at them, then turned to Naruto. "Well done, Naruto." "Indeed," Naruto acknowledged, tearing blue fabric from the mist ninja's body to clean his kunai. "I'm sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I failed to protect Sakura." Sasuke murmured, reflecting on his earlier moment of weakness. "I feel useless. I couldn't even muster the courage to act, and ended up crying," Sakura lamented. "Am I unfit to be a ninja?" "Indeed, unfit. You should leave quickly," Naruto silently critiqued. "Every individual must undergo a journey of growth. Remember today's events and give your all in the next battle," Kakashi advised, ruffling their hair with a smile. "Yes, indeed." Kakashi raised his hand to approach Naruto, only to have it swatted away. "No need," Naruto replied, crossing his arms. "Let us keep moving. We can't afford to be ensnared again." "True enough," Kakashi conceded with a wry smile. "However, I fear we cannot proceed further." "Why?" "These two ninjas are clearly assassins of no lesser rank than Chunin. If it were merely them, it would be manageable, but we may encounter more formidable foes ahead, likely Jounin level, and not just a singular threat." Kakashi continued. "This escort mission has escalated to an A rank, perhaps even higher. The difficulty exceeds what a rookie Genin team can handle. The most prudent course of action would be to retrace our steps and summon a more seasoned ninja squad to undertake this task. No. If we turn back because the path is arduous, we may never move forward again," Naruto protested, furrowing his brow. "While this mission poses challenges, it also offers an opportunity for growth. If we cannot overcome this, the path of a ninja will only narrow further." Sakura, initially hesitant, clenched her teeth upon hearing Naruto's impassioned words and resolved to continue the mission. Sasuke, as a member of the Uchiha clan, felt the same. Abandoning the mission would be disgraceful. Surprising to hear such inspiring words from you, Kakashi remarked with a smile. Very well, the mission shall proceed. However, from this point forward, each of us must maintain utmost vigilance. Those assassins could reappear at any moment. Do I have to be vigilant too? Dasna pointed at himself. Of course. Yes. The three responded in unison. The enthusiasm of youth is indeed contagious, though I too am still but a child, Naruto mused internally, eagerly anticipating a confrontation with the infamous Zabuza Momochi. Chapter 8. Zabuza Momochi onward, the 7th Squad and Dasna encountered no further assassins. Upon reaching the town, they enjoyed lunch before proceeding to the boat, embarking on an open vessel towards the boundary between the land of fire and the land of waves, heading towards the hidden mist village. By the way, why would such high-ranking ninjas seek to assassinate you? Kakashi inquired, breaking the monotony of the mist as they sailed. After all, you are merely a bridge builder, correct? Are you familiar with the Kato Company? Dasna leaned against the wooden planks at the boat's stern, his voice low. Yes. A shipping company, I believe. Its president is among the wealthiest in the entire ninja world. Kakashi nodded, acknowledging Dasna's words. On the surface, he is the president of a shipping company. However, in reality, he clandestinely employs the mafia and ninjas to smuggle contraband and illicit drugs, intending to manipulate the nation and control the vile elements of violent organizations through his wealth and means. Dasna took a sip of his drink, tongue loosened by the alcohol, and remarked, he uses his vast fortune to purchase women and gifts, effectively monopolizing the maritime traffic of the Land of Waves. For an island nation like the Land of Waves, controlling maritime transport equates to controlling the entirety of the nation, its wealth, politics, and people, not to mention the women. Kakashi nodded, comprehending Dasna's implication. How can this be? Isn't this dictatorial control? Does the feudal lord of the Land of Waves not intend to intervene? Sasuke clenched his fists, speaking in a low voice. Intervene? He has long since taken his pleasures elsewhere, leaving this country, now treated as a commodity, sold to Gat. Dasna shook his head and said, my journey is essentially a death sentence. If I do not return, my family will be in peril. How could this be? Sakura stood frozen, her fists tightening in anxiety as she listened to Dasna. The reward will be given to you upon disembarkation. There is no need to accompany me to the end, Dasna said with a smile. I apologize. I am uncertain if this counts as completing the mission for you ninjas. We shall escort you back to your family, Naruto interjected, at least to see them one last time. Thank you. Dasna paused momentarily before smiling. I initially thought you were the type of ninja who would take the reward and abandon the task. Do not misunderstand. My encounter with Zabuza is not contingent upon whether or not I escort you home, Naruto thought disdainfully. Is there truly no way to save the Land of Waves? Sasuke asked, his voice filled with conflict. There is. Simply eliminate Gat, Naruto replied with a grin. But he will surely have many ninjas protecting him. How can we defeat Gat with just the 4 of us? Sakura spoke softly. Moreover, if we kill Gat, we would likely be pursued by his enemies, wouldn't we? The group fell silent. Before long, the boat came to a halt, and the somewhat hard-of-hearing ferryman leaned the oars against the side of the boat and announced, Dear guests, we have arrived. Ah, very well. We should leave, Kakashi said as he stood, paying the fare. The 5 of them stepped back onto the land. Standing in a place shrouded in a thin fog, the 4 members of Team 7 felt an inexplicable sensation, as if they had entered a realm of enchantment. Everything enveloped in a hazy beauty, reminiscent of a sensuous dancer from the Middle East partially veiled. Come, I will take you to my home, Dasna said, leading the way. Having resigned himself to his fate, yet Naruto and the others remained close to him, providing the last flicker of warmth. I wish to share a meal with my family, Dasna thought to himself. The group had not walked far when Kakashi and Naruto first sensed something amiss. The fog was growing thicker. Kakashi halted and signaled for the others to stop, saying, There is someone nearby. Sasuke and Sakura's senses heightened, while Naruto revealed an excited grin and pulled out a black kunai. Indeed, the copy ninja Kakashi is as astute as ever, a voice called from nearby. Following the sound, they saw a man of similar height to Kakashi, with short black hair, standing against a tree. His forehead protector was worn askew, contrasting with Kakashi's, and the lower half of his face and neck were tightly bound with white bandages. You are Zabuza Momochi, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kakashi exclaimed, astonished upon recognizing the figure. So, they have sent you. Get truly cares about Dasna. From your tone, it seems Dasna has revealed everything to you. If you and your 3 little friends turn around and leave, I will let you go. Otherwise, Kakashi, you may survive. But the 3 children may not be so fortunate. Zabuza's gaze shifted to Kakashi and the others as he brandished his massive executioner's blade. That's enough. You should leave. Dasna, clearly aware of Zabuza's reputation, shook his head and softly said, You have done enough. Thank you. Do not speak such words. Naruto stepped forward, addressing Zabuza, and said to Dasna, Haven't you yet seen your family? Dying without even having a meal together is too cruel. Little brat, being a hero comes at a cost. Zabuza replied, A hero? No, I did not come here to be a hero. Red chakra bubbles began to rise from Naruto's body, his voice sounding menacing. I am here to beat you. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, swiftly forming several hand seals, causing the fog in the vicinity to thicken even further. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector and activated his Sharingan, while Sasuke did the same, their vision clearer than that of Naruto and Sakura due to their Sharingan. Yet, the fog remained too dense. Shadow clone technique. Naruto formed a cross seal, unleashing a staggering number of shadow clones fueled by the chakra of the 9 tails. Is there any way to disperse this fog? Sasuke and Sakura stood back to back. Sakura inquired. He is unlikely to grant us the time to clear the fog. Sasuke's words had barely left his mouth when Zabuza lunged from the mist with his executioner's blade, aiming directly at Sasuke. Sasuke and Sakura reacted swiftly, evading the strike as Sasuke sidestepped and lunged towards Zabuza, thrusting his kunai towards Zabuza's abdomen. Zabuza deftly caught Sasuke's right hand with his left, raising his blade once more to strike down at Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sakura took a deep breath, aiming carefully before throwing her kunai at Zabuza's head. If Zabuza did not shift to defense, this kunai would surely pierce his skull. Even the mightiest ninja could scarcely survive a fatal wound without any healing abilities. Yet, Zabuza astonishingly chose not to defend, continuing his assault on Sasuke, while Sakura's kunai struck true, hitting Zabuza's head. With a splat, Zabuza's body transformed into a puddle, collapsing to the ground. It was a water clone. Sasuke shouted. Simultaneously, Kakashi and Naruto faced their own attack from Zabuza, who, likewise, was a water clone. Naruto had remained close to Dasna, recognizing his importance to the mission from the Book of Dimensions, and was determined to protect him carefully. The number of water clones they dispatched grew, yet all were water clones. Under the influence of the mist technique, they could not locate Zabuza's true form. Forced to repeatedly defeat the clones, Naruto realized that Zabuza likely aimed to exhaust their chakra and stamina with these water clones. It seemed that in this situation, they had but one option left. Naruto sensed that continuing in this manner was futile. He could not reveal his trump card yet. The only way to find Zabuza Momochi was to employ a singular strategy. Naruto formed a cross seal, preparing to unleash thousands of shadow clones to cover the entire battlefield in search of Zabuza. Just then, a figure dashed past him, heading towards Kakashi. Kakashi! Naruto exclaimed in surprise, turning to shout at his mentor. Kakashi had just dealt with a water clone and was caught off guard as Zabuza appeared behind him, sneering. How laughable, Kakashi! Zabuza extended his right hand, and a spherical water prison erupted from his palm, ensnaring the weary Kakashi within. His hand was trapped inside the water sphere, and by infusing chakra, Zabuza maintained its form. Since the sphere was completely sealed, Kakashi was unable to breathe. Water release, water prison technique. The members of Team 7 and Tizuna watched in astonishment, their hearts filled with shock. The only one among them with comparable strength to Zabuza was now trapped, leaving only the 3 inexperienced ninjas to act. Make your choice. I am immobilized by this water prison. You can either escape or attack me to rescue Kakashi, Zabuza taunted. But let me remind you, there is no air inside the prison. Kakashi can last no more than a minute. If you do not escape or disrupt my technique within that time, I will kill you. Chapter 9. White emerges what to do. Sakura felt Zabuza's menacing killing intent, as if a blade were pressed against her throat, rendering her immobile. Even her grip on her kunai trembled slightly. Sasuke bit his lip, forcing himself to regain focus. If he succumbed to this killing intent, any subsequent attack would be futile against Zabuza. Surrendering inwardly would mean certain defeat. I have a plan, Naruto declared, shaking off the water from his hands and looking at Zabuza. Just like during training, follow my lead. His eyes held no fear. Whether it was bravery or sheer recklessness remained to be seen. Zabuza scoffed. 55 seconds left. I understand. Sasuke and Sakura replied in unison, realizing that they had subconsciously begun to rely on Naruto. Trusting him was enough. That thought had taken root within them. Naruto gestured for Sasuke to attack, a signal taught in the Ninja Academy. Though Naruto had not excelled academically, he retained that life-saving knowledge. Sasuke nodded and dashed towards Zabuza with all his speed. Sakura, support him, Naruto instructed. Understood, Sakura responded, suppressing her fear. Even if she was terrified, she could not let Sasuke face such a formidable opponent alone. It seemed that the ability to lead was not exclusive to Kakashi. This boy also possessed a degree of strategic planning and motivational prowess. Zabuza formed a hand seal, summoning 2 more water clones, which swiftly retrieved kunai from his pouch. Armed, they charged at Sasuke and Sakura, intent on slaying them. Sasuke quickly formed several seals, unleashing small fireballs. Just as he had surmised, the water clones were agile. Using the Great Fireball technique would be too easy to evade. However, employing the Phoenix Fire technique would ensure that at least a few hits landed, potentially eliminating one clone. At that moment, only one water clone remained, rapidly closing in on Sasuke. It brandished a kunai, aiming for Sasuke's head. Utilizing the Sharingan, Sasuke dodged the attack and landed an elbow strike on the clone's abdomen, causing it to dissolve into a puddle of clear water. To Sasuke's surprise, a second water clone emerged behind the first. Zabuza had summoned a total of 3 water clones. Time was running out. Sasuke watched as the third clone picked up the kunai from the first and lunged for his abdomen. He felt as if death itself had aimed its scythe at him, leaving him powerless. Suddenly, the third water clone transformed into a puddle, and Sakura appeared behind it, panting heavily, with water droplets still clinging to her kunai. It seemed she had stealthily attacked the water clone, saving Sasuke. Sasuke! Naruto threw a wind shuriken towards Sasuke, who skillfully caught it. Opening it, the wind shuriken spun fiercely, producing a deafening sound. Now it made sense, given Zabuza's chakra reserves. Continuously casting the mist technique and summoning so many water clones was already taxing. To conserve chakra for the water prison technique, he could no longer summon additional clones, which was why Naruto had instructed them to engage first. Sasuke smiled knowingly and hurled the wind shuriken, which tore through the air with a shrill cry, racing towards Zabuza. As Sasuke had deduced, Zabuza indeed lacked the chakra to create more clones. However, as a seasoned ninja, he was well aware of how to counter a wind shuriken. He sidestepped the shuriken, and at the moment it passed him, he reached out and caught it by its center hole. It's time for you to face the consequences. Zabuza was about to throw the wind shuriken back when another one shot toward him. Reacting swiftly, he leapt up, allowing the second wind shuriken to pass beneath him. Boom! The second wind shuriken erupted into a cloud of white smoke, revealing Naruto. No, more accurately, it was Naruto using a transformation technique to become a wind shuriken. You'll pay for the dizziness you caused me, Naruto exclaimed, pulling a kunai from his pouch and, overcoming his disorientation, hurled it at Zabuza's head. Zabuza hesitated, panic flashing across his face as he dodged, the kunai narrowly missing his nose. At that moment, his right hand emerged from the water prison, signaling that the technique could no longer be sustained, and the water sphere shattered. You little brat. Zabuza raised the wind shuriken, intending to strike Naruto down, who was still on the ground and unable to rise in time to defend himself. Just like my teacher, Zabuza thought as the wind shuriken ceased its rotation. He looked at Kakashi, who had managed to block the shuriken's blade with his arm, forcing it to stop. I will not allow you to harm my students any longer. Zabuza. With that, Kakashi delivered a punch to Zabuza's face, causing him to discard the wind shuriken and leap back several paces. Then, with remarkable speed, Zabuza formed hand seals, completing 3 in mere moments. Kakashi calculated the distance and realized he could not reach Zabuza in time to interrupt his seals. Utilizing his Sharingan, he copied Zabuza's hand signs, even surpassing him in speed. Just as Zabuza finished his 5th seal, Kakashi completed all of his water release, water dragon technique. A colossal water dragon erupted from Kakashi's position, surging towards Zabuza, interrupting his sealing process and crashing him into a tree. Before he could regain his senses, several kunai flew towards him, pinning him to the tree and rendering him immobile. Thus it came to an end. Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi's right hand erupted with a sharp radiance, blue lightning coalescing within his palm, and the cacophony of bird calls erupted from his grasp. Raikiri. Suddenly, several ice blue spires hurtled towards Zabuza's neck. The speed was so swift and the occurrence so unexpected that even Kakashi's Sharingan failed to discern the nature of the projectiles. Zabuza's eyes widened, and he slumped helplessly. Had it not been for the kunai pinning him in place, his lifeless body would surely have fallen to the ground below. A masked figure clad in blue and white appeared beside Zabuza, addressing the bewildered Kakashi, "A leaf ninja. I am here to hunt down the rogue ninja of the mist. If you would, please refrain from interfering in our internal matters." Haku. A fervent glint flickered in Naruto's eyes. "Were you waiting for us to defeat him before making your entrance?" Kakashi retorted coldly. "I arrived just in time, believe it or not. I wish to avoid conflict with you." The masked figure shook his head, his voice ethereal. "Very well, let it be as you say." Kakashi glanced at Naruto and the others. Although Naruto appeared to be in good condition, Sakura and Sasuke's chakra and stamina had been severely drained by Zabuza's water clones. If a conflict were to erupt here, victory was uncertain, and the children would undoubtedly suffer grievously. "Thank you for your understanding." Haku nodded, turning to depart with Zabuza's corpse. After Haku left, Kakashi stumbled slightly, almost collapsing to the ground. "Kakashi-sensei." Sakura and Sasuke called out in unison, steadying him. Sakura, with concern, inquired, "Did you sustain an injury during the battle?" "It's not just the chakra depletion. I did get grazed by a blade, but it's nothing serious. A bit of rest is all I need." Before Kakashi could finish, his eyes slowly closed, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When Kakashi next opened his eyes, he was greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. Turning his head, he realized he was in a room imbued with a homely atmosphere. Just then, the door swung open, and a small boy wearing a white hat peered in, glancing at him before lowering the brim to obscure his face and darting away. Shortly thereafter, Tazuna entered with the members of Team 7. He inquired, "How do you feel?" "I'm much better now, thank you," Kakashi replied, nodding with a smile. "The hour grows late. Why not stay for dinner?" Tazuna suggested with a grin. "The three children must be hungry as well." "Very well, I appreciate your hospitality," Kakashi responded, just as Sasuke's stomach let out a loud growl. "Isami, come help," Tazuna called, and he nodded, leading the small boy, who had been wearing the white hat, out of the room. Isami shot a discontented glance at Kakashi and the others before following Tazuna. The boy called Isami was Tazuna's grandson. His foster father, Kaiza, had been executed for opposing the tyrant Gato. Once the two had departed, Naruto crossed his arms and remarked, "The entire household is left with just Isami and Tazuna now. If Gato were to kill Tazuna, then Isami would be left all alone to fend for himself. He is still so young." Sakura lamented, "Moreover, Gato will surely not spare Tazuna's grandson." Sasuke nodded in agreement with Sakura's sentiment. "Therefore, I propose we remain until the completion of this bridge in the Land of Waves. Once the first bridge is built and the people savor its benefits, Gato's attempts to dismantle it will provoke the people's resistance, severely undermining his rule over the Land of Waves." Naruto continued, "At that point, assassinating Tazuna will not be so simple. The people will protect him, as his bridge-building skills are indispensable to them. Ultimately, you wish to safeguard those two, do you not?" Kakashi scratched his head, softly conceding, "I suppose I cannot refuse you. However, assassins like Zabuza will undoubtedly emerge again. To enhance our strength, we must engage in rigorous training over the coming days. Do not even think about slacking off." "Yes," the three responded in unison. Chapter 10, Naruto and Haku, Part 1. After dinner, everyone prepared to retire for the night, save for Naruto, who quietly opened the door and stepped outside. The brilliant stars adorned the sky, and the lights of homes flickered out one by one, casting the world into a silence akin to a coffin. The cold wind was the only presence felt, mingling with a sense of melancholy and loneliness that tasted as bitter as dark chocolate filling one's mouth. "Why are you sitting out here instead of going to bed?" Naruto asked, glancing at Isami, who sat on the steps. "It's none of your business." Isami initially hesitated, then awkwardly turned his head and muttered, "I've heard about your foster father." Naruto, feeling at ease, sat beside Isami, who shifted uncomfortably away from him. "What of it?" Isami frowned. "You think my foster father was foolish, don't you? He saved the dam and was hailed as a hero, but that very title drew Gato's attention, leading to his demise." Naruto chuckled. "It's a logical outcome, yet sounds utterly unreasonable. He saved the village, sealed the Nine Tails, and yet that hero's title destroyed his son and cost him his life. I detest heroes who sacrifice themselves for fleeting glory, leaving my grandfather and me in this world. Everyone praises him as a hero, a warrior, a role model, but when he was led to the gallows, those same people stood by, motionless. Isami buried his head in his legs, his voice tinged with tears. Why did no one step forward? Such is humanity, Isami. Some say that the people follow the victor. However, they often follow whoever appears to be winning. If that person is a tyrant, they will follow the tyrant. If a hero, then the hero. Naruto spoke softly. Without violence, one cannot subdue anyone. Benevolent heroes do not exist in this world. What should we do? Isami, not comprehending Naruto's words, lifted his head to look at him. Should we let Gato continue winning indefinitely? Let us make a pact. Naruto smiled, extending his pinky towards Isami. I will help you eliminate Gato, and you will remain in the Land of Waves as my informant. An informant? Simply gather information about the Land of Waves. It's quite easy. Just study hard, grow up, and become a journalist, and I will come looking for you. Naruto grinned. Naruto-kun aims to be a great hero someday. Why become a hero? No one becomes a villain's hero. Isn't that rather pitiable? Promise me, Isami, that this will remain a secret. I don't understand. But if you can kill Gato and avenge my foster father, I will agree. Good, we have a deal. Under the night sky, Isami hooked his pinky with Naruto's. And thus, the trajectory of the world began to veer from its destined path. The following morning, Kakashi led Team 7 into the woods, teaching them how to control their chakra with precision. The previous battles against Zabuza and the Mist Assassins had demonstrated that a lack of precise chakra control had resulted in wasted energy, leaving only Naruto capable of maintaining combat effectiveness due to the vast reserves of the Nine Tails. The practice involved condensing chakra at the soles of their feet, enabling them to defy the laws of physics and move objects. This technique had previously been employed by Sasuke to scale Kakashi's earthen wall, rendering it relatively effortless for him. For Naruto and Sakura, it posed no significant challenge either. Thus, the trio trained diligently throughout the morning. Inari arrived in the woods, bringing lunch for the 4 members of Team 7, and informed them that the bridge would soon be completed, with the final construction phase commencing in no more than 4 days. I have dispatched summoning ninja dogs to guard the work site, he noted. Kakashi, munching on his rice balls, assured, if anything arises, we will rush over immediately. Inari nodded and cast a glance at Naruto before turning to leave the woods. Why does yours look more sumptuous than ours, Naruto? Sakura observed, noticing the fish within Naruto's rice balls, while her own contained none despite her attempts to find even a trace. Perhaps I tend to get hungrier, Naruto replied with a chuckle. After finishing their meal, the trio resumed training until dusk. Kakashi permitted the 3 to rest, while Sasuke and Sakura offered to assist Tazuna in the kitchen, leaving Naruto to train a while longer. Kakashi acquiesced to Naruto's request, reminding him to return soon. After they departed, Naruto continued his training until exhaustion overcame him, prompting him to lie down on the spot. Sleep soon enveloped him. After an unknown duration, he felt a gentle nudge. Little brother, a voice called. Opening his eyes, he beheld a girl clad in a pink dress, squatting beside him. It's easy to catch a chill sleeping here, with delicate features and fair skin. Her ethereal voice contrasted with her long, flowing black hair. Unlike Sakura's vibrant persona, she exuded the gentleness of a neighborly older sister. You are Haku, aren't you? Naruto yawned, rubbing his eyes before addressing her in a calm tone. How do you know my name? She gasped, leaping back a few steps, her voice sharp. Do not be alarmed, Naruto replied, rising from the grass. My intentions are solely directed at you, and I pose no threat to Zabuza-sama. Who are you really? She inquired, her demeanor tense. A bad person, nothing more, Naruto declared, unleashing a remarkable surge of Nine Tails chakra. His eyes transformed into blood-red fox-like pupils, and his entire aura shifted dramatically. It seems I cannot leave here without resolving this. Haku inhaled deeply, retrieving a symbolic white mask from her dress and donning it with a cold demeanor. I had anticipated you would be an innocent child, having chosen the path of a ninja, who could still be considered innocent. Naruto retorted with a smirk. You wish to protect those most dear to you, do you not? It appears you are merely someone who seeks solace in others, attempting to disguise your ability to kill without remorse, much like those who indulge in dark dreams. Haku remained silent, for she believed that once she donned the mask, she must embody a merciless assassin, capable of eliminating any opponent, be they child, elder, or woman, in pursuit of her mission. With a single hand sign, she extracted moisture from the air, shaping it into a barrage of ice sunban, which she flung towards Naruto. The icy projectiles descended like relentless rain, imbued with chilling intent. Water release. 1,000 killing water shuriken. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, then covered his mouth with his right hand, expelling a medium-sized orange fireball that melted the oncoming ice sunban. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Following their bell-ringing training, Team 7 had engaged in menial tasks, while Naruto utilized his spare time post-mission to refine his jutsu through the multi-shadow clone technique. The teachings were guided by the Book of Dimensions, renowned as an omniscient tool, capable of imparting all jutsu save for the soul extraction technique. Through the coordinated efforts of over 2,000 shadow clones, Naruto mastered the great fireball technique in a mere 3 seconds. Thanks to consuming various chakra fruits, he possessed a diverse array of chakra within him, alongside the unique attributes of certain bloodline limits. Such rapid hand sign formation, Haku thought as she evaded the fireball using water body technique. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, she spotted a crimson figure emerging from it, accompanied by a cacophony of sound. Bright blue lightning coalesced in Naruto's palm. Lightning cutter. The incredible speed of his charge amplified the attack's force. Unlike the great fireball, the lightning cutter's true strength lay in its piercing power, specifically designed for assassination rather than destruction. Realizing the impending danger, Haku swiftly formed hand seals, leaping onto a branch. Mid-air, she directed the condensed moisture towards the ground, forming an ice wall upon landing. Once secured, she formed seals again. Clang, crack, crack, crack. The ice wall initially halted Naruto's lightning cutter, but only for a moment, increasing the chakra input. The sound amplified as Naruto stepped forward, penetrating the ice wall, which shattered under the force of his attack. He surged forward, targeting Haku beyond the barrier. Simultaneously, he retrieved a special kunai from his pouch and hurled it towards a tree several meters behind him. Ice release. Ice mirror. Haku proclaimed calmly, vanishing from sight, causing Naruto's lightning cutter to miss its mark. Suddenly, multiple square ice mirrors materialized around Naruto, encasing him in a glacial fortress. Cold air permeated the enclosure as an ice sunban swiftly shot from the mirror, grazing Naruto's arm. Clutching his right arm, he smirked. At last, I've been anticipating this move. Chapter 11, Naruto and Haku, Part 2, The Ice Release. Ice mirror technique creates numerous square mirrors around the enemy, allowing the user to conceal themselves within and launch rapid ice sunban attacks at near light speed. The velocity of these strikes was beyond Naruto's current capacity to react. Fortunately, he had previously studied this technique through the Book of Dimensions and had prepared a countermeasure. Observing the mirrors nearby, he noticed his reflection and Haku, masked and silent, standing within one. An ice sunban shot forth from a mirror, aimed at the back of Naruto's head, intent on delivering a fatal blow before he could react. With a smirk, Naruto transformed into a streak of golden light, disappearing from the spot, leaving the ice sunban to miss its target. What? Haku gasped, astonished to find the mirrors devoid of Naruto, who had seemingly vanished without a trace. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have never believed such a phenomenon was possible. The flying thunder god was indeed his signature technique. Beneath the towering tree beyond the ice crystal of the magic mirror, Naruto stood upon a special kunai he had previously hurled to shatter the icy barrier with his raikiri. Scoffing, though I detest him, the flying thunder god technique he refined is rather effective. Once a tool for dispensing justice, now wielded by my own son for nefarious purposes. What expression would he wear if he knew? How did you accomplish that? White realized Naruto had teleported outside the magic mirror and exclaimed in astonishment. No technique of that level could breach my magic mirror's ice crystal. Do you possess space-time ninjutsu? Sharing such information holds no advantage for me, does it? Naruto formed a cross seal with his hands and replied, since it is of no benefit, there is no need to articulate it. Shadow clone technique. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from Naruto, and hundreds of shadow clones appeared around the ice crystal, surrounding it. He declared, White, you now face two choices. Either dispel the magic mirror's ice crystal or remain locked in this stalemate with us. If you choose the former, the moment you dispel it, my clone shall strike you down. If you opt for the latter, you will gradually feel your chakra deplete, ultimately forcing you to dispel the magic mirror in a state of utter weakness and despair, whereupon I shall eliminate you. Do not even think of fleeing. My clones have you ensnared from every angle. Extending his right hand, Naruto summoned a swirling blue chakra sphere into his palm with a resonant sound of chakra coalescing. Hundreds of clones, each wielding a chakra sphere, poised to unleash an attack. As he had stated, should White dispel the ice crystal, he would be obliterated by this ranged explosion technique known as the Rasengan. You see, hundreds of Rasengans can easily shatter your ice crystal from the outside. But I am quite eager to hear your last words. With a cold smirk, Naruto continued, consider your master, Zabuza. How anxious he would be to know you are missing. You, who would willingly sacrifice your life for him, are now rendered powerless, destined to be erased by me without meaning. If you wish to safeguard those dear to you, then struggle a bit longer. You once claimed you would not divulge matters of no benefit to yourself. Your words are merely an attempt to extract information from me. White inhaled deeply and swiftly dispelled the ice crystal. Then, before Naruto could act, he formed hand seals with one hand, activating his bloodline limit. A white mist enveloped him, rendering his blood cold as it crystallized, spreading ice across his body. Clenching his teeth, his trembling hands persisted in forming the seals. Even as his consciousness waned under the chill, his unwavering desire to protect someone driving him to continue channeling chakra. What a pity, Naruto paused his taunts, tossing the flying thunder god kunai before White. In an instant, he transformed into a golden flash, arriving before White just as the ice was about to envelop him entirely. He struck White's abdomen with the Rasengan, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered the ice. With a grinding sound, White was sent flying against a tree, interrupting his hand seals. Bang! White collided with the tree, blood spewing from his mouth, his vision blurring as the ice melted from his body. A gaping wound marred his abdomen, inflicted by Naruto's Rasengan, his garments in tatters, rendering him a pitiable sight. Very well, I must concede, though your efforts are futile, your determination is commendable. Naruto dispelled the hundreds of clones, certain White could no longer move. The Rasengan's power, not inferior to Raikiri, had surely rendered him lifeless upon a direct hit to the abdomen. He approached White, removing his mask with a smile. You sought to connect your body with the ice crystal through your bloodline limit, ensuring that if I were to destroy the crystal, I would also harm you. It seems you anticipated my intentions. What do you desire from my body? My bloodline limit? White weakly inquired, his battered visage resembling that of a delicate maiden. He gasped, clutching Naruto's collar, pleading, I can offer you anything you wish. Just spare Zabuza. Plead for mercy on his behalf. Very well. I promise that my companions and I shall not harm Zabuza. Though I am a villain committed to my bargains. Naruto smiled and added, in return, you must reveal to me the location of Kato's hideout. Just south of this town, there's an underground gambling den. Keep walking south, and you will find a torii gate. 2 shrine maidens will be stationed there. Tell them you seek wealth, and they will guide you to the den. Upon hearing Naruto acquiesce to his request, White sighed in relief, mustering his final strength to utter, I beg of you. He then released his grip on Naruto's collar, slumping against the tree, slowly closing his eyes. A gentle breeze stirred the tips of White's hair. Naruto remained silent, placing his hand upon White's forehead. Azure chakra enveloped White's entire being, transforming him into a palm-sized chakra fruit, which Naruto then swallowed. In this forest, only the remnants of the chaotic battle would bear witness to White's existence. Naruto melted the ice crystals with a great fireball, covering the traces of their conflict with fallen leaves before turning toward Tezuna's home. Meanwhile, seated on a branch, leaning against the trunk, Zabuza suddenly opened his eyes. Sensing something amiss, an indescribable feeling welling up from within. He clutched his chest, furrowing his brow. Since that day, White never returned. After dinner, Team 7 and Tezuna's grandfather and grandson retired early, for they would continue their chakra control training the following day, ensuring quality rest was paramount. In the dead of night, Naruto abruptly arose, retrieving White's mask from his ninja tool pouch, and stealthily left Tezuna's home, unnoticed by anyone, even by Inari, who was usually awake late. Now deep in sweet slumber, following the directions White had given him before his demise, Naruto journeyed southward, as the homes along the streets had largely shut their doors, with only a few convenience stores still illuminated. An elderly man with thinning hair lay in a recliner, gently rocking, his murky eyes fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. As he passed one convenience store after another, the journey felt interminable, leading Naruto to question whether White had deceived him, wondering why the path was so long. Yet ultimately, He beheld the Torii Gate as described by White, adorned in red and white, flanked by two marble beast statues, one named A and the other Mo, signifying exhalation and inhalation. Before the gate stood two young women clad in red and white shrine maiden robes, their heads bowed in a posture of inclined respect, seemingly ready to bow at any moment. Ladies, Naruto approached the shrine maidens and stated, "I have come seeking wealth." The two maidens exchanged glances, one of them smiling awkwardly and gently patting Naruto on the head, saying, "This is no place for children. I am here seeking wealth." Naruto furrowed his brow, insisting, "Regardless of appearance, a guest is a guest, is it not? Such a manner of expelling guests would surely displease your employer, would it not?" The priestess paused momentarily, then shook her head and said, "If you insist, please follow us." The naive young fool, this is not a place of indulgence. Another priestess nodded, secretly deriding him. The two priestesses led Naruto through the Torii Gate, subsequently activating a hidden switch within it. They entered a dim passageway, illuminated only by the flickering light of torches. Eventually, the trio arrived at a stone door, halting in their tracks. "This is the underground gambling den. May fortune smile upon you tonight, esteemed guest." The priestesses bowed to Naruto. "Is Kato inside?" "Lord Kato has been frequenting the gambling den recently." "Very well." Naruto formed hand seals, conjuring ice Senbon from his hands, and swiftly thrust them forward, piercing the throats of the two priestesses before they could utter a sound, pinning them against the wall. "With this, no one would recognize my appearance." Naruto donned a white mask and utilized transformation jutsu to assume the battle attire of White's first appearance, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Chapter 12. Chaos in the Casino Creek. Naruto pushed open the stone door, revealing a much more spacious area than he had anticipated, teeming with a lively crowd. A peculiar scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of some intoxicating herb being burned. Numerous large round tables occupied the ground floor, where individuals of various attire manipulated gambling tools, vociferously shouting in incomprehensible gambling jargon. Scantily clad women pressed their skin against the burly gamblers, endeavoring to entice them to drink more, completely unconcerned even as they were groped. The entire casino was steeped in a sense of hedonistic revelry, reminding Naruto of the depictions of hell he had encountered in novels. "Hey, are you blind? Can't you see I'm here?" A drunken gambler bumped into Naruto from behind, and he slowly turned around, remaining silent. "What's the matter? Mute? Looking for a fight?" The gambler abruptly drew his sword, pointing it at Naruto's head, exclaiming, "Don't think just because you're wearing a mask and look like a ninja that I'm afraid of you. If you dare to provoke me, you won't leave here in one piece unless you cough up some cash." Naruto remained silent, knowing that speaking would reveal his identity, as his voice differed greatly from that of White. Swish. Naruto unleashed the ice release technique. Thousand killing water shuriken, a torrent of ice Senbon erupted from his hands, directly striking the unsheathed gambler, rendering his body perforated like a sieve. The gambler's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed. "Murder. Someone's causing a ruckus. Quickly, summon Lord Kato." The casino erupted into chaos, patrons and women fleeing like ants anticipating a flood, the air thick with panicked breaths. Beneath the mask, Naruto revealed a cold smile. He leapt onto a gambling table and soared into the air, unleashing more thousand killing water shuriken, the ice Senbon raining down, pinning the fleeing patrons and women to the ground, leaving only a scant few hiding behind stone pillars unscathed. "Stop!" a thunderous voice commanded. Naruto looked up to see a portly man wearing circular sunglasses, flanked by several mist ninjas, rushing down from the second floor. The angry man pointed at Naruto and shouted, "What do you think you're doing? I sent you and Zabuza to eliminate Tazuna, and you're here ruining my business?" Naruto remained silent, leaping onto the second floor railing, forming hand seals once more, conjuring ice Senbon from the moisture in the air. "What are you doing? You intend to kill me? Do you dare? You and Zabuza are merely dogs I've paid to do my bidding," the portly man shouted. It appeared this man was Kato, rather brazen. Yet such foolish villains seldom achieve anything worthwhile, Naruto thought, raising an eyebrow. Without further ado, he hurled the ice Senbon at Kato's head, the projectiles slicing through the air. Kato yelped, retreating behind the mist ninjas. "Water release, water barrier." The leader of the mist ninjas swiftly formed hand seals and, after repeating them thrice, slammed his hands to the ground, summoning a wall of water that rose before him, intercepting the ice Senbon. White-eyed wolf, kill him." Do not let him leave here unharmed. Kato bellowed furiously. The other 8 mist ninjas nodded, and under the leader's command, they formed coordinated hand seals. Naruto suddenly leapt off the railing, descending rapidly towards the mist ninjas. The leader threw a kunai at Naruto, but at the moment it was about to hit, Naruto vanished. Multiple square ice mirrors appeared around the 8 mist ninjas, Naruto's figure manifesting in each. The astonished mist ninjas were momentarily at a loss for how to counter this technique. With movements approaching the speed of light, Naruto attacked and evaded, and unless someone could launch a destructive ninjutsu from the outside to shatter the ice mirrors, he, as the caster, remained untouchable within the magic mirrors. Of course, there was a simplistic method to unleash a force exceeding the casters on the inside to break the ice mirrors directly. Strength would triumph over all. In the face of an absolute disparity in power, all else would be futile. If the 8 mist ninjas coordinated their ninjutsu, they could indeed shatter the ice mirrors. Something Naruto was acutely aware of, or rather, he would not have devised such a plan if he believed they could not break the mirrors. This step must be executed naturally and with certainty. The most crucial condition was to have White perish here, while Kato remained alive. Naruto unleashed 1,000 killing water shuriken to assault the mist ninjas. Under their leader's guidance, they surrounded Kato, creating water barriers in the cardinal directions to shield against the 1,000 killing water shuriken, buying time for their subsequent ninjutsu. As he had to impersonate White, Naruto could not employ other ninjutsu, relying solely on the ice and water techniques White had once wielded. He was still somewhat unfamiliar with the combat style of ice ninjutsu. And facing the 4 water barriers, he could only relentlessly launch 1,000 killing water shuriken. While swift, the impact of his attacks against the defensive ninjutsu was still quite concerning. After all, the magic mirrors were designed for one-on-one combat, nearly unbeatable unless one possessed space-time ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, under equal conditions, being trapped by the magic mirrors meant absolute entrapment. With 364 degrees of unerring, rapid-fire attacks, even with defensive ninjutsu, one could not defend against all angles like the 4 water barriers. Water release, great waterfall technique. The mist ninjas shouted in unison, slamming their hands onto the ground, releasing a torrent of water akin to a massive waterfall. The combined force of the 8 great waterfall techniques was staggering as the deluge surged towards the magic mirrors, crashing violently against them. After 2 seconds of stalemate, the sound of cracking emanated from the mirrors, culminating in their shattering. Well done. Take down that bastard, Kato exclaimed excitedly, shouting, whoever brings me his head, I will reward them with riches, enough to last a lifetime of indulging in women. Naruto emerged from the icy mirror and stepped onto the gambling table, where water flooded the entire casino. In such an environment, it was exceedingly disadvantageous for Naruto, who was still unfamiliar with the ice release technique, as each of the mist shinobi present was at least a Jonin level, and they would surely become even more formidable in such advantageous terrain. Taking a deep breath, Naruto condensed the water vapor into his hands and then flung it before him. The ice wall, aided by the surrounding water, grew even larger and more resilient, with its considerable width and height. Circumventing this barrier to launch an attack on Naruto from behind would be nearly impossible. Thus, the only viable option remained to utilize powerful jutsu capable of breaching the ice wall. Buzzing sounds emerged from the other side of the ice wall, indicating the activation of jutsu. Naruto smirked, removed his mask, formed a cross seal, and summoned a shadow clone. This mask, distinct from the previous one, bore the Flying Thunder God seal inscribed by Naruto himself. Boss, there are still some customers over there. The captain shinobi raised a hand to halt his subordinate and said, if we continue the assault, those customers might not escape unscathed. Not a problem. But wait, are you the boss or am I? Do you know how much money I have? Money. With money, you lot should help me kill. Kato seethed through clenched teeth. Get me to kill him. Understood. The captain's expression dimmed slightly before he nodded, issuing commands to his subordinates. They swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a rapid, high-pressure water column, directing their assault at a single point. Water release, water severing wave. The ice wall shattered like paper. Before it could completely break apart, Naruto discarded the white mask, and his form transformed into a golden flash, vanishing. The water-severing wave rapidly expanded after shattering the ice wall, its range becoming immense. 7 waves crashed down upon everyone behind the ice wall, blood mingling with water as screams echoed. And the dismembered limbs of gamblers and women fell from the sky like discarded vegetables, plummeting into the water below. Only 2/3 of the white mask remained afloat, stained with blood. Did we take him out? Kato inquired. Looks like it, the captain replied, glancing at the bloodied mask floating on the water's surface. Well done. After this, come to my office for your share. For now, tidy this place up. Kato nodded in satisfaction, picking up the white mask and hurling it against the stone door, smashing it down to a palm-sized remnant. Damn white-eyed wolf. Naruto's clone, hidden behind a pillar, revealed a triumphant smile upon witnessing this. Meanwhile, in the woods near the Dasna residence, Naruto retrieved the flying thunder god mark he had placed on the ground earlier. That was close. I nearly got hit by that technique, he muttered, patting his back. Suddenly, he sensed the disappearance of his clone stationed in the casino. This was the signal they had established. He had placed a clone in the casino to recover the white mask. If the mask remained untouched, the clone would seize it unnoticed and return. If Kato took the mask, the clone would follow him until the mask was isolated before alerting Naruto. The notification method was simple. The clone would eliminate itself through an attack, allowing Naruto to sense it and understand the message. Using the flying thunder god mark on the mask to return to the casino to retrieve the mask. Naturally, this third scenario was even more convenient for Naruto, as Kato had directly thrown the mask out of his line of sight. Naruto tossed the flying thunder god kunai to the ground and utilized the mark to teleport back to the casino entrance. Seizing the opportunity while no one was watching, he used the kunai's mark to return to the woods. Thus, the white mask would serve as evidence of Kato's involvement in the murder, convincing Zabuza. Naruto snapped off the piece of the mask bearing the flying thunder god mark, chuckling to himself. Chapter 13. The Demon of the Mist. 3 days passed. Naruto closed the Book of Dimensions, donned his ninja attire, and left Dasna's home, stepping into the early morning light. The fog enveloped the hidden mist village, and crimson lanterns hung before every door, illuminating the streets and adding warmth to the mist. Naruto arrived at the great bridge of the hidden mist, where construction was nearing completion, with only the final section remaining. Once this was finished, even a tyrant like Kato could not halt the flow of commerce between the land of water and the outside world. Shirtless workers diligently wielded their tools, shifting stones under the foreman's direction, each laboring toward a brighter future. Though arduous, Naruto could see the happiness etched on their faces, a foolish self-satisfaction. Naruto furrowed his brow, feeling an increasing sense of agitation. Oh, that spiky-haired brat. A surprised voice came from behind him. Turning, Naruto saw Zabuza, whose injuries had nearly healed, standing behind him with the gleaming blade of his executioner's sword glinting sharply in the light. Hey, Mr. Zabuza, here to stop the bridge construction? Naruto asked, glancing at the ninja dog Pakin, who seemed unperturbed, as though he did not see Zabuza at all. Is it just you? Zabuza's tone was casual, as if greeting an old friend on the street. He scrutinized Naruto and asked, "Where's your teacher?" That's a question I should be asking. Naruto replied with a smile, producing the shattered mask from his pocket and presenting it before Zabuza, softly asking, "Do you recognize this mask?" Zabuza's pupils constricted sharply, and he clenched his teeth, regaining his composure to answer, "Did you do this? Do you think I could?" Naruto shook his head. Kato did it. His name was White, right? A loyal ninja indeed, who, in a fit of rage over Kato's insult, caused quite the uproar in the casino, only to meet his demise at Kato's hands. How do you know? He fled from the casino for a short distance and then ran into me, telling me everything that transpired. He wanted me to convey a message to you. Naruto locked eyes with Zabuza, mimicking White's tone. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza, but I can no longer fight alongside you. It was truly an honor to be your partner. I hope you find someone better than me to take my place and live well. Also, Mr. Zabuza, your shark teeth are quite fearsome. You should consider fixing them. Or they won't be appealing to girls." Zabuza maintained a stoic expression, and after Naruto finished speaking, he reached out to grasp the broken mask, murmuring, "How can I be sure you're not deceiving me? If White was killed by you, you can ask Kato," Naruto interjected. "Inquire what he truly did." Zabuza raised his head, stuffing the mask into his clothing, turning to leave. "Mr. Zabuza, what did White mean to you?" Naruto inquired, concealing his smile. "I'm not certain." Zabuza tightened his fists, quickening his pace. "Having lost him, I'm now unsure of what he truly was to me. He was merely a tool. Yet why does my heart burn with such anger? If my kunai breaks, I can always forge another, can't I?" He has passed away, and seeking another is futile. Zabuza felt a chill envelop him, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Hak has indeed departed, and no matter where he sought, he would remain lost. One cannot transform into a weapon. The essence of a person is singular and irreplaceable. He had become once more as he was after fleeing from the hidden mist village. Utterly alone. Due to Naruto's recent disturbances, the underground casino had ceased operations for the past few days. Kato's subordinates were still engaged in cleaning and organizing the premises. The memory of the mist ninja's indiscriminate attack on patrons, employing the water-severing wave, sent shivers down their spines. As if the remnants they swept up were the dismembered limbs of those unfortunate guests. Kato lounged in his chair, counting money, a daily ritual of his, sifting through stacks of bills while indulging in the alluring presence of a sultry woman nestled in his embrace. His thoughts drifted to the laborers toiling away at construction sites, working themselves to exhaustion merely to earn the meager wages he doled out for toilet paper thickness. And his satisfaction peaked. Such is life, he mused, before commanding, Yang Tao, take your subordinates and eliminate those bridge builders. Zabuza and Hak have outlived their usefulness. Only you remain capable. Boss, Zabuza may return seeking vengeance, Yang Tao cautioned in a hushed tone, drawing closer to Kato. True indeed. I shall accompany you to witness the progress of those laborers. Remember to bring explosives. I want to detonate the bridge right before their eyes. Kato laughed heartily, dismissing the woman in his lap and striding out of the office with Yang Tao and his band of ninjas. However, as he opened the door, a frightful sight awaited him, a short-haired man wielding a menacing executioner's blade, his piercing gaze locked onto Kato. In his left hand, he grasped the neck of a janitor. Zabuza, what are you doing? Kato shouted, angrily pointing at Zabuza's face. Release my employee. Otherwise, you will never receive another bounty in the ninja world. Answer me. Was Hak killed by your hand? Zabuza retorted, flinging the employee against the wall with a cold demeanor. Yes, and what of it? I merely called him a dog, and he attacked me with an ice spike. How many commissions have I entrusted to you? How much have you profited? What does it matter if I call you dogs? Kato spat, his bravado unyielding. Customers are kings. They are our bread and butter. Do you understand? Zabuza's unblinking gaze bore into Kato, his pitch-black eyes glinting with murderous intent. What are you staring at? Do you intend to kill me? Come on, just look at how many ninjas I have here. Initially, Kato felt a flicker of fear, but recalling Yang Tao's presence, he regained his swagger. He shouted, raising his middle finger at Zabuza, Yang Tao, say something fierce. I'm not well versed in ninja affairs. No response came. Kato glanced at Yang Tao, only to find the towering captain trembling in terror. Devoid of the courage to even meet Zabuza's gaze, let alone provoke him. What a terrifying intent to kill. Is this the infamous demon of the hidden mist, a rogue ninja with 100 lives claimed? Yang Tao swallowed hard. Hidden mist technique. Zabuza formed hand seals, and thick mist emanated from him, quickly enveloping the entire casino, drastically reducing visibility for Yang Tao and his comrades. Zabuza remained calm. The more furious he became, the more composed he appeared. Within him surged a tide of murderous intent. Meanwhile, Naruto arrived at the stone gates of the casino, and upon witnessing the suffocating fog, he smirked, standing still to listen to the sounds of ninjutsu being unleashed and the ensuing chaos. Don't panic. Maintain formation, Yang Tao yelled, though his command seemed more an attempt to quell his own fear than to direct his team. Zabuza's executioner's blade could fall at any moment, and the chaotic footsteps rendered it impossible to discern which belonged to Zabuza. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. Yang Tao felt something collide with him. Turning, he discovered the severed head of a ninja, adorned with the forehead protector of the hidden mist village. Thud! A corpse crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck, presenting a horrifying sight. Is this how they die? Yang Tao stammered. He instinctively overlooked a critical detail. Before his defection, Zabuza had been the captain of the hidden mist's Umbu, a rank even higher than his own. He understood the combat tactics of the mist ninja better than anyone else. With this knowledge, coupled with the mist's concealment, it was entirely plausible for the formidable Zabuza to swiftly dispatch them. Don't come any closer. The cries of the ninjas, coupled with the flying heads, thrust Yang Tao into a spiral of guilt and terror. The once white mist became increasingly stained with blood. In that moment, he comprehended why Zabuza was deemed the demon of the hidden mist. This was no battle. It was a massacre. The disparity in strength, combat experience, and intelligence was insurmountable. Damn it! How is this little brat so powerful? Kato exclaimed, cowering behind Yang Tao. You must protect me. I've paid for this. Yang Tao, paralyzed by fear, offered no reply. A strange odor wafted from his lower regions. Had he truly wet himself? What an age you are to still soil your pants. Zabuza's voice emerged from the mist, laced with mockery and anger, accompanied by the swift descent of his executioner's blade toward Yang Tao's head. Yang Tao clenched his teeth and quickly formed hand seals to unleash a jutsu. However, before he could act, Kato delivered a kick to his back. Caught completely off guard, Yang Tao stumbled directly into Zabuza's path, an act that astonished even Zabuza. Was this a deliberate death sentence for Yang Tao? Who would protect Kato if Yang Tao fell? In an instant, as the executioner's blade descended upon Yang Tao, a brilliant flash of fire erupted from behind him, illuminating the thick fog. Kato's sinister laughter echoed through the chaos, for he had secretly placed numerous explosive tags on Yang Tao's back while hiding behind him. Chapter 14. When the snowfall's flames obscured Zabuza's vision, and a searing pain radiated from his front to engulf his entire being. Yang Tao's body was obliterated by the explosion, blood splattering across Zabuza's face, while a gaping black hole formed in his abdomen, akin to the wound Hack had suffered from a Rasengan, albeit far more grievous. Rather than calling you dogs, I should refer to you as foolish mutts. Is this how ninjas think? Kato jeered at the weakened Zabuza, who could barely stand. So you think you're impressive? Mastering ninjutsu, is that your claim to fame? Yet here you lie, facing death. I shall soon revel in delight with a beautiful maiden while you await cremation amidst these corpses. Ha! Curse you. Zabuza supported himself with his executioner's blade, yearning to rise. Yet alas, one of his legs lay shattered, rendering him incapable of approaching the unscathed Kato. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, and consciousness began to wane. He longed to close his eyes and surrender to sleep, but he could not do so while Kato still breathed. Hack, how I yearn to see you once more. Zabuza reminisced, recalling the past, the pure, innocent boy who resembled a girl, gathering mushrooms for him, the two of them sheltering in a cave from the rain. Kindling a fire as the boy recounted fairy tales with endings Zabuza already knew. If I were to vanish, would you not feel lonely, Zabuza-sama? The young boy smiled as he gazed at the wounded Zabuza, softly whispering, So rest assured, I shall not leave this place, regardless of how many enemies might pursue us. I will remain alongside you, Lord Zabuza. But you departed. Zabuza ultimately released his grip with his right hand, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. I cannot find you anywhere, White. If only I could journey to the same place as you. The taunts of Kato echoed in Zabuza's ears, and just as he was about to close his eyes, a brilliant ice-blue sunbon flashed through his line of sight, striking Kato squarely in the head and pinning him to the wall, blood gushing forth. White. Zabuza turned towards the direction from which the sunbon had come and beheld a familiar figure standing there. Swiftly, the figure leapt onto the gambling table and ascended to the second-floor corridor, landing before Zabuza. It is I, Lord Zabuza, Naruto, transformed into White, knelt before him softly. White, it is wonderful to find you. I feel a bit drowsy. Zabuza extended his hand toward Naruto, who grasped it firmly. Due to his severe injuries, Zabuza could hardly distinguish between Naruto's voice and White's. I will take a brief rest, White. Please prepare a mushroom soup for me. I shall drink it upon awakening. Zabuza smiled, his voice fading. Lord Zabuza, you truly ought to tend to your teeth. Your smile is rather frightening. Naruto replied with a chuckle. All right, I will fix them upon waking. Is it snowing? Let us go and see. Zabuza's head leaned against Naruto's thigh, his voice growing weaker, each word accompanied by blood froth as he spoke. Ultimately, he could not complete his sentence before gently closing his eyes, yet he departed with a smile. How is this possible? Were you not dead? Though Kato had been struck by the ice sunbon and pinned to the wall, Naruto subtly adjusted its trajectory, ensuring it did not claim Kato's life. White is indeed gone, but I am not White. Naruto laid Zabuza's head upon the ground, then seized the executioner's blade. Dispelling his transformation as he spoke, I merely stand in for White to provide Zabuza with an explanation. As for you, this is my explanation to Kato. Without allowing Kato a chance to respond, Naruto swung the executioner's blade, severing Kato's head. Blood gushed from Kato's neck as Naruto raised the blade above his head, shielding himself from the deluge of blood that might soil his garments. What a mess, one after another. Naruto shook his head, transforming Zabuza's corpse into a chakra fruit. then using the executioner's blade to silence the witnesses to these events before departing the casino, his eyes appearing colder than before. Kato is dead. The foreman hurried to Tezuna's home, exuberantly exclaiming, "Just this morning, Kato was slain by a ninja named Zabuza Momochi." Zabuza? Was he not one of Kato's subordinates? Kakashi, who had been dining, paused in disbelief. Naruto, sitting beside Inari, flashed a smile, as if to say, "See, I succeeded." It is said that Kato insulted Zabuza in front of his subordinates, who could no longer tolerate it and retaliated, leading to Kato's hired ninja striking them down. In a fit of rage, Zabuza stormed into Kato's stronghold and eliminated him entirely. The foreman animatedly recounted Zabuza's exploits, as if he were the very man who avenged his subordinate. The bridge is complete. After Kato fell, people rushed to reclaim their belongings from his stronghold. Now every household is thriving. The foreman exclaimed. "That is truly splendid," Sakura said joyfully. "Now everyone can enjoy a good life." "I am a bit perplexed. I just woke up, and everything has been resolved." Sasuke scratched his head. "So, we have done nothing but eat here for a few days?" "Remove that. I have been working tirelessly these past few days," Naruto thought silently, his expression impassive. "It cannot be said that way. It was precisely because of your presence that Kato's men did not dare to interfere with the bridge's completion." Tezuna shook his head, smiling as he spoke. "You are all capable ninjas in your own right. Have confidence in yourselves." "I have finished eating," Inari said, setting down his bowl and chopsticks before heading outside. Casting a glance at Naruto, "I am full as well." Naruto understood Inari's intention and followed suit, leaving the house. Regardless of the circumstances, this mission had reached a satisfactory conclusion. Kakashi stretched lazily, smiling. "Next, we can rest for a few days." Everyone performed admirably during this mission, revealing a side of you I had not seen before. However, while rest is important, do not forget your fundamental training. In a few days, the Chunin exams will commence. The Chunin exams? Indeed, this is a significant joint examination, and the testing will take place in Konoha, with participants from other ninja villages joining. Kakashi nodded. "I look forward to your performances in the Chunin exams." "Yes," Sasuke and Sakura replied in unison. In the woods outside, Naruto. "How did you manage to have Zabuza kill Kato?" Inari asked as they strolled together. "That is a secret," Naruto smiled. "You have so many secrets, Naruto. When will I become as formidable as you?" "When you grow older and acquire knowledge, I will still need your assistance," Naruto gently replied. "Inari, you must build connections in the land of waves, gather intelligence, and best spend your leisure time exploring. The more you know, the more you can aid me in the future. Should you need anything, you are welcome to visit me in Konoha." "All right, I understand. I will not disappoint your expectations." "Naruto," Inari exclaimed excitedly, nodding vigorously. "A good child." Naruto ruffled Inari's hair, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Thus, the first piece on the external chessboard had been established, he scoffed internally. After finishing dinner, Team 7 spent their last night in the land of waves at Tezuna's home. At dawn the next day, Kakashi awakened the members of Team 7, bidding farewell to the elderly Tezuna before departing the land of waves, boarding an open boat to return to the land of fire. As Naruto sat on the open boat, gazing at the vast ocean shrouded in mist, he suddenly recalled Zabuza and White. Humanity is indeed a strange creature. When one possesses something, they fail to cherish it, only to lament and rage when it is lost. Ultimately gaining nothing, is it not? No, Zabuza at least gained a beautiful dream that allowed him to depart with a smile. Such foolishness, Naruto lowered his gaze, mocking internally. Soon, they returned to Konoha, where Kakashi reported to the Hokage about their mission. The mission's rating was ultimately settled according to its standard classification, and Naruto and the others received a generous reward. That day, Sasuke proposed treating Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and the others to a barbecue, but they were all met with various refusals. "Shall we bid farewell here?" "Naruto, I truly did not misjudge you. You are remarkable." At the junction where Team 7 had previously gathered, Sasuke joyfully remarked to Naruto, "If everyone knew of your exploits in the land of waves, they would surely change their perceptions of you. Indeed, if it were not for Naruto's leadership, we might not have survived to return." Sakura nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "This is the power of collaboration, not merely my own achievement." Naruto smiled as he spoke. "Let's bid farewell here. If there's time tomorrow, we shall gather again to practice ninjutsu." "All right," Sakura and Sasuke nodded in unison. "Sasuke," a voice, tinged with tenderness, came from a distance. Naruto turned towards the source of the voice, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. It was Itachi Uchiha, the captain of Konoha's Umbu. Chapter 15, Nin Exams. Kinkaro. Brother, Sasuke exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Itachi, before he leaped into Itachi's embrace like a young girl. Sakura, witnessing this unfamiliar side of Sasuke, found herself charmed by the sight of him playfully seeking affection from his brother. Itachi, one of the formidable Uchiha clan members and the captain of the Umbu, possessed the coveted Mangekyou Sharingan. Naruto observed Itachi's eyes, silently contemplating. Clad in a dark-hued short-sleeved robe, Itachi bore two distinct lines of maturity etched upon his youthful face, bestowing upon him an intriguing sense of maturity. He smiled softly as he gently ruffled Sasuke's hair, then turned his gaze towards Sakura and Naruto, saying, Kakashi has informed me that you are Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno. Sasuke has been in your care. No, it is I who have benefited from Sasuke's assistance. Sakura quickly interjected, waving her hands. We are all comrades. No need for such formality. Naruto concealed the unusual emotions swirling within him. He felt as though nothing could remain hidden before those Sharingan eyes. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke's elder brother and the captain of Konoha's Umbu. I look forward to your continued support in the days ahead. Itachi extended his hand towards Naruto, who hesitated for a moment before shaking it. Itachi smiled at Naruto and remarked, as Sasuke mentioned, you are indeed a good child. The captain of the Umbu. Kakashi-sensei was also part of the Umbu, correct? Sakura recalled, posing a question. Yes, in terms of seniority, he is indeed my senior. Kakashi-sensei is an excellent instructor. You will learn much under his guidance, Itachi replied with a nod. The Umbu organization, Root, Danzo. A flicker of murderous intent suddenly ignited in Naruto's eyes. He would never forget that fateful night when the tyrant Danzo proposed the plan to imprison the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It's getting late. I must take Sasuke home now. You two can train together tomorrow, Itachi announced, glancing up at the sky with a smile. All right, goodbye, brother Itachi. Goodbye, Sasuke. Naruto and Sakura nodded in response. Upon returning home, Naruto disregarded the incessant chatter of his landlord and promptly locked the door, feigning that he had not yet returned. He sat cross-legged on his bed, channeling ice-release chakra into his palm, then invoked the Nine-Tails chakra to perform the Rasengan. The blue and red chakras intertwined and swirled together, and Naruto felt a mix of heat and cold in his palm, a tingling sensation resembling ants crawling across his skin. Your blood is yet unaccustomed to the ice-release Kekkei Genkai. During the Nin exams, try to minimize your use of it in the first 2 rounds. Suddenly, the Book of Dimensions tumbled from the cabinet, landing before Naruto, its pages open, revealing a line of text accompanied by an aged voice. Have you brought the items? Since the seal had been broken, the Book of Dimensions had requested Naruto to share his surplus chakra fruits. For Naruto, possessing the Uzumaki physique and Nine-Tails chakra, the chakra fruits from lesser beings had lost their amplifying effects. However, for the peculiar Book of Dimensions, it could enhance its abilities by consuming chakra fruits. And the higher its level of power, the more futures it could foresee, thus providing greater assistance to Naruto. I have brought them, Naruto replied, opening his backpack to reveal a collection of blue chakra fruits emitting a potent and distinctive aroma. He lifted the backpack and inverted it, pouring all the chakra fruits into the Book of Dimensions. As the fruits touched its pages, they vanished as if submerged in water. A fruitful haul indeed. The Book of Dimensions remarked with satisfaction, continuing, the next step is to seize the Sharingan and Byakugan during the first round of the Nin exams. I will inform you of the rules and procedures, but how you proceed is entirely up to you. Actually, I have long wished to ask a question. Naruto raised his gaze to the Book of Dimensions and spoke softly. What exactly are you? A being? Or a soul? Do you believe that gods exist in this world? Not powerful ninjas who achieve greatness through training, but entities that are fundamentally different from human constructs. The Book of Dimensions fell silent for a moment before posing its question. I do not know. Naruto shook his head, offering his answer. Even if such beings exist, they likely wouldn't be anything pleasant. Then do you consider me a pleasant entity? Of course, as long as you are merely a book, Naruto raised an eyebrow and replied. The Nin exams are a highly significant event within the ninja villages, where each village selects candidates based on the exam locations. This year, the exams are being held in Konoha. Historically, The Nin exams serve to showcase the new generation of armed forces from each village, thereby intimidating the activities of other villages, laden with political implications. Although the Third Shinobi World War has long since passed, the tense relations between the ninja villages remain unresolved. In such an environment, if it were not for the Jinchuriki, a devastating weapon that instills fear and prevents recklessness, the ninja world would have erupted into war once more. Yet, those who serve as protectors of the ninja world, the Jinchuriki, are often scorned and insulted by their own villagers. No one awakens them from their slumber. They will continue to pretend to sleep. What Naruto desires is to deliver them a resounding slap of reality. Time flew by, and the 7th team, having taken an extended break after completing the Wave Country mission, was finally set to reconvene for battle. Today marks the day of the Nin exams. Here we are in Konoha. It appears so vibrant and colorful. Is this the ninja tool street or the food street? There's even a barbecue shop. A boy wrapped in a black cat-eared cloak, hood drawn, with a bandaged object on his back, scoffed disdainfully as he walked through the streets. In such an environment, surely the ninjas born in this greenhouse are frail and delicate flowers. His name is Kankuro, a genin from Sunagakure, here to participate in the Nin exams. Walking beside him are two others, a cold-faced boy with red hair named Gara and a bold, mature-looking girl named Temari, both also genin from Sunagakure. Do not insult Konoha. A child's voice rang out in front of Kankuro, who looked around in confusion, unable to identify the source of the voice. Black Tofu, I'm right here. The child jumped up in frustration, finally catching Kankuro's attention. Lowering his head, Kankuro wore an exasperated expression as he said, "You're just a little brat without a ninja headband. Scram, or Big Brother will give you a beating." Flower cat face. Black Tofu, the child shouted loudly, crossing his hands in an X shape. Today, I, Sarutobi Konohamaru, shall demonstrate the prowess of a Konoha ninja. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kankuro silently observed Konohamaru, who remained frozen in a pose after calling out the technique's name. Not a single shadow clone appeared, not even a whisper of a sound. Huh, is this the level of a Konoha ninja? Truly impressive. Kankuro laughed heartily, pointing at Konohamaru. Step aside, almighty Konoha ninja Konohamaru, or else this big brother might just make you cry with a single punch. Why you wait? The shadow clone will appear any moment now. Konohamaru's face flushed with embarrassment as he anxiously tried to summon chakra, yet nothing transpired. He couldn't even conjure a basic clone. In battle, foes do not wait for you, Konoha ninja. Kankuro mocked, seizing Konohamaru by the collar, roaring, I've warned you twice already. Do not blame me for what comes next. With that, he lifted Konohamaru and swung a fist toward his face. Just then, a blue figure dashed in, cradling Konohamaru in his arms and delivering a swift kick to Kankuro's abdomen, sending him staggering back several steps. That's enough, Sasuke said, comforting Konohamaru before turning his gaze to Kankuro. Here to play the hero? Judging by your forehead protector, you must be a candidate as well. Kankuro scoffed, replying, Is that all Konoha ninjas do, ambush? If you're willing, I can engage you in a one-on-one duel right now. Sasuke furrowed his brow and murmured, How about it? Very well, I am eager to see just how capable a Konoha ninja can be. Kankuro's eyes glinted with malice. Sasuke brother, Konohamaru interjected with concern. Fear not. I shall ensure this fellow remembers the might of Konoha ninjas. Sasuke positioned himself protectively in front of Konohamaru, while Kankuro and Gaara exchanged silent gestures, stepping back to grant ample space for the impending battle. Let us begin, Sasuke declared, taking a step forward. All right, let us start. Kankuro removed the wrappings from his back, revealing a humanoid wooden puppet resembling a spider, with blue chakra threads extending from its back. The puppet, adorned with tattered gray rags, boasted 3 eyes and 4 arms, exuding a chilling, eerie presence. A puppet master? Sasuke was taken aback, as he seldom fought against puppet users and was unfamiliar with their combat style. However, this did not diminish his confidence in victory. Don't wet your pants in fear and run back to mom. Kankuro chuckled darkly, maneuvering the puppet toward Sasuke, the mechanisms emitting terrifying sounds as it moved. This puppet, known as Crow, was an offensive mechanized puppet and Kankuro's most frequently utilized combat companion. Sasuke soon discerned the segmented structure of Crow's 4 arms, reminiscent of sugarcane. Typically, a segmented design would suffice for agility, yet this puppet possessed 3 segments, hinting at hidden techniques he was unaware of. Without hesitation, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, swiftly using body flicker technique to evade Crow's charge. He noticed a dagger springing forth from Crow's wrist, glimmering with a dark green sheen, clearly laced with poison. Thankfully, he had dodged in time. Had he been careless, he would have been struck. Sharingan, a member of the Uchiha clan? Kankuro muttered, his brow furrowing. His hands deftly manipulated the chakra threads, directing Crow for the next assault. Suddenly, Crow opened its mouth, spewing forth black shurikens in rapid succession, aimed directly at Sasuke's face. Secret technique, shuriken from the mouth. As Sasuke formed hand seals, he kicked the incoming shurikens away with his leg. In that instant, as Crow's joints opened, he unleashed a medium-sized fireball jutsu, hurtling it towards Crow. The choice was clear. Either Crow dodged, allowing the fireball to strike Kankuro, or it remained stationary, protecting Kankuro but sustaining severe damage itself. With the Chunin exams approaching, the destruction of an essential combat puppet could spell disaster. Did he guess that something was hidden within Crow's joints? Kankuro realized there was no time left to release the smoke bomb from Crow's joints. Sasuke had evidently anticipated everything. Kankuro had intended to obscure Sasuke's view with the shurikens, but regrettably, Sasuke's Sharingan granted him unparalleled observational prowess, allowing him to easily unravel Kankuro's scheme. Damn it! Kankuro clenched his teeth, closing his eyes as he maneuvered Crow away from his front. He resolved to take the fireball head-on. The time it took to move Crow had left him no chance to evade the fireball. Swish! Bang! A peculiar sound echoed before him as Kankuro opened his eyes to find a tall wall of sand blocking his path. The fireball was thwarted by this sandy barrier. Kankuro looked towards Gaara, who regarded him with a cold stare, the gourd on his back now unsealed, and light yellow sand floated around him. Useless, Gaara muttered darkly. Kankuro lowered his head, fists clenched in frustration. Well then, let us bring this to a conclusion, Sasuke remarked, noting the unexpected intervention. We still have the Chunin exams to attend. Conserve your energy. Conclude? Gaara sneered, extending his right hand, commanding the sand to surge towards Sasuke. That is only if I can take your hand that formed the seals. In a sudden turn, Sasuke, who had just closed his Sharingan, could not react in time as his right hand became ensnared by Gaara's sand, clamped tightly as if caught in a vice. He felt the pressure of the sand and Gaara's murderous intent. Sand binding coffin. Gaara tightened his fist. Bang! Enough! Naruto appeared just in time, using an explosive tag kunai to shatter the sand binding Sasuke's right hand. He steadied the overly tense Sasuke, turning to Gaara. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige. Be cautious. This fellow's killing intent is serious, Sasuke gasped, regaining his footing with Naruto's assistance, casting a wary glance at Gaara. Such rapid and terrifying jutsu. Even my Sharingan couldn't track the moment of attack. Fight me? Do you truly believe you possess the qualification? Gaara's brow furrowed, his voice dripping with disdain. I would not hesitate to break your limbs, or even your neck. Then try if you can. Naruto handed Konohamaru to Sasuke and advanced toward Gaara, as the swirling sand slithered towards him like a serpent, swiftly ensnaring him. Bang! As Naruto reached Gaara, a powerful surge of Ninetales chakra erupted from him, shattering the encroaching sand. His eyes glinted with fierce determination. Rage. It had been a long time since Naruto had felt such fury. You are the Ninetales Jinchuriki of Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto? Temari exclaimed in astonishment. Is it the Jinchuriki? Gaara furrowed his brow and said, then we will inevitably meet in the arena. Until then, savor every meal and every breath of air. Just wait and see if I one-T twist your mouth off in the arena. Naruto murmured. Just as the tension escalated between the two, Sakura arrived on the scene with Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, this is the place, Sakura gasped. Previously, when Sasuke saw Kankuro bullying Konohamaru, he had asked Sakura to notify Kakashi while he himself went to intervene. Kazekage Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, is it? Kakashi pulled out a manual from his vest. His tone stern, you should know why you are here. If you engage in unauthorized combat, I will revoke your examination eligibility. Naruto, Sasuke, this includes you as well. Do you understand? Yes. Everyone responded in unison, while Naruto and Gaara continued to glare at each other. The conflict between the Jinchuriki of the two villages was bound to disrupt the Chunin exams. Kakashi sighed, scratching his head as he observed Naruto and Gaara. Finally, the Chunin exams commenced. However, the first phase was a written test, which was quite simple in format. Distribute the papers and let the examinees answer the questions. To Naruto and the others' astonishment, The questions on the paper were hardly related to what they had learned in school. Obtaining a passing score by honest means was simply impossible, at least for Naruto. Sitting at his desk, he raised an eyebrow at the crisp sound of papers rustling in the classroom, holding his writing instrument between his nose and mouth, looking around lazily. That yellow-haired hedgehog. I'm talking about you. Stop fidgeting. If I see you turning your head like that again, I'll revoke your examination eligibility. Do you hear me? Ibiki Marino, clad in a black leather jacket, shouted at Naruto. Yes, I understand, Naruto sighed, straightening his posture. He noticed Sasuke using his Sharingan to copy others' actions to write answers, Neji using his Byakugan to see the answers, and Gaara creating an eye out of sand to sneak a peek at them. Playing with sand, you little cheater, Naruto thought. Feeling a surge of dissatisfaction as he watched Gaara, he grasped his writing instrument and infused it with chakra, then flicked it toward Gaara's sand eye. With a swift motion, the pen accurately struck the sand eye in Gaara's palm, causing the usually indifferent Gaara to freeze in surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to glance at Naruto, who sat just 4 seats behind him, propping his head with his right hand and flashing a charming smile. Of course, it's this guy? Gaara gritted his teeth, wishing he could unleash a jutsu in the exam room to crush Naruto. Teacher, he has been cheating off me. Look, he has so brazenly turning his head. Naruto exclaimed in a tone reminiscent of a girl who felt exposed, pointing at Gaara. To an outsider, it might have seemed like he was accusing a husband returning home after an affair. You haven't even written anything. Stop causing a ruckus, Ibiki said slowly. Damn, am I that good looking that you can't help but stare? Naruto grumbled inwardly, annoyed. Naruto-kun, a soft voice chimed from beside him. Turning in confusion, he found a girl with short blue hair and white eyes gently poking him from below. It's been a while. Again? Naruto frowned, feeling as though he had never met this girl before. Don't you remember? It's all right. If you don't mind, I can share my answers with you, she shyly offered, pushing her paper toward him. But before she could finish, Naruto interrupted. It's fine. I have my own tricks. He shook his head in response, silently thinking that his pen was lost, so copying answers was impossible. Naruto looked up at the clock, a smirk spreading across his face. It's almost time. Let us go. Just outside the written test room, dozens of Naruto clones disguised as passers-by sprang from their hiding spots. They swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a barrage of fireballs from their mouths, which accurately struck the written exam room without harming any students inside. As Naruto was still present, this was Naruto's ultimate technique. Flames spread throughout the classroom, and after releasing the fireballs, the clones vanished, leaving the proctors to rush into the exam room to extinguish the flames and rectify their oversight. Naruto watched the exam papers dance in the flames, a triumphant grin on his face. Chapter 17. The second exam, the written test concluded, but due to Naruto's clones demolishing the examination room and incinerating the papers, the entire written exam was rendered void, meaning they had effectively wasted their time. The suddenness of the event left everyone, except Naruto, unaware of who had unleashed the clones, making accountability impossible. Team 7 engaged in casual conversation as they waited on the ninja school's playground for the officials of the second round. During this time, a member of the Uchiha clan approached Sasuke with a care package, reportedly sent by Itachi, who was away on a mission. As Sasuke shared Itachi's treats with Naruto and Sakura, an unfamiliar voice called out, Sakura-san, a boy in a tight green outfit, sporting a bowl haircut and thick eyebrows, bowed while holding a flower, exclaiming, I like you. Please go out with me. Huh. Sakura paused, momentarily halting her action of eating a macaron, and looked at the boy with curiosity, asking, who are you? I'm Rock Lee, 13 years old. My birthday is November 27th, Sagittarius. Blood type, the boy rambled energetically. Are you registering for a household or introducing yourself? Naruto thought silently. Please, Mr. Yellow Hedgehog, don't interrupt others. It's quite rude. Lee addressed Naruto seriously. Sasuke, don't hold me back. I'm going to teach this bull-headed kid what manners are. Upon hearing Hedgehog, Naruto's temper flared, and he nearly lunged at Lee, but thankfully, Sasuke restrained him. You all seem quite spirited, a woman's voice called from a distance. Naruto and the others halted their actions, turning in unison to the source of the voice. Approaching them was a striking woman clad in fishnet clothing and a brown leather jacket, her grayish-purple ponytail framing a smile that concealed her intentions. Is she the examiner? What long legs. I'd love to touch them, several candidates whispered with lewd grins. Before they could converse further, several long, dark snakes suddenly wrapped around them, their mouths revealing venomous fangs, causing the candidates to fall to the ground, trembling in fear. Be careful with your words, the examiner smiled at the frightened candidates. If I hear such things again, I'll ensure you can never speak again. How terrifying, Sakura whispered. It's all right. I will protect you, Sakura, Lee promptly assured. Why are you calling her by her nickname? Haruno Sakura shook her head with a hint of resignation and said, I'm afraid you are not my type. I apologize. I could never find myself attracted to someone whose head resembles a pot lid. Naruto, reveling in mischief, laughed derisively. Why not go and get a more attractive head before coming back? He added with a chuckle, I believe my hairstyle is far superior to that of a durian. Don't hold me back. Naruto was almost eager to unleash the Nine-Tails chakra in retaliation. After a round of introductions, the candidates learned that the woman was named Mitarashi Anko, the chief examiner for the second stage of the Chunin exam. The venue for this stage was a place ominously dubbed the Forest of Death. The rules were straightforward. Each team would receive a scroll, divided into heaven and earth. Only by collecting both scrolls and ensuring that all team members could still move would they be able to reach the tower at the center of the forest and thus pass the examination. This stipulation ensured that the exam would not merely be a race, but rather a fierce battle where everyone sought to claim precious treasures. At that moment, the candidates stood attentively in the training grounds of Konoha, listening to Anko elucidate the rules, separated from the Forest of Death by a tall iron barrier. I trust everyone has heard the rules clearly, she declared. If you haven't, consider it your misfortune, as I shan't repeat myself. Oh, and one more thing. Do not open your scrolls until you reach the finish line, or you will face dire consequences. Anko's voice rang out. Now, without further ado, let the exam officially commence. With that, she unlatched the iron barrier, and several Reinin, cloaked in hoods, dashed into the Forest of Death. Team 7, unwilling to lag behind, surged through the barrier. Naruto inadvertently caught a glimpse of Gaara giving him an inverted thumbs up, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Let us establish a code word. If we suspect any of us is impersonated through transformation jutsu, we can verify each other's identities using the code, Sasuke suggested, having spotted a few Reinin approaching them, seemingly intent on attacking. The distribution of the heaven and earth scrolls was arbitrary. They likely remembered that their scrolls were opposites of those obtained by the other team. Hence their aggressive approach. Understood, Naruto and Sakura nodded. In mere moments, they had entered the Forest of Death, where the ambience was predominantly dark, with sporadic beams of light filtering through the leaves to create dappled patterns on the ground. Team 7 maintained a tightly knit formation, their senses heightened as they scanned their surroundings. Naruto, did you drop something? Sakura queried, noticing a glowing object fall from him. No, you must be mistaken, Naruto replied, shaking his head dismissively. Be cautious, they are coming, Sasuke warned, his brow furrowed as he eyed the approaching Reinin. Their intent to seize our scrolls implies that their scrolls are opposites of ours. Naruto chuckled, perfect. I was hoping to steal from them as well. At last, the Reinin were mere steps away from Naruto and his companions. Two of them hurled dark kunai towards Naruto, who signaled Sasuke and Sakura to hide behind a tree trunk. The kunai embedded themselves into the wood. I'll bait them, Sasuke whispered. Wait for the right moment to strike. Hold on, Naruto frowned. There's a sound, as if something is approaching. I hear it too, Sakura nodded. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from the Reinin. Help. What is that? Their cries were abruptly silenced, and Naruto heard the sickening crunch of bones being crushed, accompanied by muffled whimpers as if they were being suffocated by some unseen force. Blood splattered, and Team 7, concealed behind the tree, witnessed crimson droplets splatter at their feet. Such an inexplicable turn of events was nothing short of terrifying. Who are you? A voice emerged from the chaos. Naruto paused, instantly recognizing Gaara's voice. The tone suggested that among the Reinin was a formidable adversary who had evaded his attack, instilling a sense of confusion and surprise within him. I, Gaara of the Sand, do not wish to battle you. My sole target is Uchiha Sasuke. A foreign voice interjected, leaving Sasuke equally astounded. My target is merely Uzumaki Naruto. As long as you do not interfere with my objective, you are free to do as you please, Gaara declared coldly. Little brat, are you upset because the exam has turned against you? Naruto gritted his teeth. Having foreseen a future where he would have the perfect opportunity to seize Sasuke's Sharingan during this second stage of the exam. Sasuke would be incapacitated due to injury. and Sakura would succumb to exhaustion from battle, leaving only himself conscious. Very well, let us not interfere with each other and complete our tasks, one of the Reinin chuckled. Sasuke, you handle Gaara. I'll take care of that Reinin, Naruto proclaimed as he drew a kunai from his pocket. Sakura, provide support when you can. Neither the Reinin, whose strength was evidently not to be underestimated, nor Gaara, the Jinchuriki of the sand, were opponents Sakura could contend with at her current level. Her only recourse was her innate physical prowess. Understood, Sakura replied, grasping Naruto's intent, though reluctant. In unison, Naruto and Sasuke burst forth from behind the tree. Sasuke charged towards Gaara while Naruto sprinted towards the peculiar long-haired Reinin. Summoning Jutsu, the Reinin understood their intentions and swiftly cut his finger, forming a series of hand seals before pressing his hands to the ground. A black, mystical mark appeared on the earth, followed by a loud bang and a puff of white smoke, revealing a massive brown python before Team 7. Naruto formed a cross seal and performed the shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of clones shielding the original as he charged at the Reinin. The brown python emitted a piercing hiss and lunged at Naruto and his clones, ferociously colliding with them, causing them to dissipate into smoke. It then spun around, aiming to bite the original Naruto. Enough of this annoyance. Naruto hurled one of his clones into the python's mouth. Once inside, the clone swiftly gathered chakra in its palm to form a Rasengan, which it then unleashed into the creature's belly. Boom. The tremendous force of the attack reverberated within the python, creating a gaping hole in its abdomen. What a powerful technique. Given the level of destruction, it must be the Rasengan. Could it be that Jiraiya has taken him as a disciple? The Reinin watched in astonishment as Naruto charged towards him, once more forming hand seals. Chapter 18. No need for concealment. Sasuke activated his chakra to enhance his cells, utilizing the body flicker technique multiple times to evade Gaara's sand attacks. The speed of his movement was so rapid that Gaara perceived multiple illusions of Sasuke. While the body flicker technique is fundamentally a basic ninjutsu that nearly all ninja can perform, the extraordinary swiftness Sasuke exhibited was a rarity. Honed through specialized training provided by his cousin, Uchiha Shisui, after a mission in the Land of Waves, Sasuke unleashed a great fireball technique towards Gaara, who quickly summoned a wall of sand to shield himself, effectively nullifying the attack. So fast, he was clearly manipulating sand to attack me just moments ago. How could he still have the energy to divert his focus to defend? Sasuke landed on the ground, leaping once more to evade Gaara's onslaught. No. Standing still and dodging like this was far too disadvantageous for me. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke retrieved a kunai and shuriken bound with silk thread from his pouch, then hurled them towards Gaara. The latter furrowed his brow, coalescing a sand shield before him to block the kunai and shuriken. However, Gaara did not anticipate that another shuriken was concealed behind the kunai, deftly circumventing the sand shield to fly towards his rear. With only 2 hands, there was no way that shuriken could return to him. Just as Gaara's thoughts concluded, Sasuke suddenly tilted his head back. The shuriken that had soared behind him was yanked back, swiftly darting towards the back of Gaara's head. He still had a piece of silk thread in his mouth. Sharingan's windmill triple blade. Clang. In an instant, the sand shield materialized behind Gaara, successfully intercepting the shuriken. The expression on Gaara's face was one of surprise and bewilderment when Sasuke pulled back the shuriken. He appeared utterly unresponsive. How could he summon a sand shield for defense? His sand was entirely automated. Sasuke expelled the silk thread from his mouth, deducing the nature of his opponent's ninjutsu. Unless he could shatter Gaara's sand shield, there was no way to bypass such an automatic defense. The most critical factor was that the Uchiha clan's specialty, fire release, was countered by sand. In the face of this sand shield, the already feeble Great Fireball technique would never breach it. Sasuke clenched his jaw in fists. Enough is enough. My target is not you. Gaara's gaze suddenly shifted to Naruto, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips, as he commanded the sand to surge towards Naruto. A massive wave of yellow sand, imbued with an aura capable of crushing rock, rushed towards him. Witnessing this, Sasuke realized that no matter what ninjutsu he employed against Gaara, it would be futile. That sand shield, capable of automatic defense, was insurmountable. It was absolute protection. At that moment, Naruto was half kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach and gasping for breath, entirely unprepared for the sand approaching from behind. A few moments earlier, the Rain Ninja's right hand suddenly ignited with 5 purple-black flames. Reacting swiftly, he dodged Naruto's kunai attack, then seized Naruto's arm with his left hand, while his right hand struck fiercely at Naruto's abdomen. Several special seals appeared at the site of the Nine-Tails seal on Naruto's stomach, rendering him unable to connect with the Nine-Tails chakra. Sealing technique: 5 elements seal. Cough. Naruto was forcefully knocked back several steps, collapsing onto the ground in disbelief, clutching his abdomen. This guy, his abilities are certainly not those of a mere genin. Naruto sensed something amiss. Ever since acquiring the Book of Dimensions and the soul extraction technique, he had rarely faced setbacks in battle, even in his current state. Deliberately holding back to conceal his full strength, he should not be struggling against a genin like this. A technique capable of sealing the Nine-Tails chakra should at least be of nin rank, if not higher. Who was this person? Cold sweat dripped from Naruto's forehead as he suddenly heard something rushing towards him from behind. He turned sharply, seeing a massive hand of sand reaching out. Its overwhelming force impossible to withstand, especially without the Nine-Tails chakra as his trump card. Though it would reveal his abilities and arouse suspicion, he had no choice. Gritting his teeth, Naruto prepared to use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the location where he had previously placed his kunai, when Sasuke suddenly appeared behind him, intercepting the attack. Naruto's pupils constricted in disbelief, frozen in place. Crack, 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 crack. The sand claw tightened its grip, and Sasuke let out a cry of agony. Every bone in his body emitted a chilling sound, blood spurted from his mouth, and he found himself immobilized, only able to endure the agony of his body being crushed. His Sharingan fading back to black pupils as consciousness waned. "I'm sorry, Ron." Sasuke managed a final whisper before closing his eyes. Looking coldly at Sasuke, Gaara clenched his fists, the sand claw's grip intensifying, distorting Sasuke's body under the pressure. "I am Uchiha Sasuke, a student who graduated from the Ninja Academy in the same class as you. It is a pleasure to meet you." The boy's pure smile seemed to linger before Naruto's eyes as he trembled, gazing at the one who shielded him with his own body. "Why do this? Why aren't you one of those who scorn and insult me? Why must you be different?" Rage surged within Naruto, though he couldn't discern its source, whether it was for himself or for Sasuke. A sinister smile crept across Gaara's face, resembling a child delighting in the slaughter of animals. "Naruto." "Sasuke." Sakura Haruno dashed forward, hurling a kunai at the sand claw. However, the kunai was intercepted mid-flight by the sand, which then surged towards Sakura, crashing her into a tree and knocking her unconscious. "Next will be you, Uzumaki Naruto. You shall pay the price for your actions. Your companions have become this way because of you," Gaara remarked, reveling in the sight of Naruto's comrades perishing before him. The Rain Ninja furrowed his brow, preparing to intervene and prevent Gaara from killing Sasuke, when Naruto rose from the ground. "Enough is enough," Naruto stated darkly, his voice cold. "Gaara." He retrieved 10 Flying Thunder God kunai from his pouch, throwing them in various directions. With one held in his mouth, he extended his right hand, gathering blue chakra in his palm to create a Rasengan. There was nothing left to conceal. Whoosh. Among the kunai he had thrown, one embedded itself in the sand claw. Naruto transformed into a flash, appearing atop the sand claw, delivering a Rasengan that obliterated it. The Rain Ninja watched in astonishment. Flying Thunder God. Rasengan. This is even beyond what his son could achieve, he mused silently, deciding that for now it was best to observe. Naruto formed a cross seal with his hands, creating dozens of shadow clones. The clones enveloped Sasuke and Sakura, swiftly retreating from the battlefield. Unable to bear it any longer, the Rain Ninja watched helplessly as Sasuke escaped his grasp. With a powerful leap, his lower body morphed into a serpentine tail, secreting a slick substance to hasten his pursuit of Naruto's fleeing clones. Swish! A Flying Thunder God kunai struck the Rain Ninja's serpent tail, pinning it down. In the next instant, Naruto appeared above the kunai, his hand crackling with lightning as he slashed downward, the blue lightning dancing wildly, severing the Rain Ninja's serpent tail. The Rain Ninja expelled a long, dark serpent from his mouth, which sped toward Naruto's clones with greater velocity. About 30 seconds, Naruto murmured softly, glancing at the retreating serpent. Just as he picked up a Flying Thunder God kunai, a sand claw descended upon him. Boom! The sand claw missed its target as Gaara furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, a kunai flew in from the side, and Naruto's figure materialized in front of him, in the span of 2 breaths. He had executed 2 swift movements. Naruto clenched a flying thunder god kunai between his teeth, while a spiraling sphere materialized in his hand. This particular sphere appeared distinct from the usual, as it shimmered with deep blue ice crystals within. An ice-release crystal spiral. With a resounding bang, Naruto propelled the icy orb forcefully towards Gaara. True to his expectations, Gaara was momentarily caught off guard, and the sand surged forth to form a vast sand shield. Absorbing the impact of the ice crystal spiral, the explosion erupted, leaving only a thin veneer of protection on the shield. As Gaara prepared to retaliate, several ice shards erupted from the remnants of the shattered spiral, breaching the sand shield's defenses and striking him in the abdomen. Without pausing his assault, Naruto delivered a kick to Gaara's face, sending him crashing to the ground, skidding for a distance. Coughing blood, Gaara glared at Naruto in disbelief, unable to fathom how he had been so thoroughly bested without even employing his tailed beast chakra. The arriving Kankuro and Temari were filled with a mix of rage and astonishment at the unfolding scene. 3 against 1, just 24 seconds remaining. Naruto's gaze was imbued with a feral intensity as he swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing the hidden mist technique as Gaara regained his footing. Mist enveloped the battlefield, obscuring visibility. Although Naruto lacked the auditory sensing skills of the previous Mizuki, he had memorized the locations of all the kunai he had thrown, utilizing them for rapid teleportation attacks. With more than 10 strikes, he could discern the movements and positions of the 3 sand ninjas. Kankuro gritted his teeth, controlling his puppet, Crow, and the capture puppet, Black Ant, as they vigilantly scanned the thick fog. Golden flashes flickered within the mist, nearly impossible to track with the naked eye, let alone in these conditions. After 3 rapid teleportations, a flying thunder god kunai was accurately launched towards Kankuro, who instructed Black Ant to ensnare the kunai within its body, preventing Naruto from using it to teleport in front of him. Suddenly, Black Ant exploded from within, scattering wooden fragments everywhere, sending the kunai flying. As it spun in midair and landed on the ground, Kankuro noticed a white thread attached to the kunai's tail and realized it had been rigged with an explosive tag. With a buzz, Naruto, wielding a spiraling sphere, flashed in front of Kankuro and struck him with a powerful blow, the explosive force obliterating Kankuro's internal organs and slamming him against a tree trunk. A sickening crack echoed as several of Kankuro's ribs shattered, piercing his lungs and making it difficult for him to breathe. Even White, who had withstood a spiraling attack, had no chance of survival, and for the merely 14-year-old Kankuro, living through this was even more improbable, if not entirely impossible. Kankuro, Temari cried out in fury, raising her massive 3-star fan and unleashing a tempest that swept towards Naruto while dispersing the mist. Although her abilities countered the hidden mist technique, Naruto's rapid attacks with the flying thunder god left Kankuro unable to anticipate her support, and he was struck directly by the spiraling sphere. Naruto spat out the flying thunder god kunai from his mouth, then swiftly evaded the tempest, sending the kunai mid-flight towards Gaara while brandishing a second kunai in his right hand, teleporting directly before Gaara. Enraged, Gaara summoned sand to form 3 massive claws from the ground, attempting to seize Naruto. In response, Naruto hurled the kunai behind him, narrowly avoiding the claws. A self-activating sand shield emerged, and this time, Naruto refrained from launching any attacks. Instead, he stepped onto the shield and leaped into the air as Gaara clasped his hands together, directing 2 sand claws towards Naruto. A cold smile crept across Naruto's lips. Temari watched the airborne Naruto closely. Should he attempt to teleport using the kunai, she would counter with her wind release, Gale Palm to deflect it. The kunai appeared, yet it was positioned before her. She gasped, realizing that it was a shadow clone of Naruto that had previously placed the kunai. His leap into the air had been a ruse to divert her attention. Golden light flashed in front of her, and as Temari raised her fan to defend, Naruto eschewed the spiraling sphere in favor of a specialized lightning cutter. With a crackling blast, Naruto's right hand cleaved through the 3-star fan, and fortunately, Temari discarded the fan and retreated a few steps. Otherwise, the lightning cutter would have struck her head directly. "You bastard, I swear I will chop you to pieces today." Gaara's fury stemmed not from the injuries inflicted upon Temari and Kankuro, but from the humiliation of being toyed with like a mere plaything. He could not tolerate being outmatched. Suddenly, a torrent of sand erupted from the gourd on Gaara's back, enveloping half of his body and solidifying into the form of a tailed beast. His youthful, still developing arm transformed into a massive, terrifying claw, and his eyes, imbued with the beast's power, shifted to a menacing black and yellow, presenting a fearsome visage. Has this creature lost its mind? Naruto raised an eyebrow, quickly calculating the time. There are 11 seconds left. I have no desire to continue this fight. You are simply not worthy, Gaara. Your teammates are incapacitated, which means you have failed to meet the exam's requirements. Temari rushed to Kankuro. Checking his pulse and discovering that he was nearly lifeless, his breathing shallow and labored. This is hopeless. With such injuries, he is surely dead. Without a medical ninja, he cannot possibly survive this forest. Temari embraced Kankuro, weeping in despair. Exams. Requirements? What do they matter to me? I only wish to eliminate you. Gaara, invigorated by the beast's power coursing through him, shouted excitedly, "Come on. Let us continue this fight. I am stronger than ever." 8 seconds. Naruto shook his head, responding, "Even I cannot defeat you in 8 seconds without the Nine-Tails chakra to assist me. However, I have no need to vanquish you. We shall meet again." With that, Naruto transformed into a flash of light and vanished from sight. Gaara surveyed his surroundings, realizing that none of the kunai placements indicated where Naruto had landed. He was left in ignorance of Naruto's whereabouts. Meanwhile, a long serpent finally caught up to Naruto's clone. Spitting out a human figure, the rain ninja previously decapitated by the lightning cutter. The great serpent substitute technique. The rain ninja smirked as his neck elongated, head stretching towards Sasuke, who was being held aloft by Naruto's clone. As Naruto's clones prepared to retaliate, a golden light suddenly appeared above the rain ninja. Naruto materialized above, delivering a powerful spiraling sphere that slammed into the rain ninja's back, driving him forcefully into the ground, even causing his extended head to collapse under the impact. Flying Thunder God technique. How could there be a kunai here? The rain ninja spat forth another long serpent, but this time, there was no Gaara to impede Naruto. He stood before the long serpent, performing hand seals and summoning a colossal ice wall behind him. Ice release. Ice rock fortress. The long serpent transformed into a rain ninja, gritting his teeth as he gazed at Naruto, inquiring, "What have you truly experienced?" The Rasengan was one thing, but the Flying Thunder God technique had long been lost following your father's demise. Surely, that fellow cannot have risen from the grave to teach you ninjutsu? It seems you indeed possess some knowledge. Naruto formed hand seals, summoning dozens of shadow clones as he declared, "Then I shall capture you and pry open your mouth for some answers." This was truly no laughing matter. From the rain ninja's sleeves, dozens of brown serpents surged forth, darting swiftly towards Naruto. He charged at the rain ninja alongside his clones. Given that most of the kunai were still with Gaara and he only had the one on hand, it was of little concern. For Naruto had already inscribed a Flying Thunder God seal on the rain ninja during the moment he severed the serpent's tail with his lightning cutter. The serpents managed to slay many of Naruto's shadow clones, yet his original form remained unscathed. He formed hand seals and unleashed a massive fire dragon. A fire release technique far more potent than the Great Fireball, its might overwhelming. The serpents released by the rain ninja were charred to a crisp by the fire dragon. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. The rain ninja evaded the fire dragon swiftly, but before he could execute a second technique, Naruto transformed into a flash and appeared before him, his right hand charged with fierce blue lightning, striking accurately at the rain ninja's head. With a sickening sound, the rain ninja's head was pierced by the lightning cutter, blood and brain matter splattering forth. It was evident that there was no room for mercy. Even a fleeting opportunity for this man posed a threat, and thus he had to be eliminated. Naruto retracted his hand, shaking off the blood, silently reflecting on the necessity of his actions. Just as Naruto turned to depart, a small white serpent slithered from the rain ninja's sleeve, hastily escaping the scene in a state of utter disarray. Naruto's clones led Sakura and Sasuke into a hollow tree, and shortly after, Naruto arrived at the tree hollow himself. Dispelling the shadow clones, he finally comprehended the circumstances surrounding the prophecy within the Book of Dimensions. Both were in a state of unconsciousness, leaving him as the sole one awake. Naruto retrieved a kunai from his pack and approached Sasuke, furrowing his brow as he gazed upon his comatose face, his right hand trembling slightly. If he could not summon the resolve to act, how could he ever hope to destroy Konoha? He shook his head vigorously, gritting his teeth as he plunged the kunai down. The weapon struck the tree wall beside Sasuke, and Naruto leaned closer to him, who remained in a deep slumber. "Why won't you awaken? If only you would, you could see the friend you risked your life to save plotting to kill you while you lie unconscious." then you would be filled with rage, resentment towards me, hurling insults, and loathing me. In that case, I could justify ending your life. Naruto clenched the kunai tightly, feeling as though he might shatter his own teeth. He had to admit that he could not bring himself to harm this individual. Relinquishing his grip, the kunai clattered to the ground. As if responding to Naruto's inner turmoil, Sasuke slowly opened his eyes, weakly asking, "Are you okay? What about Sakura?" "She is fine. We escaped," Naruto replied, his face darkened with concern. "But tell me, why did you shield me from Gar's attack? Did you not realize it could cost you your life?" "Of course I did," Sasuke replied, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "But watching you die is far worse than my own demise. I noticed you long ago, a solitary figure on the swings at the park, so quiet. Such a person could never destroy the village. One day, my brother told me to greet you. And that was the day you first met me. Even if the entire village sees you as a monster, I will always consider you a friend." Sasuke chuckled lightly. "Perhaps I am being overly sentimental, but I feel like I am your only irreplaceable friend. I don't know why, but from the moment I first saw you, it felt like we had known each other for ages. Why do you apologize?" Sasuke expressed regret. "It is my failure to restrain Gaara that put you in such danger. I am sorry." Naruto remained silent, his expression a tumult of emotions as he regarded Sasuke, before rising to his feet and heading towards the exit of the tree hollow. "Naruto, where are you going?" Sasuke queried, eager to rise but unable to do so due to the pain coursing through him. "I am going to fetch some medicine for you." After speaking, Naruto exited the tree hollow, summoning 10 shadow clones to guard the entrance. He removed his Konoha forehead protector, placing it into his pocket. "Without your eyes, I can still obliterate Konoha." Naruto clenched his fists, departing from the vicinity of the tree hollow. "Just a few years. That is all it will take. If I can distance myself from you for a while, time will surely dull this inexplicable bond of friendship. The next time we meet, I will undoubtedly end your life." Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 20. The conclusion of the second exam within the Death Forest. A group of Konoha candidates merrily raced towards the tall tower. "To think we would obtain the Heaven Scroll so effortlessly. If we can pass the third phase of the CH Nin exams, we shall become CH Nin," exclaimed a boy with a slicked-back hairstyle, excitement evident in his voice. "Once I become a CH Nin, I can take on higher-level missions and earn greater rewards to improve my family's living conditions. Our old earthen stove is on the verge of breaking down, and my sister was terrified last time that the food cooked in it might be poisonous." "Do not let your guard down before reaching the finish line," interjected a girl clad in a light purple short robe, her eyes displaying a unique black-red hue, indicative of the Sharingan. She keenly surveyed their surroundings. "Bozo, have you noticed anything unusual?" "None, at least not within 100 meters ahead." The boy referred to as Bozo, possessing striking white eyes as a member of the Hyuga clan, utilized his Byakugan, a powerful bloodline limit that allowed him to see through objects and directly observe the chakra points of enemies, an incredibly potent ability, particularly for reconnaissance. "Wait, there is someone," Bozo exclaimed loudly, prompting the slick-haired boy and the purple-robed girl to halt, anxiously gazing in the direction he indicated. "Behind that tree. How fortuitous that you all have gathered here. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out." With a casual air, Naruto, having altered his appearance with the transformation technique, strolled leisurely from behind the tree. After swallowing a chakra fruit, he looked at the trio and declared, "If you have anything to say, now is the time. Though you cannot hear me, you may never have the chance again." "Is there an ambush?" the girl in purple asked Bozo. "Only him alone," came the response. "Humph. Just one of you dares to intercept an entire squad? You clearly underestimate the might of Konoha ninjas." The slick-haired boy pointed at Naruto, shouting, "My team comprises both Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas. If you're afraid, I recommend you flee while you still can." "What a pity. I was in a generous mood to hear what you had to say," Naruto sighed, shaking his head. The girl in purple swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball towards Naruto, while Bozo charged at him using the 8 trigram style. The slick-haired boy tightened his grip on his kunai and followed suit. Ice release, secret technique, ice crystal mirror. Naruto formed hand seals and vanished from sight, leaving both the fireball and his attackers momentarily disoriented. Multiple ice mirrors materialized around the three, encapsulating them within, while Naruto's form reflected in each mirror, leaving the trio at a loss for where to direct their attacks. The boy with slicked back hair suddenly felt a warmth and itchiness on his back. As he scratched, he discovered his hands were stained with blood. Ah! He screamed in terror, But the next moment, he could no longer make a sound as a sharp ice spear pierced his mouth, blood gushing forth. He staggered backward, his eyes wide open, collapsing onto the ground. While several more ice needles shot forth from the ice mirror, his body perforated like a sieve. The speed was so swift he could not react at all. The girl in the purple robe trembled, gazing at the overwhelming ice mirror, and with a thud, she fell to her knees, crying out, "I will give you the scroll. All the scrolls. Spare me." The sight of such a lovely girl in such a humble posture pleading for mercy was truly hard to refuse. Naruto spoke from the ice mirror. "I would very much like to let you go, but there are two of you, and only one can leave." The girl in the purple robe paused, looking at her companion Hinata Boss, who gazed back at her in surprise, both their eyes flickering with a strange light. Could you perhaps be a little more lenient?" The girl in the purple robe averted her gaze, addressing Naruto. "He and I are very good friends." Before she could finish her sentence, Boz delivered a soft punch to her abdomen, gritting his teeth, his eyes wide as saucers. In the midst of her astonished gaze, he unleashed 24 strikes, sealing her chakra points and sending her flying into the ice mirror. "Ha ha, good friends, huh? Ha ha." Naruto laughed mockingly, rolling on the ground as if he had encountered the most amusing sight in the world. "I'm sorry. Since I am your friend, let your good friend live," Boss shouted, drawing a kunai from his pocket and swinging it toward the girl's head. The girl in the purple robe stared in disbelief as she collapsed onto the ground. "See, can I leave now? If not, I can help you kill more people. I can bring more people here." Hinata Boz discarded the kunai, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head, pleading, "Please spare me. I don't want to die. My ninja career has just begun. Oh dear, how pitiful." Naruto released the ice mirror and approached Hinata Boss, placing his hand on his head, smiling. "You put on quite a show, Mr. Hinata Boss." Blue lightning coalesced, and Boz's smile froze in place. He tried to break free from Naruto, but it was too late. Naruto struck his crown with a lightning blade. "How could you trust such a mysterious person so easily? It seems your ninja career has been in vain. Perhaps you should return and start anew." Naruto sneered. Inside the tree hollow, Haruno Sakura had regained her composure. She, alongside Naruto's shadow clone, had concocted a special medicine from herbs found in the Forest of Death. Though it could not mend Sasuke's grievously broken bones, it could alleviate his pain, ensuring he would not suffer so intensely. When Naruto returned, he forcefully stuffed the pills he had scavenged from the fallen ninjas into Sasuke's mouth, mumbling, "This will invigorate your blood and dispel stagnation, while it won't fix your bones. It may keep your life intact until we reach the Konoha hospital." "Naruto, your eye." Sakura observed Naruto's left eye tightly shut, concern etched on her face. "It was just a minor injury from a few ninjas, nothing serious," Naruto replied, shaking his head. "More importantly, I obtained the Heaven and Earth Scrolls. As long as we reach the tower, our mission will be accomplished." "But Sasuke can no longer move," Sakura pointed out. "It's fine. I can still move," Sasuke insisted, shaking his head resolutely. "Take me with you to the tower." "All right, there's no point in lingering here," Naruto nodded, allowing his shadow clone to carry Sasuke. And together with Sakura, they departed the tree hollow, making their way towards the tower. "Sakura," Naruto said, handing her the Heaven and Earth Scrolls, "keep these safe." "Okay," Sakura replied, carefully grasping the scrolls. Naruto formed hand seals, generating dozens of shadow clones, then tossed all the scrolls from his bag into the air. The clones each grabbed a scroll, continuing to run behind Naruto. "What are you doing? By the way, why do you have so many scrolls?" Sakura asked, surprised. "Just a little scavenging," Naruto replied vaguely. "You'll find out soon enough what I plan to do with them." Naruto ordered the shadow clones to form a large square formation, with one row holding the Heaven Scrolls and another the Earth Scrolls. The three members of Team 7 soon spotted the entrance to the tower. At that moment, Naruto commanded the shadow clones to halt while he lifted both Sasuke and Sakura and charged towards the tower. "Wow, why don't you let me carry him?" Sakura was taken aback, realizing she envied a man for the first time. "Those are Konoha ninjas, and one is injured." Several candidates, spotting Naruto and the others, exclaimed excitedly, "If we take their scrolls, we can advance." "Captain, look. It seems each of those shadow clones is holding a scroll," one candidate remarked. "Indeed," the captain said, suddenly recalling something, shouting, "Be careful. Close your eyes." But it was too late. He was a step behind. 3 shadow clones holding the Earth Scrolls opened them, revealing a mysterious script. The moment the candidates saw it, their minds dulled as if under the influence of a sedative, and they collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Nirvana technique. This was an illusion technique. Those ensnared by it would be forced into a deep sleep, awakening only when the exam concluded, thereby disqualifying them. This was why Mitarashi Anko had emphasized that one should not open the scrolls without having both the Heaven and Earth scrolls. Naruto exploited this, creating shadow clones with the scrolls before the tower. Anyone approaching would trigger the scrolls, lulling them into slumber, while many would lose their chance to compete. It effectively ensured his safe arrival at the tower without ambush. Before long, the candidates ensnared by Naruto's shadow clones piled up, looking quite pitiful. Ultimately, Team 7 reached the tower, where several groups had already gathered. A man with short white hair tied in a small braid and two ninjas from the Sound Village glanced at Naruto and his companions. Then a mysterious smile graced his lips. Naruto instructed Sakura to open the Heaven and Earth scrolls. She nodded and opened both scrolls simultaneously. The scripts on the scrolls merged, forming a summoning technique, which called forth a middle-ranking ninja teacher they found somewhat unfamiliar. Congratulations on passing the second exam of the CH Nin selection. Please follow me to meet the proctor. The teacher smiled at them. He led the trio into a spacious arena, where the third Hokage, Proctor Anko, as well as Kakashi Hatake, Mike Guy, and Asuma Sarutobi awaited them. You've passed the assessment. Kakashi beamed at the trio, offering an encouraging smile. Well done. I'm proud of you. Time's up for the exam, Anko announced, glancing at the clock. The third Hokage nodded, surveying the lined-up candidates, and declared, Now, I announce that all candidates present are. Wait a moment. A candidate, wrapped entirely in bandages and named Toss, pointed towards Sasuke, who was being supported by Naruto, and exclaimed, He is clearly unable to move. How can he be considered to have passed? Logically, their entire team should be disqualified. Or is it that they are Konoha ninjas, and thus wish to shield him? Chapter 21, Rebellion. The rogue ninja Naruto, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Naruto's eyes. Indeed, he could not move. They should expel the entire team. Are the Konoha examiners really going to protect their own ninjas? Toss ignited the fuse, and the atmosphere in the arena became lively, with every onlooker casting expectant glances at the trio from Team 7. Sakura, having never encountered such a concerted assault, instinctively stepped back, feeling a twinge of fear. Sasuke, gritting his teeth and drenched in cold sweat, was overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. Naruto, accustomed to being the target of such collective scrutiny, silently observed the crowd without uttering a word. Red Bean, feeling conflicted, ultimately sighed in resignation and stated, According to the exam rules, only teams with all members capable of action and in possession of both scrolls can pass. However, Uchiha Sasuke from Team 7, I can move. Sasuke shouted, breaking free from Naruto's support. He planted his foot firmly on the ground, and the sound of bones grinding echoed through the arena. All eyes widened in astonishment at the defiant youth, whose body was on the brink of collapse, sustained only by sheer will. I cannot hold them back. With this thought, Sasuke stepped forward, approaching Toss, and weakly uttered, Are you satisfied now? Fine. I concede you are formidable. Toss nodded, swallowing hard in response. Naruto stepped up, allowing a shadow clone to support Sasuke before delivering a punch to Toss' face, eliciting gasps from the crowd. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Toss exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Bring it on. Let's see if I can twist your bones apart inch by inch today. Naruto growled, seizing Toss by the collar and whispering fiercely, wrapped up like a mummy. Do you think you have any face left to show? Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, You two possess such energy. Save it for the third exam. I shall now announce the list of candidates who have passed. Naruto snorted, releasing Toss' collar and turning towards Sakura and the others. Announce what? What is there to announce? The great doors of the tower were flung open, and Gaara dragged several ninja corpses, tossing them before all the candidates and examiners. Hand over Naruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, frowned disapprovingly at Gaara's actions. He had intended to initiate his plan for the destruction of Konoha during the third exam, but it seemed the timeline would need to be accelerated. He gestured to a man with white hair and braids, who nodded in understanding. Sand Ninja Gaara, the time for the second exam has expired. Candidates who have not passed are barred from entering the final tower. Red Bean shouted, Please leave. Candidates, I need you worthless fools to test me. Gaara scoffed. Naruto, what has happened to your friend? Did his bones break? It is truly astonishing that he is still alive. I have said it before, if you want to fight, I will gladly oblige. Naruto handed Sasuke over to Sakura and approached Gaara. Hiruzen-sensei, Kakashi whispered to Sarutobi, "What should we do?" "Let's assess the situation first," Sarutobi replied, narrowing his eyes. "I not only want to kill you, but I also want to destroy your village." Gaara roared as his sand gourd shattered, releasing a staggering amount of sand that surged upward, breaking through the tower's ceiling. The sand swirled around Gaara, who laughed maniacally before coalescing into a massive tanuki form, its size enough to shatter the tower, prompting all present to gaze upward in awe. The enormous tail of the tanuki swayed, its orange star-shaped eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Complete transformation. One tail, Shikaku. You want to destroy the village? Do as you wish, Naruto silently mused. Sasuke, if you seek to gain power swiftly, come to the Valley of the End and find me, Orochimaru whispered enticingly as he passed by Sasuke, biting his finger and forming seals to inscribe a black summoning seal upon the ground. The tailed beast went berserk. Panic erupted among the candidates as they scattered. Just as Might Guy and others prepared to confront Shikaku, a colossal purple-black serpent emerged from the ground, swallowing several candidates whole. Its terrifying gaze fixated on Sarutobi. Atop the serpent stood a long-haired man with a purple talisman tied around his waist, exuding an ominous and chilling aura. His name was Orochimaru, a powerful ninja of the legendary Sannin, notorious for his formidable skills, previously part of the Akatsuki, and a former pupil of Sarutobi. What do you need me for this time? I refuse to work unless there are at least 100 living beings involved. The serpent hissed in human speech. When have I ever owed you? Orochimaru retorted. Long time no see, Hiruzen-sensei, he added with a hint of sarcasm. You even know to call me sensei. Sarutobi removed his cloak, gazing at Orochimaru with a steely expression. What are you scheming now? I have come merely to see my old teacher, and, while I am here, to destroy your beloved Konoha, Orochimaru replied with a grin. This way, I can claim Konoha's ninjutsu legacy. As long as I stand here, you shall have no opportunity to wreak havoc. Sarutobi declared sternly. Kakashi, you are responsible for evacuating the students and restraining that tailed beast. I will handle my pupil myself. Understood. Kakashi nodded, preparing to act when a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God appeared before him. Is this the Flying Thunder God? Kakashi exclaimed in surprise, but quickly dodged the kunai, forming hand seals to cast the Earth-style wall, effectively blocking Naruto's Rasengan upon his arrival. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke were left speechless. Merely contemplating the destruction of Konoha is a delightful thought. If you intend to obstruct my plans, then we shall be enemies, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto revealed his previously closed left eye, while his right eye transformed, both no longer retaining their original azure hue. His right eye had become the three-tomo Sharingan, and his left a pure white pupil, Sharingan and Byakugan. He has acquired both ocular techniques. Continuing to lurk within Konoha held no promise of gain. With Gaara's tailed beast rampaging, he seized this opportunity to inflict a devastating blow to Konoha before departing. Naruto, you, Kakashi gazed at this student, whom he had not known for long but had grown fond of, filled with shock. Naruto drew a kunai and made a deep cut across his forehead protector, smirking as he declared, from this moment onward, I, Naruto Uzumaki, am a rogue ninja of Konoha. A figure appeared behind Naruto, fingers coalescing chakra before striking his back, undoing the 5-element seal that had previously sealed the Nine Tails power. He chuckled softly. Then we can temporarily consider ourselves friends on the same side. As long as you do not lay a hand on Sasuke. Naruto recognized Orochimaru as the Rain Ninja from the Forest of Death. Certainly. Orochimaru chuckled. What do you intend to do? I will lead Shikaku to the center of Konoha. Naruto nodded in response. You just need to hold off the third Hokage. Very well. Let us collaborate pleasantly. A cold smile crept across Orochimaru's lips as he strode directly toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, swiftly forming hand seals. No more hesitation, Kakashi. Engage in battle with Guy and the others. The third Hokage shouted, witnessing the candidates falling to Shikaku's rampage. Manda, restrain those teachers. Every additional one you stop counts. Orochimaru commanded. With a huff, Manda, the massive purple-black serpent, surged toward Kakashi and his companions. Kakashi instructed Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi to remain and defend against Manda while he engaged the now-defector Naruto Uzumaki, aiming to prevent him from leading Shikaku to the village's heart and wreaking havoc on Konoha. Do you truly feel no nostalgia for this village? Kakashi concentrated his chakra into Raikiri, gazing at Naruto, who, despite being merely 13, emanated a dangerous aura, more perilous than when he faced Zabuza. Nostalgia? Is it for the children who assaulted me in the name of games, or for the adults who kept their children away from me? Or perhaps for the boss who sold me expired food at double the price? Those ruffians who stole my livelihood? Those ninjas of Konoha who prevented me from reporting the injustices to the Hokage? Naruto sneered. I've learned one thing throughout these years. The prejudices in people's hearts are insurmountable mountains, unmovable and inexhaustible. People respect you only because you provide them with benefits or calamities. How strange it is that I must appease you to earn your respect. Such a place deserves destruction. Red chakra from the nine tails enveloped him, and he felt the monstrous fox within him laughing, an unending stream of chakra flooding into his body, manifesting as a chakra cloak resembling a fox that adorned him like a garment. One-tail cloak. Go on, create chaos, Naruto Uzumaki. This is the form you were meant to embody. The nine tails chortled. As for power, I shall grant you as much as you desire, as long as you can withstand it. Chapter 22. The Collapse of Konoha, Part 1. Do you intend to intercept me alone? It appears I've been underestimated, Mr. Kakashi Hatake. Naruto deliberately omitted the word teacher and glanced at Shikaku, who remained oblivious to his presence, taunting. Is it merely because of that Sharingan? Konoha is the land that your father and my teacher safeguarded with their lives, and I cannot allow you to destroy it, Kakashi declared firmly, removing his forehead protector to reveal his resolve. Will you not feel any guilt for shamelessly trampling on this land soaked in the blood of my parents? Naruto retorted with a sneer. You know the truth, don't you, Kakashi Hatake, about my being the son of Minato Namikaze? Has either you or the esteemed Third Hokage ever delivered me a measure of justice? What do you expect? For a monster you despise to protect Konoha and save it? Naruto formed hand seals with one hand and proclaimed, time to wake from this beautiful dream. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, gritting his teeth and shaking his head vigorously. His right hand crackled with lightning as he lunged at Naruto, who simply waved his hand, conjuring a massive ice wall that blocked Kakashi's Raikiri, producing an unpleasant grinding noise as it struck the ice, lacking Naruto's chakra to bolster his attack. Kakashi's Raikiri merely carved a small hole into the wall without breaking it. He quickly formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball, which combined with wind release. Great breakthrough. The wind fanned the flames, amplifying the fireball's power as it melted the ice wall. However, before he could take further action, a crimson fox paw emerged from the melted ice, seizing Kakashi's neck and pinning him against the wall. Is this the extent of your power? Naruto's right hand exerted pressure, the chakra claw tightening its grip as Kakashi struggled like a drowning man. Just then, a green figure appeared in Naruto's line of sight. Might Guy leapt up and delivered a powerful kick to the chakra claw, shattering its grip. Prelude to power. Guy caught Kakashi, whispering, how are you holding up? I can still fight, Kakashi gasped, his face contorted as he gazed at Naruto. Don't run off, you green bowl cut. Mando whipped its massive tail toward Guy, who leapt high into the air with Kakashi to evade the strike. Bang! Naruto formed a cross seal with both hands, summoning thousands of shadow clones, each cloaked in the one-tail form, their expressions fierce as they glared at the Konoha ninjas. Have fun with them, Naruto commanded before darting toward Shikaku. It seems Konoha is not as sunny as I had imagined. Orochimaru's voice dripped with sarcasm as he formed seals, inscribing a black sigil on the ground, summoning Jutsu, impure world reincarnation. Meanwhile, Sakura Haruno struggled to escape with Sasuke, overwhelmed by the throngs of fleeing candidates. The crush of bodies left her fatigued, and she questioned if she were trapped in a nightmarish dream, wishing to awaken and find that the calamity had vanished and Naruto had not turned rogue. Get off me! A candidate shoved Sakura to the ground, causing her and Sasuke to tumble. The candidate stomped over her, prompting others to follow suit in a desperate bid for survival. Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry to die? Naruto pierced the candidate who had pushed Sakura with a chakra claw, then extended his chakra fox tail like a blade, spinning on the spot and unleashing a scarlet arc that cleaved through those nearby. Naruto. Sakura staggered to her feet, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure who had slashed her forehead protector. You really. Take Sasuke away, but do not bring him back to Konoha for now. Naruto frowned and replied softly, I will ensure he has a complete hospital. Roar. Shikaku charged toward Naruto, who turned to face it, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Utilizing the body flicker technique, He guided Shikaku toward the center of Konoha. Kakashi and the others attempted to intervene, but were entangled by the thousands of shadow clones, each capable of wielding Nine-Tails chakra and even utilizing Sharingan and Byakugan abilities. One clone's strength rivaled that of a Nin. Has he truly become like this? Sasuke gazed in disbelief at Naruto's receding figure, whispering. He yearned to stop him, to intervene, but felt powerless. Naruto had effortlessly overpowered Kakashi-sensei, leaving him to ponder what he could possibly do. If you seek power, come find me at the Valley of the End. He recalled Orochimaru's words, swallowing hard. I never expected you would resort to such actions. Hiruzen Sarutobi shed his Hokage robe, revealing his combat-ready black armor. He formed hand seals and summoned the unique creature of the Sarutobi clan, Imma. Let all come to an end here, Orochimaru. You are the sin I have personally nurtured, and it is I who shall intimately understand it. Sarutobi Hiruzen bellowed. Casting his gaze upon the two coffins rising from the earth, a resolute expression etched upon his aged visage. The immense figure of Shikaku trampled the trees of the forest of death, charging forth like a bull drawn to a red cloth, following Naruto as they burst from the forest and raced toward the Hokage's office. Naruto maintained a safe distance from Shikaku using the body flicker technique and Flying Thunder God. But upon entering the streets of Konoha, Shikaku unleashed a barrage of wind projectiles, striking its belly and expelling powerful gusts, effectively sealing Naruto's escape routes. Naruto calculated swiftly. The wind projectiles would disrupt his teleportation trajectory. With a sudden extension of his chakra claws, he secured a grip on the edge of a distant building and pulled himself away just in time to narrowly evade the onslaught. The wind projectiles detonated upon impact with the ground, obliterating structures in Konoha. Children playing in the streets had no chance to react before being turned to mere flesh. Debris soaring into the air before descending like a meteor shower upon the unsuspecting civilians. Son, wait for me, Daddy will be right there. The father's words faltered as Shikaku's foot crushed his head, annihilating him and his child in an instant. Mommy, where are you? The blind girl, no longer feeling her mother's hand, panicked as she groped around, ultimately finding her mother's hand on the ground. Mom, is that you? Why are you silent? Why do you feel so light? Her mother's body, save for that hand, had been reduced to a bloody pulp beneath the rubble. The wind projectiles ignited gas canisters in the kitchens, engulfing the entire block in flames and explosions. Those who had just moments ago gathered for a family photo were consumed by the fierce inferno, their last image now a haunting reminder of their existence. Under Naruto's guidance, Shikaku wreaked havoc upon Konoha, leaving the remaining ninjas utterly powerless to stop such a terrifying beast. The villagers could only kneel in despair, calling out the names of their lost loved ones, before succumbing to the nightmarish scene around them. This was precisely what Naruto had desired. He directed Shikaku to demolish the Hokage's office, subsequently pinning the bodies of the guarding Chunin to the Hokage Rock with kunai. Standing upon the visage of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he hurled a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique towards the face of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shikaku launched another wind projectile toward Naruto's position, but he adeptly dodged using the Flying Thunder God, landing atop Hiruzen's face. The powerful wind projectile obliterated Minato's visage, letting out a ghastly screech before angrily spitting another projectile at Naruto. Naruto sent a kunai toward the second Hokage's face. Thus, he orchestrated the complete destruction of the fourth Hokage's visage, leaving only the bloodied bodies of four Chunin hanging from Hokage Rock. Enough. A figure dashed toward Shikaku, swiftly launching several kunai imbued with fire techniques towards its eyes. Shikaku, taken completely by surprise due to the speed of the assailant's body flicker technique, was struck directly in the eyes, causing a fiery explosion that enveloped it in crimson smoke. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Shikaku let out a horrific roar, covering its eyes as Gaara within it began to stir violently. Naruto observed intently as the newcomer, bearing the rare dango nose of the Uchiha clan, donned a dark high-necked short-sleeved shirt and triangular armor, his legs wrapped in bandages, and a small sword strapped to his back. He was none other than the legendary Uchiha Shisui, hailed as the strongest Uchiha ninja. Shisui furrowed his brow, addressing Naruto Uzumaki. Did you bring it here? Indeed. It's quite spectacular, isn't it? Just like the Nine-Tails invasion, this village has plunged into a hellish nightmare once more. Naruto exclaimed with excitement, arms wide open as if embracing something. Are you here to halt this revelry? I shall safeguard the peace of this era. A greenish chakra enveloped Shisui, forming a massive armored figure resembling a human, complete with angelic wings and wielding a spiraling sword. The sound of its blade whistling through the air was formidable. Shisui did not attack Naruto. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Shikaku. Susanoo, the mightiest technique of the Uchiha clan. Even Naruto felt a shiver of awe at the towering, powerful figure, a smile of excitement curling at the corners of his mouth. He was eager to discover what form of Susanoo he could wield once his Sharingan evolved into the Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 23. The Collapse of Konoha, Part 2, Sakura Haruno. Accompanied by Sasuke, arrived at the ravaged forest of death. Gently placing Sasuke beneath the last standing tree, she gazed at him with concern. Sasuke, stay here and do not move. I will gather some herbs. No need for that. Take me to the Valley of the End, Sasuke insisted, shaking his head, mustering the strength to raise his body. No one can stop Naruto but me. I must bring him back. Absolutely not. Sakura firmly rejected, in your current state. You are no match for Naruto. Moreover, even if you were uninjured, you would stand no chance against him. You would die? The sight of his condition was more distressing to her than death itself. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke gripped the bark of the tree, slowly rising to his feet. No. Sakura bit her lip, pulling several strands of wire from Sasuke's pocket and binding him to the tree. You will stay here. You cannot go anywhere. Naruto, he's gone rogue. Give up. Sasuke struggled momentarily, only to find the quality of the wire superior, rendering him unable to break free. I'm off to gather herbs. Wait for me. Sakura said softly, noticing Sasuke had temporarily settled down before turning to leave. Once she was out of sight, Sasuke began to fidget again. He bit through the strands and collapsed to the ground, crawling forward with his hands, moving slowly yet determinedly like a caterpillar toward the Valley of the End. I must pull him from the depths of darkness, he thought resolutely. Before long, Sakura returned with the herbs. Sasuke, I'm back. She paused, staring at the empty space beneath the tree and the severed strands, her expression shifting to one of despair as she knelt helplessly on the ground. The herbs spilling from her hands. Covering her face, she wept softly. Why is this happening? Both you and Naruto, why are you so stubborn? Is there no one who cares about my feelings? This is alarming. If a real fight breaks out, it will be terrifying. Naruto marveled at Shisui's Susanoo as he battled Shikaku, exclaiming in awe while surveying his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching. He swiftly departed the scene, using the Flying Thunder God Kunai. Having achieved his goal of bringing destruction to Konoha, he understood he should not linger any longer. Naruto first retrieved the Book of Dimensions before making his way south, gazing upon the once thriving Konoha, now resembling a hellscape. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet it was not enough. His vision of obliterating Konoha extended beyond merely demolishing a few buildings. He sought to dismantle its very foundations and eradicate the roots of Konoha within the shinobi world. However, these matters may still be unachievable at present. Just dealing with the returning Uchiha Shisui is more than enough for oneself to handle, let alone confronting Uchiha Itachi if he were to return and unleash his Susanoo upon me. Naruto dashed out of the gates of Konoha, traversing through a dense forest. As he emerged from the verdant embrace of the trees, he halted in his tracks and regarded the four-sound ninja standing before him. He inquired, "Did Orochimaru send you? You are Uzumaki, Naruto. You should leave quickly. We are not targeting you." One of them, named Jirbi, assessed Naruto and shook his head. "Not me? Then your target must be Sasuke," Naruto retorted, retrieving a kunai from his pouch and hurling it fiercely towards the four, declaring, "How fortunate for you to be my first adversaries since defecting from the village. You should feel honored to face me." Time passed, and Sasuke widened his eyes in disbelief as he beheld the inferno engulfing Konoha. Clenching his fists, he struggled to fathom the devastation. Susanoo, Sword of Flames. Shisui's Susanoo retreated slightly, and then the spiraling sword erupted with brilliant flames. Shisui infused the spiraling sword with fire release, while the sword itself unleashed wind release, fanning the flames as it thrust viciously towards Shikaku. Shikaku let out a deafening roar, and Gaara within summoned powerful ninjutsu. Countless grains of sand coalesced into a massive tanuki-like shield resembling Shikaku. The enormous form, with a bulging belly, served as a protective barrier, successfully withstanding Shisui's fiery assault. Shikaku's shield, the sand, being a natural counter to fire, mitigated any substantial damage from the strike. Once more, The spiraling sword radiated light, shooting forth thousands of chakra-infused projectiles that riddled Shikaku's shield, ultimately shattering it. For Susanoo, overcoming defenses that do not counter its own techniques is not a daunting task. Sasuke observed as Shursui effortlessly dismantled Shikaku, forcing Gaara to relinquish his bijou transformation. Shursui then caught the unconscious Gaara in the palm of Susanoo and gently placed him on the ground. As the form of Susanoo dissipated, Shursui noticed Sasuke and instantly utilized body flicker technique to appear before him, asking, "Sasuke, where do you intend to go? With your injuries? It would be unwise to wander aimlessly. I must go to retrieve Naruto." Sasuke gritted his teeth and whispered, "I will accept any sacrifice for that." Shursui regarded Sasuke silently, observing the resolve in his eyes, and sighed. "You truly remind me of your brother. You appear calm, but are stubborn to a fault. Hurry along, for once Itachi returns, you won't be able to escape. This is your life. You must decide what to do." At the Valley of the End, Naruto let out a sharp scream, collapsing to the ground in agony. A head-like formation emerged from his back, which then developed into a torso and limbs, ultimately separating from him as Naruto succumbed to unconsciousness, akin to a woman in labor. "Naruto-kun, Naruto-kun? Are you asleep?" A girl's voice called, and Naruto slowly opened his eyes, only to find a golden-haired girl with twin ponytails leaning closely, her curious blue eyes sparkling. "Who are you?" Naruto gasped, taken aback. I wanted to ask you the same," the girl frowned, and it was then that Naruto realized their resemblance. "Are you the second personality that emerged after I absorbed the bloodline limit of the Uchiha? Why are you a girl?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, finally grasping the situation. "Is being a girl a problem?" She lifted her chest, proclaiming, "See? It's soft. Wait, you must still have a male essence within you." Naruto rubbed his forehead, contemplating. "Never mind. Your personality is irrelevant. You should possess abilities akin to mine. I will share some of my Nine-Tails chakra with you, and you will assist me in gathering all the Uzumaki clan members to form our own organization. Of course, you may also include others you trust. From now on, your name shall be Uzumaki Naruto." "Wow, I have a name." Naruto chuckled joyfully. "But what if people ask about our relationship? Just say I'm your brother. Have you ever met a 13-year-old father?" Naruto tapped her head, instructing, "Just say I'm your brother. Also, use transformation jutsu to create a proper outfit. Entering the village like this will make you a target for troublemakers." "What kind of person is a troublemaker?" "Anyone who wishes to date you is a troublemaker. Just take them out." "I understand." Naruto nodded, her eyes gleaming. After discussing further arrangements, Naruto donned a large coat created through transformation jutsu and left, somewhat absent-mindedly. "Can I truly entrust this to her?" Naruto pondered silently. He stood between the stone statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End, gazing across the flowing waterfall that seemed to herald impending events. A figure emerged from the forest, clad in a deep blue cloak adorned with a red and white fan emblem. Most striking was the black three-tomo mark around his neck, exuding an aura of malevolence. "Sasuke-kun, I leave the next steps to you." Orochimaru stood behind Sasuke, smiling at Naruto. "I never anticipated you would eliminate all 4 of my subordinates at once." "Orochimaru, you previously stated you would not act against Sasuke, did you not?" Naruto's eyes glinted with hostility. "You still bear my flying thunder god mark." "I have not harmed Sasuke-kun. He sought me out to obtain power. I did not foresee his talents being this formidable." Orochimaru chuckled. "How shall we resolve this?" "Uzumaki Naruto." Sasuke stepped forward, extending his hand with a strained smile. "Come back with me, Naruto." "I cannot turn back now. You know that well." Naruto clenched his fists, a crimson chakra aura enveloping him. "Do not obstruct me. If you insist on leaving, I shall break your limbs and bring you back." A brilliant light erupted from Sasuke as the black three-tomo curse mark spread across his body, hardening his skin to a dark gray and forming a black star mark on his face, granting him enormous wings. Second stage of the heavenly curse mark. Chapter 24. The final battle at the Valley of the End. Orochimaru wore a sinister smile before vanishing from sight. "Sasuke, do you know?" Naruto had amassed a cloak of chakra, gazing at Sasuke as he softly stated, "A true ninja can sense each other's intentions during battle. My intention is simple. In the days to come, I wish for the 3 of us to undertake missions together, sharing meals while discussing our training." Sasuke closed his eyes, and, when he opened them again, they shone with the power of the three-tomo Sharingan. "It is impossible now." All of that was merely a guise I prepared to seize the Sharingan and be a Kugan. Naruto stepped forward and growled, "Come on, Sasuke. Let us settle this here." A cacophony erupted from Sasuke's right hand as he gathered the black Chidori, its sound resonating throughout the valley of the end. He leapt into the air with his wings and charged towards Naruto. Wailing Chidori. Naruto swiftly sidestepped, evading the attack, and landed on the water's surface, stabilizing himself by infusing chakra into his feet. He extended his chakra claws and swept towards Sasuke. Sasuke soared upwards, spinning to unleash the great fireball technique, while Naruto formed a hand seal, conjuring a water wall to block the attack. As the fireball vanished, Sasuke dashed towards him, throwing a punch. Naruto leaned back to evade the blow, using his chakra-infused foxtail to grip the wall and pull himself forward. Sasuke formed hand seals and unleashed the Phoenix Fire technique. Reacting quickly, Naruto climbed the wall as if walking on flat ground, hurling several flames behind him. Sasuke retrieved 3 shuriken from his pouch, infusing them with fire-release chakra before launching them at Naruto. Fire release, Phoenix Flower. The speed of the fire shuriken surpassed that of the Phoenix Fire, and Naruto found himself unable to evade, resorting to using ice release to create an ice wall for defense. He was reluctant to employ the Flying Thunder God technique, especially in front of Sasuke, as it would remind him of his father who had abandoned him, making him feel as if he were relying on that power to fight. Naruto swiftly descended to the water's surface, forming a cross seal to create over 100 shadow clones that charged at Sasuke. Observing the overwhelming number of clones surrounding him, Sasuke took a deep breath and gathered Chidori in his hands, placing it into the water to allow lightning to spread widely, annihilating all the shadow clones. Naruto realized that after unlocking the 3 Tomo, Sasuke's strength and level had ascended several tiers, making him a formidable ninja capable of contending with his one-tail form. As for how he could perform Chidori, Naruto mused that with Sasuke's character, it was not impossible for him to secretly seek Kakashi's guidance and train diligently. Naruto, I understand your hatred for the village. I know the injustice you have faced. At the very least, I will stand by your side. Sasuke shouted, "Come back with me. No one will dare to look at you with disdain anymore." Stand by your side? Let me ask you a simple question, Naruto replied with a cold smirk. If you had to choose between the village and me, who would you choose? Sasuke clenched his teeth, unable to respond. The village held his beloved family, his gentle and reliable brother, his strong and caring cousin, kind parents, and a community filled with dreams and hopes, all gathered together discussing their futures. He suddenly recalled Naruto, who, while playing with his brother in tree climbing, struggled to find fruits while risking the poisonous mushrooms to forage. When he joyfully conversed with his parents about ninjutsu training, Naruto sat alone in a pitch-black room, staring blankly at the ceiling. While he shared dreams with his clan, Naruto consumed instant noodles and drank expired milk, enduring the scorn and disdain of the villagers, dreaming of the day they would realize their mistakes and apologize to him. If a single word could encapsulate Naruto's childhood, it would be loneliness. Was Naruto's life tragic? Indeed, but he did not broadcast his suffering. Instead, he etched that pain into his heart, transforming into the vengeful figure standing before him now. I wish to bear this pain for you. Sasuke shook his head and replied, You don't have to shoulder this alone. Sasuke, you spoke the truth. You are indeed my only friend. Naruto concentrated a Rasengan in his palm and softly stated, You are my soul bond in Konoha. If I sever you, my vengeance shall face no obstacles henceforth. Do you truly seek revenge? What will you gain after it? Sasuke formed Chidori in his hands, conflicted. Come back. It's not too late. My revenge is not for gain, but to annihilate something. It's strange, isn't it? We are polar opposites, yet have become friends. Naruto murmured, but that is all there is to it. You cannot truly understand me without having lived my life. Let us conclude our fates here. The Rasengan in Naruto's hand suddenly turned crimson, infused with Nine-Tails chakra, amplifying its destructive power. The strength of the One Tail surged around him, creating ripples as he stepped onto the water's surface. Crimson Rasengan. Sasuke's Chidori also transformed into a brilliant black as he crouched and surged towards Naruto across the water. Naruto. Sasuke. The Rasengan and Chidori collided violently, an overwhelming amount of chakra spilling forth, their techniques unleashing a force that sent water soaring into the air, resembling walls of water encircling them. They stood in silence, the valley of the end echoing only the sound of their clash. Where do you intend to go? Sasuke gritted his teeth, increasing the chakra within Chidori. To where I must go, and you shall vanish from here. Naruto also gritted his teeth, continuing to channel chakra into his Rasengan. In a contest of chakra, Sasuke could never match Naruto, and ultimately, Naruto's crimson Rasengan broke through the wailing Chidori, dispersing the black chakra like clouds parting. As Naruto's Rasengan surged forward, just as it was about to strike Sasuke's head, he clicked his tongue, dissipating the Rasengan and swiftly turning to kick Sasuke, sending him crashing into the wall, creating a large dent. Cough. Sasuke spat blood, gazing weakly at Naruto. Do not continue this path as a ninja. As long as you do not obstruct me, I will ensure your safety. Naruto landed on the water's surface, swinging his chakra-infused foxtail at Sasuke, swiftly severing his left hand. Blood gushed from the wound as Sasuke cried out in pain, bitterly looking at Naruto. It's futile. I will come for you again until I bring you back. Do as you wish. Naruto frowned, canceling his one-tail cloak. In that moment, the sky opened up and rain began to fall, silver droplets splashing onto the water, creating a rhythmic patter. Naruto walked away from the Valley of the End step by step, while Sasuke remained ensconced in the wall, watching Naruto's retreating figure, wearily closing his eyes. The battle had concluded. Uchiha Shisui successfully controlled the rampaging one-tail Jinchuriki Gaara using Susanoo, while the third Hokage heroically sacrificed himself to protect the candidates, falling to Orochimaru's hands with the first and second Hokages. Regrettably, he could not prevent Orochimaru from seeking Sasuke. Asuma, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Might Guy successfully repelled the myriad snakes and Naruto's shadow clones. The news of Naruto's defection spread the next day, reaching Konoha and the larger shinobi world, leading to widespread panic as the entire ninja realm learned that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had fled the village and become a rogue ninja. Uchiha Itachi spotted Sasuke at the Valley of the End and took him home for treatment and recovery. After discussions with the acting Hokage, Danzo Shimura, they resolved to use the genes of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to reconstruct Sasuke's arm. Naruto vanished from the scene, leaving the Hidden Leaf village without his presence. The Nine-Tails had escaped, instilling even greater fear among the villagers, who were uncertain when Naruto Uzumaki might return to wreak havoc once more. They dreaded that his next visit could very well result in the complete destruction of their village. The Hokage-less Hidden Leaf was now teetering on the brink of collapse, resembling a leafless tree in winter. In search of a suitable candidate for the Hokage position, Sakura Haruno volunteered to accompany Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, to find Tsunade Senju, the other Sannin. This war, rather than concluding, seemed to be merely the beginning. The tale of Naruto and Sasuke was far from over. While our protagonist quietly treaded along the path of fate that had already been set in motion. The first volume, the chapter of the collapse of the leaf, concludes. Years later, a youth donning a straw hat stepped into the rain village, perpetually drenched in rain, its overall ambience leaning towards the somber. Yet, the liveliness of the village rivaled that of any other shinobi settlement. Even without clear skies, the villagers maintained cheerful spirits, bustling through the streets with calls and lively sounds, creating an atmosphere brimming with delight. It's been a while since I last returned here, and nothing seems to have changed, the youth mused as he lifted his hat, revealing the Leaf Village forehead protector marked by a scar. Chapter 25, Akatsuki meeting. Young man, do you have an affinity for this book? The shopkeeper greeted the newcomer enthusiastically. This is a work by the renowned novelist, Jiraiya. Not only is he a masterful writer, but he is also a formidable ninja. He was one of the legendary Sannin during the Third Shinobi World War. Before the shopkeeper could finish, the customer chuckled and replied, "The protagonist of this book has quite an interesting name, one that is remarkably similar to mine. Then it must be fate, since this book resonates with you. How about I offer you a discount?" The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together with a broad smile. "No need, I prefer to pay the full price." "A discount might diminish this serendipitous connection," the customer said, retrieving a sum of coins from his pocket to hand to the proprietor. As he clutched the book The Will of Fire, he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his garment. "Sir, please have mercy. I haven't eaten in 3 days." A ragged beggar knelt on the ground, holding out a bowl for coins, gazing at the customer with pleading eyes. The customer regarded the beggar thoughtfully, then bent down and, in the beggar's hopeful gaze, seized a handful of coins from the bowl before turning to leave. "Hey, what do you mean by that? Not only do you refuse to give me money, but you also rob me." The beggar, filled with rage, stood up and pointed angrily at the customer, demanding the return of his coins. The customer turned, raised an eyebrow, and tossed a bill towards the beggar, saying, "Here, pick it up yourself. That's my money." The beggar shouted in fury. The customer continued forward, seemingly unfazed. "If that's how it is, you shall not blame me." The beggar, in a fit of rage, smashed his bowl to the ground and drew a gleaming short knife from his waist, threatening, "Return my money, or I will stab you." The customer remained indifferent. "How dare you look down on me?" The beggar charged at the customer, knife in hand. Just as the blade was about to strike, the customer reached behind his cloak to draw the concealed Kusanagi sword, his azure eyes glinting with intent to kill. Paratrooper 1, Ah-Fei, has landed safely. A figure descended from the sky, crashing onto the beggar's back and pinning him to the ground. The beggar's head struck the hard earth, causing him to lose consciousness. The customer sheathed his sword and continued onward in silence. "Did I step on something? It feels so soft." A man with black hair and an orange vortex mask scratched his head, then looked down to see the beggar beneath his feet. He gasped and hurriedly apologized, bowing profusely. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see you there. Naruto, wait for me." With that, Ah-Fei rushed after the individual named Naruto, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I am still your senior. Why is your attitude so cold? It's quite unfair." "Indeed, my apologies, all right." Naruto removed his straw hat, revealing a striking face with distinctive features. His azure eyes, though bright, showed a slightly darker hue in the left eye compared to the right, reflecting a more mature appearance than in his youth, tinged with a hint of charm. He shed his raincoat to reveal a large Akatsuki robe adorned with red clouds and wore a white jade ring inscribed with the character for vermilion on his ring finger. His stature had grown taller, but his taste in clothing remained unchanged, still favoring a netted undershirt. "What kind of tone is that? It's as if you are dismissing your senior." Ah-Fei circled around Naruto, complaining loudly. "Why should you look down on your predecessor? I sentence you to treat me to 4 delight dumplings after the meeting." All right, food it is," Naruto replied, somewhat exasperated. He had been partnered with this ninja named Ah-Fei for several months, tasked by the Akatsuki organization's financial officer, Kukazu, to hunt down high-ranking ninjas for funding, though it still fell short of household expenses. According to Hayden, who would rise at midnight for a relief break, it was Conan who had pilfered Kakuzu's treasury. Yet, Hayden dared not speak plainly, and thus confided only in Ah-Fei, the two finding a certain camaraderie. "Really? That's wonderful. You are indeed my best junior," Ah-Fei exclaimed as he embraced Naruto with glee. "Seriously, you two don't have any peculiar preferences, do you?" "How disgusting," another voice interjected as they walked, revealing Hayden and Kakuzu, both clad in Akatsuki robes. Kakuzu clutched a suitcase, which typically held a fortune in cash, while Hayden wore a look of disbelief at the sight of Naruto and Ah-Fei. "You're just envious of my excellent junior. Envious of my 4 delight dumplings." Ah-Fei pointed at Hayden in annoyance. "I don't even like 4 delight dumplings," Hayden retorted, raising an eyebrow. "Hurry up, our leader is still waiting for us." "Indeed. You all must move faster," a smug voice echoed from above, prompting everyone to look up at the sky. A young man with a yellow ponytail, accompanied by a beautiful youth with red hair, soared overhead atop a white bird-like creature. "Deidara, you aren't even walking, are you? How infuriating. That's cheating," Ah-Fei shouted, jumping up and down in frustration. "Such is the power of art. Envy it, ha 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 ha." The youth named Deidara laughed heartily. "That's hardly art," the red-haired youth remarked quietly. "It's merely a fleeting thrill, akin to satisfying a biological urge. Do you believe I would kick you down? Even if you did, I could bring you down with me." There are hardly any normal individuals in the Akatsuki. This narrative captures Naruto's genuine sentiments during his several months with the Akatsuki organization. Aside from the leader, Pain, and the rather composed and dependable man known as Kisame Hoshigaki, the others exhibit peculiar quirks to varying degrees, particularly the character named Hayden. Without incapacitating him, the Akatsuki would hardly find a moment's respite. As for the sole female member, Conan presents herself as an aloof and enigmatic beauty, yet one fateful day, Naruto inadvertently witnessed her displaying a rather infatuated smile while engrossed in a romance novel. He also discovered a hidden bookshelf brimming with an array of provocative literature, including not just conventional works, but also those of a more risque nature, alongside a detonating tag that, if triggered, would surely cause grievous injury. Fortunately, Naruto's quick reflexes spared him from Conan's wrath, which could have led to dire consequences. Hey, Kakuzu, have we gathered enough funds this time? Will we be able to indulge in a lavish feast of 4 happiness meatballs next? Haiden, feeling ignored as Naruto and Kakuzu were preoccupied with their journey, approached Kakuzu out of sheer boredom. Feast? My coffers have been pilfered by someone, Kakuzu grumbled through clenched teeth. Ah, I see. If I tell you, will you treat me to that feast? Haiden was about to speak when Naruto swiftly intervened, covering Haiden's mouth and offering Kakuzu an apologetic smile, saying, "Forgive the child's naivete." Ha ha ha. Subsequently, under Kakuzu's skeptical gaze, Naruto pulled Haiden away. The group traversed through a jungle of towering steel pipes before arriving at a ninja tool shop. From a distance, they spotted Konan, who hastily set down her romance novel upon noticing them. After clearing her throat, she donned a cold demeanor and silently fiddled with the kunai in her hands, discreetly pushing a stack of books beneath the counter with her long, elegant legs. "Sister Konan, we're back," Haiden exclaimed as he bounded into the shop like an exuberant rabbit. "Where's the boss?" "In the back room," Konan replied, lifting her head before standing up, her voice devoid of warmth. "I will escort you." "What about Kisame and Zetsu?" Haiden inquired. "Kisame has arrived already. As for Zetsu, he may still be on his way," she stated while unlocking a hidden passage in the shop's wall. "Deidara and Sasori are here as well." "They're cheating," Haiden huffed. "What do you mean?" Konan asked, slightly puzzled. "Sister, don't pay him any mind, or we might never hear the end of it," Naruto interjected, placing a hand on Haiden's shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of menace. "So, are we still having 4 happiness meatballs for dinner tonight?" Haiden understood the implication. After a brief pause, he nodded in compliance. Indeed, it seemed that only Naruto had the ability to keep him in check, Kakuzu mused silently. They descended through the secret passage into a dimly lit basement, where flickering blue flames illuminated the walls from several torches. A grotesque bronze statue of a bull-nosed demon loomed over the northern wall, its fierce visage exuding an unsettling aura, its fiery eyes appearing as if they might ignite at any moment. A man with short orange hair, adorned with small iron rods in his ears and nose, turned to face the entering group. His onion ring-like eyes betrayed no emotion, resembling a lifeless puppet, yet an overwhelming sense of dread emanated from him, as if an invisible pressure surrounded him. This was Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. "It appears everyone is present," Kisame announced, leaping down from a massive iron pillar to address the group. "Wait, Zetsu isn't here yet, right?" Deidara scratched his chin, adding, "That guy is a professional at being late." "Zetsu will not participate in this meeting. He is still gathering intelligence," Pain clarified, looking at the assembled members. "Today's agenda concerns our plan for capturing the tailed beasts. We have nearly completed the first 2 steps. It is time to proceed to the third." The 3-step plan of the Akatsuki included 1. Collecting funds, amassing every possible resource to prepare for future endeavors. 2. Establishing a mercenary organization to instigate various wars, monopolizing war resources. 3. Capturing the 9-tailed beasts to forge formidable weapons. As for the 9-tails Jinchuriki, Pain promised to extract the beast from Naruto after capturing the previous 8, assuring that Naruto would not perish, for they would capture a puppet master named Chiyo from Sunagakure to resurrect him using the reanimation jutsu. Whether Chiyo would willingly revive Naruto was inconsequential to the Akatsuki, for they possessed methods to ensure her compliance. "Hey, if we've gathered enough funds, does that mean we can have a feast of 4 happiness meatballs?" Haiden exclaimed excitedly, oblivious to the atmosphere. "You may partake in a 2 happiness meatball feast," Kakuzu grumbled. "Where's that? Don't you have 2 meatballs on you?" The group erupted into laughter, prompting Pain to clear his throat, restoring order before speaking. "We will divide into 4 teams. Kakuzu and Haiden, you will go to Kumobikure to capture the 2-tails Jinchuriki. You 2, J-Go and Deidara, will venture to Konohagakure to apprehend Ino Yamanaka. Shouldn't Naruto go to Konoha? He is most familiar with that place." Deidara raised an eyebrow. "Moreover, he has been yearning to wreak havoc there," Haiden chimed in. "Naruto cannot go. There are concerns that must be addressed," Pain stated, shaking his head. "Are you implying that I would show leniency towards Konoha?" Naruto frowned. "You would not spare Konoha, but you might hesitate where Sasuke Uchiha is concerned," Pain replied softly. "Zetsu's investigation seems thorough. Did he unearth all my secrets?" "This is merely a precaution against potential betrayal within our ranks. According to Zetsu's intelligence, your reasons for rebellion are quite compelling," Pain continued, shaking his head. "If there are no objections, We shall proceed to the next group. Hayden and Kisame. You will go to Sunagakure to capture the One-Tails and Chio. What? Why must I team up with Hayden? Kisame's face contorted in disdain. Why must I be paired with this pale-skinned, shark-like individual for a mission? He is indeed a shark. And now I have 2 targets. How exhausting. What if he gets hungry at night and devours me? Just like those meatballs. Crunch, crunch. Hayden protested vehemently. The One-Tails Jinchuriki. Gaara has long been imprisoned. He has likely lost his combat prowess. They are currently seeking a replacement, so attacking now would face minimal resistance. Which is why I am assigning you both to capture these 2. Your task is, in fact, the easiest, Pain explained. But executing a mission with this guy won't be easy. Kisame and Hayden pointed at each other, voicing their discontent. That will suffice. This is also an excellent opportunity for the 2 of you to refine your teamwork, Pain remarked with a hint of resignation. The remaining team will consist of... Naruto glanced at Konan, who met his gaze with a frosty look. Yes, it is you and Konan. You will travel to Kirigakure to capture the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata. Pain affirmed, nodding. Though this is your first time teaming up, both of you possess considerable strength, so ensure you work well together. Understood, Konan replied obediently. Yes, Naruto mumbled, scratching his face. After addressing various commonplace matters, Kisame proceeded to organize the tools, while Konan continued to manage the shop. Hayden had wandered off to amuse himself, and Kakuzu was busy with financial calculations. Scorpion and Deidara were engaged in their usual artistic disputes. As for Naruto and Tobi, as soon as the meeting concluded, Naruto was forcibly dragged to the specialty shop of 4 Joy Meatballs by Tobi. Whose book is this? Konan noticed a book titled The Will of Perseverance lying on the floor, seemingly dropped at some point. She furrowed her brow, picked it up, and flipped through a few pages, discovering that the protagonist's name was Naruto. It must belong to that guy. Konan formed a hand seal to summon a paper clone, instructing it to help manage the shop while she left the ninja tool store. Inside the 4 Joy Meatball specialty shop, Naruto and Tobi sat at a horizontal table, eagerly awaiting their order. Boss, make sure to add extra sweet sauce. If it's not sweet, I want tea pay. Tobi exclaimed excitedly like a child. Of course. I guarantee it will be sweet enough to delight our guests. The owner confidently declared from the kitchen. Aren't you afraid of getting cavities? Naruto asked, resting his chin on his hand. If I were worried about cavities, what would be the point of enjoying 4 Joy Meatballs? Tobi retorted, sitting beside Naruto with conviction. I don't have much money on me. You're lying. I saw you sell the clothes and equipment from those ninjas you defeated using shadow clones last time. You must have money. I gave it all to Kakuzu. That guy has a keen nose for money. Noticing Tobi's somewhat dejected demeanor, Naruto chuckled. But I can definitely treat you to a few more skewers of 4 Joy Meatballs, so don't worry. You truly are the best junior. Tobi exclaimed joyfully. He suddenly glanced around, leaned closer to Naruto, and whispered, Do you feel any pressure partnering with Konan-senpai? Yes, indeed, a great deal of pressure. I'm afraid if I accidentally see something, she might kill me to keep me quiet, Naruto replied, his mouth twitching. Oh, come on. Konan-senpai is actually very gentle. She'll definitely leave you in one piece. Tobi said, giving a thumbs up. How kind of her. By the way, Junior, have you ever had a crush on a girl? Tobi inquired, his curiosity piqued. No, no one likes me, and I don't like anyone either. Naruto shook his head softly. I've hardly met any women apart from my enemies. Oh, that is so sad. How about I take you to a fun place? Maybe not. You know, I just turned 18 today, Naruto chuckled. I'll wait until I'm an adult to do bad things. You're quite honest. So, what kind of girl do you like? You can include categories, personality, and appearance. Tobi pressed on eagerly. I suppose she should have a good figure. I am quite fond of legs, Naruto mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As for personality, a fiery temperament would be nice. Actually, gentle is also fine. Alright. I admit I just like beautiful women. As long as they're pretty, I can overlook their personality. How lewd. Tobi exclaimed. What about you, Tobi-senpai? Have you ever liked a girl? Oh, I have. Tobi's voice suddenly turned somber, unable to see the expression behind the swirling mask. Naruto could only hear the melancholy in Tobi's tone as he slowly said, The girl I liked was very cute, a bit strict but gentle. She once told me she would watch over me, and at that moment, I truly felt she was an angel. And then? Naruto asked, intrigued. Then? She was killed by my best friend right in front of me, Tobi replied, falling silent. Naruto and Tobi sat together, listening to the sound of raindrops pattering against the eaves outside, crisp and clear, like a melody. Your four joy meatballs are here, the owner announced, bringing several plates of meatballs to the table. Secret sweet sauce, guaranteed to satisfy. Naruto nodded and handed the owner some coins. Wow, this is so delicious. Although I wanted to say it's not sweet at all and leave right away, this is so good I can't tell a lie. Are these meatballs enchanted? Toby exclaimed, eagerly shoving a skewer of meatballs into the eye hole of his mask, and with a twist of space and time, the meatballs disappeared into his stomach. No matter how many times I see it, the way Toby eats meatballs is quite terrifying, Naruto remarked. Perhaps it's because he has so much pain inside that he loves sweets so much. Hey, Junior, let me tell you, Konan-senpai actually has a fantastic figure. Especially her legs. I can guarantee you, among all the women I've seen, none compare to her legs. It's just that her figure is hidden under that big robe. Toby continued to prattle on about women. Naruto took a deep breath, attempting various gestures to signal Toby to stop, but he remained oblivious, continuing to extol Konan's figure. And her backside. Last time I saw Konan-senpai bend down to pick something up, it was simply magnificent. She'll definitely be a perfect wife in the future. Maybe this time you'll have the chance to. To what, Toby? A voice laced with menace came from behind. Toby paused, gasping, finally noticing Naruto's frantic gestures. I want to finish these meatballs before I die, Toby said seriously. Let us consider it a last meal, Konan-senpai, please allow it. Konan raised an eyebrow and sharply tapped Toby's head with the book in her hand. You're quite the silver-tongued one, aren't you? I came here to return this book. Naruto, is this yours? Naruto was taken aback for a moment, nodded, and accepted the book, replying, Thank you, Konan-senpai. Don't throw books around in the future. For a writer, such an act is a grave insult, Konan admonished. Moreover, it's a waste of paper. So remember it well. Chapter 27. The Cathead Pirates. The next day, the members of the Akatsuki organization set out. Naruto and Konan also embarked on their journey to the village hidden in the mist, taking a boat, one at the bow and the other at the stern. Konan gazed vacantly at the sky, while Naruto busied himself with the book The Will of Perseverance. I say, Naruto, do you enjoy reading? After some time, even someone like Konan began to feel a bit bored and softly asked Naruto. I can't say I love it or hate it. I usually don't have time to read, Naruto replied, looking up. If that talking guy counts as a book, then I quite enjoy reading. He thought to himself. Is that so? Konan nodded, pondering his words. The fog thickened, and Naruto heard a sound nearby, noticing the boatman abruptly stop rowing. What's wrong? Naruto asked curiously. There are pirates. The boatman gulped, pointing toward a cannon ship charging toward them, its sail adorned with a gigantic cat head flag fluttering in the wind, creating a rustling sound. In the mist, the heavily armed ship appeared like a monstrous beast prowling the sea. Pirates? When did this place have pirates? Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. Wasn't it said that the bridge was built and the people were living in peace? If everyone has crossed the bridge, why are there still pirates? Have you been here before? Konan inquired. I have an acquaintance here, Naruto answered. The bridge was blown to pieces long ago. The pirates, who typically masquerade as merchants, reveal their true nature at the densest moments of fog in mist-hidden village, transforming into notorious brigands, trafficking all manner of goods. The boatman gritted his teeth and whispered, We, the boatmen, are also coerced by them. If we fail to bring guests to the mist, they will destroy our boats. There's no escaping now, esteemed guests. I can only row you forward. Very well, I wish to see just how many have been ensnared this time. Naruto smirked coldly. Shounen nodded in agreement. The vessel gradually approached, and two heavily armed ships anchored beside theirs. Several sailors peered over the side, and then turned to the captain, shouting, Captain, it's a passenger ship. One man and one woman. A burly man with a thick beard stepped to the ship's edge and called out to Naruto and his companion, Hoist them aboard. Hey, are you trying to steal my business, big guy? Another man with a sharp face shouted from the other ship, though we're part of the same crew. My profits have dwindled this week. Didn't you previously seize an oil transport? You made a fortune and now you're competing with me. Take the next one. Take the next one. The bearded captain laughed, instructing his sailors to throw down ropes. He then turned to Naruto and Xiaonan with a seemingly benevolent smile. Come aboard. Esteemed guests, especially you, dear lady, dressed so warmly. Are you hoping the brothers might help you shed a few layers? Ha! The sailors erupted into laughter. Esteemed guests. I'm powerless in this situation. The boatman trembled, bowing to the two. If you can pay, please do so quickly. A larger ship would be preferable. Naruto handed the fare to the boatman, then removed his rain cloak, revealing his Akatsuki robe. Xiaonan also stood, shedding her weatherproof garb, her gaze cold as she fixed it upon the burly captain. The laughter abruptly ceased. "See, Captain, it's the fire cloud robe," one sailor finally realized, pointing at Naruto and Xiaonan, his voice trembling with fear. The boatman stood shocked, never expecting to carry two infamous rogue ninjas aboard his vessel. "I'm not blind. Pull up the ropes quickly," the captain bellowed, and his crew scrambled to comply, but it was already too late. Naruto's right hand tightened around the rope. "What are you waiting for? Cut it." The captain, not lacking in awareness, understood the caliber of the Akatsuki rogues. Even with his entire crew, they stood no chance against a single rogue ninja. "It seems you truly have no idea what you're dealing with." Naruto's chakra flared a vivid red, a mocking smile gracing his lips as three crimson fox tails burst forth from behind him. His eyes transformed into slitted, fox-like pupils. "Let me demonstrate what true power is." With a fierce tug, Naruto unleashed his immense strength, pulling the enormous cannon ship, equivalent to two houses, overturning it as if it were a mere toy. From a distance, it resembled a whale breaching the surface, the ship capsizing and plunging into the depths, creating a wall of waves. Xiaonan conjured a paper wall, deceptively thin, yet possessing a defensive strength surpassing steel, effortlessly blocking even the mightiest of waves. Naruto discarded the severed rope, listening to the cries for help echoing from beneath the waves. Soon, a few sailors, proficient swimmers, emerged from the water, desperately attempting to swim away, their former arrogance evaporated. "How pitiful," Naruto remarked, forming hand seals and placing his palms upon the water's surface. "Allow me to assist you in finding a more comfortable demise." Cold energy emanated from his palms, freezing the water, expanding rapidly until the entire surface became solid ice, even ensnaring the sharp-faced captain's vessel, rendering it immobile. Those still floundering in the water became encased in ice, losing their body heat and consciousness in the extreme cold. "Ice release, great ice field technique. Not a single one shall escape," Xiaonan murmured. "I warned you upon joining the Akatsuki that I am a villain, a pure villain," Naruto chuckled, turning to address the sailors and the captain. "I do not exist to save anyone, but to bring about destruction. My misdeeds require no justification. You may consider me inherently inclined toward malevolence, and you lot above, do not even think about breaking the ice." Naruto smiled, adding, "It will result in your demise." Aboard the Cathead Pirate's fifth ship, Naruto finally comprehended the situation. "So you've bribed the people of the Land of Waves, taken control in their stead, blown up bridges, plundered the populace, and trafficked illicit substances, only for the merchants to profit, and then, upon your retirement, sanitize your image as defenders of the nation? That is one way to interpret it, Lord Naruto. We were mistaken. We will cease such activities." The sharp-faced captain knelt, bowing fervently. "Your repentance means little to me. Do you think I will forgive you simply for wanting to be a good person?" Naruto kicked the captain in the face, exclaiming, "I seek only wealth, understand?" "Yes, I understand. I will bring you all the money from these past few months." The captain replied with a desperate smile. "Months? No, I want years. All of it." The captain hesitated, lowering his gaze. "But my crew needs to eat." "A ship? You still desire a ship?" Naruto scoffed, rising. "I am not as wicked as to rob and pillage for mere sport. I seek grander schemes. If my opponent hesitates, I shall remind them that life is worth more than mere coin. Money without life is worthless. Life without money is trivial." The captain trembled, clutching Naruto's leg and weeping. "Please, grant us a chance to live. Although we are villains, we are not entirely devoid of humanity. To be a villain without the backbone of one, or a good man without conviction, it is pointless for such as you to exist." Naruto kicked the captain away, sending him sprawling across the deck, crashing against the cabin, blood spilling from his mouth. "You are unworthy of such a title. You are but a dog. How dare you?" The captain, eyes ablaze with fury, realized his last hope was extinguished. He pulled a flare gun from his pocket and fired it into the sky. The signal flared brightly, bursting into a dazzling display of fireworks even through the thick fog. "We have 30 ships in total. Prepare for your demise." "Ha! Even if you are an Akatsuki member, you cannot contend with such a fleet." The captain pointed a trembling finger at Naruto, laughing maniacally. "Oh, have you not yet discerned who I am?" Naruto raised his forehead protector, stating, "I am Uzumaki Naruto of the Hidden Leaf. Does that ring a bell? The Nine Tails fox." The captain stood in stunned silence, regret washing over him. Hastily, he withdrew a pistol from his pocket, intending to end his own life, but Naruto swiftly kicked it into the sea. Then, using a summoning technique, he called forth several sharks from the depths. The sharks obediently floated on the surface, eagerly awaiting their meal. Had you not fired that signal flare, I might have spared you for the sake of gathering information. However, since you've summoned others to inform me of my impending doom, there is no longer any reason to keep you alive. Naruto seized the captain and hurled him overboard, much to the delight of the sharks, who eagerly sank their teeth into him, dragging him down into the depths of the water to be devoured. The captain's anguished screams echoed across the surface, filling the sailors with dread. Approaching the sailors, Naruto declared, "Is there anyone else dissatisfied? All must heed the words of Lord Naruto." The sailors vociferously responded in unison, while Naruto regarded them with a cold smirk, and behind him, Konan let out a soft sigh. Chapter 28. Return to the Hidden Mist Village. A commotion erupted at the port of the Hidden Mist Village as colossal vessels toppled into the water. Naruto and Konan leaped from their ship onto solid ground, emerging from the fog. Konan snapped her fingers, causing the ship behind them to shatter violently in an explosion of brilliant flames that illuminated their figures. "Why, they are members of the Akatsuki," someone exclaimed, pointing at Naruto and his companions. "Ninja of the Akatsuki. Quick, flee. Don't let them capture you. They relish in selling people." The crowd scattered in panic. Naruto raised an eyebrow, expressing his discontent. "Your heads are hardly worth anything. What are you running from? Is this how you and Deidara conduct missions, so ostentatiously?" Konan inquired, observing the wreckage of the pirate ships destroyed by Naruto's utilization of the Three Tails cloak. "Deidara is far more brazen than I. After all, he did acquire intelligence on the Six Tails. Didn't he?" "A win-win situation," Naruto replied, waving dismissively. "However, before we pursue the Six Tails, we have a matter to attend to." "What is it?" "Well, having dealt with the small fry, it seems the big fish have arrived." Naruto pointed ahead, where several figures approached, led by a rotund man adorned with golden rings on each finger and shifty little eyes glinting with greed. He halted, scrutinizing Naruto and Konan before inquiring, "Are you the ones who dispatched the pirates?" "Indeed. Are you the representative of the merchant guild here?" Naruto stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Konan to block the man's lecherous gaze. "I have a question for you. Do you possess wealth?" "What kind of question is that?" The merchant representative paused, taken aback. "Have you ever encountered a guild representative without money? That certainly simplifies matters." Naruto clapped his hands in delight. "Hand over your money." "Oh, so you seek money. That is no problem at all. To honor our great hero who has rid us of evil, please do join me for dinner tomorrow at the Swordfish Grand Hotel. I shall host a banquet in your honor." I merely desire money. Looking at your piggish face makes me fear I won't be able to eat," Naruto bluntly retorted. "At least show me some respect," the merchant representative said, his face contorting with embarrassment as veins bulged on his forehead. "Not a chance." Naruto was about to persist when Konan gently poked him in the back, shaking her head. "I can answer you both a question right now. How about that?" The merchant representative forced a smile, suppressing his anger. "Very well, tell me. Where can I find the Six Tails Jinchuriki, Waigao? She's long since become a rogue ninja in the Hidden Mist. All I can ascertain is that she is currently somewhere in the Land of Waves, blowing bubbles. As for her exact location, I fear I do not know." "Oh, I see. Do you have any money on you?" "Just a little to start with." Naruto extended his hand, feigning innocence. "If you don't, I might just have to demolish your guild. Are you a rogue ninja or a bandit?" Konan thought helplessly. After negotiating with the merchant representative, Naruto gained insight into the current ruling class of the Land of Waves. The original pirates now acted as the nominal highest authority, such as the king of the Land of Waves. Yet in reality, he was merely a puppet controlled by the foremost merchant guild, the Sea Wave, which dominated the economic lifeblood of the Land of Waves. Unlike those pirates, the guild members were locals, though this era was somewhat improved compared to Kaido's tyranny. Exploitation and oppression still left the populace in dire straits. "Hey, Konan, are you hungry?" Naruto suddenly asked as they walked down the street. "Let us go eat ramen." "I have a preference for it," Konan softly replied, her gaze lowered. The two found a ramen shop in the Hidden Mist Village, where Konan ordered a bowl of char siu noodles, while Naruto opted for miso ramen. As the enticing aroma of the noodles wafted through the air, Naruto stifled a yawn, glancing at an elderly man with white hair behind Konan. The old man, clad in a loose, open robe, had long hair reminiscent of a cypress tree, tied back in a ponytail that cascaded to his waist. He looked quizzically at Conan's back, furrowing his brow for a moment before deciding to approach her. "You are," the elderly man patted Conan on the shoulder, bewildered. "Conan, you're alive?" Conan froze momentarily, turning her head to reply, "I am not Conan. You have mistaken me for someone else." "No, I would not mistake you. You are Conan. What about Yahiko and Nagato? Are they still alive?" The old man suddenly grew animated, gripping Conan's arm tightly. "Please let go, or I will resort to force," she warned. "Go ahead. Use your force, and let me see if your jutsu is merely paper techniques." "Old man," Naruto interjected, grasping the old man's arm. "Let her go. You frightened her." The old man hesitated, scrutinizing Naruto's face, a conflicted expression crossing his features before he reluctantly released his grip, muttering, "How is it possible? You must be Uzumaki Naruto, the traitor." "You seem to know me," Naruto replied, intrigued, studying the elderly man. "I am Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. You must have heard my name." "Oh, the renowned legendary three." Naruto feigned realization, asking, "Is Konoha still well? Is anyone missing limbs?" "Sasuke is waiting for your return," Jiraiya said softly, gazing at Naruto. "Stop using Sasuke as your shield." Naruto expressed his impatience, rising to meet Jiraiya's gaze. "If you wish to bring me back, let us have a match. I want to see what the legendary Sannin are truly capable of." "Listen, Naruto, your father is not who you think he is. He fought for the dawn of the world, for the people." Naruto scoffed. "He saved the world's dawn, but who will save me? Those very people turned against me. And when I retaliated, they wept, claiming to be victims." Jiraiya was left speechless, unable to counter Naruto's viewpoint, regretting that he had not noticed Naruto sooner. Had the circumstances not been so brutal from the start, perhaps Naruto would not have become the person he was now. Yet it was too late. This was the bitter fruit nurtured by the criminal underbelly of the ninja world, a price the entire ninja realm must pay. "Naruto, we should go," Conan urged, taking his hand and leading him away from the ramen shop. Jiraiya did not stop them, watching their departing figures with a sense of loss and frustration as he slumped back at the table, unable to stifle his sighs and head shakes. What a life of failure. "In the end, I saved nothing and protected nothing," Jiraiya pondered. On the street, Naruto felt Conan tugging him along, sensing the simmering anger within her as her grip tightened. "Sister Conan, where are you taking me?" "To a hotel." "Oh, so soon?" Naruto exclaimed in surprise. "Sister Conan, are you a carnivore by nature? Is your mind filled with such lewd thoughts?" Conan raised an eyebrow. "I meant to find a lodging. Otherwise, we'll have nowhere to sleep tonight." "As long as I'm with you, Sister Conan, I'll be content no matter where we rest. Keep up the cheesy lines, and I'll blow you up." At last, the two individuals discovered a suitable lodging at the Shunbin Inn, a place that did not require identification. However, the prices were exorbitantly high, yet fortunately, the environment was not lacking in quality. "What services do you require?" the receptionist inquired with a smile. "We would like to book 2 single rooms," Naruto stated after glancing at the price list. "Unfortunately, we have only 1 single room available today. The double and suite rooms are fully booked." Are there any other inns that do not require identification?" "I fear there are none, unless you are willing to walk several kilometers to other villages," the receptionist replied, shaking her head. "Which rooms are the suites?" Naruto's eyes glinted with a hint of hostility, clearly intent on evicting the guests occupying the suites. "Let us just take 1 single room." Conan firmly grasped Naruto's hand, shaking her head. Thus, it seemed that Naruto was destined to spend his first night in a room alone with a woman. Listening to the sound of running water from the bathroom, Naruto found it difficult to concentrate on his reading. With a grim determination, he silently gazed towards the bathroom, where the silhouette of a woman was faintly discernible through the translucent screen, enveloped in steam. Observing the graceful curves, he realized that what Afu had said was indeed true. Conan possessed an extraordinary physique. Damn it, it's true that one loses control as they grow older. Taking a deep breath, Naruto realized that mere imagination was not enough to satisfy his curiosity about Conan's form. However, if that was all, what was the purpose of his pursuit of the Byakugan? Indeed, the acquisition of the Byakugan was not merely to enhance his combat prowess, but rather to shine brightly in such moments. Removing his colored contact lenses, he revealed his single white eye and swiftly activated the Byakugan, utilizing its X-ray vision to peer through the screen and mist, observing Conan's body. Oh my. What the hell? I can see her insides. Adjusting the level of his Byakugan's perception, he finally glimpsed what he sought. Chapter 29. Konan and Naruto. Konan's skin was as pristine as mutton fat, her figure elegantly curvaceous. The icy demeanor that often graced her face was softened by a blush from the warm water. She gathered her blue hair into a small bun, striking a cute pose in front of the mirror, but soon felt embarrassed and released her hair, diving into the bathtub like a child, blowing bubbles. Using her paper manipulation ability, she crafted several tiny boats, blowing them forward, and whichever boat won, she would cradle in her palm as if it were a treasure. How can she be so adorable? After calming his thoughts, Naruto quietly stepped onto the rooftop, gazing at the dimly lit mist village, beginning to doubt his ability to endure this exhilarating night. At last, Konan emerged from the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel, her body wrapped in a bath towel, her face still radiating an alluring blush from her recent bath. The semi-revealed beauty of the bath towel was more captivating than complete nudity, stirring the desires of a young man on the brink of adulthood. His eyes were irresistibly drawn to Konan's form. Do you find me attractive? Absolutely. Naruto gritted his teeth and replied, I've never seen a woman as beautiful as you, Konan, so I can't take my eyes off you. I apologize. Oh, really? Konan seemed to blush even deeper. She sat on the bed, tilting her head and pointing at it, looking at Naruto. Shall we share? I'll take the floor. Naruto, a typical young man with desires but lacking the courage to act, found himself at a loss. Unexpectedly, he was a pure-hearted boy. You'll catch a cold sleeping on the floor, Konan said, shaking her head. Or do you truly fear that I might do something to you? Which is why you hesitate to sleep together. Konan, I'm just a boy. I don't dislike you. Taking a deep breath, Naruto steeled himself and answered, What if I really did make a move on you? Then do as you wish. Konan licked her lips, revealing a hint of temptation, stepping closer to Naruto. Placing her hands on his chest, and teasingly said, Perhaps I could teach you how to move, and then we could sleep afterward? Naruto swallowed hard and embraced Konan, who then reached towards his trousers. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, Be a good boy and use me as a tool. Suddenly, blood splattered as Naruto transformed his right arm into a chakra claw, piercing through Konan's heart. Did you truly believe that everyone would lose their judgment in the face of primal pleasure? Furthermore, this scenario would never pass scrutiny. Naruto spoke coldly, discarding Konan's lifeless body onto the ground. It turned out she was merely an ordinary woman and not Konan at all. And he was not in an inn, but rather at the ruins of a dilapidated bridge in Mist Village. Truly, the strength of the Akatsuki's rogue ninja was extraordinary. A ninja wearing a bronze demon mask assessed Naruto and said, You broke my illusion far too easily. Broke? I was never ensnared to begin with. Naruto's other eye transformed into the Sharingan, and he coldly regarded the masked ninja. I only feigned this appearance to extract some information. The events unfolded simply. As he gazed over the Mist Village from the rooftop, the masked ninja had cast an illusion through subtle gestures. When Konan emerged from the bathroom, everything had been a mere illusion. The real Konan was still in the bath when he had exited the building, finding himself at the bridge ruins. Although the masked ninja was clever, he had unfortunately chosen the wrong opponent. A ninja with the Sharingan would not be easily deceived by illusions. Who sent you? The sea waves? Or those pirates? Naruto drew the Kusanagi sword from behind him, a weapon he had obtained from Orochimaru during his training, nearly dismantling Orochimaru's research base when he refused to give it to him. I am a ninja employed by a certain faction. The confidentiality of my employer is our credibility. The masked ninja formed hand seals to release a mist technique, intending to escape, but Naruto swiftly threw the Kusanagi sword, which grazed the ninja's head before landing behind him. Humph, such precision suggests you have barely practiced with kunai? The masked ninja scoffed inwardly. Suddenly, Naruto vanished in a flash, reappearing above the masked ninja's back, seizing the Kusanagi sword and striking the back of the masked ninja's head with the blunt side, knocking him unconscious. After modifications, Naruto had engraved the Flying Thunder God seal onto the Kusanagi sword, allowing him to teleport merely by throwing the sword. His swordsmanship had been honed through sparring with the people of the Land of Iron, from which he had developed his own unique techniques of secret ninja swordsmanship, immensely powerful. Meanwhile, Konan donned adorable animal pajamas, striking several cute poses in front of the mirror, then covering her flushed cheeks with her hands, before once again posing before the mirror. Naruto returned, abruptly pushing open the door, only to find Conan clad in rabbit pajamas, striking poses before the mirror. He paused momentarily, then silently closed the door behind him, muttering, "I'm sorry, I must have taken a wrong turn." Wait. A scowling Conan swiftly appeared in front of Naruto, blocking his path and pulling him back into the room, locking the door behind them. "You're quite adorable, you know." Naruto sensed a palpable threat and, overwhelmed by his survival instincts, managed an awkward smile as he stammered, "But, what that you're holding?" Conan's cheeks flushed slightly as she cleared her throat and pointed at the demon-masked ninja in Naruto's grasp. "A ninja, I suppose. Though I have no idea where he came from. He lured me away using an illusion." "An illusion? What did you see?" Naruto paused, whispering, "What you saw is of little consequence. What matters now is extracting information from him. He is already dead." Conan shook her head seriously. "You may not know this, but those ninjas who wear bronze demon masks are called death-seeking ninjas. Each mission they undertake is bound by a time limit, during which they keep a dose of poison in their mouths. The poison slowly dissolves, and if they fail to return to their employer within the allotted time, it will ultimately claim their lives." "Great. So I just went and prepared a corpse for nothing." Naruto gritted his teeth, visibly displeased. "At least we've learned a few things. 1. We are not the only target of the Waves organization. That guy even invited us to a banquet, so he won't send any more death-seeking ninjas. 2. They clearly have a tight information network. I have no idea what their motives are. If it's merely revenge for the Iron Cannon ship, that's one thing, but if it's for the tailed beasts..." A fierce light flickered in Conan's eyes. "Then we might have to unleash a long-overdue slaughter." "It seems so. I'll dispose of this body now." Naruto summoned a shadow clone, which swiftly carried away the corpse of the demon-masked ninja. "By the way, where will you sleep tonight?" Conan suddenly recalled something, turning her face away shyly, unwilling to look at Naruto as she said, "The bed is still a bit empty, as long as you don't move around too much. I'm fine with it. After all, the floor is hard and cold." This time, Naruto didn't hesitate. He decisively agreed to Conan's proposition. "Oh, and you absolutely must not tell anyone about what I'm wearing right now. Forget everything I just did." Gathering her courage, Conan looked at Naruto with embarrassment. "Otherwise, I'll have to silence you. Rest assured, I won't say a word." Naruto nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. "In the dead of night, I can't sleep, I can't sleep, I can't sleep. I'm utterly restless, and there's a threat to my life." Naruto dared not move, for the petite Conan had wrapped her arms around him in her sleep, her leg draped over him, rendering him immobile. "What if she wakes up? With her personality, she would surely blame me, but I must admit, her body is quite soft." As Naruto desperately fought against certain urges, he savored the softness of Conan's warm form against him. Her arms encircled his neck, her breath warm against his skin. He glanced at Conan, noticing her brow furrow slightly, as if she were stirring from sleep. Suddenly, she nestled closer, burying her face into his chest like a clingy kitten. "Not good, not good, not good." Unable to contain himself any longer, Naruto turned and gently embraced Conan, who made a muffled sound but remained asleep, and they drifted off together in each other's arms. For Naruto, it was indeed a blissful night, though the morning promised to be far less pleasant. As Naruto opened his eyes, he discovered himself bound by various threads to the bed, each thread adorned with explosive tags. The slightest disturbance would trigger a chain reaction. "Awake, are we? Any last words?" Conan lit a lighter, her gaze fixed ominously on Naruto. "Didn't Akatsuki say he would leave me with a complete corpse?" Naruto cried out, fearing to struggle against the bindings, apprehensive of triggering the explosive system. He finally understood the meaning of a hero's difficulty in overcoming the allure of beauty. "Is that your last testament?" Conan brought the lighter closer to the explosive tags, her expression menacing, so brief and devoid of significance. "Do I have to resort to that move? It might backfire, but I have no choice. My life hangs in the balance." Naruto gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and shouted, "If you ignite that, I'll tell Akatsuki about your secret stash, and your clandestine reading of romance novels, and your collection of Yuri manga. I'll expose it all." "How do you know that?" "Wait, if I blow you up, how will you inform Akatsuki?" Conan's panic was evident, but she quickly regained her composure, her resolve deepening. "I gave Akatsuki a ninja tool, and I revealed all my secrets within it. If I die, the seal will break, and Akatsuki won't be able to resist. Just spare me, and I'll return it to you." Naruto hurriedly offered, though the tool was merely a figment of his desperate imagination. Conan scrutinized Naruto's expression, her demeanor conflicted, before letting out a huff and snapping her fingers, causing the threads to snap apart. Thank you for your mercy, Conan. Naruto sighed in relief, checking his intact body. All right, let us get to work. We need to capture the Six Tails and return swiftly. The mere thought of Akatsuki holding leverage over her sent a shiver of dread up Conan's spine. Speaking of which, I do have someone who can lead us to the Six Tails. Naruto donned the Akatsuki cloak, organizing his ninja tool pouch and sheathing his Kusanagi sword at his waist. Who? Follow me and you'll find out. Thus, the two departed from the inn, with Naruto guiding Conan towards the home of the Dasna family. After traversing a dense forest, they reached a quaint wooden house, where two children were engrossed in a game of rock, paper, scissors. The losers sported numerous stickers on their face, while the boy had accumulated over 10, and the girl just 2. Here, let me give you a mustache. The girl cheerfully placed a sticker on the boy's chin, giggling. Children, do you know Dasna and Inari? Naruto inquired, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Are you looking for our master? The little girl turned to Naruto with a smile. Master left last year, but he is on a business trip and should be back later today. So you're just in time. I see. Should we wait here for a bit? Naruto glanced at Conan for confirmation. If I don't get information on the Six Tails, I'll blow you up. You wouldn't dare, and you know it. Humph. Conan averted her gaze, feigning indifference to Naruto's teasing. Are you two a couple? The little boy observed their interaction with a grin. You must have a great relationship. Not quite. We've just slept together. With leverage in hand. Naruto seized the opportunity to retaliate, grinning mischievously. Wow. Is it at that level already? The girl's cheeks flushed, covering her eyes. But you two really do make a lovely pair. What do you mean? The little boy asked with confusion. You big fool, just keep your mouth shut. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand, Shounen thought, feeling like a mute eating bitter herbs, unable to express her frustration in front of the two children. She could only shoot a fierce glare at Naruto, making a threatening gesture. If that big brother and big sister are a couple, they must kiss, right? The little boy looked up and said innocently, I want to see. Big brother, give her a kiss. These two little brats can't be sent by you, can they? Shounen glared at Naruto with a murderous intent. Of course not. How would I know he would say something like that? Naruto felt a twinge of embarrassment. Teasing was one thing, but if it came to an actual kiss, Shounen would probably find a suitable time to turn his bed into a coffin lid and blow it up with explosive tags. Kiss, kiss, kiss. With the innocent clamor of the two children, Naruto finally spoke up. How about just a peck? This is Konoha, right? Deidara said, hands on his hips, looking at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village. Why not just blast our way in? Are you stupid? The boss's order is to capture Yamano Ino alive. If you charge in recklessly, who knows which Konoha expert might slap you down, Scorpion scoffed. I know your art is about dying early and being reborn, but please don't drag me into it. Experts? What kind of experts does Konoha have? The 12 Guardians are just a bunch of pushovers, Deidara retorted disdainfully. Naruto mentioned that Konoha has the Uchiha clan, which contains many powerful ninjas, especially Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Even if Naruto faced those two directly, his chances of winning would be less than 3 in 10. Scorpion shook his head and softly said, You must not have forgotten how Naruto played you like a fool before, right? If even that kind of guy can't handle them, it's best for us to tread carefully. So we can only disguise ourselves and infiltrate? Deidara gritted his teeth. Inside Konoha village, after several years of renewal, the village had once again transformed into its former prosperous state. Children played in the streets, and young genin practiced diligently in the training grounds. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke sat in Ino's flower shop, a hint of helplessness in his voice as he said, Is that all right? Yes, yes, thank you for your hard work today. Yamano Ino smiled at Sasuke, saying, Thanks to your abilities, my flowers are growing beautifully. She wore a purple trapezoidal top and a short skirt, with fishnet bands around her elbows, her outfit showcasing her alluring figure. Her bangs covered half her face, exuding a sense of sensuality and romance that belied her age. This is also a form of training for me. Sasuke smiled gently, nodding at Ino, then withdrew his left arm back under his robe. Is the fusion still not working? Ino tentatively asked. I didn't expect Lord Hashirama's cells to be so domineering. If your body wasn't a perfect match, it might have been completely assimilated. To bring that guy back, this is a necessary trial, Sasuke murmured, looking at his pure white arm that had accompanied him for several years. I must master the first Hokage's wood release cells. Only wood release can counter the power of the Nine Tails. By the way, where's Sakura? I haven't seen her around lately. She's signing a summoning contract with a slug today. It's said that after some training, she can go to the Whetbone Forest for sage training, Ino replied, her eyes filled with longing. I envy her. I wish I had such an opportunity. Everyone has their strengths. Ino has qualities that Sakura cannot compete with. Sasuke smiled gently, then stood up and said, I'll go get you a bucket. Ino's face turned crimson as she shyly replied, thank you. Not long after Sasuke left, two nin wearing Konoha's green vests entered Ino's flower shop. One with yellow hair spoke to Ino. Young lady, are you the owner here? Well, I suppose you could say that. I'm the future owner. Ino replied with a sweet smile, perhaps because she had spent so long with flowers. Her smile bloomed like a flower, exuding a comforting sense of reassurance. What kind of flowers do you need? Or are you looking for flowers that represent a certain meaning? Flowers that represent eternity. Flowers that symbolize death. The two immediately began to argue, each casting a glance at the other before scoffing and turning away. The only flower that meets both your requests would probably be one. Ino contemplated before speaking. What flower? The night blooming Sirius. In the moment of its bloom, it embodies eternity. Yet it only blooms for that fleeting instant. In that moment, it is not decaying. Ino spoke somewhat philosophically, as long as someone remembers the instant it blooms for them. That moment is eternal, even if it withers afterward. Thus, the night blooming Sirius also carries the meaning of an eternal moment. Oh, I see. Then buy it for us, Deidara began to say, but suddenly choked on his words. What's wrong? Scorpion raised an eyebrow and asked. I forgot my wallet, Deidara replied awkwardly. How could you forget that? Scorpion nagged like a mother. I'll give you a bag of night-blooming Sirius seeds. If you cultivate them carefully at home, you can witness their bloom, Ino said with a smile, handing a transparent plastic bag of seeds to Deidara and Scorpion. What a kind and lovely girl. If only your name weren't Yamano Ino, Deidara said as he took the seeds, dispelling his transformation technique, revealing his handsome face, while Scorpion also dispelled his transformation. His face cold as a doll. Chapter 31. Sasuke, Scorpion, and Deidara, a massive white bird-like creature burst through the ceiling of Ino's flower shop, with Ino bound tightly. Struggling and emitting muffled cries for help, her usually kind eyes now filled with terror and fear. Don't worry, as long as you obediently follow our instructions. We won't harm you, Deidara reassured, patting Ino's shoulder with a smile. A beautiful girl who appreciates art, even if those guys try to bully you. I will help you. She appreciates my art, not your explosive madness, Scorpion scoffed derisively. Little girl, are you interested in puppets? Who the hell would be interested in your terrifying creations? You're stifling the seedlings of art. Look, her hairstyle is similar to mine. She must understand my art. Deidara retorted, clenching his teeth. Why am I caught in the middle of this ridiculous argument? Yamano Ino's mouth was taped shut, making it difficult for her to speak, and a look of confusion appeared on her face. Konoha, release our village's ninjas at once, or we will launch an attack, a nin holding a megaphone shouted, while the ninjas behind him swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash Jutsu. Just a bunch of noisy fools. Deidara frowned, pulling a lump of clay from his Akatsuki robe, feeding it to the mouth that appeared in his palm. The mouth devoured the clay and then spat out several small explosive clay grasshoppers. The clay grasshoppers quickly fell to the ground and jumped up, exploding just as the nin were about to unleash their great fireball. Art is an explosion, Deidara exclaimed, excitedly watching the bodies and blood mist fly through the air as he stood on the giant bird. Fly faster. If those Uchiha guys notice us, we'll be in trouble, Scorpion reminded him. What are you afraid of? Could it be that we might fortuitously encounter a formidable Uchiha nearby? Just as Deidara finished speaking, a colossal wooden wall surged forth before him, with branches resembling arms protruding from the wooden structure. These branches swiftly expanded, forcefully seizing the wings of the clay bird and violently tearing it apart. Damn it, Scorpion, were you a crow in your past life? Deidara exclaimed, hastily crafting a parachute from clay to ensure the safe landing of the three. It's your own foolishness, Scorpion retorted, shaking his head as he produced a scroll and summoned a wooden puppet adorned in a dark brown robe, its yellow eyes gleaming. Crystal blue chakra threads emanated from its fingertips, connecting to the puppet's back. The third Kazekage puppet, a figure leaped down from the tree wall, clad in a white coat reminiscent of a former Naruto. His blood-red Sharingan eyes exuded an oppressive aura. and a closer inspection revealed that his left hand was slightly smaller than his right. "Ah, you must be Uchiha Sasuke," Deidara assessed him, noting the heavenly curse mark on his neck. Indeed, the leader's considerations were astute. Had that Naruto fellow arrived in Konoha, there's a chance you two would have refrained from fighting. "Naruto? Do you know where he is?" Sasuke inquired, momentarily taken aback. The Akatsuki organization utilized code names for missions, thus Naruto and Kakashi's reputations were attributed to their aliases. Even if a few recognized Uzumaki Naruto, they would be swiftly silenced. "Yes, he is currently a key figure in the Akatsuki," Deidara scoffed. "That guy hasn't he forgotten about you? He specifically instructed me not to harm you." "I thought he only cautioned me," Scorpion remarked, his expression stoic. "Wah!" Ino cried out, sensing her savior's arrival. "First, return Ino," Sasuke insisted, aware that lives were at stake. Though he cared for Naruto, that concern had to be set aside for the moment. "I'm merely borrowing her. I'll return her in a few days," Deidara scratched his head and reassured. "It won't he cause any serious harm, so rest easy." "It seems reasoning with you is futile," Sasuke replied, his body erupting with brilliant lightning. Blue currents surged through him, invigorating every cell and significantly enhancing both his speed and strength. This technique resembled the Raikage's lightning armor used in Kumobikure. Yet due to the abundant nourishment from Hashirama's cells, Sasuke's physical prowess was not exceptional, resulting in a lower-grade lightning armor technique. Nonetheless, even a subpar version, combined with the body flicker technique taught by Uchiha Shisui, endowed him with impressive attack power and speed, rivaling that of the modern Raikage. Lightning body flicker, Chidori prison. Sasuke formed hand signs, conjuring dozens of shadow clones that surrounded Deidara and Scorpion. Their Chidori extended and intertwined, ultimately creating a vast electric prison that ensnared both foes. "Damn it, a lightning adept," Deidara shouted in discontent. His clay bombs had wide-reaching power, were compact, and easy to create, making them highly effective. However, they had one critical flaw: upon contact with lightning, they would lose their explosive properties, rendering them duds. This was why he abhorred lightning users. Sasuke's Chidori prison effectively created an environment where he could not utilize his clay bombs, placing Deidara at a significant disadvantage. In other words, "It's all up to me now." Scorpion manipulated the third Kazekage puppet, deftly pulling the threads. The puppet expelled a torrent of black iron sand, which coalesced into 5 massive conical shapes, their sharp tips aimed at the electric prison, attempting to pierce through. Magnet release. Iron sand triangular pikes. Sasuke recognized Deidara's evident apprehension towards lightning and focused his right hand, gathering chakra for a Raikiri as he charged toward Scorpion. He had learned from his encounter with Kankuro in the Nin exams that puppet masters could unleash terrifying jutsu while remaining unharmed, effectively extending their reach. However, such extended reach had a weakness: they feared close combat. If he could stick to his opponent, forcing them to direct all their attacks at him, he could disregard the Chidori prison. Just as Sasuke anticipated, to prevent him from closing in, Scorpion hurled the iron sand pikes towards him. In his lightning armor state, Sasuke swiftly evaded the triangular pikes, then twisted midair, transforming his Chidori into the shape of a spear aimed directly at Scorpion's heart. Chidori sharp spear. Scorpion reacted swiftly, commanding the Kazekage puppet to erect an iron sand wall, successfully blocking the Chidori spear. Sasuke formed hand signs, retreating a step before thrusting his left arm forward, transforming it into a rectangular wooden beam that circumvented the iron sand wall, striking Scorpion behind it and binding him tightly. Would release. Great force technique. However, the respite was short-lived as Sasuke sensed the wooden beam fracture. Startled, he retracted his arm, observing neat cut marks on the beam. The iron sand wall had just been deployed, leaving the Kazekage puppet with no opportunity to sever it. "So, you believe puppet users lack close combat capabilities?" As the iron sand wall dissipated, a short-haired puppet resembling a black claw appeared before Sasuke, its face partially obscured by a mask, with its hands concealed under an Akatsuki cloak. A massive white steel scorpion tail writhed behind it, evoking fear. It was likely that Sasuke's would release had been undone by this tail. "Puppet, Scarlet Flow Jade," Scorpion introduced, revealing it to be a creation designed to compensate for the puppet master's short-range deficiencies, capable of both offense and defense, albeit with the singular flaw of being exceedingly unattractive. Scorpion commanded the Scarlet Flow Jade to dismantle the Chidori prison. while it simultaneously maneuvered the Kazekage puppet to launch another assault on Sasuke. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke resolved to utilize the body flicker technique to rush in and rescue Ino. Meanwhile, a revived Deidara wore a cold smile, producing several white explosive birds from his palm and sending them hurtling towards Sasuke. Sasuke leaped, narrowly avoiding the explosive birds that zipped past his back. Just as he prepared to counter, several iron sand triangular pikes appeared overhead, leaving him with no escape. Though they often bickered and looked down on one another, their cooperation in serious combat was seamless, not allowing Sasuke a moment to breathe. Remembering Naruto's words, Scorpion frowned, ultimately commanding the Kazekage puppet to transform the massive triangular pikes into numerous small iron sand nails, pinning Sasuke to the ground. Blood spraying forth as he let out a pained scream, contorting in agony. "All right, it's time to leave," Scorpion declared, seeing that Sasuke could do nothing further in his current state. "We shouldn't linger until reinforcements arrive." Would release, great force technique. Enduring the pain, Sasuke stifled the blood threatening to spill from his mouth, mustering his strength to transform his left arm into several wooden beams. Seizing the moment when Deidara and Scorpion were distracted, the beams ensnared Ino and flung her away. Fortunately, a ninja arrived just in time to catch her as she descended. "Sasuke, you have performed admirably. Allow me to take over from here." Uchiha Itachi effortlessly hoisted Ino into his arms, his three-tomo Sharingan morphing instantaneously into its kaleidoscopic form, unleashing an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Uchiha Itachi, is it?" Deidara crafted a bird from clay and swiftly pulled Scorpion up beside him, remarking, "Though I cannot defeat you, escaping is a trivial matter." With that, Itachi's grasp on Ino suddenly radiated a brilliant light, exploding in an instant with colossal force. Not even Itachi was spared, as the explosion engulfed Sasuke as well. Just as the flames threatened to illuminate Sasuke, a crimson chakra body shielded him, with Itachi standing resolutely before him, calmly employing Susanoo to mitigate the blast. He could have pursued Deidara, but doing so would have jeopardized Sasuke's life. That scoundrel obscured my vision while erecting a sand-iron wall to thwart my attack, subsequently creating clay doppelgangers to effectuate a switch. It was then that Sasuke pieced together the sequence of events. This battle resulted in yet another dismal defeat for Konoha. For Sasuke to face two members of the Akatsuki alone was an overwhelming burden, and at that moment, he became acutely aware of his own frailty. I must pursue him. I must return to the Akatsuki. Sasuke clenched his fists, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, vowing silently within. Chapter 32. The Hongmen Banquet. Naruto and Conan sat within a quaint woodland cabin, facing a large square wooden table. Having returned from a mission, Inari, along with a little boy and girl, were seated at the table. The children reached for the fruit platter, while Inari poured tea for Naruto and Conan. Over the years, the boy who once sulked on the steps had matured into a poised young man. "I never anticipated your visit today," Inari remarked with a smile as he resumed his seat. It was mere happenstance that their mission destination was the hidden mist. Naruto nodded, glancing at the two children. "Are they your offspring?" "Oh no," Inari replied, shaking his head. "During my travels to other nations, I witnessed a minor war erupt, and the parents of these two perished beneath the enemy's explosive tags. Seeing them so forlorn, I took them in." Inari continued, "Naruto, you haven't yet disclosed the purpose of your visit today." "I am here to inquire about a certain individual," Naruto said, raising a finger to indicate the number 1, and whispered, "The Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, Yutaka." "Yutaka? That fellow has long been captured by the waves and thrown into a dungeon," Inari responded, somewhat astonished. "What do you seek him for?" "Those scoundrels from Waves claim Yutaka's whereabouts are elusive, that they cannot locate him," Naruto replied, momentarily taken aback. "They are merely spewing nonsense. Yutaka is powerful, and since they could not capture him, they seized his disciple, Akira, threatening Yutaka to ensure his compliance," Naruto seethed, his lips twitching in anger. "They dare invite me to dinner? I shall make them regret it." The Waves likely intended to lure Inari with their dinner invitation. But Inari gently interjected, "However, I possess connections within Waves that could grant us access to the banquet. At that time, I will heed your commands, Naruto. Should you wish to strike, I will ensure the head of Waves is held hostage." "Very well. I am eager to witness what capabilities this merchant association possesses." Naruto's eyes sparkled with a murderous intent. Inari briefed Naruto on the current state of the Land of Waves, revealing that he had gathered a wealth of intelligence. even more detailed than that of the Cathead pirates. The land of waves was currently under the oppressive rule of waves, who, alongside their pirates, staged a charade of patriotism to elicit donations from the populace, only to exploit them further. They reaped both wealth and reputation. To dismantle this scenario, Inari tirelessly collected evidence, often risking his own life, ultimately securing the proof he sought. Once this evidence is unveiled to the world, the Waves Merchant Association would crumble. Met with the wrath of the people. I have a plan, Naruto suggested after reviewing the evidence, a smile creeping across his face. That evening, while Konan and Naruto prepared their attire at the inn, a representative from Waves knocked on their door, reminding them of their invitation to the Tuna Hotel banquet. Naruto. This outfit he picked up the animal pajamas Konan had worn the previous day, remarking, "Quite adorable, isn't it?" "You're quite infuriating," Konan retorted, gritting her teeth before turning to exit the room. The two followed the representative to the Tuna Hotel, which boasted opulent decor. A massive, deep blue tuna emblem adorned the hotel facade, resembling a gleaming sword. A row of uniformed attendants greeted them with warm smiles, bowing as they announced, "Welcome to the Tuna Hotel." "Trouble is afoot," Naruto squinted, murmuring. "We are the ones who have arrived," Konan added. Upon entering the Tuna Hotel, Naruto felt as though he had stepped into another realm. If not for the exterior greeting, he would have thought he had entered the wrong establishment. Enormous aquariums surrounded them, teeming with fish of various ecosystems, frolicking through the water. Naruto approached a table where members of the Merchant Association were seated, feeling as if he were wandering through an aquarium. "Ah, you're here. Allow me to introduce. This is Uzumaki Naruto, a rogue from the Akatsuki, exceptionally powerful. He desires to partake in our endeavors," the leader of the association proclaimed to the others. "I believe Naruto possesses the requisite strength, hence my invitation." "Certainly, certainly." The remaining members nodded in agreement. "And this beside me is my girlfriend, Konan," Naruto couldn't help but add cheekily. Konan glared daggers at him, but the others avoided her gaze, fully aware that meeting her eyes would rob them of the courage to tease her further. "Ah, what a splendid match," the association leader boomed. "Now, Naruto, how do you wish to divide the spoils?" "Before discussing the division, I am curious about your plans to generate profit," Naruto inquired. "Oh, that is simple. We recruit a few individuals to form an expeditionary force, claiming they are to vanquish the pirates. Then, we stage a mock battle, capturing the pirates and threatening them with execution, thereby winning the people's favor and soliciting donations for further endeavors. A few days later, we release them to repeat the cycle." The leader chuckled. "We are quite accustomed to this line of work. Rest assured, it will go smoothly. Now, let us discuss the division," he continued. "We propose a 90-10 split." "Excellent. I do appreciate your lack of greed." Naruto leaned back, crossing his legs and raising an eyebrow. "You propose a 90 split for us?" The leader stammered, a forced smile creeping onto his face. "That cannot be right. We need to eat too. You can earn more. I am merely taking my share," Naruto threatened, his smile turning menacing as he fixed his gaze on the association leader. "Now, concerning the Six Tails, Yutaka, tell me where you have concealed him." "Yutaka? Haven't I already told you we cannot locate him?" The leader feigned ignorance. "Spare me your ruse." Naruto slammed his palm on the table, his voice icy. "Unless you divulge Yutaka's location today, none shall leave the Tuna Hotel standing." "Truly audacious, Mr. Naruto," the leader replied, a nervous tremor in his voice. The president of the Chamber of Commerce rested one hand on his head, a cunning smile gracing his face. With a snap of his fingers, dozens of armored warriors brandished their katanas, directing them at Naruto and Konan. Suddenly, Konan realized she was unable to channel chakra, as though an unseen force was suppressing her abilities. She could not even perform ninjutsu. Naruto, too, discovered that he was deprived of his techniques. "Old dog, have you set up a barrier here?" Naruto furrowed his brow and spoke. "Only in this way can I compel you to comply. In a state where you cannot use chakra, do you believe you can defeat so many warriors?" The chamber president snapped his fingers, and a chamber member sprang forth, wrapping his arm around Konan's neck and dragging her to a corner, pressing a kunai against her head. "Come now, Uzumaki Naruto, show me your true capabilities." "It seems I have truly underestimated you," Naruto replied, his expression darkening. He unsheathed the Kusanagi sword from his lower back, activating his Byakugan and Sharingan in an instant. He twirled the blade and pointed it at the warriors surrounding him. "You dare brandish your weapons before me?" Izanami stealthily approached the chamber president from behind, withdrawing a kunai from his pocket. "Eighth Gate of the Morning Lotus," The fifth gate, the gate of closing. Naruto tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, a sudden surge of potent energy erupting within him. His muscles swelled with explosive power, reminiscent of a small mountain. Open. Swish. One warrior suddenly found himself decapitated, blood gushing from his neck as he collapsed, bewildered by the sight of his own body falling. It was not until he heard a clatter that realization dawned upon him. His head had rolled away. Naruto flicked the blood from the Kusanagi, while the nearby warrior reacted swiftly, slashing down at Naruto. Naruto blocked the strike with the hilt of his sword, then stepped forward into the warrior's attack zone, swinging the Kusanagi fiercely and cleaving his opponent in two. Blood sprayed forth, staining the ground red. Attack! The chamber president bellowed. The member tightened his grip on the kunai, thrusting it viciously toward Konan's head. Naruto reacted quickly, hurling the Kusanagi at the member's head, impaling him against the aquarium's box. Charge! He is unarmed. What are you afraid of? The president shouted angrily, slamming his hand on the table. They are not afraid. Are you? A chilling sensation crept over the president's neck. Terrified, he turned to see Izanami holding a kunai, gripping his head and pressing the weapon against his throat. Perhaps it is time to reveal the whereabouts of the Six Tails? Naruto approached the aquarium, withdrawing the Kusanagi and positioning it protectively in front of Konan as he glared at the president. Otherwise, your head may not remain attached for long. I will tell you. Just have him put down the kunai. The president exclaimed, trembling as he spoke. I can take you to the Six Tails. Now that's more like it, Naruto smiled, retrieving a conch-like ninja tool from his pocket. The conch echoed the president's voice. This is simple. Capture a few individuals, form a task force, and claim it is to slay pirates. Why you recorded what I said? The chamber president gasped, pointing at Naruto in shock. Indeed. Otherwise, how would people know that pirates are merely the waves, and the waves are the pirates? Naruto scoffed. Thus, I advise you to comply with my wishes. Should you displease me, you can only imagine the consequences. Chapter 33. Capturing the Six Tails. Naruto and his companions escorted the president toward the chamber's base. Upon seeing their once mighty president being apprehended, the members of the Ocean Wave Chamber were stunned into inaction, too frightened to intervene, merely watching as Naruto led the president into the office. Moreover, they were wary of the two Akatsuki-clad ninjas accompanying him. Kicking the office door open, Naruto remarked, "Why do those in high positions always build secret passages in their offices? Aren't you afraid someone might emerge from them and strike you down? In the land of waves, only this guy dares to place a blade at my throat." The president shot a disgruntled look at Izanami. "Then allow me to do so as well. That way, two individuals would dare," Izanami retorted. "Enough with the banter. Let us focus on the task at hand," Konan interjected, somewhat exasperated as she patted Naruto's shoulder. "Let us heed Sister Konan," Naruto declared, delivering a playful kick to the president's backside. "Hurry and lead us to the Six Tails, or I'll replace one of your legs with a tail." A chill ran through the president, who quickly squeezed his legs together, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Why, yes, of course. He guided them into a hidden underground cell within the office. Rather than immediately seeking out Yutaka, the president took them to a prison located far from Yutaka's cell, where they found a green-eyed girl with long brown hair lying in shackles, struggling to breathe. Is she not Yutaka's disciple, the Tsuchigumo clan's Hikari? Naruto observed, assessing the voluptuous girl before him, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Very well. Bring her out. What do you intend to do? Konan frowned, questioning him. It's not something inappropriate, is it? I wouldn't dare lay a hand on you even if I held you close at night. Do you truly believe I would engage in mischief? Naruto raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin forming. Are you jealous? He teased. Don't push your luck, or I might just slap you, Konan retorted, rolling her eyes. Slap me, and you'll be left alone, Naruto quipped. Brother Naruto, could you explain why you want to release Hikari? Izanami interjected, noting the tension rising between the two. It's nothing sinister, Naruto replied, glancing at the weakened Hikari. He lifted her chin gently, scrutinizing her eyes before tossing the Kusanagi into the president's hands. You will drag Hikari before him for execution, just beyond the iron bars. Wait, that's Agent Shuriki. What if she suddenly transforms and kills me? The president trembled at the thought, gripping the Kusanagi as if it were a scalding hot potato. Precisely. Only by transforming into the tailed beast can we capture her easily. Naruto laughed. I will save you, have no fear. Oh really? But you haven't even paid me yet, have you? Well, that is true. Haha, the president conceded, nodding with a look of understanding. He seized Hikari by the hair, dragging her to Yutaka's cell. Yutaka, currently seated in the dungeon, was blowing bubbles. And upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his head to peer outside. "It's been a while, Mr. Yutaka," the president sneered, tossing Hikari roughly to the ground. He then stepped on her head, eliciting a muffled groan as she struggled against him. Raising the Kusanagi, he declared, "This disciple must be the most precious to you, correct? What do you intend to do? Let her go? What does she have to do with me?" Yutaka stood abruptly, grasping the iron bars and shouting. The president glanced nervously at Naruto and the others hidden behind him, swallowing hard. "It has nothing to do with her. I simply feel like killing someone today." With that, the president raised the Kusanagi, shouting, "Die!" The Kusanagi fell with lethal intent, but before it could pierce Hikari's head, the iron bars were violently bent apart. Yutaka's form was enveloped in dark red chakra, six tails bursting forth in a display of overwhelming power, his human form still intact, yet undeniably fearsome. Half-tailed beast transformation. Six tails cloak. With a single punch, Yuga sent the president crashing against the wall. His other fist, clenched tightly, struck the president's head with ferocity, causing his face to cave in. Blood erupted from the president's visage, and several teeth were knocked out, his eyes swelling grotesquely. "Come out, Naruto. Didn't you say you would save me?" The president cried out in desperation. "Huh? You actually believe that?" Naruto scoffed. "Did you really think I wouldn't get my money without you?" The president stood frozen, only to receive the final blow from Yuga in his half-tailed beast form, sending him to the afterlife, blood and brain matter splattering forth. "All right, Nan, it's time to get to work," Naruto stated. "Even if you didn't say it, I would have done it." The two emerged from the shadows, and Naruto transformed into a golden flash, reappearing at the location of the Kusanagi sword, positioned behind the half-tailed beast Yuga and Hikari. Naruto stepped on Hikari's head and, in a voice laced with malicious delight, called out, "Yuga, look here." Startled, Yuga turned sharply, only to see Naruto gripping the Kusanagi sword, which he thrust through Hikari's throat. Her blood splattered onto Naruto's face, and he wore a smile of anticipation as he gazed at her. Yuga halted, stunned, and after a few breaths, his chakra surged violently, his presence becoming even more terrifying. The dark red cloak of the tailed beast shifted to a deep purple, transforming into a colossal, six-tailed slug-like creature, a grotesque sight to behold. "What is this slug?" Naruto exclaimed, wiping the blood from the Kusanagi sword, perplexed. "Be careful." Inari, startled by the overwhelming aura emanating from the six tails, swallowed hard and cautioned. "I'll be fine with Nen covering me." The six tails expelled a torrent of corrosive white liquid, shooting towards Naruto like a beam. Quick on his feet, he dodged the acidic spray, leaping onto the wall. With a powerful push off the surface, he arched backward, narrowly avoiding the corrosive beam that melted a portion of the wall. The acid-eroded wall crumbled, causing debris from the ceiling to crash down onto the six tails. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto hurled the Kusanagi sword, and as it soared through the air, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the sword's location. Seizing it tightly, the blade erupted in a blaze of blue chakra, and the six tails, shaking off the debris, retaliated with an even more potent corrosive solution. Unlike the previous acidic spray, this one posed a deadly threat that would dissolve Naruto in an instant if it struck him. Ice release, water assimilation. Naruto swung the Kusanagi sword towards the solution. Upon contact, a wave of chilling air erupted, freezing the corrosive liquid into a massive ice chunk. Due to its weight, the ice plummeted harmlessly to the ground, unable to reach Naruto. This was a technique Naruto had developed, capable of freezing any water-based jutsu upon assimilation. If the opponent sprayed water, there was a chance the ice would ensnare their mouth. As Naruto landed, the six tails lashed out with its six tails, each drenching in acid. A hit would mean severe injury, if not death. Suddenly, a flurry of paper emerged in the battlefield, forming a massive shield that absorbed the onslaught of the six tails, even the acid failing to weaken the paper's defenses. Paper shield of the dance of Shikigami. Naruto leapt onto the platforms crafted by Nan, swiftly maneuvering in the air. The six tails spewed acidic projectiles like a machine gun, while Naruto nimbly evaded. Leaping onto the platforms Nan created, their absolute trust rendered the six tails nearly incapable of landing a hit. A tempest swirled around Naruto's Kusanagi sword, which he ignited with fire, creating a spiral of flames that affected the very air. Wind fire release, spiral flame sword. A tremendous penetrating force erupted from the spiral, striking the six tails and creating a gaping wound in its body. Naruto landed behind the six tails as the flames subsided, embers scattering around him. He sheathed the Kusanagi sword and formed a hand seal with one hand. As he sealed, a multitude of papers enveloped the six tails, forming a semicircle that resembled a pot lid, trapping it within. Just as the six tails gathered chakra for a tailed beast bomb, an unexpected turn occurred. Boom! A violent blaze erupted from the paper lid, igniting the papers and amplifying the flame's intensity. The six tails let out a piercing scream, thrashing against the walls and ground in agony. After enduring a minute of searing torment, the flames finally extinguished, but the Jinchuriki Yuga succumbed, reduced to a charred corpse on the ground. The six tails fainted from the pain. No need for any more extraction, Naruto remarked with a smirk. The earlier explosion was the second phase of the spiral flame sword, which created an explosive fire seal upon attack. When Naruto activated it, the seal detonated. And with the assistance of Nan's papers, the firepower was significantly amplified, allowing it to obliterate the six tails' defenses in a single strike. Although your words can be quite unappealing, your strength is indeed commendable. Nan crossed her arms and remarked, "You are quite reliable." Oh, the first step toward love begins here. You should just go die? Chapter 34. Mission accomplished. After capturing the six tails, Naruto presented a conch shell recording the President's voice to Inari. Subsequently, Inari utilized newspapers and various media to unveil the evidence he had previously gathered to the public. Outraged, the citizens gathered and stormed the Ocean Wave Association, seizing all its wealth, leaving not even a chair behind. Could a clearly benevolent person achieve such a feat? Naruto observed the jubilant crowd with a cold smirk. This is only something a villain could accomplish. It is precisely because they are unbound by morality that they act according to their own desires. Good people are often constrained and might take half a year to achieve even a tenth of this. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. The lighthouse may fall, but the sun will rise, Inari replied softly. And when the sun sets, there will be someone to reignite the lighthouse. In the aftermath of the incident, Inari rose to become the new leadership of the Land of Waves, inspiring the populace with a stirring speech alongside his loyal companions. While the remnants of the cat-headed pirates either surrendered to become part of the navy or met their demise when they foolishly attacked Naruto and Nan on their return journey. In the ninja tool shop of the Rain Village, none would have expected that while Nan was away on a mission, the shop was being overseen by the leader, Pain. To this day, Pain remained baffled as to why the shop's revenue plummeted to nearly nothing under his watch, while it thrived under Nan's management. If he could sense the horrific pressure he unknowingly emanated, he might grasp the reason behind it. Wow, boss, look who's here. Deidara exclaimed as he landed in front of the ninja tool shop with Ino and Deidara. He liberated Ino from her bindings and led her into the shop, while Sasori released Hiryu from his state and followed them inside. After all, Shounen has gone out on a mission. Pain nodded and turned to Ino. You are Yamanaka Ino? Ino felt the terrifying aura emanating from Pain, and she took a few steps back, her expression resembling that of someone on the verge of tears. Boss, could you please refrain from being so intimidating? Deidara rushed forward to defend her, speaking up. Even the usually indifferent Scorpion nodded in agreement with Deidara's sentiment. No, that's not it. I merely wish to inquire what she would like to eat tonight. I apologize, Pain responded, somewhat flustered, not understanding why Ino was so frightened by him, as he had merely offered a normal greeting. I just want to go home. Ino shook her head and whispered, my parents will worry about me. Rest assured, we will not harm you. You only need to use your family's secret techniques to assist us with a task, Pain replied, shaking his head. Before that, you simply need to stay in the organization and follow the regular schedule. We will not bully you, I assure you. But there are no buts, young lady. Staying here isn't so bad. I'll help you tidy up your bed. I remember there's an empty spot, Deidara exclaimed, rushing into the tunnel, leaving Ino utterly bewildered. By the way, how's the situation with Akatsuki? Scorpion inquired. They've returned. They were the fastest group to complete their mission. Chiyo and the One-Tail have already been captured. And currently, the One-Tail Jinchuriki, Gaara, is deceased, Pain replied. Haiden and Kakuzu hardly engaged in combat. They merely released the Jinchuriki from the seal, and he completely transformed into the tailed beast, devastating a significant portion of Sunagakure. The Sand Village is now on the brink of collapse, facing imminent destruction. It sounds like the Jinchuriki harbors a deep resentment towards the village, Scorpion remarked, his eyes betraying an unusual emotion. After all, that place was where he had once grown up. It was impossible for him to feel no attachment. A being that sacrifices itself to protect the village yet is despised and abandoned by the very people it sought to safeguard, even facing assassination from its own father. Lacking the resolve and ruthlessness of Naruto, it ultimately ended up imprisoned by the higher-ups of Sunagakure, who planned to transfer the One Tail and eliminate him. Nothing could be more disheartening. Thus, when Akatsuki released him, he must have exhausted all his power. Pain spoke softly, no matter how bright the sun shines. There are still shadows it cannot illuminate. Listening to their conversation, Ino clenched her fists tighter. What about Haiden and Kakuzu? After capturing the two tails, they said they would collect a bonus along the way and took care of the Fire Temple's terrain. I heard Asuma Saratobi from Konoha is looking for trouble with them. Please do not harm Asuma-sensei. Ino voiced her concern. She had already witnessed the strength of the Akatsuki members. Both Deidara and Scorpion had not shown their full power when they faced Sasuke, especially considering Sasuke's lightning techniques countered Deidara's clay. If Asuma were to confront those two Akatsuki members directly, the consequences would be dire. That is acceptable, but you must agree to one condition. Pain narrowed his eyes and spoke deliberately. Once we extract the Nine Tails from Naruto, you will use your family's secret technique to control Chiyo, compelling her to use the reanimation jutsu to revive herself, exchanging the life of a stranger for that of your teacher. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you say? Life cannot be measured, Ino retorted. But feelings can, Pain asserted with authority. Choose. After a long silence, Ino gritted her teeth, closed her eyes tightly, and spoke as if forcing the words through clenched jaws. Spare Asuma-sensei, and I agree to your condition. Excellent. Meanwhile, Sister Nan, aren't you going to eat? Naruto asked, biting into a skewer of 4 delight dumplings before offering one to Xiaonan. Every time I see this, I think of that guy Akatsuki. Hurry and make him return my ninja tools. Xiaonan recalled something and urged. Actually, I didn't have those ninja tools. I made up that lie to escape from his clutches. You tricked me? This is an emergency. Naruto pleaded. Next time, I'll buy you a few novels you like. Just let me off this time, Sister Nan. Humph. Xiaonan hesitated but ultimately lightly tapped Naruto on the head, saying, if you deceive me again, I will bind you in a coffin and blow it up. Yes, yes. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Sister Nan, what is your relationship with Jiraiya? As they walked, Naruto tentatively asked. You don't know anything, do you? Xiaonan halted, looking at Naruto. If I knew, I wouldn't be asking. Your name was given by Minato, inspired by the protagonist of Jiraiya's novel, the one you read, Tale of the Gallant Ninja. Xiaonan hesitated but eventually revealed, I, along with Yahiko and Nagato, were taken in by Jiraiya during the Third Great Ninja War, and he taught us ninjutsu, making him not only my teacher but also your father's mentor. What a coincidence. Who were Yahiko and Nagato? Naruto asked with curiosity. Both died during the Ninja War. I'm sorry to bring up such matters. It's fine. Xiaonan shook her head and replied, let us head back. It's starting to rain. Naruto tossed the skewer of dumplings into a trash bin and nodded. Currently, 4 of the 9-tailed beasts have been captured, including Naruto. The remaining tailed beasts are not particularly difficult to capture, except for one known as the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee from Kumogakure. It is said that Killer Bee is a lightning-style ninja capable of using the 8-sword style, possessing tremendous strength, and unlike other Jinchuriki, he has achieved a perfect harmony with the 8 tails, allowing him to maintain his sanity even in complete tailed beast transformation and easily control the tailed beast chakra, excluding Pain, who cannot leave Amigakure. Only Xiaonan and Naruto remain to combat such an opponent. This means that for the next tailed beast capture mission, Sister Nan, I'll be counting on you again next time. Naruto smiled at Xiaonan after hearing Pain's forthcoming plans. If you do anything excessive, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Actually, that night you came over, shut up. Their conversation drew suspicious glances from other Akatsuki members. Wow. Quickly tell your senpai, how far have you and Sister Nan progressed? Akatsuki member Haiden bounded over, grabbing Naruto by the arm, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing Xiaonan's fierce gaze, one that promised to stuff him into a coffin and explode him, Naruto cleared his throat and replied, Nothing. You were just imagining things. Just a little bit. No. Ino observed Naruto and the others, her tense expression relaxing slightly. He appeared much happier than when he was in Konoha. That night, Haiden and Kakuzu returned, carrying their reward. Following Pain's orders, They bypassed Asuma Sarutobi and his team and swiftly returned to the Akatsuki base in Amigakure. I want a feast of 4 delight dumplings. As soon as Pain proposed a celebratory banquet, Haiden jumped up, his voice booming. Not for you. Naruto pressed Haiden down, saying, Do you think this banquet is for you? Huh. Then who is it for? Everyone's eyes turned to the girl watering plants in the corner. Me? Yamanaka Ino blinked in surprise, turning to the crowd. You're throwing a banquet for me. Someone who has been captured? I just wanted to clarify what you like to eat. It wouldn't do to buy something you dislike while shopping for groceries later. Pain nodded seriously. You are not a prisoner. We brought you here simply to ask for your assistance with a task. We will, of course, take care of your food and lodging. Are you truly a villain organization? At that moment, Ino found herself at a loss for where to begin her complaints. Chapter 35, After the Banquet. Feeling dizzy and nauseous, Ino pressed her head with her hands, staggering towards a room. She pushed the door open and collapsed onto the bed. Initially, she had no intention of drinking, but to her surprise, these seemingly despicable individuals were quite persuasive, and before she knew it, she had overindulged. Speaking of which, her room had been tidied up by that fellow named Deidara, hadn't it? Surely, there wouldn't be any clay bombs lying about. Ino silently pondered as she wearily closed her eyes, intending to take a brief nap. The events of the day had been overwhelmingly bizarre. She had spent the day selling flowers in a shop and, by nightfall, found herself at an Akatsuki banquet. If this were a novel, one would suspect the author had lost their mind. Oh, I am so full, Deidara exclaimed as he burst into the room, rubbing his belly in satisfaction. It's been ages since I've enjoyed such delicious barbecue. The leader's culinary skills are indeed remarkable. Deidara paused, a look of confusion washing over him as he stepped back to scrutinize the door number. This is the right place. Why on earth is she lying in my bed? He scratched his head, unable to comprehend the situation. Could it be that she is intentionally here? Has she been captivated by my artistic aura and wishes to offer herself? No, that can't be right. No girl would be so frivolous. Perhaps I should consult Kakazu. He is older and may possess some wisdom. Deidara's mind was in a whirlwind, and given his lack of experience with such matters, his thoughts were limited. Should I wake her up and ask her to leave? No. That would surely be embarrassing for her, and misunderstandings might arise. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to exit the room, closing the door behind him as he made his way to Ino's room. After all, he had arranged it himself, and she had never stayed there before. It should be fine for her to spend the night. Meanwhile, Haiden quietly observed as Deidara entered Ino's room, his expression shifting between various emotions. No wonder this guy has been so protective of her and even intercepted a few drinks on her behalf. It all makes sense now. On another front, Naruto supported the inebriated Konan as they entered her room. Her cheeks were flushed, and her once-tied blue hair had come loose, strands brushing against Naruto's face and tickling him. I can still drink, Konan proclaimed, lifting a bottle of alcohol and exclaiming, I'm not drunk. You should calm down. I never imagined you would drink less than Ino. Naruto replied, somewhat helpless as he assisted her onto the bed. Suddenly, she grasped the hem of his shirt, her face a vivid crimson. Her gaze sultry as she stared at him, her cherry lips gently parting. Though she was an alluring woman, Naruto perceived more cuteness than sensuality in her demeanor. Naruto, Konan mumbled, her half-closed eyes and soft voice adding to the enchantment. Is this reality or an illusion? Could my luck with romance truly be blooming? Naruto swallowed hard. But before he could respond, Konan suddenly lowered her head and vomited. Stay back. Do you know that speaking only half a sentence will make you tongue-tied? Pain entered the room alongside Sasori, who had come to visit Chiyo, who was bound by 4 heavy iron chains. A dark sigil glimmered ominously on the wall, silently indicating its operation. Her resistance is too fierce. If we don't act carefully, she might escape, Pain remarked. We'll release her when we need the 9 tails. Sasori's expression remained unchanged as he observed Chiyo. What was your reaction when you heard that Sunagakure was devastated? Chiyo lifted her gaze, a mocking smile gracing her lips. You deserve it. Sasori shook his head, quietly responding, I have heard of Gaara, the Jinchuriki of One Tail. He was treated as a monster from a young age, faced assassination from his father, and endured the disdain and hatred of the villagers. The sealing process robbed him of sleep, leading to a gradual mental breakdown. I truly question how you, as an elder, could lead them. Or perhaps you, like those villagers, view him as a monster? He looked at her pointedly, continuing, Are you prepared to deny this truth? Chiyo did not answer, avoiding his gaze. They stood in silence until Sasori finally turned to leave, leaving Chiyo and Pain in the stillness of the room. What is your true objective, Pain? Chiyo inquired softly. To bestow peace and suffering upon the world, Pain replied. That is the Akatsuki's purpose. Do you not feel exploited? As long as the goal is achieved, it matters not who utilizes whom. The boy named Naruto Uzumaki. Do you know his aim? To destroy Konoha. I promised him as much. Huh. If his only intention were destruction, he could not possess that kind of gaze, Chiyo scoffed. The autumn wind chimed through the silver bells of the Hyuga household, where Hinata, clad in a blue and white jacket, practiced her gentle fist technique in the backyard. However, her lack of talent rendered her training ineffective, even less proficient than her younger sister, Hinata Hanabi. No matter how hard she trained, a genius remains a genius, and a failure, regardless of effort, cannot catch up. Niji's words echoed in her mind as she gritted her teeth, stubbornly stepping into the 8 trigrams stance to practice the 64 palms. Yet, after only 31 strikes, she found herself at a loss, gasping for breath as she sank to the ground. Hinata Hayashi stood in the courtyard, silently observing Hinata's relentless training. Finally, shaking his head, he sighed and departed. Is effort truly all that is required? Hinata envisioned her sparring with Hanabi, whose speed and understanding of the technique made her formidable. In just a few moves, Hinata was knocked to the ground, as if those fists were striking her anew. In fear, Hinata leaped back, collapsing onto the ground. In that moment, she realized her previous vision had been an illusion, not reality. The willow tree swayed gently in the autumn breeze. She recalled the events of the prior day, when she lay bruised and battered on the ground, her breaths uneven. Hanabi had anxiously pleaded with Hayashi to stop the fight, but his response was simple and resolute. Continue fighting. She hasn't lost consciousness yet. Thus, Hinata stood once more, offering her sister a kind smile. Shall we continue? Niji, watching from the sidelines, scoffed, his expression one of disdain. No one can escape this cycle of creating failures. Though endowed with the main family's Byakugan, she felt like a mere extinguished ember, while Niji, with the branch family's Byakugan, had been able to execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms since childhood. Yet here she was, struggling to master even 31. Hinata sat up, burying her face in her legs and quietly weeping. I know I am useless. My talent pales in comparison to others, but I am trying my best. Is there truly no one willing to acknowledge my efforts? Is everything I do in vain? Once again, she envisioned that figure, a child clad in orange, standing before her, looking discontentedly at those throwing snowballs, proclaiming, if you don't leave, the 9 tails will emerge from my body and devour you all. After speaking, the boy struck a fierce pose, as if he were truly transforming into a 9-tailed fox. Run away. The fox demon is protecting the white-eyed monster. He will devour us. How terrifying. Let's keep our distance. However, the white-eyed monster is rather weak. He. Mischievous children turned and ran, throwing snowballs at Naruto's head while mocking him. Are you all right? The young Hinata asked, gazing up at the seemingly towering boy in surprise. Yeah, just got hit by a snowball. Naruto nodded, then turned to her and asked, aren't you afraid of me? Why would I fear someone who has protected me? Hinata shyly replied, her sky-blue eyes sparkling with admiration. Then, shall we be friends? Naruto hesitated for a moment, then summoned his courage to propose. Sure, my name is. Before Hinata could finish, a familiar voice called out, Hinata. She turned to the source of the voice and saw the stern-faced Niji Hyuga grabbing her hand. After glancing at Naruto, he said, we should head back. Dinner is ready. But no buts. Have you forgotten the family rules? Niji shot a look at Naruto and firmly dragged Hinata away. Don't play with people of unclear identity. Hinata glanced back helplessly at Naruto, who stood there, staring at her. Both of them exchanging glances in the winter chill. It was then that Naruto's personality began to gradually turn inward. Your name is Hinata? Naruto suddenly opened his eyes wide, pressing his hand to his head in confusion. It was only at that moment he recalled the blue-haired girl who had shyly handed him her test paper during the Chunin exams, leaving him puzzled about when they had met. Had they crossed paths so long ago? How lonely must she have been to remember him after all this time? Naruto silently contemplated. Chapter 36. Hinata and Hanabi, is she the one who likes that despicable monster, Naruto? You wouldn't know, but I've heard that Naruto once protected her. Indeed, monsters tend to congregate with one another. This monster is quite weak. Even her younger sister can beat her black and blue. Truly useless. Since some point in time, Hinata Hyuga has been subjected to such remarks, mostly from Neji Hyuga, who, as a branch family member, possessed talents that starkly contrasted with Hinata's. His combat prowess far surpassed hers. Yet, due to his branch status, he never received the attention of the main family, and his Byakugan was not complete. In the end, Neji directed his pent-up resentment toward Hinata, who possessed the purest Byakugan of the main family. Yet her talents were so lacking that he often expressed his wish that her eyes were his. This led to countless nightmares for Hinata, where she dreamed of Neji wanting to gouge out her Byakugan. Perhaps it was a bit too sensitive, but each time felt eerily real, as if such a thing could indeed happen. Recently, Neji's gaze had become strange, akin to that of a venomous snake. "How are you, sister?" Hanabi Hyuga inquired as she brought a basin of warm water to Hinata, smiling. "You worked hard during practice today." "Yes, Hanabi is the best child for me," Hinata replied, beaming with pride as she embraced Hanabi, who nestled her head against Hinata's chest, teasing, "Sister, your figure is splendid. Will you float while bathing? You should be more modest." Hinata replied, blushing as she lightly tapped Hanabi's head. Hanabi stuck out her tongue and replied, "I truly envy you, sister. I wonder who will marry you. If I were a boy, I wouldn't let you go, hee. Actually, I do have someone I like." "Is it Naruto?" "Yes. I believe whoever you like cannot be a bad person. He must have some connection to you, to all of Konoha, and to me," Hanabi said softly. "If Naruto returns." "Sister, will you go with him?" "I don't know," Hinata replied, shaking her head gently. The next day, Hanabi was practicing her gentle fist technique in the backyard. Understanding her sister's limitations, she doubled her efforts during training, determined to surpass Neji in a short time, especially since today was the clan's small competition. And she was matched against him. Only by becoming stronger could she protect her sister. Hanabi landed a punch on a large tree, inhaling deeply before retracting her fist. "Not bad. You're almost on par with Neji," a strange male voice remarked. Hanabi turned to the source of the voice to find a man with black hair and snake-like eyes, dressed in a white coat with a purple cord at his waist. Grinning maliciously, "Orochimaru, what are you doing here?" Hanabi exclaimed, momentarily stunned, as she assumed a stance for her gentle fist technique. "Leave at once. No need to rush. I came with no ill intentions this time, for what I needed to do is already done," Orochimaru replied, waving his hand. Humans are truly easy to manipulate. Perhaps it's due to having only one pair of eyes. Regardless of whether their eyes are white, black, or any other color, they can only see a short distance into the future. Without a reference, they cannot recognize themselves. What are you implying? Even a cornered beast will fight back. You have already been ensnared in a trap. Orochimaru smirked sinisterly before turning and departing from the Hyuga estate. Hanabi was left bewildered, unsure of his cryptic words. "Lady Hanabi, it's time for the competition." A maid approached and bowed slightly to her. "I know," Hanabi nodded, though she wished to chase after Orochimaru to understand his intentions. She knew that attending the clan's small competition was more pressing. Following the maid, she entered the estate, which was divided into 3 sections: the attic, the living room for receiving guests, and the arena for competitions. Although competition was a stark understatement, the battles held within the arena were more akin to slaughter. The use of curtains to separate the fighting area served to signify that the inner sanctum was not a place for ordinary people, that the inside and outside were 2 entirely different realms. Hanabi had grown accustomed to this. She had bested countless opponents here, including her own sister. And her only challenge lay in one person, the prodigious Neji Hyuga, acclaimed as the strongest genius of the Hyuga clan. Had he not been a branch family member, possessing a complete Byakugan, his future would have been boundless. Hanabi parted the curtain, stepping into the arena where various clan elders were seated. And at the forefront sat the clan leader, Hayashi Hyuga, calmly observing her entrance. Dressed in a dark brown short robe, Hanabi focused on Neji, who stood at the center of the arena. With both Hanabi and Neji present, the second match was officially underway. Hayashi Hyuga watched as Hanabi confidently approached Neji, readying her stance. "Wait," Hanabi suddenly called out. "Where's my sister? Even if she lost, she should be able to watch the match, right?" "She withdrew from the competition out of fear," Hayashi replied, shaking his head. "What are you looking at, Hanabi?" Ningxi assumed a stance and whispered, "Your opponent is here." Huahua momentarily set aside her worries, took a deep breath, and readied herself, declaring, "Come on." Ningxi was the first to strike, utilizing the gentle fist technique to attack Huahua. A pale blue chakra gathered at his fingertips, emitting streaks of light as he unleashed his assault. Hua recognized that her opponent was merely probing her defenses, so she countered with a corresponding technique, leaving Ningxi momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their strikes echoed as the two engaged in combat, their speeds evenly matched due to both having activated their Byakugan. However, the elder members of the Hyuga clan could see that Ningxi was clearly holding back, his attacks lacking the full force he was capable of, as if he deliberately restrained his strength. Shall we cease this pretense? Ningxi said, blocking Huahua's punch with a smile. Very well, I too wish to see just how strong you truly are, brother Ningxi. Huahua raised an eyebrow, stepping back to create some distance, while Ningxi gathered chakra in his palm, transforming his fist into an open hand aimed at Huahua's abdomen, delivering a powerful strike. A gust of force accompanied the explosion of chakra. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Huahua took a deep breath, channeling a substantial amount of chakra into her hands, forming a fierce lion's head that opened its sharp fangs and shattered Ningxi's attack. It seemed as though the spectators could hear the roar of the chakra lion. Double lion's roar. Is that truly the double lion's roar? I never expected someone of such a young age could wield it with such mastery, perhaps even surpassing Hinata. Are you seriously comparing Huahua to Hinata? You're just looking for trouble. The elders of the clan laughed derisively. Huahua frowned, clearly displeased with their remarks. The double lion's roar is indeed a formidable ninjutsu. Ningxi sneered. A clan's secret technique. Its mere presence is extraordinary. I shall ensure my sister teaches you a lesson. With a swift step, Huahua dashed toward Ningxi, who assumed a defensive stance. As her attack approached, he spun like a top, generating a semicircular shield of chakra around him. Reversal. Huahua's double lion's roar collided with his defense, the clash of chakra producing a sharp, piercing sound. The two remained locked for a brief moment until Huahua could no longer withstand the pressure and was forced to retreat. Ningxi, having released his reversal, moved swiftly in front of her, delivering 2 precise strikes to her chakra points. As a young prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Huahua understood the peril of having her chakra point struck. She retaliated with 2 strikes aimed at Ningxi's elbow, causing his attack to veer slightly off course. Although he did make contact with her chakra point, the impact was not significant. Gritting her teeth, Huahua lowered her stance, once more channeling chakra into her double lion's roar. She slipped behind Ningxi and struck fiercely at his spine. The branch family's Byakugan had blind spots. A few centimeters behind the spine were not visible. With 2 opportunities to strike, Huahua believed that Ningxi, lacking sight of that area, would be unable to defend against her attacks. There was no time left for Ningxi to utilize reversal at this distance. What a pity, Ningxi smirked coldly, abruptly elbowing backward. Huahua's attack was deflected upward, narrowly missing its target, as Ningxi executed a powerful kick behind him. Huahua was struck in the abdomen and staggered back several steps before losing her balance and falling to the ground. How could this be? You should have had no sight. If you had blocked with your fists, it could be seen as mere coincidence, but to predict my attack direction and the flow of my punches is nearly impossible. Huahua wiped the blood from her lips and exclaimed, Your Byakugan. Is it truly the clan's Byakugan? Chapter 37. Return to Konoha. Father, tell me, is Ningxi's Byakugan inherited from my sister? Huahua, suppressing her pain, ran to Hyuga Hizashi, disbelief etched on her face. Why are you keeping your eyes closed? Why won't you answer me? Continue the match, Huahua. The future of the Hyuga clan depends on you and Ningxi, Hizashi replied, shaking his head gently. Father, answer me. Where's my sister? Huahua, completely distracted from the match, looked at Hizashi, her eyes trembling. Enough. Do not cause any more trouble. Hizashi scolded loudly. The Hyuga clan has always been regarded alongside the Senju and Uchiha clans as one of the 3 great families of Konoha. Now, with the Senju nearly extinct and the Uchiha dominating, we need ninjas who can uphold our legacy, and Ningxi is one of them. For the sake of the clan, I would abandon not just 1 Hinata, but 10, 100, even 1,000, if it means securing our future. Children who do not understand should simply follow our orders. You have no right to comment on matters of the clan. Huahua clenched her teeth and stood up abruptly, rushing toward the curtain. What do you think you're doing? Do you dare to leave during the match? This is an act of cowardice. Hizashi yelled, anger radiating from him. Take 1 more step and see what happens. If you wish to kill me, then do so. I must find my sister, Huahua declared resolutely, stepping beyond the curtain without a hint of hesitation. What nonsense about family? What does it matter to be the strongest in the world? Does it add more gold to our faces? You. Hisashi was left speechless, watching helplessly as Huahua departed. Huahua searched the upper floor, but found no trace of Hinata. She inquired with Hinata's instructor, Yuhi Kurenai, who also had not seen her. Finally, returning in despair, Huahua thought of a certain place, a park that had seen better days, with dilapidated swings now marked with danger signs. The autumn breeze rustled the leaves, red leaves drifting down like butterflies, landing gently on the bench and the shoulders of a solitary girl. Hinata sat quietly on the bench, eyes closed, clad in her blue and white jacket, exuding tranquility yet enveloped in solitude. Sister. Huahua's heart ached as she dashed into Hinata's embrace. Hinata blinked in surprise before breaking into a gentle smile. Why are you here? Aren't you competing? Competing? Let us leave the Hyuga clan, sister. Huahua tightened her grip on Hinata's back, tears streaming down her face. I can't bear to see you hurt any longer. Why has it come to this? Sister, let us become rogue ninjas and escape this place. She finally understood why Naruto could leave with such resolve, laughing amidst the flames engulfing Konoha. He was not a madman. He was simply exhausted, and his emotions had erupted. No, Huahua, you must listen. Becoming a rogue ninja is perilous. Hinata gently patted Huahua's head, her voice tender. Perhaps this way is better. I no longer have to fight and one T be called a Byakugan monster. Her voice faltered, trembling and filled with sorrow, breaking the hearts of all who heard it. Sister. Hana stood up, her stature even shorter than Hinata's, and tightly embraced Hinata, tears shimmering in her white eyes as they reflected a resolute determination. I shall not allow you to suffer any longer. At last, Hinata revealed her vulnerable side. The facade of strength she had maintained crumbled away. Sister, I have a question for you. If Naruto were to return, would you go with him? He will never come back. I mean, if he did. Yes. In the Rain Village, at the Akatsuki base. Uffed. Naruto spat out water, incredulous as he asked, What? You want me to go to Konoha? Indeed. It's merely to gather some intelligence. Pain nodded, responding, I require information on Uchiha Shursui. I've reviewed his combat history. And even with only half of it, the number of missions he has completed is alarmingly high. If we wish to bring down Konoha, we must thoroughly understand this individual. What about your almighty push and universal pull? Can't they handle him? Naruto raised an eyebrow. We haven't tried yet. And that's why I want you to test his Susanu's strength, to see if it can withstand my ninjutsu. Going alone? Yes. This time it would be more convenient for you to go solo. Just place a kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique here. And you can teleport back in an instant if you encounter danger. That's only natural. Naruto pondered for a moment, then stood up and looked at Pain. Aren't you worried I might run into Sasuke on the way? Sasuke and Sakura are out on a mission together. You won't encounter him. You seem to have thoroughly investigated this. If that guy is so adept at gathering intelligence, why not let him try? Pain shook his head, speaking earnestly. He would die? Oh, that sounds rather perilous. Naruto inserted the Kusanagi sword into his waistband and sighed. I just need to force out his Susanu and see if it's tough enough, right? That would be one way to look at it. Good luck. Naruto tossed the kunai to the ground and then departed from the Akatsuki base. Shortly after, Deidara emerged from his room, looking disheartened and listless. What's wrong with you? Pain asked, observing Deidara as he walked by. That girl named Ino apologized to me this morning. And now she is ignoring me. Does her ignoring you make you this despondent? Of course. Who can feel happy when a lovely girl dislikes them? Deidara huffed, shaking his sleeves in displeasure. I can feel happy. Kakazu, who had silently appeared behind Deidara, spoke in a heavy tone. Oh, I wanted to ask you about how to deal with girls yesterday, and now it seems not consulting you was the right choice. Deidara clicked his tongue, a hint of mockery in his voice. Have you ever been in a relationship? If I had, would I be here as a rogue ninja? Fair point. What are you two discussing? Talking about love so early in the morning? Haiden, wielding his massive scythe, scrutinized the trio. I ask you, Haiden, do you know how to make a girl happy? Deidara looked up at this stylishly coiffed man. You asked that. Pursue Ino, and just offer her to Lord Jashin. That should suffice. Whether she's happy or not, I cannot say, but Lord Jashin will surely be pleased. Go sleep with your Lord Jashin. Deidara ground his teeth, wishing he could hurl some clay bombs at Haiden's head. Wait, he probably can't be blown up, so never mind. The taciturn Sasori passed by Deidara, holding a bouquet of flowers. Wait. What are you doing with that bouquet? Deidara seized Sasori's arm, demanding an explanation. It's for Ino. Is that a problem? It's not about whether it's a problem. Are you trying to compete with me? Now you want to steal my girl too? Don't you think that's a bit excessive? If she doesn't like your kind of insanity, that's beyond her control. It merely shows she's a normal person. Sasori raised an eyebrow and walked past Deidara. Don't disturb me while I'm delivering flowers. You're pushing me to fight you, you bastard. As they argued, they began to exchange jutsu, clearly prepared for a fierce clash. Why hasn't Sister Nin been caught up in such disputes? Haiden, with his hands behind his head, watched the escalating conflict between Deidara and Sasori with interest. Sister Nin has a fine figure and appearance. Who would dare approach someone with her temper? It's a shame such beauty is marred by such a personality. Oh, my head's falling off. Haiden, can you help me pick it up? Haiden's body touched the severed neck, while the head on the ground spoke. Haiden, are you going to pick it up? Conan smiled at Haiden and asked. I'm off to eat some 4 happiness balls. See you later, Deidara. Haiden turned and fled, completely disregarding Deidara, leaving only Deidara's head shaking in horror. Kakuzu and Kisame silently observed the tension-filled atmosphere, where conflict could erupt at any moment, as well as Pain, who remained seated, watching the chaos unfold, and sighed. Today, the Akatsuki organization was embroiled in absurd internal strife. In the mountains, Ino stepped out to hear the sounds of Deidara and Sasori grappling with each other, their fight devoid of ninjutsu, resembling a simple child's brawl. Meanwhile, Conan had hung Haiden's head on the wall, upside down, claiming it would help drain the water from his brain. I must have entered the largest rogue ninja organization. The Akatsuki, not the biggest mental asylum in the ninja world. How come there are so few sane people? Ino once again expressed her exasperation. Chapter 38. Naruto and Hinata. The defenses of Konoha were exceedingly stringent, especially after the conclusion of the Chunin exams several years ago. The village's guard force had been doubled, making it quite difficult to infiltrate unnoticed. Deidara and Sasori had been fortunate that day, but Naruto's situation was quite different. Damn it. How come there are so many Sharingan users? Naruto raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat helpless. Given the presence of Sharingan users, Naruto's transformation technique was rendered ineffective. After all, transformation was merely a form of supplementary genjutsu, easily dispelled by those who wielded the Sharingan daily. It seemed he had no choice but to charge in headlong. Naruto emerged from the concealing foliage, boldly striding toward the 4 Uchiha guards stationed at the entrance of Konoha. Halt! The leading captain bellowed, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Naruto, gradually realizing who had approached. Uzumaki Naruto. It's Uzumaki Naruto. That monster has returned. Quick, inform the Hokage. Blood gushed from his neck as Naruto's figure instantaneously materialized behind the guard, his Kusanagi sword cleaving the man in half. Flying Thunder God Slash. It's good to see you all again. Naruto sneered, channeling chakra into the Kusanagi sword, which erupted with a fierce gale. Gripping the blade tightly, he spun violently, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that sliced through the Konoha guards as if they were mere vegetables. Wind release. Great wind blade technique. Ah! The captain of the Uchiha guards fell to the ground, terror-stricken as he gazed at Uzumaki Naruto. Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. Nothing has changed. The people of Konoha remain just as repugnant. Naruto let out a derisive laugh, his right eye suddenly opening wide, revealing the 3-tomo Sharingan. The captain, upon gazing into the eye, found himself ensnared in Naruto's genjutsu. Where is Uchiha Shursui? In the Hokage's office, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were convening. The captain, in a daze, began to respond. Thank you. Naruto moved swiftly behind the captain, a flash of the blade occurring so quickly that a mere mortal could hardly perceive it. The captain's head fell, his eyes wide open, as if still lost in the illusion. Is that Hinata Hyuga? How could such a beautiful girl fancy that monster? Oh, one knows a person's face, but not their heart. Perhaps she simply uses her looks to dally with others. Those eyes of hers are quite frightening, though. I heard the head of the Hyuga clan plans to marry her off to the Tsuchikage of a Wagakure as a concubine. What? That old man with the red nose. He possesses the dust release bloodline, and who knows, they might even bear a child with Byakugan and dust release. The crowd began to point and gossip about the blind Hinata, who had unwittingly stirred the once quiet park into a frenzy. They mocked her, their faces adorned with a facade of sympathy, relishing the superiority gained by belittling another, as if her misfortune brought them joy. She deserves it. That wretch is in league with Naruto Uzumaki, who is nothing but a beast. Before the man could finish his sentence, the Kusanagi sword pierced through his skull. Naruto brushed off the dust from his hands, a cold smirk on his lips as he addressed the crowd. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Hinata, seated on a bench, suddenly lifted her head. Though her eyes could no longer see, she envisioned Naruto standing there, radiating an imposing aura. Yes, it is Naruto. Run. The monster has returned. Can you all not keep your mouth shut for a moment? Naruto gritted his teeth, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to leap onto the Kusanagi sword. He swiftly withdrew it, and before the crowd could disperse, his blade flickered among them. Executing a lethal dance without even employing ninjutsu, effortlessly severing their heads with the flying thunder god slash. Not a single one was spared. Naruto-kun? Hinata's voice trembled, fear coursing through her that this might be a mere dream. If only Naruto would confirm his identity, she could awaken from this nightmare and remain in the park, enduring the mockery of couples passing by. Once the laughter subsided, the cold wind would envelop her, leaving her with an overwhelming loneliness. Yet, she would continue to visit this park daily, sitting on that bench, for it was where she had always hidden in the corners, secretly watching that yellow-haired boy swing. This park was also where they first encountered one another. It is I, Hinata Hyuga. Naruto turned to her, then scoffed. Did someone gouge out your eyes? How pitiful. To think your own kin would betray you. Naruto-kun, please, take me away from Konoha. Hinata stood, her emotions surging, reaching out her hands into the darkness. Yet her steps led her in the wrong direction, away from Naruto. He frowned and approached her, allowing her to grasp his robe. Miss Hinata, I feel no obligation to escort you from Konoha, he stated softly. Though we met once, and you may harbor some delusions about me, I must firmly convey that I do not hold any affection for you. Do you recall that day? Yes, I remember. Then, that is sufficient. Can you call my name? My full name. Hinata pursed her lips, her tone tinged with pleading. Hinata Hyuga. Good, that is enough. Just the fact that you remember me is satisfactory. Hinata nodded, releasing his robe, her face lighting up with a smile. Then, until we meet again, Naruto-kun. Just to have a place in your memory is enough for me. Naruto. It's Naruto. That monster. Surely the Byakugan monster and the Nine Tails are in collusion. A passerby, upon seeing Naruto and Hinata, screamed and attempted to flee. But with Naruto's speed, escape was a futile hope. I am utterly amazed by your lack of sense. Could you not sneak away quietly? Must you shout and then run like a coward? Do you find that thrilling? Naruto stepped on the man's head, then, with the back of the Kusanagi sword, tapped the man's skull. What do you mean by Byakugan monster? Is that what you all have been calling her? She is the princess of the Hyuga clan. She consorts with you. Monster, thus she is a monster too. The man, realizing his escape was hopeless, shouted. When did you start calling her that? A few days ago. Who claimed she liked me? Do you have any proof? Neji said so. He is her brother and cannot be mistaken. Naruto nodded and plunged his sword into the man's neck. Hey, what's the name again? Hinata Hyuga? Naruto turned to the departing Hinata and asked. Did your brother gouge out your eyes? Hinata tilted her head in confusion. Why do you ask? Though I do not like you. Witnessing someone suffer for harboring feelings for me is still unbearable. Naruto grasped Hinata's hand firmly, his tone cold. It feels much like witnessing one's own pets being bullied. It pains my heart. I will help you reclaim your eyes and deal with those who have wronged you. I just want you to take me away. All right. I shall take you away. Naruto readily agreed, his voice carrying a stern undertone. I will help you retrieve your eyes and handle those people. As for whether you'll leave or not, if you follow me, I cannot simply cast you aside. After all, I am the Nine Tails, and you are a Byakugan user. We are allies. Hinata felt warmth bloom within her, a sensation of safety she had not experienced in a long time. A reassurance that someone would stand by her side, even if the world crumbled. In the Hyuga estate, Orochimaru sat in the courtyard, sipping tea, while Neji, clad in white, sat opposite him, a confident smile gracing his features. I owe you much for convincing Hisashi to allow me to take the clan's Byakugan. Such trivial matters, Orochimaru replied, his smile carrying a sinister edge. As for Hinata Hanabi, she is resting in the attic. I have just administered a sleeping potion in her food. You may take her for your experiments as you wish. Neji nodded, responding, if Hisashi inquires, I shall say she was slain by the Uchiha. This will grant me a pretext to publicly challenge Sasuke Uchiha and break his arm, reducing the Uchiha clan's talent by one more. This is indeed a fine outcome. Yet it concerns me little now. I shall go fetch Hinata Hanabi. Orochimaru rose and made his way toward the attic, while Neji bowed respectfully. Who the hell is Neji Hyuga? A coarse shout erupted, as several white-robed Hyuga ninjas were hurled into the living room. The wooden door shattered. The white-robed ninjas clutched their spines, groaning in agony as they writhed on the floor. Draped in the Akatsuki cloak, Naruto held Hinata's hand with one hand while gripping the blood-stained Kusanagi sword with the other, the Sharingan and Byakugan reflecting the same icy malice. Chapter 39. A Discourse on Reason. Niji Hyuga froze momentarily, then a cold smirk crept across his lips as he spoke. Did you summon that monster to assist you? Indeed. It is the renowned white-eyed specter, and the connection with the nine-tailed fox is rather profound. The ability to wield him as a sword is quite impressive. What of it if I enjoy being treated as a weapon by her? I relish it. I delight in it. Does it concern you? Naruto ground his teeth, gripping the Kusanagi sword tightly as he exclaimed, Is it you who has been spreading rumors about Hinata's affection for me? What? Am I mistaken? He sighed. Fine. I tire of conversing with you. Releasing Hinata's hand, he stepped forward and declared, This is merely a case of the mouse licking the cat, seeking unnecessary thrills. He hurled the Kusanagi sword to the ground. Then, with a single footfall, concentrated his chakra into the form of the nine tails, unleashing the gentle fist technique upon Niji. Though surprised that Naruto dared to engage him with the gentle fist, Niji's reflexes remained sharp, and their fists clashed, creating a dazzling display of chakra. Damn it! What is this guy's deal? How can he be so adept at the gentle fist? Niji could hardly believe Naruto's attack was so swift and precise. Even compared to himself, he was not at a disadvantage and perhaps even slightly superior. Unlike the orthodox gentle fist, Naruto's strikes were imbued with lethal intent, starkly contrasting Niji's purpose of subduing the enemy. What? Feeling flustered? Naruto chuckled coldly, hastening his blows. His hands suddenly formed fists, enveloped in crimson chakra, taking the shape of menacing fox heads that opened wide, viciously biting at Niji's arms. Fox-type gentle fist. Niji's arms were brutally torn apart by the nine-tailed chakra, reminiscent of a wooden rod exploding from within, with limbs and blood scattering. Having lost both arms, Niji stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground, incredulous as he gazed at Naruto. How do you know the clan's techniques? The fox-type gentle fist was an adaptation of Naruto's own creation from the dual lion fist, while its range was slightly diminished. Its destructive power was far greater, often used to obliterate specific parts of the body without resulting in death. What ninjutsu is beyond my grasp? Naruto shook his head with a smile. A genius of the gentle fist? You overestimate yourself. Don't kid yourself. Even if you fought that fool Sasuke, you'd lose. Do you really think possessing those sparkling eyes makes you formidable? Are you not aware that it is your fists and not your eyes that strike? Niji. How dare someone reduce Niji to this state? It's Naruto Uzumaki. He has brought a monster here. Behind him stood Hinata, the disgrace of the Hyuga clan. Hearing the commotion, the elders and talented youth of the clan rushed out, hoisting Niji and glaring at the unflinching, mocking youth before them. Uzumaki Naruto, why have you dealt such a heavy blow to Niji? Do you truly wish for the demise of our Hyuga clan? Are you attempting to reason with me? Naruto scoffed, picking up the Kusanagi sword. Allow me to elucidate the reasoning. The Hyuga clan, with their feeble skills, fails to innovate, clinging to ancestral techniques while merely imitating, dividing into main and branch families, establishing a repugnant hierarchy that enslaves the branch families. Those who disobey face death by curse mark, squandering both talent and resources. This ridiculous system leaves you with scarce geniuses. When one finally emerges, they are from the branch family, ruthlessly gouging out the eyes of the main family's heiress under the guise of familial duty, when in truth, they are simply too stubborn to admit their shortcomings. If all clans were like yours, the Uchiha clan's eyes would be in constant demand, trading them back and forth endlessly. How dare you insult the Hyuga clan? An elder pointed angrily at Naruto, cursing him, beast. Insult? I merely recounted your actions. Is that deemed an insult? Naruto laughed derisively, then leapt towards the throng of Hyuga ninjas. Then let me witness the extent of your abilities. In a flash, he vanished from sight, reappearing to sever the head of a ninja. The nearby Hyuga clan members reacted swiftly, striking at him. However, upon hitting their target, they found themselves ensnared in the gentle fist technique of their own comrades. Truly, they were foolish and oblivious. Naruto ensnared a Hyuga with his Sharingan, then evaded him to launch a swift strike at the elder. The elder, quick to respond, stepped back and struck Naruto's wrist, causing him to drop the Kusanagi sword. The elder seized it, driving it through Naruto's skull and twisting, obliterating his neural pathways. What are you doing, elder? Blood spewed from Naruto's mouth as he gazed incredulously at the elder, growling. His figure blurred for a moment. And only then did the elder realize he had not pierced Naruto, but rather Neji. Well done. Naruto applauded, standing beside them. Splendid performance. You little beast. The elder, consumed by rage, withdrew the Kusanagi sword and swung it towards Naruto's head. I shall end you today. With a swift motion, blood gushed forth as the elder realized his blade had struck true, yet it was his own body that bore the wound. Naruto had somehow appeared behind the elder, landing a blow to his head that sent him sprawling to the ground, blood gushing. The Hyuga clan members were embroiled in chaos, perceiving those clad in identical robes as their enemies, mistaking Naruto for the foe. What a spectacle! How does it feel to witness the fall of a clan firsthand? Naruto withdrew the Kusanagi sword from the elder's corpse, wiping the blood away as he gazed down at the fallen Neji, sneering, demon scum. Neji weakly muttered, how could you insult the Hyuga clan like this? As death approaches, one speaks kindly. It seems you are not even human. Naruto shook his head, severing Neji's last consciousness with a single stroke, transforming his body into a chakra fruit. He approached Hinata, who stood in the corner, taking her hand and placing the chakra fruit in her palm. Consume this, and all will be well, Naruto instructed. He had anticipated that Hinata might hesitate, for it was unusual for a normal person to accept a pulsating, strange object without question. Yet, she took it and swallowed it without a moment's pause. Does she truly trust me so? Naruto pondered. A shrill cry for help echoed from the attic, as Orochimaru emerged with Hanabi in tow, locking eyes with Naruto. What is he? Orochimaru paused, then swiftly fled towards the attic window, as though encountering the Monkey King wielding the Rui Jingu Bang. My sister Hanabi's voice. Naruto-kun, please. Hinata cried out, panic rising as she clutched Naruto's hand. I understand. Stay here and do not move. Naruto created several shadow clones to protect Hinata before charging up the stairs with the Kusanagi sword, pursuing Orochimaru. Orochimaru formed hand seals, intending to unleash a summoning technique, while Naruto mirrored his actions. Both slammed their palms onto the floor, summoning a massive purple-black python. They had simultaneously called forth the same summoning beast. The python, perplexed, gazed at Orochimaru and Naruto, inquiring, why are you two fighting? Man snake, hold Naruto back for me. Orochimaru commanded, I will reward you tenfold afterward. You may also try to stop me. I could use a new snakeskin bag. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto spoke in a calm, yet threatening tone, Orochimaru, prepare to meet your end. The man snake recalled the last time Naruto had summoned it, tossing it around after unleashing its four tails, prompting it to promptly align itself and charge at Orochimaru. What is this nonsense? Orochimaru ground his teeth, attempting to release a jutsu to thwart Naruto's assault. At that moment, Naruto realized that the flying thunder god mark on Orochimaru had vanished, likely shed through some molting technique. Snake barrier. Orochimaru summoned hundreds of brown serpents that formed a shield, blocking the man-snake's charge. However, neither side had exerted their full strength, as both were summoners seeking to appease each other. Naruto's form transformed into a flash, appearing atop the man-snake's head. He had previously marked it with the flying thunder god technique. With a powerful leap, he spun in midair, leaping over the serpent barrier. As the Kusanagi sword erupted with a brilliant flame, wind release surged through, creating a spiral of fire, the terrifying force coalescing in the blade. Aimed directly at the fleeing Orochimaru. Flame spiral sword. Naruto's figure morphed into a blazing fire, lunging fiercely at Orochimaru, who realized he could hardly evade the strike and decided to shield himself with the man-snake. With a swift adjustment, Naruto redirected his attack, causing the flame spiral sword to detonate against the ground, thick smoke enveloping the area. The Kusanagi sword suddenly shot out from the smoke, and Orochimaru seized it, the blade flashing brightly. Naruto flickered out, landing a kick squarely on Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru released the man-snake, which Naruto caught, kicking the Kusanagi sword towards Orochimaru, forcing him to retreat once again. Go to your sister, Naruto instructed as he set down the man-snake. Thank you. The man-snake replied with a complex expression before nodding and departing. Naruto Uzumaki, you truly enjoy opposing me, Orochimaru remarked with a strained smile. You always seem to collide with me, Naruto countered. And what of the Kusanagi sword? Was that also a collision? That was an exception. Naruto scratched his head, continuing. I must ask, what do you want with the man-snake? Given your nature, you wouldn't have captured it merely for its beauty, would you? Is it so hard to believe that you might find the man-snake's beauty appealing? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, and seeing that both he and Naruto had paused, the man-snake coiled quietly in place, refraining from seeking live prey, not wishing to be tossed around by Naruto again. What do you know about the Byakugan? Orochimaru inquired softly, shaking his head. It is quite useful for spying on baths, Naruto retorted. What exactly do you think the Byakugan is? Orochimaru's lips twitched as he explained. The Byakugan is a hereditary ocular technique passed down from the Otsutsuki clan. The Hyuga clan possesses the purest form, with Hinata and Hanabi's eyes being particularly suited for evolution. What can it evolve into? And what is this Otsutsuki clan? The Otsutsuki are not to be confused with wooden barrels. They are the origins of this ninja world. Have you heard the tale of Princess Kaguya? I have. She resides on the moon, Naruto nodded. But how does this relate to the Otsutsuki and the Byakugan? The chakra in this world is condensed from a divine tree, brought to the ninja world by Kaguya Otsutsuki, Orochimaru explained, smiling. If one were to fuse the chakra of the Otsutsuki with the Byakugan, the most potent ocular power, the Rinnegan, could be catalyzed. How do you know so much? Naruto felt a sense of unease, gripping the Kusanagi sword, ready to strike if Orochimaru made any hostile moves. Have you ever wondered why no reaction was observed when the dimensional book and the soul-stealing technique were stolen? Why there was no search initiated by the third Hokage? Orochimaru smirked. Perhaps in his memory, those items never existed in his office. Are you implying that someone deliberately placed those items in the Hokage's office and informed Mizuki to let me acquire them? Naruto realized, shocked. The dimensional book and the soul-stealing technique shouldn't exist in this world? How do you know this? Aren't you also a part of this world? Not everyone is an outsider. But at least one person is trapped within, Orochimaru scoffed. I merely wish to explore whether I can create the Rinnegan through this world. Naruto, a cornered beast, fights back. Clarify your words, Naruto urged, sensing that Orochimaru possessed knowledge of profound significance. If he did not inquire now, he might never have the chance again. I can only share a handful of things. Orochimaru raised a finger, stating, First, I do not know the specifics of the dimensional book. Second, I have only heard of it from someone. If I reveal more, my life will be at risk. Lastly, Naruto, gods exist in this world. With that, Orochimaru utilized Earth Release to vanish from the scene. Naruto understood that even if he pursued him, Orochimaru would not reveal the truth. He stood silently, contemplating Orochimaru's words. He recalled a question posed by the dimensional book. Do you believe in gods? Naruto, may I leave now? The man-snake inquired obediently. Go, and take care of those bodies while you're at it, Naruto replied, shaking off his thoughts and prioritizing the immediate task at hand, intending to confront the dimensional book later. Understood. The man-snake darted into the Hyuga compound, consuming the bodies of the fallen clan members, while Naruto appeared on its head via the flying thunder god technique. Avoiding an extra trip, Naruto-kun, Hinata exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Naruto return safely. Her eyes had returned to their original state, though red-rimmed, leaving her at a loss for words on how to express her gratitude. Just call me Naruto from now on. Naruto leaped off the man-snake's head, then gripped the Kusanagi sword, fiercely marking a deep scratch across the leaf emblem on Hinata's forehead protector. Hanabi, whether you become a rogue ninja, is up to you. But for now, take your sister and leave the leaf village. Hana took a deep breath, unsheathed her kunai, and fiercely slashed her forehead protector, declaring, I shall protect my sister, thus I must defect from Konoha. Very well, Naruto replied, not uttering another word. He nodded and opened the gates of the Hyuga compound. The crowd gathered at the entrance gasped in shock as they witnessed Naruto emerge with Hinata and Hana, while a massive dark purple serpent continued to wreak havoc in the courtyard, devouring anyone in its path. They immediately screamed and scattered in all directions. Where are you going, Naruto? Hinata instinctively began to address him with a respectful title, but swallowed her words, asking instead, I'm off to find that old dog, Hisashi. With a swift leap, Naruto transformed into a streak of deadly light, cutting down every fleeing passerby before him, their blood staining his Akatsuki cloak. His expression was as frigid as unmelting ice. Devoid of warmth, he continued his path, slashing and sprinting, with no one daring to obstruct him. Those who attempted to were met with death. The village of Konoha was once again shrouded in a terrifying darkness, devoid of life. Grasping the last ninja foolish enough to confront him, Naruto discarded the body into a nearby refuse bin. Villagers cowered in their homes, horrified at the sight of Naruto, none dared to emerge. His eyes radiated an intimidating murderous intent as he methodically approached the Hokage's office. The two guards stationed at the door felt an overwhelming dread at his presence, paralyzed, lacking the will to fight or flee. "Ah, it's been a while, Aoyama," Naruto remarked, recognizing a familiar figure. A cold smirk crept across his lips as he thrust the kusanagi into the wall beside Aoyama's head, suggesting, "Shall we play a game? I will stab at you with my eyes closed. If luck favors you, it won't find your skull. If not, well, that is just unfortunate, isn't it?" No, I don't want to play." Aoyama cried out in fear. "Please, spare me. It's merely a game, my friend. Every game has its victor and vanquished. Now, let us not sulk," Naruto replied with a smile, raising his kusanagi, closing his eyes, and stating, "We must think of us adults, right?" He thrust the sword downward, its tip aimed directly at Aoyama's head. Clang! Naruto's blade collided with Shirsue's, who had stepped in to block. Shirsue staggered back, barely regaining his footing, while Naruto also retreated slightly, opening his eyes. "You've returned quicker than expected," Shirsue remarked, taking a deep breath as the three tomo of his Sharingan began to spin. Morphing into a shuriken-like form, an immense aura emanating from him as he gripped his tanto tightly, fixating on Naruto. "This time, you shall not return. I seek Hizashi." The head of the Hyuga clan, Naruto stepped forward, stating, "I shall deal with you shortly. I won't let you succeed easily." Shirsue's eyes erupted with potent chakra as he activated one of the Uchiha clan's most formidable genjutsu, Konoha Tsukimi. This technique could alter the thoughts of those it ensnares, doing so without their awareness. In essence, one would not recognize when Shirsue activated it. By the time they realized, it would already be entrenched in their mind. Due to its overwhelming power, Konoha Tsukimi has a lengthy cooldown of several years after each use. For most, escaping such a genjutsu would be impossible, as one could not perceive its activation, leaving no means of evasion. Yet Naruto was different. He possessed a tome that could foresee the future, having already glimpsed this very moment, aware of when Shirsue would unleash his genjutsu. Chapter 41. Alone in the Hokage Conference Room, Part 2. Naruto hurled the kusanagi towards the Hokage office window, then vanished in a flash of golden light. Shirsue looked up, expecting Naruto to teleport to the kusanagi, but instead, the blade pierced the window, embedding itself in the ceiling of the conference room, and Naruto remained absent. At that moment, Naruto was at the Akatsuki base, panting heavily. This was the most perilous teleportation he had ever executed. Had he faltered even slightly, Shirsue would have warped his consciousness, rendering all his efforts futile. "Back already? How did it go?" Pain inquired, glancing at the gasping Naruto. "How formidable was that guy Susanoo? I nearly fell victim to his Konoha Tsukimi." Naruto shook his head, confirming that his desire to destroy Konoha still burned brightly. "Konoha Tsukimi? A genjutsu that alters consciousness. If I had succumbed, I would have become a spy for Konoha in the Akatsuki. What look is that? I dodged it, all right." Naruto expressed his displeasure. "So he didn't even activate his Susanoo? What is with that disdainful tone? Konoha Tsukimi is far more terrifying than Susanoo. I've evaded it once. That technique has a cooldown of over a decade. He can't use it against me again." Naruto calculated the time before once again becoming a golden flash, vanishing from his spot. What just flew by? Ino emerged, holding a flower pot, coincidentally catching sight of Naruto's instantaneous departure. "Someone has gone on a mission," Pain nodded, scrutinizing Ino. "You seem to have gained a bit of weight. Perhaps you should be mindful of your diet." Pain watched Ino storm off, fuming silently, momentarily baffled as to which of his comments had gone awry, wearing an innocent expression, unsure of what to say next. "You'll never get a girlfriend at this rate." Hayden appeared behind Pain, whispering, "You shouldn't point out a girl's weight. That's a sensitive topic for them." "What should I say then?" Pain asked earnestly, eager to learn. "You should say, your bust has grown." Hayden patted Pain's shoulder. "From my observations, all girls are concerned about their bust size. The larger it is, the happier they are. Just compliment them like that. If you don't believe me, look, there's Conan over there. Go compliment her." Pain nodded, standing up and walking toward Conan, who was lost in thought at the door. "Is something the matter?" Conan turned, puzzled, having overheard none of their conversation. "Well, Conan." Pain inhaled deeply, then replied earnestly, "It's been a few days. Your bust has grown." Conan paused, her expression darkening. In Konoha, at the Hokage's office, the heads of various clans were shocked and bewildered as they beheld the Kusanagi sword that had pierced through the ceiling. It was Itachi, attending the meeting in place of his father, who furrowed his brow, recalling a similar sword. It resembles Orochimaru's Kusanagi, he mused. Hinata Hisashi approached the Kusanagi, intending to retrieve it as he had previously made a deal with Orochimaru to have Hinata's eyes transplanted into Niji, thinking of showing the sword to Orochimaru. "Do not approach that sword," Shursui shouted, bursting into the conference room, but it was too late. Hisashi's hand had already grazed the hilt of the Kusanagi. A flash of light appeared beside the Kusanagi sword, and Naruto's figure materialized next to it. He delivered a swift kick to Hinata's palm, causing her to wince and release her grip on the sword. Naruto seized the Kusanagi sword and landed on the ground, gripping it tightly as he charged towards Hinata. In response, she summoned the gentle step twin lion fists, striking out at Naruto in an attempt to prevent him from plunging the sword into her heart. Clang! The Kusanagi sword met the gentle step twin lion fists, unleashing a powerful wave of chakra that cracked the ground beneath them. The battle transpired so swiftly that even the seasoned Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Hinata strained to maintain her stance with the twin lion fists, demanding an explanation. "I'm here to take your life." Naruto spun the sword fiercely, unleashing a torrent of blue lightning accompanied by a surge of water that formed sharp spikes, shattering the lion heads of her attack. Chakra erupted forth as he advanced, channeling his strength into a horizontal slash that cleaved Hinata in two. Ninjutsu, lightning water vortex slash. So fast. Tsunade's assistant, a woman named Shizune, stared in disbelief at Naruto, unable to fathom that he had just slain the clan head of the Hyuga in mere seconds. Impudent. Tsunade slammed her hands onto the Hokage's desk, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent the fragments of the table flying towards Naruto like blades. Utilizing the Kusanagi sword, Naruto activated the Ice Rock Hall, shielding himself from the debris. A figure lunged toward him, and Naruto gripped the Kusanagi sword, executing a powerful slash that met the opponent's blade, causing both to stagger back a step. Water-stopping technique. Hinata swiftly formed hand seals, flashing towards Naruto as they engaged in a fierce duel. Their rapid movements and flashing blades leaving Itachi and Tsunade momentarily unable to intervene. They realized that Naruto and Hinata were evenly matched, even with Hinata utilizing the body flicker technique. Remarkably, Naruto was relying solely on his swordsmanship, planting one foot firmly on the ground. Naruto switched to hold the sword with his left hand while forming hand seals with his right, conjuring ice that crystallized into a blade resembling the Kusanagi sword. He attacked Hinata with both the Kusanagi sword and the ice sword, his speed surpassing that of before, his strides more aggressive. The ferocity of his assault left Hinata struggling to defend herself. After an intense exchange lasting 3 seconds, Naruto seized an opening from Hinata's mistake, spinning to deliver an intersecting slash with both blades. Ninjutsu, twin blade flow cross slash. The sword energy erupted forth, and just as it was about to strike Hinata, her form blurred and vanished from sight. Body flicker technique. That was close. Hinata sighed in relief, witnessing the wall behind her shatter under the impact of the sword energy, leaving 2 enormous cracks that looked terrifying. Had she been struck, she would have been torn asunder. A massive fireball surged towards Naruto, who leapt off the wall to evade it. He turned to face Itachi, who had cast the fireball, and propelled himself towards him, spiraling a Rasengan in his hand. In the midst of his charge, he hurled the Kusanagi sword towards Shizune. Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, preparing to cast Amaterasu on Naruto. But Naruto transformed into a golden flash, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he stood before a startled Shizune, catching the Kusanagi sword with his right hand and delivering a fierce Rasengan with his left. Tsunade could not intervene in time and shouted desperately, hoping to alert Shizune. Yet the Rasengan struck true. Boom. The Rasengan blasted a massive circular hole in the wall, and Naruto realized he had intended to target the wall beside Shizune all along. Was that an illusion cast when he activated his Sharingan? Shizune gasped, quickly dodging Naruto and cowering in a corner with her pet pig, Tun-Tun. I see. So you're down to 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, 1 is dead. So it's 3 against 1 now? Naruto raised an eyebrow, addressing Tsunade and the Uchiha brothers. You practically delivered yourself to me. Tsunade began to unravel her In seal, her ageless visage radiating the authority befitting the Hokage. I came to test just how strong Mr. Shursui really is. Naruto regarded the 3, retracting the kusanagi sword as he spoke slowly. Later, I encountered a young girl named Hinata Hyuga, whose eyes were ordered to be gouged out by her father, all in pursuit of elevating their clan above the Uchiha. Surprising, isn't it? Despite doing nothing, tragedy still unfolded. This is humanity, Hokage. With a cold smirk, Naruto continued. You focus solely on nurturing the great tree of Konoha. Yet forget that for a tree to stand tall, its roots must be deeply entrenched in darkness, more solid than anything else. You have overlooked this, and thus, this tree shall inevitably fall. I will return to destroy Konoha once more. Until then, I suggest you remain on edge, all of you in Konoha. With that, Naruto shattered the window and leaped from the Hokage's office, his form transforming into a golden flash as he vanished before hitting the ground. So you still couldn't force out his Susanoo, could you? Pain observed Naruto, who lay exhausted on the ground, and inquired. Don't joke. A Hokage and two who can wield Susanoo? If I were to inadvertently fall prey to Itachi Tsukuyami, it would be over for me. If he unleashed the Tensigen, my nine tails would be sealed, and there would be no return, I assure you. Naruto grimaced, clearly displeased. Well, at least we learned that Shirzue cannot match you in swordplay. If he doesn't use Susanoo, he should not be your opponent. Pain nodded, rising to his feet. I've prepared some soup. Drink a few sips to regain your strength. You're quite considerate, but what are those paper shurikens doing on your head? You might want to ask the guy whose head is hanging from the ceiling. Pain grimaced at the thought. Chapter 42. A typical day for Akatsuki after finishing the soup. Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport himself next to Hinata. At that moment, Hinata realized that Naruto had marked her hand with the Flying Thunder God seal. So this was his intention for holding my hand. Hinata's gaze dimmed momentarily before she shook her head, dismissing the thought. This is enough. Being by Naruto's side is sufficient. I must not wish for more. Clenching her fists, she silently resolved in her heart. I'll take you both to the Akatsuki base. While neither of you are strong enough to join, you can serve as my assistants. Hinata, our leader is quite eager for you to come aboard. As they journeyed back to the Akatsuki base, Naruto, with a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth and hands clasped behind his head, spoke up. Huh, why is that? Hinata asked, surprised. Having never interacted with the leader of Akatsuki before. Because if you join, I won't have to cook every day. Oh, after some deliberation, Naruto decided to respect Hanabi's wishes, allowing her to train in the outside world for a time until she gained enough strength to protect Hinata before returning to Akatsuki. However, Hanabi was still just a young girl, and without societal experience, it would be challenging for her to adapt. Thus, Naruto sent Hanabi to the southern nation in search of a girl named Uzumaki Naruto, claiming her to be his sister. He mentioned that she held some influence in that land and could assist with any troubles that might arise. Could it be that Naruto has a sister? Hinata was taken aback, realizing there were many things about Naruto she was unaware of. Yes, but our relationship is rather distant, Naruto chuckled, adding. She resembles me quite a bit, and even has a few whiskers on her face. I'm somewhat looking forward to it, Hanabi nodded in response. After passing a ship's helm, Hanabi bid farewell to Naruto and Hinata. The duo, after a journey that was neither exhausting nor entirely devoid of fatigue, finally arrived at the Rain Ninja Village. Naruto led Hinata into the Akatsuki's base, and as they stepped into the tool shop, Haiden's voice echoed. Naruto, help me. I haven't eaten all morning and afternoon. At this rate, I'll starve to death. Truly. Haiden's head dangled from the beam, swaying like a salted fish drying in the wind. Who told you to provoke the boss? Naruto felt something grip his arm and looked down to find Hinata startled, her face reflecting shock. It's fine. That's just Haiden. It's commonplace for him to be hung up like that, Naruto reassured Hinata. He then threw a kunai that severed the rope holding Haiden's head. Thud. Haiden's head landed on the ground, and he exclaimed, Quick, put my head back on. Huh. Naruto grimaced, retorting, No way. Can't you just roll over to your body? How am I supposed to roll over? The door won't even open. Haiden shouted towards the darkroom. Not my problem. We're all part of the same organization. Is it really necessary to be like this? The door to the darkroom swung open, revealing a grim-faced man who retrieved Haiden's head and carried it inside. Kisame, is there no one to tend the shop? Naruto surveyed the surroundings, noting that Konan, who usually read here, was absent. Who would dare to shop with that guy's head hanging around? Kisame shook his head. The boss told me to reattach his head to complete a task. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother picking up his skull. It's light, probably empty inside. Hey. Don't disparage me so casually. I know a lot. Haiden protested. What do you know? How to compliment a girl? Kisame retorted, leading Haiden's head away while shaking his head with a sigh. Naruto and Hinata were somewhat unnerved by the scene. Don't be frightened. There's no use in fear. There are plenty of abnormal people here. Naruto raised an eyebrow, saying, that was the low emotional intelligence duo, the kind that can't articulate well. With that, Naruto escorted Hinata into the darkroom, where Pain, seated in the underground base's living room, opened his eyes and regarded Naruto and Hinata, stating, so, this is Hinata? Yes, Hanabi mentioned she was off to train and strengthen herself, so she left to travel. I have a relative to look after her. Naruto nodded, whispering to Hinata, this is our leader, Pain. He seems quite authoritative but can be rather dull in certain situations. Certain situations? He's quite emotionally inept. What are you two whispering about? Naruto, are you speaking ill of me? Pain suddenly became alert. Of course not. Naruto waved his hand, guiding Hinata to stand before Pain. From now on, she will be the second in command in the kitchen, helping the boss with some of the workload. Please, take good care of me. Hinata, somewhat intimidated by Pain's invisible aura of authority, bowed. She seems like a nice girl, but I must warn you. Pain's expression turned serious. My culinary skills are exceptional, so if you aim to replace me, that seems unlikely. Replace? So, boss, you define your identity as the head chef? Naruto internally scoffed. I will strive to do my best. Hinata nodded nervously. Hinata, a surprised voice called out, and Hinata, taken aback, turned toward the source to see Ino, holding a pot of white peonies, accompanied by Konan, who wore an Akatsuki cloak. Upon seeing Hinata, Ino placed the pot on the ground and rushed towards her. Ino, I almost forgot you were brought here. Hinata exclaimed, embracing her in delight. Were you also kidnapped? Ino asked, lifting her head. I became a rogue ninja. Hinata's gaze dimmed as she spoke softly. A rogue ninja? Ino paused, then noticed the forehead protector around Hinata's neck, incredulously exclaiming, how could you? How could you become a rogue ninja? If Ino were to name the least likely person to become a rogue ninja, she would undoubtedly choose Hinata, known for her obedient nature. The idea of such a girl rebelling against Konoha seemed utterly impossible. She hasn't fully joined Akatsuki yet. She's just helping out in the kitchen. Pain attempted to interject into their conversation, but realized Ino was completely ignoring him, her demeanor drooping like a withered eggplant. Boss, did you upset Ino? Naruto remarked on the situation. I merely mentioned she had gained a bit of weight and suggested she balance her diet. Oh, that's certainly well-deserved. Konan carried the flower pot toward Ino's room, casting a silent glance at Naruto, who noticed her in return, their gazes briefly meeting in the air. Humph, Konan turned away, seemingly sulking as she entered Ino's room, promptly slamming the door behind her. It's over, it's over. It seems I've caused a misunderstanding. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. Let us talk in my room. Tonight we'll sleep together. By the way, aside from these oddballs, there's also a particularly interesting senior in the Akatsuki, Hinata suggested after explaining some reasons. An interesting senior? That would be Konan. She's quite fascinating. The two young women walked side by side, discussing as they made their way to the room. Girls are undoubtedly made of spices, sugar, and something delightful. Naruto watched their retreating figures, murmuring, I will never lose in culinary skills. That is my pride. Why is your pride confined to the kitchen? Just as Naruto intended to return to his room for a moment of rest, Deidara and Tobi, who had been eavesdropping nearby, suddenly jumped out. Deidara grasped Naruto's collar, a look of despair on his face as he shouted, Are you not satisfied with Sister Nan? You've brought another young girl. Just how charming and articulate must you be to have girls so devotedly follow you in defection from Konoha? This must be elopement. Absolutely elopement. Ark, it infuriates me. Why don't I even have a girlfriend? Deidara continued to shake Naruto, nearly in tears. That's not it. Listen to me. The junior is straddling two boats. Oh, how outrageous. Tobi, covering his swirling mask, twisted about like a giant maggot. Not only are you after Sister Nan, but now you're also pursuing young girls. How can you have it all? Is there enough space on your bed at night? I still have my charm from back in the day. You too. Please cease this nonsense. Naruto firmly grasped Deidara's arm, coughed a few times, and said, You're squeezing my throat too tightly. Hinata's defection from Konoha involves not only my circumstances, but also matters of her family. If you are willing to listen, I will explain everything to you in due time. Of course, understanding the past experiences of each member of our organization is equally important. Pain nodded in agreement and replied, Naruto, please proceed. Chapter 43, Uzumaki Naruto, Part 1. Why did you cry so suddenly? After Naruto finished speaking, tears gushed from the singular opening in Akatsuki's mask, akin to a fountain, splattering across Naruto's face. Did you install a water gun in your eyes? Poor Hinata, how tragic. Akatsuki lowered his head, covering his mask, and continued. It's no wonder you managed to escape from such a place. Deidara nodded in response and queried, by the way, what led you to become a rogue ninja? Naruto scrutinized Deidara's rogue ninja forehead protector and inquired, oh, it was in pursuit of art, of course. Our village's elder was quite displeased with my artistic endeavors and sought to bring me back, so I joined the Akatsuki. Deidara nonchalantly placed his hands behind his head and added, why do I get the impression that you all harbor some heavy pasts? Am I the only one who simply felt uncomfortable in the village and chose to leave? After a moment of contemplation, Akatsuki and the others nodded in unison, responding, we're not that immature. In the land of fire, Hanabi disembarked at the quaint fishing village, a rare riverside settlement known for its seafood and relatively underdeveloped industrial facilities. As she searched for an inn, she found the area exuding a homely charm, with many rural laborers toiling under the sun and children playfully chasing butterflies along the roadsides. In the ninja world, each nation is permitted only one ninja village, while other settlements do not produce ninjas. Ninja villages serve as crucial military forces, relied upon by surrounding areas, whereas other national settlements focus on economic industries. Upon reaching the commercial street, Hanabi noted the sparsely populated area, devoid of the crowded chaos characteristic of Konoha, which brought her a sense of comfort. Suddenly, a man rushed out and collided with Hanabi, knocking her to the ground. Ouch! What the? She exclaimed, looking up at the man who wore a cap and bore a grim expression, clearly not someone of reputable character. The man glanced at Hanabi and, without uttering a word, sprinted past her. Although she longed to seize his arm and teach him a lesson in etiquette, it was growing dark, and finding a place to stay took precedence. Moreover, as a rogue ninja from Konoha, causing a scene in the land of fire was ill-advised. After getting up and asking several passers-by for directions, she finally located an inn. While modest in size, the establishment appeared to be quite pleasant. At least Hanabi deemed it sufficiently clean. She approached the front desk and inquired, excuse me, how much for a night's stay? A single standard room is 100 ryo, while a double room costs 250. Should you desire a more luxurious accommodation, please refer to our price list. The receptionist replied with a polite smile. I'll take a standard room, Hanabi said as she rummaged through her clothing, only to freeze in shock. Her wallet was missing. What's wrong? The receptionist asked, puzzled. My wallet has been stolen. Hanabi recalled the man who had knocked her over, likely a professional pickpocket targeting vulnerable girls like her. There's nothing to be done then. If you have any relatives or friends, perhaps you could borrow some money, the receptionist suggested, shaking her head gently. Could you possibly make an exception? I promise to pay you back tomorrow. Hanabi stammered, her anxiety rising as she faced this unprecedented predicament. You're still here? It seems you truly look down on us, several burly men interrupted, surrounding Hanabi with fierce glares. If you don't leave now, we will have to take action. Were they hired thugs by the innkeeper? Hanabi thought to herself, wishing Naruto were there. He would undoubtedly have money to lend her. Gulping nervously, she stood her ground. But soon one of the thugs lunged forward, seizing her arm to drag her out. To his surprise, Hanabi instinctively broke free and, without thinking, unleashed a series of soft punches to his jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. Recalling Naruto's words, you are now a rogue ninja. Villains have a villainous appearance. If it feels suffocating, you need not endure it. She felt emboldened. How dare you lay a hand on us? Clearly, you do not understand our strength. We will teach you a lesson today. The thugs growled, raising their fists to strike her. Hanabi swiftly evaded their blows, countering with a powerful kick to one thug's arm. The unmistakable sound of a bone breaking reverberating through the air, followed by his chilling scream. Hanabi's hands formed a gentle fist, chakra shimmering around her fingertips as she deftly blocked the incoming strikes, then elbowed the thug away. With a burst of energy, she pivoted and delivered a devastating blow to another thug's abdomen, sending him flying. Chakra? She seems to be a ninja. The remaining thugs faltered, unsure how to proceed. The overwhelming force radiating from Hanabi left them paralyzed. They realized that even if they were to summon 10 more street fighters, they would still fall short against a ninja. What is that commotion I hear? A woman with long red hair descended the spiral staircase, clad in a purple crop top and black shorts, exuding both confidence and allure. She adjusted her brown glasses, her crimson eyes reflecting curiosity. Lady Uzumaki Karen. The thugs lowered their heads in respect upon seeing her. There's a girl here who refuses to pay for her stay. She is a ninja. Karen turned her gaze toward Hanabi, who, with her Byakugan activated, displayed a defensive stance with her fist raised, her lower lip clenched in determination. You're from the Hyuga clan, aren't you? Your name is Hinata Hanabi, correct? Karen observed Hanabi closely and spoke softly. You know my name? Hanabi was taken aback, realizing that the woman might not be an enemy. She relaxed her stance and asked quietly, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you. Let me take you to see Lord Naruto. Karen smiled and took Hanabi's hand. Hanabi obediently followed Karen up the staircase, leaving the bewildered thugs behind, unsure of what to say. What exactly does Lord Naruto do? Hanabi asked, noticing how the thugs regarded Karen with such reverence for being one of Naruto's subordinates. Naruto, the leader of the new Whirlpool country, presides over an organization of considerable influence, encompassing various factions within the ninja world, both lawful and otherwise. Her power extends to numerous domains, including investments in industries within the village of the Flying Fish. Hyun nodded and elaborated. For instance, this is one of Naruto's assets. Wait, did I just strike at one of my own? Hanabi paused, scratching her face in confusion. Well, you could say that, but as Naruto's designated confidant, you have nothing to worry about. Those individuals will likely want to curry favor with you in the future. Hyun halted at the entrance of a luxurious suite marked with the number 1. While Hanabi heard sounds from within that made her cheeks flush, a mix of youthful breaths and playful refusals left her feeling flustered and unsure. What on earth is happening now? Hyun cleared her throat and knocked on the door, announcing, Naruto, Hanabi is here. Do we really not need formalities? Hanabi wondered about the nature of their relationship. Sensing Hyun's respect for Naruto, yet their dynamic appeared more like that of friends than a strict hierarchy. Suddenly, the suite's door swung open, revealing a disheveled Naruto who seized both Hyun and Hanabi's hands, pulling them inside. I've been waiting for you. With her radiant golden hair and alluring figure, Naruto appeared far more mature than her actual age. Her cerulean eyes sparkled like the sky, and after a brief moment of contact, Hanabi felt an overwhelming sense of calm. As if nothing could go awry with Naruto around. Clad only in a cream-colored towel, Naruto enveloped both Hanabi and Hyun, playfully pushing them onto the plush bed, where another girl lay, clad only in her undergarments, resembling a startled rabbit huddled in the corner. What is going on here? Was Naruto really with this girl? Hanabi caught a whiff of Naruto's enchanting fragrance, rendered immobile beneath her. Perhaps it would be best to exercise some restraint, Naruto. Hyun, seemingly accustomed to this, pushed Naruto away with an arched brow, inquiring, how many girls have you ensnared this time? What is wrong with a wealthy and influential girl seeking to unwind with a lovely companion? Naruto retorted, hands on her hips, unrepentant. 5 minutes later, Naruto gently stroked Hanabi's hair, a satisfied smile gracing her features. At that moment, Hanabi began to comprehend Naruto's nature. She shared the same exuberance and vibrancy as Naruto, displaying no modesty regarding her physique and favoring a bold fashion sense. Her attraction to other girls stemmed from Naruto's influence. He had warned her that those seeking romantic relationships were often ill-intentioned. However, Naruto interpreted this to mean that relationships between girls were merely friendships, thus allowing for social intimacy. This unique perspective was decidedly reminiscent of Naruto, and from that point on, Naruto became fixated on pursuing beautiful girls. She harbored two ambitions: to reconstruct the Whirlpool country to provide stability for her clan, and to establish a grand harem consisting of 1,000 enchanting women from whom she could choose. In essence, she aspired to forge a feudal empire. Her power was indeed substantial, with Naruto asserting that her connections spanned the entirety of the ninja world, capable of amassing a force rivaling that of any major ninja nation, bolstered by her own formidable strength. Little Hanabi, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed you were different from others, Naruto mused, resting her chest atop Hanabi's head, playfully kneading her cheeks. You are the first girl bold enough to meet my gaze directly. I find you quite intriguing. One might say I have fallen for you at first sight. Please, do not jest in such a manner, Naruto, Hanabi stammered, her body trembling slightly. Your words wound me. Little Hanabi, Naruto teased, pinching her cheek. You seek a way to grow stronger, do you not? Naruto has informed me of your goals, and I shall personally oversee your combat training. Really? You will handle it? I thought Kyuin might be better suited for that, Hanabi replied, somewhat reluctantly. What? Do you doubt my abilities compared to Kyuin? Naruko exclaimed, her pride as the elder sister feeling threatened. Some Umbu ninja from Konoha have intercepted our armored transport in the Land of Fire. They are currently making their way to the capital. Naruko, would you consider retrieving it? Kyuin proposed after some contemplation. We could also enlist Hanabi's assistance. Her strength appears commendable, though she may still be unfamiliar with the chaos of true combat. Very well, Naruko agreed, springing to her feet, causing her towel to slip. Naruko. This route leads swiftly to the capital of the Land of Fire, where Captain Uchiha Itachi of the Umbu is escorting stolen goods towards the city. They are a team of 4, having set out first while the Shursui squad pursues the fleeing criminals. With Captain Itachi present, every mission feels effortless. Quipped an Umbu member named Tsuru. Most opponents flee at the mere sight of him. Indeed, Itachi's strength is formidable, and he is quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? A brown-haired female member, known as Kitsune, speculated. Don't even think about it. Itachi is already engaged to Uchiha Izumi, who not only possesses beauty but also far surpasses you in character and strength. Ouch. No need to pinch. A burly member interjected, shaking off Kitsune's grip. Enemies ahead. Itachi suddenly commanded, halting his fellow ninjas. Maintain formation and protect the black transport. An Uchiha? Naruko emerged from the brush, her crimson cloak billowing. Hanabi concealed herself within the foliage, awaiting Naruko's signal. Who are you? Itachi sensed an ominous and mysterious aura emanating from her, indicating she was not to be trifled with. I am here to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Naruko lowered her hood, obscuring her expression and features. Yet her physique suggested she was of a similar age to Itachi's younger brother, Sasuke. So, you associate with the underworld? You may perceive it that way, Mr. Uchiha. Naruko replied with a cold smile, pulling back her hood to reveal her dazzling golden locks. At that moment, Itachi momentarily mistook her for Naruto. Her azure eyes transformed, pupils elongating and shifting to a golden hue, while faint purple shadows adorned her eyelids, giving her an otherworldly appearance. A surge of potent chakra erupted from her, lifting her cloak, and in addition to her altered gaze, small white scales appeared at her heart, forming a shield-like pattern. Sage Mode. When Naruto ventured to the dragon's cave to forge a contract with the Great Serpent, he faced numerous challenges to finally locate its whereabouts. However, due to the extensive time required for mastering sage techniques, and the Akatsuki's pressing need for funds through mission completion, Naruto decided to have his daughter, Naruko, train in sage arts while he continued to undertake tasks for the organization. Naruko exhibited remarkable talent. Her sage transformation was deemed the most exquisite by the White Snake Sage. Not only did her eyes morph into serpentine forms, but her body even evolved into a rare dragon shape. The shield-like scales she bore were unique to the dragon clan, akin to a second life, capable of withstanding a fatal blow. Once the protective scales were removed, Naruko's sage mode would transition into the white dragon form. This indicated that her current state was not the complete manifestation of her sage mode. Such formidable chakra, Fox remarked in astonishment, gazing at Naruko. As a seasoned ninja who had fought on the battlefield for years, this overwhelming chakra was a first for her. Come now, everyone, it is time for a battle. With a smile, Naruko advanced towards the 4, launching herself forward with a powerful leap. Fox adeptly sidestepped to the left, narrowly avoiding Naruko's punch. Just as Fox contemplated counterattacking, an unknown white serpent ensnared her. The serpent slithered into Fox's mouth, causing her body to convulse, and she stood up as if controlled by strings, her eyes transforming into serpentine orbs. Transmutation technique of shared life, Naruko reassured, do not worry. She is merely under the control of my serpent and is not in immediate danger. She removed Fox's mask, revealing her face, and raised an eyebrow, saying, such a lovely girl, I would never destroy you easily. Itachi felt a sense of pressure. The power emanating from Naruko reminded him of the time Naruto had single-handedly infiltrated the Hokage's conference room and left unscathed, mocking the assembly. Naruko bore a striking resemblance to Naruto. What is your relationship with Naruto? Itachi inquired. Telling you would offer me no advantage, would it? Naruko pondered before smiling. If it holds no benefit, there is no need to disclose. Release Fox, and I shall provide you with what you seek, Itachi stated, furrowing his brow. Captain, we obtained this through great effort. How can we simply hand it over? Tsuru clenched her teeth, drawing a small tanto from her waist, and swiftly charged at Naruto, her weapon shimmering with pale blue chakra that extended its reach and strength. Chakra Cold Blade. Do not act rashly. Itachi hurried after her, attempting to intervene, but was too late. A golden glimmer flashed in Naruto's eyes, and Tsuru's gaze was suddenly drawn to several golden feathers that landed softly on her shoulder. Ignoring them, she fiercely swung her chakra cold blade towards Naruto's waist. Truly pathetic. Naruto's hand struck Tsuru's shoulder, and she had already appeared behind her. Tsuru suddenly realized her blade was aimed at Fox. Nirvana technique. Tsuru hastily halted her strike, and Fox tightly grasped the kunai, plunging it into Tsuru's heart, then violently twisting the weapon to shred her heart. Blood gushed forth as Tsuru recalled that Fox had long been under Naruto's serpent's control. Reluctantly, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief. If you were a beautiful girl, I might have spared your life. Alas, you are not. Naruto shook her head softly. Yama and Itachi stood together, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Both Tsuru and Fox were considered capable within the Umbu ranks. Yet they had been effortlessly toyed with and slain by Naruto. This is the strength of Sister Naruto, thought Hanabi, hidden in the grass, filled with admiration for her. The ability to dispatch foes with such ease and finesse was precisely what she aspired to achieve. Choose, abandon the goods and flee, or risk everything to battle me. Naruto kicked Tsuru's lifeless body and scoffed. I trust you will make the right choice, as a captain. Chapter 45. A comedy sparked by a novel, Part 1. In the deep of night, as dawn began to break, Naruto groggily rose from his bed to relieve himself, only to encounter a familiar silhouette upon his exit. A woman with azure-purple hair, clad in a rather unremarkable black dress, stealthily opened the door to the ninja tool shop like a thief. A burglar? Due to the dim light, Naruto had not clearly discerned her hair color. He quietly followed her outside and, illuminated by the moonlight, realized it was Konan. Unlike her usual self, Konan had foregone her lip gloss and earrings, and had intentionally tidied her appearance. Naruto could tell she had applied light makeup. Her striking legs, unforgettable to Naruto, were exposed to the cool air, and beneath her fair feet were pristine high-heeled shoes that clicked rhythmically against the ground. Sister Nan, Naruto tentatively called out. Konan froze for a moment, then abruptly turned, her expression shifting to one of disdain and resignation upon seeing Naruto. Even if you dislike me, must you display such a tumultuous expression? Naruto's lips twitched as he continued. Sister Nan, you look so lovely. Are you planning to go out on a date? What I do is none of your concern. Even if I were going to get a marriage certificate with someone else, it wouldn't involve you. Konan retorted, visibly annoyed. I am the man who shares a bed with you. Go away. Konan exclaimed, perplexed. Why do you even like me? Hinata is devoted to you, beautiful, and younger than I am. I am 35, you know. I like you for being a 35-year-old lady. Is that so wrong? Naruto raised an eyebrow. You. Konan pointed at Naruto, momentarily speechless with anger. In any case, I will never let such a mature, beautiful, and charming woman slip away. Naruto chuckled. You look truly adorable in that nightgown. I won't bother with you. Konan's face flushed, her teeth clenched as she turned to leave, seemingly intent on ignoring Naruto. Wait, Sister Nan, I suddenly remembered what you were up to. A sly smile crept onto Naruto's face. If I recall correctly, today marks the release of the limited edition commemorative album for the innocent young master and the cunning wild girl. You must be eager to wait outside the bookstore, right? How do you know about that? Konan paused, then spun around, staring at Naruto in disbelief. Sister Nan is a devoted reader of that novel, needing to clutch it to sleep every night. Yet I never expected your nightgown to be so. I will eventually pry your eyes out. Before you take my eyes, perhaps consider how to silence me so I won't share this with everyone. Naruto smiled. All right. Can I take you with me? I truly don't understand you. You have good conditions, with so many beautiful girls available. Why do you only want an old lady like me? Do you realize what I will look like in a few years? Konan exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. With sagging skin like that of a pine tree, and my teeth, all misaligned. That just means Sister Nan is getting a bargain. I will still be a dashing and charming uncle by then. Naruto smiled slightly and said, since Sister Nan has already gained an advantage, there's no need to shy away from it. Can matters of the heart truly be determined by who benefits and who loses? Certainly not. So, do not speak of what the future may hold. He shook his head gently and added, "Neither of us has gained nor lost. It is simply a matter of pure affection. Watching you pose in front of the mirror is both amusing and intriguing. Have you been sneaking peeks at some romantic novels? How utterly cheesy." The crimson hue crept to Xiaonan's ears as she turned away and added, "If you wish to follow, then do so, but no more of those sentimental declarations. Are you afraid that you might unwittingly fall deeply in love with me? I fear that due to embarrassment, I might impulsively hurl something at your head," Xiaonan retorted through gritted teeth. The two boarded a ferry, heading towards the land of fire. The novel The Pure-Hearted Young Master and the Cunning Wild Girl was a bestseller throughout the ninja world, if not for Jiraiya's paradise of affection overshadowing it. The entire literary market for ninjas would likely have been dominated by this tale. The copyright company for this novel resided in the Land of Fire, making its villages the first to release limited editions of the book. "What is that?" Xiaonan, seated at the stern of the boat, suddenly noticed a black and white patterned flower cat perched on Naruto's lap, its emerald eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. "My summoning beast," Naruto explained, placing a finger near the cat's mouth. The creature playfully nipped at his finger without exerting any force, resembling more of a game than an attack. "Does it have a name?" "It once claimed to be called Yabai, but it has not spoken since." "Does it possess any abilities?" "It doesn't seem particularly fierce," Xiaonan observed. Scrutinizing Yabai, the cat turned its gaze towards her, and an eerie glint flashed in its eyes, causing Xiaonan's hairs to stand on end. "And it's rather intimidating." "Well, it does have some abilities, but they're not particularly significant, not meant for combat," Naruto said, cradling Yabai in his arms and deflecting her curiosity. Before Xiaonan could inquire further, the ferrymen announced their arrival at their destination. Upon reaching Baimu village, Naruto began to grasp the profound influence a best-selling work could wield over society. A throng of young girls, much like Xiaonan, had traveled from distant ninja villages, all eager to purchase a limited edition of the novel. Despite the darkness enveloping the day, they seemed unperturbed by concerns for their safety. "Stay close. This place is even more intense than a battlefield," Xiaonan warned, gripping Naruto's hand tightly as they hurried towards the bookstores selling the limited editions. Her urgency was palpable, fearing that they might arrive too late and miss out on the novel. For Naruto, it was the first time Xiaonan had taken the initiative to hold his hand, filling him with an inexplicable joy. Yet, despite their haste, a long line had formed at the bookstore's entrance. Xiaonan stood in line, visibly displeased, when a few individuals suddenly tried to cut in, including two notably ostentatious girls. But they were swiftly deterred by Yabai perched on Naruto's shoulder. At that moment, Xiaonan seemed to forget that she was still holding Naruto's hand, her beautiful eyes darting anxiously ahead, her toes barely lifting off the ground, resembling a little girl in her innocence. "I need to use the restroom," Naruto said, reluctantly releasing Xiaonan's hand and offering her an apologetic smile before dashing to a corner. He swiftly removed Yabai from his shoulder, biting his finger to draw blood, which he dripped onto Yabai's head. The blood formed a ninja formation that expanded to envelop Yabai, its eyes shifting to a brilliant blue. Simultaneously, Naruto's companion, Naruko, who lay sleeping in a luxurious suite, was abruptly awakened by a cat resembling Yabai pouncing on her face. "What is going on? Is something happening with Naruto?" Naruko exclaimed, removing the cat from her face and gazing curiously into its now azure eyes. "Naruko, are you there? Can I say I'm not here? I'm exhausted from playing with 3 girls yesterday. You have people in the Land of Fire, right?" "Yes, why?" "Please seal all the bookstores near Baimu village." Naruto glanced at Xiaonan, saying, "I mean the stores selling The Pure-Hearted Young Master and the Cunning Wild Girl. Seal them for a day?" "Why? Do you have a grudge against this book?" Naruko yawned, scratching her head. "I'm trying to win over a girl. If she buys that book, she'll just leave. I can't let that precious opportunity slip away." Naruto gritted his teeth. "Why didn't you say so earlier? We're friends, after all." Naruko chuckled. "You actually have a girl you like? What is she like?" "She's the type that seems mature, but is a bit childish in certain situations, appearing inexperienced in romance. And she particularly enjoys reading romantic novels." "Oh, so she's an ice queen on the outside, but has a youthful heart within. That is manageable." Naruko's lips curled into a smile. "I guarantee you two will achieve success today." "What do you mean by that? Don't hang up, hey, Naruko." Naruto watched as the brilliance in Yabai's eyes gradually dimmed, and the creature collapsed in fatigue. Despite his unease, he felt compelled to trust Naruko in this situation. He summoned Yabai back and turned to join the long line waiting for books, But before he could take more than a few steps, the shop owner received a phone call. The owner, now pale with fear, locked the iron gate and shouted to the crowd, "We're closing today. You can all go buy from elsewhere." A chorus of discontent erupted from the crowd. Even Xiaonan, usually composed, couldn't help but murmur her dissatisfaction. Can that guy's speed really be so fast? Naruto pondered. Chapter 46, a comedy triggered by a novel, Part 2. Why can't we find any open stores? By noon, Naruto and Xiaonan had yet to locate a single bookstore still operating, neither in Baimu village nor in the surrounding areas. They were all closed. Xiaonan, fuming, slumped onto a bench, too exhausted to move. Naruto joined her, watching the bustling crowd. Just as he was about to speak, a man clad in overalls rushed over, handing each of them a ticket. "Congratulations. You've become lucky guests at Happy Valley Amusement Park. We are hosting an event where couples can complete all the amusement park's attractions together." Without letting him finish, Xiaonan's eyes glinted with hostility as she snapped, "I'm not his girlfriend. If couples complete all the attractions, they will receive a limited edition manual of the pure-hearted young master and the cunning wild girl," the man continued, undeterred by Xiaonan's glare. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan's demeanor shifted entirely, her previous anger replaced by surprise as she clutched the ticket tightly. "Miss, did you just say you're not a couple with this gentleman?" the man inquired, his eyes darting between them. Aye, Xiaonan stammered, noticing Naruto holding the ticket. As if he hadn't heard anything. Her face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, lowering her gaze. "We are indeed a couple. Very well, then. I wish you both an enjoyable time at the amusement park. That direction leads to the park." The man in work attire pointed in a direction, then bowed to the two individuals. Before leaving, he shot a glance at Naruto, who instantly understood that this was the person sent by Minato. Only that guy had the clout to orchestrate such clandestine maneuvers. Well done. Clearing his throat, Naruto grasped Conan's hand and smiled. "Shall we head to the amusement park now? What should I call you?" "My girlfriend." "Don't get too carried away. This is merely an act." Conan shyly shook her head and huffed. "Even if it's an act, I still want to hear how Sister Conan addresses her boyfriend." "Darling." "What? Did you say something?" "Just say you want to eat the paper wheel directly." After some playful banter, Naruto led Conan to the Happy Valley Amusement Park. When questioned by the staff, Conan reluctantly declared Naruto as her boyfriend, and they entered the park together. To obtain the limited edition manual of the pure-hearted young master and the cunning wild girl, the couple must complete all the rides, including the haunted house, roller coaster, pirate ship, bumper cars, and carousel. They began with the carousel and balloon shooting games, then headed to a restaurant for a meal, with Naruto covering the expenses. What should we play next? Naruto gazed at the myriad of attractions, realizing they might not finish everything today. How about bumper cars? Conan suggested, leading him to the bumper car area. Naruto hopped into a blue bumper car while she took a seat in a purple one. "These things are quite fast, huh? What are you doing, Sister Conan?" Naruto, familiarizing himself with the controls, suddenly noticed Conan speeding towards him in her bumper car. "Of course I'm playing." Conan was evidently seeking revenge, charging at Naruto's car, causing him to nearly lose his balance. Whoa, did she just infuse chakra into the front of her car? Naruto quickly maneuvered the steering wheel, drifting away from her pursuit, dodging oncoming pedestrians while circling around Conan. Conan, more aggressive than ever, infused her car with chakra, ramping up the speed to maximum. Any bumper car that dared approach was sent flying. After a 10-minute chase, Conan joyfully exited her car, while Naruto's vehicle was left battered and bruised. Bumper cars are so much fun. Conan clapped her hands in delight. "You just enjoy chasing me." Naruto's lips twitched as he remarked, "Then I must thank you. Let's do this again sometime, shall we? You want it next time?" They arrived at a small shop, which was also a gaming area according to the facility list. "Are you two here to play a game?" A man with sunglasses and a handlebar mustache emerged from behind the counter, producing a container filled with wooden sticks. "This game is called Must Do This. One of you will draw a stick, and you must follow the task written on it. Otherwise, the game isn't complete. That guy has Byakugan. If he draws, it will surely be trouble," Conan mused. "I'll draw," she decided, her hand trembling as she reached for a stick. Finally pulling one out and glancing at the task. "Play a chocolate stick game with your lover." Snap. Conan broke the stick. "Even if it's broken, you must complete the task." The mustachioed man laughed heartily. "What's wrong? What did you draw?" Naruto inquired, puzzled. "Come here." Conan took the chocolate stick handed to her, biting one end and presenting the other end to Naruto. Her cheeks flushed like an apple, her voice mumbled, bite the other end. Wait, is this the chocolate stick game? Naruto was taken aback, noticing the man's knowing smile. Upon inspecting the sticks, he discovered they all contained the same task. How devious, he coughed, biting the other end of the chocolate stick. They began to nibble on it, their gazes locked. And the peculiar sensation in Conan's eyes was something Naruto had never experienced before. As the chocolate stick grew shorter, their lips drew closer. And just as they were about to kiss, Conan closed her eyes in acceptance of reality. Naruto suddenly bit through the stick, turning away and murmuring, "Well, that should suffice. Right?" Conan paused, chewing the remaining chocolate stick, then broke into a teasing smile. "What's wrong? Are you shy?" "No," Naruto replied, his face now redder than Conan's. He hastily stood up, flustered. "Let's hurry to the next game." "You're definitely shy? I never expected you to be shy," Conan teased as she trailed behind him, playfully circling Naruto and chattering, "Surprisingly cute. I almost forgot you're a virgin. And what about you?" Naruto shot back. "Do you want to know?" Conan smirked, her tone sharp. "No, let's save that for later." Naruto quickly averted his gaze, embarrassed. "Wow. You're the type to throw out suggestive remarks, but freeze up when it's time for business." Conan laughed. "How can this be? You're too much fun." After a series of games including the haunted house and roller coaster, Naruto vividly remembered the haunted house, where Conan had clung to him tightly, nearly toppling him over. This must be the final attraction. Conan observed the opulently decorated room, murmuring, "A room where one can speak their true feelings? It isn't enhanced by ninjutsu, is it? Let us just go in. We've come this far, and not participating would be a waste," Naruto urged. Raising an eyebrow, Conan took Naruto's hand and said, "Hurry up. I want to get that limited edition novel soon." As they entered the room, the door shut behind them, and Naruto caught a whiff of a peculiar floral scent, one he found strangely familiar. "Doesn't tea seem odd? It's just like a hotel suite," Conan remarked, surveying the room. "It's the resemblance to a hotel suite that's the strangest part." Naruto glanced towards the bed, spotting a safety device resting quietly. "It's a bit warm. How strange. It was quite cool earlier." Conan frowned, rubbing her clothes against her skin, her clear eyes reflecting a mixture of allure and confusion, causing Naruto to swallow hard. "Naruto." Conan stepped closer, grasping his hand, her crimson lips parted. "It's so warm." Taking a deep breath, Naruto finally realized the source of the floral scent. "Damn, this is an aphrodisiac. So that's what Minato meant." He looked at Conan, whose feelings were influenced by the drug, and he had to admit that, while it was despicable, such circumstances were hard to resist. Rising on her toes, Conan gently brushed her lips against Naruto's, then flashed a cute yet mischievous smile. "Hee. I kissed you." Naruto gripped Conan's shoulders, perhaps too tightly, causing her to let out a cry of pain. Indeed, such matters are futile, if obtained through such means. One can never truly find joy. Naruto shook his head, delivering a swift chop that rendered Conan unconscious. She lay peacefully in his arms, her serene expression making her appear exceptionally gentle. He carried Conan out of the room, subsequently acquiring the limited edition novel from the staff. And together they departed the village by boat, navigating back towards the Rain Village. Although they did not accomplish anything monumental, it could be deemed a satisfactory outcome. Conan rested her head on Naruto's shoulder while he leaned against the boat's wall, and thus, they both succumbed to slumber. Chapter 47. Sasuke and the Raikage. Time flows like water, and months slipped by in the blink of an eye. The Akatsuki organization remained as lively as ever. After a period of acclimatization, Hinata had become well acquainted with the members, deftly usurping the title of the kitchen's chief from Pain, which left him despondent for quite some time. The relationship between Naruto and Conan had shed its previous tension, often marked by playful bickering, which ignited a fierce envy in Deidara, who silently vowed to win over Ino. Speaking of Ino, I had not previously noticed that our base was adorned with flowers. One morning, Naruto awoke to find Ino tending to a vibrant array of blossoms that enveloped the base, their kaleidoscopic colors exuding a refreshing fragrance. The atmosphere here felt overly somber. Perhaps these flowers could uplift our spirits daily. Ino flashed a smile at Naruto and remarked, "Yet, this hardly resembles a villainous organization." Unbeknownst to them, Deidara had silently appeared behind Naruto, looking as if he had just rolled out of bed, scratching his belly as he said, "You all hardly seem like a serious band of villains. By the way, where are Kisame and Kakazu?" Naruto recalled not having seen them since their return yesterday and inquired. "They've gone to capture the Five Tails Jinchuriki," Han, Deidara replied, resting his hands behind his head. So soon? When will it be our turn to capture a tailed beast? That day may not be far off. The target you're after possesses formidable strength, so be cautious. Before Deidara could finish, the base's doors were abruptly flung open, and all eyes turned to the entrance, where a harrowing sight greeted them. Kakuzu's Akatsuki robe was missing, and his body bore numerous gruesome lacerations. Blood oozing from his wounds while his eyes remained wide open, devoid of life. Badly injured, Kisame clutched his bleeding abdomen as he dragged Kakuzu's lifeless form inside. What transpired? Ino gasped. Kakuzu. He is dead. Kisame shook his head weakly. While capturing the 5 Tails Jinchuriki, we were ambushed by the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, along with the Tsuchikage from Awagakure, the Mizukage from Kirigakure, and Team 7 from Konoha. Kakuzu covered my retreat, and this is the result. Ambushed. How could that happen? Did they know you were after Han? Naruto expressed disbelief. I cannot say for certain, but they were indeed lurking near Han and launched a surprise attack on us. Kisame's voice grew increasingly feeble. Deidara quickly called for their leader, Pain, while Hinata employed her healing techniques to tend to Kisame's wounds. Meanwhile, Naruto examined Kakuzu's body meticulously. There were traces of melting techniques, and the knife wounds appeared to be inflicted by the 8-sword style, indicating that the attackers included the Mizukage and Killer Bee. As Naruto inspected the injuries, he discovered with splinters within, suggesting an assault employing wood-release techniques, likely from a village with such a ninja, making Konoha the prime suspect. According to Deidara and Sasori's intelligence, the only ninja capable of using wood-release in Team 7 was Uchiha Sasuke. Did he truly perish so easily? Haiden approached Kakuzu's remains in disbelief, kicking him lightly. His pupils dilated as he gritted his teeth, retrieving his scythe from his back. His expression darkening as he strode towards the exit. Damn it, I will accompany you. Deidara clenched his fists, following closely behind Haiden, his eyes filled with rage, as if he wished to devour their enemies whole. Calm down. They are not adversaries to be trifled with. The 8 Tails Jinchuriki and other opponents of such caliber could spell our doom if we act recklessly, Sasori interjected coolly. Who will fill the void in our earnings now, Sasori? Deidara retorted, his teeth nearly shattering from the pressure. Just days ago, we shared meals and laughter, and now they are gone forever. I understand your fury, but we must remain composed. What we need now is a strategy. Leader, I request permission to formulate a plan to capture the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, Naruto declared. Standing resolutely, Deidara, Haiden, heed Sasori's words. I shall procure Killer Bee's head. I will accompany you. This time, it was Konan who expressed her concern, a rare look of worry gracing her face. You may fall into an ambush alone. I am more than capable by myself. Naruto inhaled deeply, suppressing his emotions. Turning to face the others, I shall provide you with an explanation. Pain sensed an anger within Naruto, akin to a tightly wound bomb. Although they often jested and bickered among themselves, the reality of death standing before them rendered it impossible to dismiss their feelings. Naruto finally grasped the truth of the ninja world. Lives are lost. One cannot expect a perpetual camaraderie of laughter and feasting, as one day those loved ones may vanish without a trace. The Akatsuki was composed of misfits, and it was precisely this uniqueness that allowed them to stand shoulder to shoulder with Naruto as comrades. To eliminate those responsible and avenge Kakuzu, that was Naruto's singular thought. Very well, go, Pain nodded in response. Wait, it's too dangerous for him to go alone, leader. Deidara expressed his concern, fearing that one day he would return home only to find Naruto's lifeless body brought in, a horrifying prospect. Perhaps I should accompany him, Zetsu suggested. I have an old acquaintance in Konoha who is also part of Team 7. As he spoke, his tone dripped with a cold mockery, causing Naruto to question whether the figure behind the mask was truly the usual fool they knew. Achoo! Kakashi sneezed, wiping his nose and sipping a hot broth to warm himself. Is Kakashi-sensei unwell? Sakura inquired with concern. The environment in Kumogakure is indeed rather chilly. I'm fine. Where is Sasuke? Kakashi replied, scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Sasuke. He is outside discussing matters with Lord Raikage, Sakura informed him. Outside. Sasuke stood at the edge of a cliff with the Raikage, clad in a black robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest. He appeared more mature than before, his gaze resolute. I have heard that you intend to kill Naruto? Sasuke asserted. That man will undoubtedly seek trouble with my brother, Killer Bee. If he dares show his face, I will sever his limbs and leave him crawling like a worm. The imposing Reikage crossed his arms, exuding an air of arrogance as he replied, "He is a rogue ninja from your village. Do you truly wish to protect him? Hand him over for me to deal with." Sasuke bowed his head in respect. "I beg of you." What if I refuse?" "Do not blame me, then." Suddenly, Sasuke threw a punch at Reikage, who swiftly sidestepped the attack. Subsequently, Reikage concentrated chakra in his right hand, transforming it into a blade of lightning that slashed fiercely towards Sasuke's head, threatening to sever it in half upon impact. In a breathtaking display, Sasuke leaned back as the lightning blade narrowly grazed his nose. He retaliated with a powerful kick to Reikage's abdomen, forcing him back several steps. With both hands, he formed seals, activating the cellular vitality within his body through lightning release. "Why would you attack me on behalf of a rogue ninja?" Reikage queried, clearly perplexed after their brief exchange. "That individual betrayed your village, betrayed Konoha. While others might be oblivious, I am acutely aware of the truth." Sasuke formed seals again, conjuring a colossal lightning tiger before him. He unleashed the beast with a fierce roar, declaring, "It is not he who betrayed Konoha. Rather, Konoha has betrayed him from the very beginning." Lightning's secret technique, Lightning Fang Bite. Chapter 48, Dancing with Lightning. Reikage transformed into a flash of blue lightning, vanishing from sight. In his lightning armor state, his body flicker technique was nearly imperceptible, evoking memories of the formidable figure he was during the Third Great Ninja War. Rivaling the speed of Konoha's Fourth Hokage, the Golden Flash, Minato Namikaze. The Lightning Fang Bite missed its target, whisking past Reikage's hair before exploding against a rock wall, creating a substantial crater. In truth, Reikage need not have evaded the attack with his lightning armor. Converting the lightning fang into his own energy to bolster his combat prowess would have been effortless. His intent was to illustrate the disparity in their strength, making Sasuke acutely aware of his own insignificance. Reikage reappeared beside Sasuke, unleashing a long blade of lightning from his right hand. Lightning release. Lightning fury was executed in an instant, striking fiercely towards Sasuke's form. The attack cut through Sasuke, yet no blood was shed. He merely flickered momentarily before vanishing. "Is that so?" Sasuke's voice emerged from behind Reikage. Surprised, Reikage turned to face him, noticing that the lightning release power emanating from Sasuke had grown even stronger, mirroring his own method of stimulating cellular activity. Previously, Sasuke's lightning armor had appeared inferior. "Have you replicated my lightning armor?" Reikage inquired. "Replicated is not quite the right term. I merely observed theoretical elements through my Sharingan and modified them based on my prior experiences," Sasuke replied with a shake of his head and a smile. "With this lightning armor and the instantaneous technique of the Shursui style, I possess the means to engage you in close combat. What do you hope to gain by fighting me?" "Surely, you stand to gain nothing," Reikage remarked, arms crossed, gazing at Sasuke with confusion. "Do you intend to kill me here to save your friend Naruto Uzumaki from peril?" "I have heard that Lord Reikage believes the essence of a ninja lies in action and strength. If I do not demonstrate my own capabilities, I fear you will disregard my counsel," Sasuke stated, removing his black outer robe. The chilling wind whisked it away as the two stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing at one another. Their respective energies surged to an irrepressible extent, making combat inevitable. "It seems you have come prepared." Reikage tossed aside his white outer garment, his muscles bulging as his hair erupted in a wild manner, his eyes crackling with intense electricity. Clenching his fists, his voice resonated like thunder. This was the full manifestation of Reikage's lightning armor, a show of respect towards his opponent by unleashing his full power. "Let us commence." In contrast to Reikage's appearance, the lightning enveloping Sasuke radiated a soft glow around him. His hair floated as if submerged in water, exuding an unexpected gentleness. Reikage stomped the ground with terrifying force, creating a massive fissure as he swung a fist towards Sasuke's face. Sasuke narrowly evaded, countering with a kick aimed at Reikage's side, hoping to destabilize him. Yet, he soon realized his error. Even with lightning armor, Reikage's defenses were not easily breached, especially with his ability to manipulate lightning. "That tickles," Reikage chuckled, his right hand transforming into a blur as it seized Sasuke's head. Furrowing his brow, he exerted pressure, causing Sasuke's form to flicker before vanishing. Several of Sasuke's shadow clones appeared from all directions, forming seals and exhaling a dragon-shaped inferno. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Reikage leapt into the air, the dragon fire colliding in a brilliant explosion that shattered the clones. Reacting swiftly, Raikage scanned the surroundings, searching for Sasuke's true body. The Shursui style of instantaneous technique encompassed two methods. The first involved creating shadow clones to distract the opponent while concealing one's true intent, striking when the enemy was misled. The second allowed for rapid movement within a fixed area without the need for markers, landing precisely where desired. Sasuke was no longer a ninja who relied solely on one method to combat foes. As a battle-hardened warrior, his combat style adapted to his opponents, leaving those who had fought him with an indelible memory of his elusive nature. Just as Raikage speculated where Sasuke might emerge, Sasuke's form surged from the smoke, evading the downward strike of Raikage's axe-like leg. The force of Raikage's attack shattered the ground beneath, scattering the smoke and creating extensive cracks. Had it struck a person, it would have reduced them to mere pulp. "You're quite fast, kid," Raikage remarked, raising an eyebrow as he assessed Sasuke. Although slightly fatigued, Sasuke bore no injuries, indicating that even with Raikage's lightning speed, subduing Sasuke was no simple task. Such a talent in lightning release emerging from Konoha was remarkable. Contemplating this, Raikage began to entertain the idea of poaching talent. While Konoha boasted formidable strength, the Hyuga clan had suffered greatly, and the Senju clan was nearly extinct, with only Tsunade remaining. If he could recruit a genius from the Uchiha clan into the Cloud Village, it might pave the way for future opportunities. Shall we continue? Sasuke had yet to reveal his trump card, the arm composed of Hashirama cells, harboring the wood release that countered lightning release. After years of training, he could now employ Hashirama's signature technique, wood release, advent of the divine tree. However, the destructive potential of this technique was substantial, and Sasuke lacked confidence in controlling it entirely. The risk of unintentionally injuring Raikage was too great. "I see no need to continue. I acknowledge your strength," Raikage remarked, his eyes darting. "You just said you wanted me to hand Naruto over to you, correct?" "Indeed. I can certainly agree to your condition, but on the premise that." The Raikage raised a finger and spoke. As the next generation of the hidden Cloud Village, Naruto Uzumaki, adorned with a straw hat, entered a modest eatery. After ordering several dishes, a woman bearing the insignia of the Uzumaki clan approached him. "Are you Lord Naruto Uzumaki?" she inquired from behind him. "Yes. You must be the Uzumaki Karui that Naruto spoke of." Naruto turned to assess her appearance and nodded, remarking on her rather flamboyant attire. "This is the intelligence Lord Naruto asked me to deliver to you." Karui disregarded the latter part of his statement, handing him a folded square of letter paper. Upon opening it, Naruto's expression grew increasingly grave as he perused its contents. After finishing, he ignited a small flame at his fingertip using fire release chakra and incinerated the letter to ashes. "Tell her I know my limits. I will handle the Raikage issue." As for the Akatsuki, Naruto glanced at the waiter approaching with his dishes and quietly added, "I will find a way to address it. We shall proceed according to the original plan." "Understood." Karui bowed to Naruto, and in a flash, she vanished using the body flicker technique. Filled with indignation, Naruto sliced the steak presented by the waiter with his sword, as if the steak were the murderer of Kakazu, the true mastermind lurking in the shadows. There were moles within the Akatsuki. This was the intelligence conveyed to him by Karui. She did not yet know who the mole was, but could provide several leads. The individual was the most active ninja within the Akatsuki, closely associated with a high-ranking leader from one of the 5 great villages. This mole consistently relayed information to the 5 great nations, resulting in one ninja being gravely injured while another was killed. Kakuzu's 5 hearts were all left in ruin, having been brutally pierced, presumably by Killer Bee, who inflicted the fatal wounds in a gruesome manner. Before uncovering the mole, Naruto had but one desire. With a resolute thrust, he drove his sword into the table, reducing the steak before him to translucent shreds. He wished to slice that scoundrel, Killer Bee, into pieces like the steak before him, allowing him to experience the anguish once endured by Kakazu. Chapter 49. The sand carried away by the wind. The sand village lay in ruins, a shell of its former self. Ever since the last rampage of Shikaku devastated the village, reconstruction efforts had commenced, yet financial constraints rendered the task insurmountable. Not only was rebuilding the village a challenge, but even restoring essential trade routes proved arduous. Witnessing this plight, the Wind Country had abandoned the Sand Village, establishing a new Sand Village and sending the new Kazekage to recruit from the old. A significant number of Sand Shinobi were reluctant to depart, As the new Kazekage concealed from the higher-ups the exorbitant relocation fees demanded from the old sand shinobi. Those unwilling to pay the fees were left to languish in the squalor of the old village. The former Kazekage had long since fled, and the villagers, desperate, had elevated Temari to the position of Kazekage. While managing the village's diplomacy, she grappled with the daunting task of revitalizing the economy. She watched in despair as her villagers scavenged for food, children abandoned on the streets, the once thriving landscape, now a tableau of desolation. Countless times she contemplated ending her life. Yet each time she grasped the sleeping pills, the pleading eyes of her villagers would stop her. Ultimately, she resolved to shoulder this burden. Donning the Kazekage's robe and hat once more, unable to fathom what would become of this place without her. On this day, the new Kazekage returned to the Sand Village to recruit, met with no opposition. For those who had previously protested his actions had suffered broken hands and lost their status as shinobi. The upper echelons of the Wind Country turned a blind eye, permitting the new Kazekage to act as he pleased, provided no lives were lost. Miss Temari, you are truly working hard, building walls for others? The new Kazekage, spotting Temari clad in the Kazekage's robe, dust-covered, approached with a lewd grin and continued, your Kazekage robe has become soiled. I didn't expect you to personally aid in constructing a peasant's dwelling. How pitiful. Seeing Temari ignore him, engrossed in her labor, he grew irritated and tossed a bundle of coins to the ground, declaring, here is 10,000 ryo. Temari frowned, unwilling to engage, but the nearby refugees, famished and desperate, lunged for the money. The new Kazekage stepped on one refugee's hand, preventing him from retrieving the coins. Temari, holding a brick, stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. What could she say? To berate him for lacking integrity? In a world where starvation loomed, what did integrity matter? Ultimately, it was her inadequacy that rendered them in such a pitiful state. Yet, the discomfort was palpable. A cold wind swept through, and Temari bit her lip, stifling the anguish within. She felt like weeping, though her tears had long since dried up during countless nights. Do you desire the money? The new Kazekage taunted. Is it that you crave this coin? Yes, yes. Lord, you are magnanimous. Please, grant me the money. My family is starving. My children are on the brink of starvation. I beg you, I beseech you. The refugee bowed low, prostrating himself on the ground. I am, in fact, quite benevolent. The new Kazekage sneered, glancing at Temari. Take this stack of money and slap Temari. I'll double your reward. The refugee hesitated, torn between conscience and desperation, gritting his teeth as if to shatter them. Alternatively, you could offer Temari as my concubine, and I might consider aiding a group to relocate to my new sand village. The Kazekage appraised Temari, chuckling, though she is dirty. A good wash would make her quite pleasant. No, that is unacceptable. The refugee shook his head in refusal. Then strike her. Do so and I will give you 20,000. 30,000 should suffice for your family's needs, yes? The new Kazekage kicked the refugee in the face, bellowing. If you do not strike her, I will not give you a single ryo. Come now. Temari set down her brick, offering a kind yet resigned smile to the refugee. I permit you to strike me. Trembling, the refugee rose, clutching the coins, and approached Temari, who slowly closed her eyes. To improve the refugee's circumstances, she had sold her 3-star fan yesterday. Although she did not believe it would make amends, it provided her a semblance of peace. It was merely a slap. If it meant they could live a bit happier, what did a slap matter? The refugee squeezed his eyes shut, raising the bills to strike Temari's face. Slap. The new Kazekage's expression shifted from excitement and anticipation to shock, confusion, and fury as a girl in a red cloak seized the refugee's hand, her bright azure eyes glinting with a dangerous playfulness, akin to a venomous serpent. Who are you? The Kazekage shouted, pointing an accusatory finger. I warn you not to meddle in my affairs. I am the Kazekage of the New Sand Village. Do you know the consequences of opposing me? Temari opened her eyes. And at that moment, the girl removed her red hood, revealing a cascade of radiant golden hair. I don't care what you are. From now on, this is my territory. And this charming girl is my possession, she declared, as she draped her arm around Temari's shoulders, casting a disdainful glance at Shinfenjing. If you don't leave, don't blame me for resorting to extreme measures. I'm not particularly fond of fighting, especially killing. It's a filthy business. Who the hell are you? Shinfenjing exclaimed, his anger boiling over as he found it hard to believe he was being threatened in such a manner. My surname is Uzumaki, and my name is Naruto. The girl retorted with a cold smirk. You should remember. Uzumaki Naruto? Never heard of her, Shinfenjing scoffed. Perhaps a remnant of the Uzumaki clan? You're nothing but a stray dog, and yet you act like a hero. Before Shinfenjing could respond, his subordinates began to chatter arrogantly. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Shinfenjing kicked the one leading the mockery, shouting, "Who the hell told you to speak? Get down on your knees." After issuing his command, he turned to Naruto, dropping to the ground and banging his head against it in fear. "Sister Naruto, I was arrogant and blind. I made a fool of myself. I deserve this punishment. Did you just let him knock his head a few times?" Naruto asked, her gaze sharp. "And no, I didn't count," he stammered. "Then you should knock 1,000 heads in return," she insisted. I counted. 7 or 8. 80? Then you should knock 800. Not 80. 8. Just 8. Well, you better knock 800, or my snake will eat you, Naruto warned, biting her finger and summoning a massive blue-purple serpent. The serpent, upon seeing Naruto, displayed a fondness that surpassed even that for Naruto, for she had trained under it. Yes. Shinfenjing immediately began to knock his head again. "Sister Naruto, why did you summon me?" The serpent inquired, observing Shinfenjing's actions. "Make sure he knocks 800. If he doesn't eat him," Naruto commanded. Her smile was playful yet serious as she explained, 800 is the requirement. What about the rest of his subordinates? If Shinfenjing doesn't meet the count, they'll be eaten too. Indeed, why are you knocking your head so eagerly? I didn't even count. Start over. The serpent's eyes glinted with a fierce light, leaving Shinfenjing feeling utterly humiliated, forced to continue his penance while his subordinates nervously counted, fearing for their own lives. Tamari, slightly bewildered by the unfolding situation, simply found comfort in leaning against Naruto, who, despite appearing to be of similar age, radiated an air of authority. "Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the leader of the newly formed organization in the land of the rising tide. I have come to propose a collaboration. I need a ninja village to cultivate my army of shinobi, and rest assured, you will not be shortchanged," she explained, leaning her head against Tamari's. A mischievous smile played on her lips as she added, "Of course, if you're open to igniting a spark of romance, that would be splendid. If not, I will still provide ample economic support to aid in the reconstruction of Sunagakure, including manpower and resources. I have everything you need." "Why choose me?" Tamari asked, taken aback, unable to fathom such a fortuitous proposition, akin to winning the lottery. "Firstly, as one of the 5 great ninja villages, your experience in military training is invaluable. Even if much has been destroyed, the area is still vast, and we require land, even if it appears barren. Secondly, I heard that the Kazekage of Sunagakure is a strong and charming girl, so I came to meet you, much like a prince on a white horse. How about it? Have I captured your heart?" She joked lightly. Thus, Sunagakure was absorbed into Naruto's organization, an event that transpired a month after the capture of the One Tail by Deidara and Kakadu. Chapter 50. Infiltrating the Cloud Village base. The mission that Sasuke was participating in was orchestrated to eradicate the Akatsuki organization. According to intelligence provided by an undercover operative, their hideout was located beneath a ninja tool shop in the Rain Village. To eliminate this deep-rooted menace in the shinobi world, the 5 great nations convened, establishing 5 bases around the Rain Village, awaiting the right moment to launch a surprise attack on the Akatsuki. Unbeknownst to them, the Kazekage of Sunagakure had already reached an agreement with Naruto. They would acquire information on the Akatsuki, while Naruto would gain intelligence on the 5 great ninja villages through Tamari and subsequently relay it to Naruto. Sasuke's primary motivation for infiltrating the base was Naruto. After enduring extensive training and battles, he believed he was finally worthy of confronting Naruto. He was determined to honor a childhood promise to bring Naruto back to Konoha. When Sasuke returned to the base after his confrontation with the Raikage, he flung open the tent to find Sakura and Kakashi absent, leaving a voluptuous woman with golden short hair seated inside. Her emerald green eyes sparkled, and a short blade rested on her back, her sheer mesh garment clinging to her alluring figure, drawing Sasuke's gaze away in silent embarrassment. "You are Miss Samui from the Cloud Village, correct?" he inquired as he stepped inside. "Indeed, Uchiha Sasuke," she replied, rising to her feet and lifting the tent flap. She proceeded to loosen her collar, allowing her black mesh garment to drop, revealing a barely contained bust. One hand cradled her chest as she turned to face Sasuke, stating, "I will be serving as your secretary, as well as that of the Fifth Hokage. Wait a moment. I never agreed to become the Hokage. I outright rejected Sasuke stammered, taken aback and stepping back, acknowledging the woman's enticing form that nearly provoked an involuntary reaction. Once you accept me, you must take on the role of Hokage, Samui replied, her cheeks flushed. Is it really that kind of person? Sasuke silently questioned, incredulous. It seemed even Sasuke couldn't resist such a lure. Samui flashed a confident smile and pushed Sasuke down, extending her pale hand toward his clothing, saying, "There's no need to hide." Sasuke gritted his teeth, preparing to push her away when a sudden commotion erupted outside the tent. Samui quickly rose from Sasuke's lap, donned her mesh garment, and assumed a nonchalant demeanor at the table. The tent flap was yanked open, revealing a breathless ninja adorned with a Cloud Village forehead protector, who shouted, "There has been an incident. An Akatsuki rogue ninja is slaughtering our shinobi at the base. Their strength is overwhelming. We can't stop them. Lord Hokage has already gone to assist. You should hurry and provide support." A rogue ninja from Konoha? Sasuke paused for a moment, then hastily rose to his feet and inquired. The forehead protector atop his head indeed marked him as a Leaf Village ninja. "All right, I understand. Thank you." Without a second thought for Samui, who had been poised to engage with him, Sasuke rushed out of the tent, sprinting towards the entrance of the outpost. Samui's gaze dimmed momentarily. She sighed and exited the tent with her short blade, leaving only the messenger from the hidden Cloud Village behind. The messenger curled his lips into a cold smirk, then drew a flying thunder god kunai from his clothing, driving it into the ground. After doing so, his form dissipated into white smoke and vanished. At the entrance of the hidden cloud outpost, Naruto wielded the Kusanagi sword, weaving through the crowd like a beam of light. The sword's glow formed a colossal character, and every ninja struck by it was invariably cleaved in two, limbs and blood scattering, staining the ground a deep crimson. The chakra of the Nine Tails enveloped Naruto, rendering him a sharp blade that pierced through the ranks of hidden cloud ninjas, cutting through their formation with chilling efficiency. His expression was frigid, and his movements were swift and forceful. "Form the ninjutsu formation. Seal him," a captain shouted loudly, just as he rallied his troops. The Kusanagi sword sliced through the crowd, hurtling directly towards him. The captain swiftly dodged to the side, the sword shimmering with a blinding light. Naruto materialized out of thin air, grasping the Kusanagi sword, and with one foot planted on the captain's head, he brutally plunged the sword into the captain's skull, severing it with the ease of slicing a watermelon. Unlike past encounters where he would mock his opponents while fighting, Naruto now wielded the Kusanagi sword with a cold detachment. Engaged in a senseless slaughter, he stood upright, gazing at the ninjas encircling him, their fierce expressions betraying their fear to advance. "Akatsuki's rogue ninja Naruto, do you know where you are? This is the domain of Lord Hokage. Do you dare intrude here, seeking death?" A captain mustered the courage to challenge Naruto. "Summon the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee," Naruto replied impassively, directing the Kusanagi sword towards them, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "I am not here for you worthless fools. You dare call us worthless?" The captain stepped forward, then hesitated, retreating as he realized no one was willing to follow him, revealing the terrifying prowess of his opponent that had sapped their morale. This was indeed alarming. Naruto single-handedly stormed the hidden cloud outpost, eliminating 1/5 of their forces. The corpses he amassed at the entrance resembled a small mountain, a horrifying sight. Naruto spoke no further. He leaned slightly forward, then vanished in an instant, reappearing with the Kusanagi sword aimed at the captain's neck. The captain's pupils dilated in shock, preparing to accept his fate when a flash of blue lightning appeared before him. Grasping the Kusanagi sword with a hand, the Fourth Hokage seized the descending Kusanagi sword, blood oozing from his palm and dripping onto the ground as his eyes widened. Locked onto Naruto, Naruto raised an eyebrow, then stepped on the Hokage's knee, leveraging the force to pull back several meters, extracting the Kusanagi sword from the Hokage's grasp, blood spraying onto the blade before turning into icy shards that fell to the ground. The Hokage spread his enormous palm, revealing a horrific wound covered in ice crystals. The cold permeated his body, significantly slowing his movements. Ice release, ice assimilation. Naruto's ice technique directly affected the Hokage's body, as blood is also a liquid. If the Hokage did not dispel the cold within 3 minutes, the ice assimilation would completely freeze his blood vessels, reducing his mobility to 0 and ultimately leading to his demise. This was the tyrannical nature of Naruto's swordsmanship, one of the reasons he dared to challenge in this domain. Do you understand what you have done? The Hokage, surveying the mountain of corpses at the entrance, spoke in a chilling tone. I will sever your head. Bring out Killer Bee. I am here to kill him. Naruto approached the Hokage without a hint of retreat, stating each word with conviction. Of course. I would not recommend cutting you down first before I deal with him. Arrogant. The Hokage activated his lightning armor in an instant, his anger flaring as he clenched his fists, electricity crackling around him. Today, I will kill you and give these subordinates an explanation. Wait. Just as Naruto prepared to strike first, a familiar voice rang out. He turned to face the source, his pupils constricting. Although he had anticipated this moment, knowing the individual would come to confront him, his heart quivered as the figure stood before him. This was a call from the soul, as two extremes converged once more. Uchiha Sasuke had arrived. Chapter 51. Sasuke and Naruto. Long time no see, Sasuke. Naruto managed a strained smile, flipping the Kusanagi sword to reveal its sharp blade. His Sharingan and Byakugan radiating killing intent simultaneously. Sasuke, Naruto remarked, observing the conflicted expression on Sasuke's face as he stood before the Hokage, addressing him. Lord Hokage, please hand him over to me. The Hokage furrowed his brow, but before he could speak, Naruto interjected. You two should team up. One of you alone is not enough for me to handle. Naruto leaned slightly forward, a cold smirk on his lips. Hurry up and deal with him. I still need to take Killer Bee's head. Do not let it go to your head, you little brat. The Hokage's temper flared at Naruto's taunt, his hair standing on end, resembling a crown of spikes. Naturally, being provoked like this ignited his fury, and he charged at Naruto without hesitation, fully unleashed the lightning armor. Naruto hurled the Kusanagi sword behind the Hokage, teleporting behind him just as his fist was about to connect. Gripping the Kusanagi sword, he summoned a transparent vortex of wind around the blade, slicing downward towards the Hokage's head with ferocity. The Hokage spun around, conjuring a blue lightning blade with his right hand. The clash between the lightning blade and the Kusanagi produced a deafening sound, and after a brief stalemate, both the wind vortex and the lightning blade exploded. The Hokage was forced to stagger back, while Naruto was sent flying several meters before landing firmly on the ground. Is this all you can muster? Naruto taunted. The Hokage is nothing more than this. Damn it. The special ninjutsu he cast on me is starting to take effect. The Hokage thought, realizing that his movements were becoming increasingly sluggish. This little brat possesses his father's flying thunder god technique. Trying to attack him while my speed is diminished will be troublesome. The Hokage gritted his teeth, feeling the cold seep into his body. Unable to dispel it even during high-speed movement, his physical abilities were beginning to wane. Lord Hokage, allow me to handle the battlefield. Sasuke observed the situation, sensing something amiss. The Hokage seemed injured, his movements lacking the sharpness he displayed when fighting Sasuke previously. Then finish it swiftly. The Hokage considered Sasuke's suggestion, opting to step back from the battlefield, concealing himself among the crowd as he awaited the right moment. Thank you for the assist. Sasuke nodded and took a few steps toward Naruto, who threw the Kusanagi sword onto the ground in front of him, as if to threaten him not to advance further. Naruto, it has been quite some time since we last parted ways, hasn't it? Sasuke inhaled deeply, gathering Chidori in his right hand. He looked up at Naruto and softly remarked, in the blink of an eye, we have both grown. No need for idle chatter. You killed Kakadu. Naruto furrowed his brow and replied, let us deal with you first before confronting Killer Bee. Then let us begin. It seems that only through battle can we truly understand each other's hearts. With a swift motion, Sasuke lunged at Naruto, Chidori piercing through Naruto's form, which transformed into a flash and vanished. He retrieved the Kusanagi sword from the ground, and then, utilizing the flying thunder god technique, swung it toward Sasuke's head. Sasuke evaded the strike with remarkable speed and retaliated with several punches, all of which were deftly blocked by Naruto. The heavenly curse mark on Sasuke's neck began to spread across his body, eventually causing two pairs of black wings resembling hands to sprout from his back, creating a terrifying sight. His face turned a steely gray, a four-pointed star mark appeared on his cheek, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, with curved horns sprouting from his forehead, rendering his appearance more akin to a bizarre deity than a human. Heavenly curse mark, state 3. Sasuke's right hand erupted with Chidori, now a black variant infused with several times the power. The cacophony of sound compelled the hidden cloud ninja to cover their ears. Chidori clashed violently with the Kusanagi sword, pushing Naruto back several steps. He quickly crouched down as Sasuke's whip-like leg narrowly missed his hair, seizing the opportunity while Sasuke was momentarily off balance. He stepped forward and swung the sword towards Sasuke's neck. Sasuke flapped his wings vigorously, retreating rapidly, the blade grazing his cheek and causing blood to splatter. There's no need to hold back now, is there, Sasuke? Naruto sensed that his opponent was not using his full strength, merely testing the waters, indicating that the true battle had yet to commence. Red chakra bubbles enveloped him as a massive chakra energy exploded from within, coating his body and forming a tailed beast cloak. 3 elongated fox tails extended from him, and his pupils elongated into slits, resembling those of a fox. 9 tails cloak, 3-tail form. Naruto grasped the Kusanagi sword with one hand, as azure liquid entwined with fiery red flames danced around it, maintaining a delicate balance. Much like the current dynamic between Sasuke and Naruto, water and fire, yet tethered by a peculiar bond. Ninja sword technique, water blaze. Indeed, you know me best, Sasuke responded. Forming hand seals, he exhaled a colossal dragon of fire, which morphed into a circular cage just as it was about to touch Naruto's Kusanagi sword, trapping Naruto within. He attempted to use water blaze to break free, but to no avail. Fire release secret technique, false face prison. Seeing that Naruto was momentarily trapped, Sasuke formed hand seals once more. His left hand transformed into wooden tendrils that surrounded the false face prison, assembling in a specific sequence, sealing it within a wooden prison. Wood release technique, 4-pillar prison. This prison was designed to seal the power of tailed beasts. Although Sasuke had not perfected it entirely, Naruto, even in his 3-tail state, would find it impossible to break free. The prison inherently countered tailed beast powers, compounded by the false face prison, unless he reached the 4-tail level. The 9-tail strength would be rendered futile. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light erupted from the false face prison, slicing through both the false face prison and the 4-pillar prison. Naruto's Kusanagi sword was devoid of any chakra elements, merely a manifestation of raw power, unleashed without relying on chakra, purely a combination of physical prowess and swordsmanship. Aido-style flash. Naruto retrieved a scroll from his pouch, unfurling it. The black ninja script erupted in a cloud of white smoke, revealing 2 white blades crackling with lightning, their edges adorned with crescent-shaped iron hooks, an ominous sight. One of the 7 ninja swords, Thunderblade. Grasping the hilt of Thunderblade, he stepped forward, plunging the Kusanagi sword into the ground. With a few swift rotations of the Thunderblade, lightning coalesced around it, emitting a brilliant blue arc that seemed capable of slicing through anything. Your wood release is specifically crafted to counter my 9-tails power, isn't it? Naruto smiled, firmly gripping Thunderblade. Then I shall refrain from using the 9-tails strength to battle you. He shed the 3-tails cloak, and in an instant, a powerful force surged through him, transforming his skin to a bronze hue, veins bulging on his forehead, and a deep green light coalescing around him, causing his hair to stand on end. The 5th gate of the 8 gates is open. Sasuke took a deep breath, unleashing black lightning, activating the lightning armor for the first time under the curse mark. He felt his senses greatly heightened. Even the range of his Sharingan expanded significantly. This was his current peak state, and he needed to conclude the battle swiftly, as this form consumed chakra rapidly. Sasuke initiated the attack, utilizing Lightning Body to reach Naruto in an instant, his right hand charged with Chidori swinging down upon Naruto. Naruto crossed both hands to grip Thunderblade tightly, quickly countering with his right sword to block Chidori, then thrusting the left sword towards Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke abruptly flapped his wings, propelling himself upward, seizing Naruto's arm. Utilizing the force of his wings, he slammed Naruto into the ground, charging toward the wall. However, before he could gain distance, Naruto plunged the hooked edge of Thunderblade into Sasuke's arm, subsequently channeling Ice Release into the wound. Sasuke's heart raced as he realized his arm was rapidly freezing. It appeared that Naruto had not infused the Ice Release chakra into his bloodstream, but had instead caused it to erupt on the surface, preventing Sasuke from launching a counterattack. Naruto delivered a powerful kick to Sasuke's abdomen, sending him flying several meters. Sasuke performed a flip and landed on his feet, then lowered his body as searing flames erupted from the sword's blade. He spun around, swinging the blade towards Sasuke, unleashing a wave of fiery arcs crackling with lightning. The force was overwhelming. Sasuke shielded himself with his wings, absorbing the fiery arcs like a shield. A smirk forming on his lips as he shattered the ice crystals on his arm. He then formed hand seals, and suddenly, a tender green sprout erupted from Naruto's arm, rapidly growing and ensnaring him before he could react. Would release, non-prison technique. From the moment Sasuke made contact with Naruto, he had planted this technique within him. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the crowd, gathering lightning in his arm, the lightning forming a blade that struck fiercely at Naruto, who was ensnared by the non-prison technique. Raikage? Sasuke exclaimed in shock, rushing toward the Raikage, but time and distance were against him. The Raikage moved like a flash of blue lightning. Although slowed by the ice release's effect, he was still beyond the newly reacting Sasuke's reach. Currently, Naruto was sealed by the non-prison technique and had no chance to evade the strike. Moreover, with the non-prison technique suppressing the Nine Tails' power, Naruto had no opportunity to use Tailed Beast Chakra to heal his injuries. Die. The level of Raikage's lightning torment has reached the level of the Zhejiang Phileo. In Chapter 52, Infiltration, a bizarre occurrence transpired. The moment the lightning torment connected with the Zhejiang Phileo, it transformed into a golden flash and vanished, taking Naruto with it. Sasuke abruptly halted his sprint, astonished as he glanced at the grass-cutting sword embedded in the ground beside him, realizing that Naruto had not teleported there. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air, leaving no trace. Raikage looked around in disbelief, unable to locate Naruto's presence. How could such a large figure simply disappear? Raikage-sama, I warned you not to interfere with this matter, did I not? Sasuke furrowed his brow, voicing his dissatisfaction. Do the promises of great figures also falter? His threat loomed over the entire shinobi world. If left unaddressed, the entire realm would be in peril. Raikage regarded Sasuke and spoke. Can you fathom what he will become if allowed to continue growing? Will you truly have the strength to thwart him then? I will. Sasuke replied, shaking his head. Regardless of the circumstances, I will stop him, just as I did today. Please trust in me. I can believe you. But what about those ninjas who have been slain by Naruto? Ask them if they believe in you. As long as he lives, incidents like today will multiply, potentially escalating even further. Or perhaps the next victim he claims will be my brother. Raikage placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and gently queried, Can you protect those who should not have perished? Sasuke's gaze dimmed as he clenched his jaw, at a loss for words. Suddenly, a golden flash appeared inside the tent of Team 7, where Naruto sat at the table. He turned to the source of the flash, and the Zhejiang Phileo manifested there, landing steadily on the ground. Huh, what's this wooden egg? A Fei tilted his head in confusion. Egg my foot, it's me, Naruto. Naruto bit down, exclaiming, Hurry and burn this thing for me. It has sealed away my Nine Tails chakra, and I can't break free. What terrible luck to encounter a wood-release ninja who counters me so effectively. A Fei formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball toward the Zhejiang Phileo, igniting it until it turned into a charred, brittle wood. Naruto managed to wriggle free after a few attempts. He picked up the flying thunder god kunai from the ground and tucked it into his pocket, asking, Are you ready? Of course. I can hardly wait to see my old friend, a Fei replied, his voice laced with a chilling undertone, a murderous intent flickering in his Sharingan. Is that old friend the one who killed the girl you liked? Naruto raised an eyebrow, forming hand seals as he inquired. You could say that, a Fei nodded, softly responding, My relationship with that guy is akin to yours with Sasuke. That sounds truly dreadful. Back at the stronghold, Sakura Haruno looked up at Sasuke while tending to the injured combat ninjas, offering him a comforting smile before returning to her work. Medical ninjas were a scarce resource in wartime, and those like Sakura, trained under Tsunade, were even rarer. She couldn't afford to be distracted. Even when her beloved returned from battle, she could only express her feelings through a smile. Where's Raikage? Sasuke scanned the area, noticing Raikage was absent from those awaiting treatment. Raikage-sama sought specialized medical ninjas for healing. His blood vessels have nearly frozen due to Naruto's ice release. He may require significant surgery, Sakura explained, shaking her head. If the operation is delayed even a minute longer, he may truly be beyond saving. Naruto's ice release is exceedingly domineering. By the way, Sasuke, I heard you fought with Naruto a few rounds. How did it go? Were you injured? She looked up with concern. If Sasuke had been affected by that ice release without realizing it, the situation could become dire. No, although he did cut my arm with his blade. It didn't allow the ice release chakra to enter my bloodstream, Sasuke replied softly, lowering his head. He seems to have held back. Is that so? Sakura sighed in relief, continuing her treatment. By the way, Samui is looking for you. My waist hurts. I need to rest. If she comes, just tell her I went to the restroom, Sasuke said, the corner of his mouth twitching as he silently turned toward the Team 7 tent. Sakura wore a puzzled expression, unsure why Sasuke was so evasive of Samui. Mabui hurriedly made her way to the tent where Reikage was undergoing surgery when a large hand clapped her shoulder, startling her. She turned to see Reikage, donned in a white coat, observing her with a playful glint in his eyes. Reikage-sama, has your surgery concluded? Mabui asked excitedly. Indeed, Reikage nodded, responding, that little brat may still be lurking in some corner here. He mentioned wanting to harm my brother, and until he achieves that goal, he likely won't leave. We will heighten our vigilance, ensuring that the rogue ninja Naruto does not find an opportunity to attack Lord Killer Bee. Very well. By the way, how is Killer Bee faring? Lord Killer Bee is currently training in the back mountain, guarded by 3 elite cloud ninjas. The terrain is secluded. The rogue ninja Naruto will not find him there, Mabui confidently affirmed. Excellent. You all continue to guard the stronghold, ensuring that little brat doesn't find an opportunity. I will check on that kid to prevent any disturbances in the back mountain. Reikage responded with satisfaction, turning to leave the cloud stronghold, heading toward the back mountain. Shadows fell over him as the cold wind swept across his sturdy frame. He formed hand seals, summoning a plume of white smoke, reverting to his original form. The cold wind rustled the Akatsuki cloak, creating a crisp sound. Naruto held the Raijin blade in reverse grip, activating his Byakugan to peer through the piled stones of the back mountain, directly locking onto Killer Bee, who sat cross-legged atop the peak, alongside the 3 elite cloud ninjas hidden behind him. The distance was not great, but if he wished to eliminate those 3 before approaching Killer Bee, it would prove challenging. He wondered what secret techniques they possessed. If they could successfully restrain him, the situation would become troublesome. His objective was to capture the 8 tails within a short time frame. So reckless actions were out of the question. Contemplating, Naruto bit his fingertip and summoned a short-haired, brown-eyed, green-pupil cat, the summoning beast Yabai, previously used for communication. He signaled to Yabai, who understood and climbed up the rocky wall to the mountaintop. Naruto swiftly followed, hiding behind a towering pine tree as Yabai approached the elite cloud ninjas. Is it using transformation jutsu? One of the team members inquired, but the captain shook his head, whispering, no, it is indeed a cat. Meow. Yabai approached the captain, perhaps due to the boredom of guarding the area. The captain, charmed by the cat's cuteness, relaxed his guard, gently placing his hand on Yabai's back and cautiously petting it. How adorable. The 2 other team members nearby couldn't resist either, reaching out to stroke Yabai's back. In the cold, the warmth radiating from the little creature brought a touch of comfort to their hearts. Suddenly, the captain of the Cloud Hidden team halted his petting motion, gazing at Night White in disbelief. The latter raised his head, his emerald feline eyes brimming with mockery and disdain. The captain noticed the flying thunder god mark on the cat's abdomen. A flash of golden light erupted instantaneously, leaving the captain no time to react or utter a sound. His pupils widened in shock as Naruto, clad in the Akatsuki cloak, soared gracefully through the air, accompanied by a fierce glimmer of sword light. 2 blades of lightning sliced through the air in arcs, completing a full circle that severed the heads of the 3 cloud hidden ninjas, sending blood spraying forth. The bodies stood momentarily, swaying, before crashing to the ground. Naruto, gripping the Raijin blade, approached Killer Bee, his Akatsuki cloak stained a deeper crimson by the fresh blood. His expression remained calm, surprisingly tranquil as he faced the enemy who had mercilessly butchered his comrades. You are the rogue ninja Naruto? Killer Bee suddenly spoke, using a peculiar yet rhythmic tone. You bastard, did you see me kill those 3? I did, but there was no time to intervene, Naruto replied coldly. Killer Bee rose, crossing his swords behind his back, then drew one, turning to face Naruto. You scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. It is you who shall meet your demise, Naruto retorted, the wind from the cliff lifting his cloak as he flipped the blade of Raijin outward. The tension between them escalated, their breaths held in a fleeting moment. And then the murderous intent erupted from their eyes, their blades glinting in the moonlight, illuminating each other's faces. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 53. Team 7 Madara was patrolling with several cloud hidden ninjas, ensuring Killer Bee's safety by meticulously searching every corner of the stronghold. Due to the formidable strength of the adversary, It was imperative that two cloud-hidden ninjas team up for the search, otherwise it would be a one-way trip. Miss Haruno, are you on patrol? Sakura, having washed her blood-stained hands in a basin of clear water, inquired as she passed by Madara. Indeed, Miss Haruno, Madara paused, respectfully bowing. I am grateful for your medical contributions. As Tsunade's esteemed apprentice, your prowess is extraordinary, and many ninjas within our ranks have benefited from your care. It is merely my duty. By the way, how is Lord Raikage's condition? Lord Raikage's injuries were healed mere minutes ago. He should be discussing matters with Lord Killer Bee in the back mountain now. Just minutes ago, as I was treating the mid-distance battle team? Sakura asked in surprise. Yes. But at that time, Lord Raikage had just undergone surgery. Sakura's confusion was evident. I even issued the order for the surgical procedure. How could he have healed so rapidly? Madara stood frozen, her brow furrowed, before a chilling realization dawned upon her. Oh no, something has gone horribly wrong. A thunderous explosion echoed from the back mountain, and everyone witnessed a red light erupting from its peak, the roar of the tailed beast audible even from a distance. That is the voice of the Eight Tails. A cloud-hidden ninja exclaimed. Lord Killer Bee is under attack. Is Naruto with him? Sakura clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on the source of the light. All the ninjas in the stronghold heard the Eight Tails war. With Lord Raikage still undergoing surgery, they found themselves in disarray, uncertain of how to confront the dire situation. They had witnessed the terrifying spectacle of Naruto's combat. Without the intervention of powerful figures like Raikage or Sasuke, they knew they could not halt his slaughter. To approach would merely mean becoming another soul lost beneath his blade, unworthy even of remembrance. Sasuke rushed out of the tent, gritting his teeth. Ignoring the potential side effects of the heavenly curse seal, he activated its third form and followed Kakashi, who was leading the charge toward the back mountain. The top-tier fighters available were few, leaving Samui and others behind at the stronghold to prevent another member of the Akatsuki from appearing. Summoning technique. Sakura bit her finger. Using her blood as a catalyst, she pressed her finger to the ground, and blood spread, forming a massive black summoning formation that erupted with brilliant light. A gigantic blue-white slug materialized before her. What do you require of me, Lady Haruno? The slug inquired respectfully. Please tend to these injured ninjas. Sakura took a deep breath. Forming hand seals. The seal on her forehead transformed into dozens of black markings that extended throughout her body, an overwhelming surge of chakra bursting forth. I shall join the battle. I entrust them to you. Understood. The slug nodded, then suddenly split into hundreds of smaller slugs, swiftly climbing to the wounds of the injured. Its body emanated a pale green chakra, which flowed into the wounds, healing them at a visibly rapid pace. Only Team 7 from Konoha dared to confront Naruto. As the others recognized their inability to match his power, any attempt would be futile and lead to their demise. Then let us advance. Kakashi surveyed Sakura, confirming her condition had not significantly declined due to the slug before nodding. We must quickly stop Naruto. Advance. U1T get anywhere. A figure suddenly appeared before the trio, donning an orange whirlpool mask and the Akatsuki's red cloud cloak. The Sharingan in the mask's eye socket glimmered with mischief and mockery, the mouth of the mask curling into a cold smile. An Akatsuki member? Sasuke blinked, then conjured Chidori in his right hand, glaring at Akatsuki. Do not impede me. And what if I do? Deep down, you know the truth, don't you? Naruto showed mercy to you in their last encounter. Had he infused his ice chakra into your bloodstream, you would be lying in the emergency room right now, Akatsuki scoffed. You're merely a stray dog who has scavenged from others. What right do you have to boast? Sakura stepped forward, chakra surging from her feet as the ground cracked beneath her. Her fist coalesced with pale blue chakra, striking toward Akatsuki's mask, the force of her punch creating a fissure in the mask. Sakura clash. The daughter of the 100 healings, your might is indeed fearsome, Akatsuki sneered. Unfazed as Sakura's fist passed through him as if her attack had not landed at all. Despite his form being right before her, her fist could not make contact. Akatsuki's mocking laughter echoed as he retaliated, delivering a powerful punch that sent Sakura staggering backward. He formed hand seals and expelled a great fireball from his mouth. But she gritted her teeth, shattering the fireball with the force of her Sakura clash. She leapt high, bringing her right leg down like an axe. Blue chakra erupting from her limb. Painful heaven kick. The ground cracked beneath her strike, yet Akatsuki's form had vanished, despite the attack directed at him. Sakura felt no sensation of impact, only the rigidity of the ground beneath her. Could his ability be to partially vanish from existence? Sakura Haruno observed a gaping hole in the ground, evidently not a mark left by a mere kick. It appeared that the opponent had burrowed into this cavity, suggesting that they had merely rendered their upper body invisible while the lower half concealed itself underground to evade the attack. By the time the kick descended, their form had entirely vanished beneath the earth. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Hidden Technique. Before Sakura could alert Sasuke and Kakashi, a hand suddenly emerged from beneath Sasuke's feet, gripping his legs fiercely and yanking him down into the ground. Sasuke found himself ensnared, with only his head protruding from the earth. Earth Release, Mind Decapitation Technique. A face smirked coldly and utilized the Earth Dragon Hidden Technique to escape. Beneath Sasuke, he had planted dozens of wooden explosive tags, their fuses igniting. Just as the explosives were about to detonate, Sasuke's form twisted abruptly, disappearing from the hole just as the explosives erupted in a fiery explosion, sending debris flying. The space beside Kakashi warped momentarily, creating a portal through which Sasuke was ejected. Kamui truly allows me to act with impunity, Afei remarked, emerging from the earth to face the trio. Is this the might of Team 7 from Konoha? It seems rather unimpressive. Against opponents like you, I could slay at my whim. You bastard. Sakura seethed, clenching her teeth in disdain for being toyed with. Do not act rashly, Sakura, Kakashi cautioned, extending a hand to halt her. He turned his gaze to Afei, murmuring, Manjiki Sharingan, are you of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke hesitated, scrutinizing Afei, struggling to recall any member from his clan that bore such a presence. Those capable of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan were few and formidable. The disappearance of such a powerful individual should not have gone unnoticed by him. Have you truly forgotten everything? Afei scoffed, shaking his head. Regardless, my mission does not involve executing you here. His objective was straightforward, to delay Team 7, granting Naruto ample time to confront and defeat Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Following that, Afei intended to use Kamui to transport himself to Naruto's side, abducting Killer Bee and returning to the Akatsuki with the Eight Tails extracted from his body. Of course, all of this hinged on Naruto's ability to overcome the formidable Jinchuriki, renowned for his unparalleled strength and combat experience. Even with Naruto as his opponent, Afei was not entirely at ease. Meanwhile, Naruto observed Killer Bee, who had transformed into a partial-tailed beast state, a mocking smile gracing his lips. His Thunderblade was stained with blood, yet he bore only a few superficial wounds, the most significant being a shallow cut on his arm. Killer Bee was forced to resort to partial transformation to stave off further injury, astonished by Naruto's formidable prowess. Secret Sword Technique. Naruto's voice was icy as he withdrew 5 scrolls from his pack, hurling them skyward. The scrolls unfurled, releasing a burst of light and a cloud of smoke, showering down thousands of blades toward Killer Bee. Thunderblade Transformation. Chapter 54. Battle with the Eight Tails. The myriad blades descended rapidly, pinning Killer Bee's limbs to the ground. Red chakra surged from the blades, and Killer Bee realized that each blade bore the Flying Thunder God seal, enabling Naruto to teleport to any of them at will. Let the battle commence, Naruto declared, stepping toward one of the blades, drawing it forth. 8-blade style? Allow me to demonstrate what true swordsmanship entails. Those who boast often meet a grim fate. Suddenly, a white bone protruded from the elbow of Killer Bee's tailed beast cloak, shattering the blade lodged in his elbow. He pivoted, propelling his elbow towards Naruto's head with remarkable speed, his massive form moving with the grace of a red whirlwind. Thunder Bull Hot Blade. In a flash, Naruto vanished from sight, a blade soaring to Killer Bee's side. Reappearing, he seized the blade and swung it fiercely towards the horned exterior of the Eight Tails. Killer Bee reacted swiftly, using his bony elbow to deflect the attack, only for his tail to lash out like a blade toward Naruto. Naruto chose not to teleport, instead yanking back with force, causing dozens of blades to plummet from the sky, securing Killer Bee's 8 tails and rendering him unable to launch agile attacks or defenses. At this moment, Killer Bee noticed that Naruto's fingers were connected by 2 to 3 strands of chakra, akin to a puppeteer's threads, allowing him to control the blades effortlessly. Secret Sword Technique. Thousand Blades Reversal. Naruto leapt onto Killer Bee's face, then propelled himself backward in a flip, driving a blade into Killer Bee's back. Flames spiraled around the blade, piercing through the 8 tails exterior and eliciting a spray of blood. Killer Bee roared as his chakra surged once more, an intimidating aura emanating from him. Naruto's blade, unable to shift to ice release assimilation in time, shattered instantly, along with those securing the tails. Killer Bee hurled Naruto off his back, gathering a spherical energy orb in his mouth, radiating a terrifying power that could bring mountains crashing down. If struck by this attack, the consequences would be dire. Tailed Beast Bomb. This energy projectile was a potent cannon formed from compressed yin-yang chakra. Naruto narrowly evaded using Flying Thunder God, the tailed beast bomb detonating against the rock wall behind him, creating a massive crater as debris rained down, stirring a cloud of dust that obscured Killer Bee's vision. He was unaware of Naruto's new location. With a flash, Naruto unsheathed a long sword, lifting his gaze to Killer Bee. Right here. Killer Bee swiftly turned, his beastly claws lunging at Naruto. Unperturbed, Naruto stepped back, the claws grazing his face and drawing blood, a smirk of mockery curling his lips. He formed a single hand sign, igniting a violent blaze at the wound previously inflicted by the spiral flame sword, causing Killer Bee to scream in agony before collapsing to the ground. Spiral flame sword, second stage, spiral flame seal. What a pity, Naruto mused softly. Had I switched to ice release assimilation back then, you would be utterly incapacitated by now. This mere explosion from the spiral flame seal, while it breached your tailed beast cloak and reached your spine, surely a perfect Jinchuriki like you cannot perish so easily, can you? Truly a most unamusing little brat. Kairabi's voice has undergone a transformation, sounding almost unrecognizable as a human tone. His form, once retaining a semblance of humanity, has now undergone a qualitative change. His muscles have inflated as if filled with air, and the color of his tailed beast cloak has gradually shifted to a pale red. His 8 tails have grown immensely, and soon, his stature has reached the height of a mountain. The 8 tentacle-like appendages, reminiscent of an octopus, writhe unpredictably, resembling seaweed. He has fully transformed into his tailed beast form. Kairabi is now a grotesque and terrifying creature, amalgamating the traits of an octopus, a gorilla, and a buffalo, with his eyeless sockets exuding a chilling pallor. Naruto raised an eyebrow and remarked, "However, thanks to our battle, I have gained a slight understanding of the proper use of the tailed beast cloak." A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Naruto, manifesting 4 chakra fox tails behind him. Unlike Kairabi, whose tailed beast cloak enveloped him entirely, Naruto's 4-tailed cloak merely added an extra tail to the 3-tailed form. In reality, Naruto had not allowed his chakra to envelop him completely, as he needed to wield his sword. The perilous Elysian box. Those who dare to open it shall meet their doom. The 8 tails spun rapidly around him, generating a powerful storm that radiated outward, creating a terrifying vortex that swept Naruto off his feet and propelled him directly into the tempest. The ground beneath them was gouged out, transformed by the onslaught, and Naruto realized that all of his weapons had been swept away and shattered, rendering him unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. 8 tails, 8 rolls. You are now weaponless. Kairabi observed Naruto being engulfed by his attack, his own blade shattered, and a confident smile crept across his face. Naruto took a deep breath, forming hand seals, as the 4 tails behind him stood erect like blades. Crystal release, 4-sided sword. The tail sword, enveloped in deep crimson crystals, surged toward the body of the 8 tails. The crystallization produced by crystal release was remarkably resilient, even withstanding the 8 rolls. Utilizing his Byakugan, Naruto discerned one of the 8 tails' weaknesses, and the tail sword charged toward it, ultimately penetrating through. The 8 rolls halted, and the 8 tails sensed the peculiarity of this technique. His weaknesses had become more vulnerable, and upon closer inspection, he realized that they had been crystallized by his opponent. Fortunately, being in his tailed beast form had significantly enhanced his defenses, allowing him to halt the spread of crystallization with his chakra. Unlike ice release, which assimilates with water, the crystallization of crystal release acted swiftly but was easier to defend against. Those struck by water assimilation either required immediate surgical intervention or faced frozen veins and death. As long as Naruto did not dispel it, it was essentially a guaranteed demise. Quickly, the 8 tails shattered the tail sword with his arm. Naruto, stepping upon the 8 tails' body, executed a powerful backflip, landing precisely. He extended his hands, conjuring ice release, forming 2 ice blue crystalline long swords. Suddenly, several diamond-shaped emerald mirrors appeared around the 8 tails, their texture resembling both gemstones and ice blocks. The mirrors formed a massive cage, trapping the eight tails within. Naruto's form vanished, only to reappear within each mirror. Magic Crystal Ice Mirror. Is there only one true form among them? The eight tails observed Naruto in the mirrors and scoffed. So, you can only launch one attack at a time. Is that so? Naruto retorted with a mocking laugh. One Naruto stepped out of a mirror, followed by another. And soon more Narutos emerged, each one a reflection of the others. Upon their emergence, the mirrors displayed the phantasms of Naruto. Crystal release. Crystallization clones. Are you surprised? 100 Narutos jeered, then gripped their ice blades, charging toward Kairabi. Who is the true form? Who is the illusion? It matters not. If I do not eliminate all, you shall perish here today. At the moment of Naruto's sprint, several ice crystal dragons erupted from the mirrors, fiercely lunging at Kairabi with grand and overwhelming might. Kairabi attempted to shatter the mirrors to escape, but upon contact, his hand was crystallized, making it impossible for him to break free in a short time. Meanwhile, Afu, who was restraining the members of Team 7, suddenly observed a deep crimson crystal dragon ascending from the rear mountain. The dragon exploded, resembling fireworks, with red crystalline dust cascading down. It appears the matter has been resolved. Afu smirked, glancing at the trio of Team 7. Until we meet again, I hope you are not left in such disarray next time. And Kakashi Hatake, I hope you can venture further, lest you miss the grand banquet. With that, Afu's form distorted, and Sakura and Sasuke propelled themselves forward with a single leg, unleashing Cherry Blossom Clash and Chidori against him. Yet, Afu's figure appeared as if it were non-existent. They could not make contact, watching helplessly as he vanished from sight. Kakashi stood rooted, pondering the implications of Afu's words. Chapter 55. Escape from the cloud-hidden base. Naruto stood atop the ravaged mountain, where Kairabi had reverted from his eight-tailed state, pinned to the ground by Naruto's blades. Ice release erupted from the swords, rendering Kairabi immobile, while scattered crystal fragments exuded a chilling aura. The fractured cliff appeared as though a giant had forcibly torn it apart, with several of the eight tails' severed tails embedded in the rock face. Naruto's Akatsuki cloak lay tattered from the battle, and several deep wounds marred his body. Fortunately, the nine tails' healing prowess was formidable, or these injuries could have claimed his life. Kairabi was drenched in blood, and due to exhaustion and the ice permeating his body, he could scarcely utter a word, only managing to emit strange sounds. A truly perilous foe. You nearly bested me, Naruto remarked, stepping on Kairabi's head with a derisive laugh. What a pitiful sight, defeated so thoroughly as the eight tails Jinchuriki. Your heart must be unable to bear the weight of this defeat. Kairabi's fingers twitched, and he lifted his head to meet Naruto's gaze, a mocking smile forming on his lips. With great effort, his voice emerged like a deflating balloon. Bastard. You're still able to speak? Naruto inserted a blade into his throat, forcing him to bow his head. Who permitted you to look up? Suddenly, the space beside Naruto warped, and he turned to see Afu, donned in a whirlpool mask, emerging from the distorted realm. Junior, is it all finished? Yes. This fellow should no longer possess the capacity for action, Naruto replied, giving Kairabi's stubborn head a kick. Poor wretch. I will take him back now. You did mark the entrance with the flying thunder god, did you not? Afu nodded, responding, let us rendezvous there. My Kimui is already strained to transport both myself and Kairabi, so I cannot take you along. Ah, understood, Naruto acknowledged, retracting the blades into the scroll of lightning swords. On the other side, Reikage, your injuries have yet to fully heal. Do not act recklessly. Samui firmly grasped the furious Reikage and cautioned him. The injuries from the ice release may very well resurface during battle. Injuries. My brother now bears the threat of death. Do I have the luxury to concern myself with injuries? Reikage gritted his teeth and forcefully shook off Samui's hand, declaring, Today, I shall sever that scoundrel's head. No one can stop me. Reikage-sama. Sasuke suddenly appeared behind him, his gaze lowered as he spoke softly. You are heading in the wrong direction. If it were Naruto, he would have anticipated our approach to the rear mountain and would have prepared contingencies. He may have already set up the Flying Thunder God technique at the entrance of the base. Then why did he not place the Flying Thunder God inside his base? That way, he could easily seize the eight tails and return. Reikage furrowed his brows in inquiry. There are two of them. Perhaps one possesses limitations on their ability to displace, preventing long-distance teleportation. Sasuke shook his head gently, adding, What puzzles me is why Naruto did not use the Flying Thunder God to teleport with the eight tails. If I recall correctly, The technique allows for the transportation of individuals. I am uncertain as well, but since you claim to know him well, I trust your judgment. Reikage nodded and then turned to proceed toward the base's entrance, stating, I will wait for them at the entrance. Sasuke clenched his fists and followed Reikage to the entrance. Upon their arrival, they found Samui and others waiting. Upon seeing Reikage, Samui knelt and pleaded, Please punish me, Reikage-sama. It was my negligence that led to Lord Killer Bee's capture. I am truly sorry. Please stand up. Punishing you now serves no purpose. Has Naruto arrived? Reikage inquired. His expression complex. Not yet, she replied. Suddenly, the space beside Samui warped, causing her to jump back in terror. Reikage instantly activated his lightning armor, crackling with electricity as he surged toward the distorted space. Just then, Obito emerged from it, and Reikage's fist reached him. Do not act recklessly, Obito raised his hand, revealing a weakened Killer Bee clutched by the throat, using him as a shield. A single blow from Reikage would mean certain death for Killer Bee. What? Reikage's fist halted, his emotions a tempest of anger and astonishment. Infuriated that the Akatsuki dared to harm Killer Bee so grievously, astonished that they possessed the means to do so. Should you fail to retreat, I cannot guarantee what may happen to him, Reikage-sama, Obito threatened, brandishing a kunai toward Killer Bee's back. Reikage, visibly distressed, stepped back. His expression one of barely contained fury. What is it that you desire? Nothing much, merely that your brother returns to the organization to atone for his life. Never. Samui, observing from the side, discreetly formed hand seals, her eyes fixed on Killer Bee as she unleashed her secret technique. A beam of light enveloped Killer Bee, catching even Obito off guard. In an instant, Killer Bee vanished from the light's embrace, reappearing before Samui. His eight tails chakra surging forth to heal the wounds inflicted by the ninjutsu's side effects. Secret technique, heavenly transfer. This technique allows for the rapid relocation of a target to a designated position. Due to the high-speed movement, there is a risk of bodily disintegration during transit, which would be unbearable for an ordinary person, but not for someone like Killer Bee, who possesses tailed beast chakra. Well done, Reikage exclaimed in elation. However, his joy was short-lived as a brilliant golden light suddenly flickered around Samui, and Naruto appeared in midair, delivering a kick that sent her crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Obito pressed his kunai against her throat, dragging her up from the ground. Meanwhile, Naruto hoisted Killer Bee with one hand while brandishing a blade with the other, coolly addressing Reikage and Sasuke. That was close, everyone. Why? Why are you here? Samui gasped in disbelief. I investigated thoroughly. There were no marks of the flying thunder god at the entrance. The mark is you, foolish girl. Did you forget? When I transformed into Reikage and called out to you, I tapped your shoulder, Naruto retorted with a chuckle. The mark was planted then, knowing you would come to investigate. Samui froze, trembling in disbelief as she murmured, so it was all part of your calculations? People often place too much faith in themselves. Naruto took a few steps back and spoke. Reikage, Sasuke, are you going to stop us from leaving? If so, neither Killer Bee nor Samui will survive this encounter. I trust you would not go that far. I am sorry, Reikage-sama. I am truly sorry, Samui wept, feeling a profound sense of defeat, an ineffable sense of failure. Were it possible, she would willingly sacrifice her life to save Killer Bee. Oh dear, such a beautiful young lady should not cry. It does not become you. By the way, your figure is quite remarkable, Obito suddenly jested, grinning mischievously. If you return, Samui, I will permit your departure. Reikage clenched his fists, responding with restrained fury. At least save one, Obito said, handing Samui over. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Well then, goodbye, beautiful lady. Do not think of me too much, although I am charming. We are destined to be adversaries, so love is out of the question. Hurry and release her. Who would ever fall for someone with an orange spring roll on their face? Samui retorted vehemently. This is the Vortex mask, do you understand? Obito huffed, shoving Samui toward Reikage and Sasuke, dissatisfied with Naruto. Enough, she has been given to you. Naruto tossed Killer Bee to Obito, who used Kimui to seal him away before departing with Naruto from the base. Reikage and Sasuke did not pursue, knowing it would be futile and only provoke their ire, resulting in Killer Bee's unnecessary demise. Reikage-sama, Samui lowered her head in self-reproach, murmuring, I truly do not deserve to be your secretary. It is not your fault. None of us anticipated the enemy's power would be so formidable. It is time for the Kage summit. We must rescue Killer Bee, Reikage replied, shaking his head. You will continue as my secretary. You have worked diligently, Reikage assured her. Thank you, Reikage-sama, Samui beamed. But her joy was abruptly interrupted as flames erupted from her back. Her smile froze in that final moment. The force of 3 explosive tags detonating left even Reikage, clad in lightning armor, staggering backward. Obito had placed the explosive tags on her back as she was released. Reikage stared in shock at the charred remains of what was once Samui, consumed by the explosions, his anger boiling over as he pounded his fist into the ground, roaring. Akatsuki, I shall ensure your total annihilation. Chapter 56. A brief warmth in everyday life. I am sorry. All of this is for the sake of ultimate peace. The youth raised his kunai and plunged it fiercely into himself. Help! Xiaonan abruptly awoke from her slumber, sitting up with beads of cold sweat glistening on her skin. Her beautiful eyes widened in terror, and she covered her face with her hands, shaking her head in reluctance to recall the harrowing events of that day. She donned her usual attire and draped herself in a cloak before opening the door, revealing Pain, who sat tirelessly in his elevated position, gazing into the distance. Lost in thought, observing him, Xiaonan gently shook her head. Sister Nan, Ino emerged, cradling a pot of flowers. She surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Where's Deidara? He should be here chatting with someone by now, shouldn't he? Deidara and Kisame have gone on a mission, along with Sasori and Haiden, Pain replied suddenly. To capture tailed beasts? Ino asked, her voice tinged with concern. Indeed, that is far too perilous. All the nations have united to launch an offensive against you. And you still send them out to capture tailed beasts. Ino expressed her anxiety. What if you seem to be gradually becoming more worried about our organization, Pain interjected, looking at Ino with a calm demeanor. Have you forgotten that you are still in the role of a hostage? Your stance should align with the 5 great nations. Ino paused, uncertain how to respond. Bowing her head, she whispered, I simply do not wish to see everything I cherish vanish. This is a necessary step. Pain shook his head. Our time is running short. We must capture all the tailed beasts swiftly. In due time, you two will have to make a choice, whether to stand with us or against us. The decision rests with you, and I shall not impede you. Ino held the flower pot in silence, her expression complex. Have Naruto and the others not returned yet? Hinata emerged from the kitchen, glancing at everyone. Today is already the 2nd day. They should still be on their way, Xiaonan murmured. Pain's gaze fell upon Hinata, observing the kitchen apron that once belonged to him. A wave of disappointment washing over him once more. Suddenly, the stone door swung open with a bang, and Naruto and Afei rushed in, panting heavily, both appearing exhausted. Particularly Naruto, whose cloak was nearly in tatters. What on earth have you two been doing? Pain asked, puzzled as he scrutinized them. With the space-time ninjutsu at your disposal, you shouldn't be this slow. It was Afei who insisted on racing without using space-time ninjutsu, claiming that the loser would treat the winner to 4 flavor dumplings. Naruto gritted his teeth. You lost, Junior. I am as lively as ever, not fatigued in the slightest. You're talking nonsense. We both entered at the same time. Naruto nudged Afei with a finger, causing him to tumble to the ground. Is this what you call not tired? How old are you two? Xiaonan sighed in exasperation. By the way, we have captured Killer Bee, Afei announced, springing up and using Kamui to release the battered form of Killer Bee, whose eyes gleamed with a glint of murderous intent. Pain's pupils narrowed as he responded. Well done, Xiaonan. Hinata. Take him to the secret chamber and confine him with Chiyo. Indeed, I dare not command Ino, Naruto muttered under his breath. Naruto, Hinata nodded and ran to him, removing her coat and draping it over his shoulders gently. Wear this for now. I'll help you stitch a new cloak later. Ah, okay. Naruto blinked in surprise, wrapping the coat around himself a bit tighter, nodding in appreciation. Xiaonan silently observed the two, her gaze filled with a mixture of emotions. Why is it that no gentle-hearted girl is willing to offer her coat to me? How frustrating. I am cold too, both physically and emotionally. Afei suddenly exclaimed, his tone filled with envy. If you're cold, just use fire style to warm up, Hinata suggested. Pain interrupted, standing up, taking a deep breath, and speaking in a grave tone. Are you declaring war against me? Huh. Hinata looked puzzled. Are you now trying to steal my kitchen duties as well? Pain continued, his voice tinged with frustration. Why must you excel at everything? Are you the leader of the Akatsuki or merely its caretaker? Naruto felt his own sarcasm becoming ineffective. Let us go, Hinata. He seems a bit off today. Xiaonan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Pulling Hinata's hand as they hurriedly took Killer Bee to the underground chamber, sealing him with a forbidden technique. During breakfast, Sasori and Haiden returned, having captured the four-tailed beast, with its Jinchuriki being the elderly Uzuki from Awagakure. This red-bearded ninja, much like Killer Bee, was placed in the underground chamber, barely clinging to life. Next, Kisame and Deidara have yet to return, right? Naruto mused, munching on a skewer. Has Kisame's injury healed? I hope nothing has gone awry. They captured the three-tailed Isabu, the only wild-tailed beast residing in the depths of the sea, making it a perfect target for Kisame, where his abilities can be fully unleashed, Sasori confirmed. As for his injuries, Miss Hinata has already treated him. His physical constitution is strong, so he should be fine, Sasori added. Ino appeared restless, her demeanor suggesting she was lost in thought as she picked at her food. The others exchanged curious glances, ultimately deciding that Faye, the jester, would initiate the conversation. Speaking of which, Deidara-senpai is not well suited for underwater combat, Faye said. I hope nothing disastrous occurs. Even Kakazu, who possesses 5 lives, met a tragic end. If those fellows dare to harm them again, I shall storm their conference room and offer them all to the Lord of Evil. Haiden growled. Though I'm not particularly fond of that guy, his absence would lessen the enjoyment in our organization, Sasori replied quietly. Indeed, Deidara is quite amusing. He waters the flowers in the garden every morning. It's rare to see him so interested in something other than explosives, Naruto remarked, hinting subtly. All right. I understand your meaning. Ino pouted, turning her head away. You're all merely curious about my thoughts on Deidara, aren't you? Yes. So just tell us, Naruto exclaimed, grinning shamelessly. Shounen perked up her ears. I don't like him, but I don't dislike him either, Ino admitted, biting her lip. Does that mean you're just ordinary friends? Sasori suggested. That still leaves room for potential. Evolving from ordinary friends to a boyfriend and then to a husband is certainly possible. Faye nudged Haiden with his elbow. I may not fully comprehend, but it sounds promising. Haiden scratched his head, offering the most earnest response of the group. Stop talking nonsense. Ino slammed her palm on the table, turning on her heel and storming away from the dining table, returning to her room in a huff. Is she upset? Haiden sighed. I really don't understand girls. She is indeed angry, but it's uncertain who she is angry with, Xiaonan mused, wiping her mouth with a napkin. She might be upset with herself for not directly stating that she could never like him, thus denying her feelings for Deidara. You sound quite experienced, Sister Nan, Faye replied. His expression one of realization. Though I may not have experienced it myself, I have witnessed countless pigs run. Naruto silently muttered to himself, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Conan's forehead twitched, and she smiled. Let us eat. Naruto lowered his head and began to eat his meal. This kid will surely be a henpecked husband when he grows up, Haiden thought to himself as he observed Naruto. As night descended, the silhouettes of Kisame and Deidara still had not appeared, causing even the usually optimistic Naruto and the others to grow anxious. Naruto suggested teaming up with Tobi to search for Deidara and Kisame. Although he desired to pair with Conan, he acknowledged that Tobi, with his Kami, combined with his own flying thunder god technique, would be a more formidable force. No, if they set a trap, the two of you could be at risk of death, Pain firmly rejected. At this time, we can only choose to trust them. In the garden, Ino quietly tended to the flowers, her gaze somewhat lost in thought. Suddenly, the door was knocked open, and everyone turned to see an oddly dressed Akatsuki member enter. Adorned with 2 enormous saw-like plants by his head, one side of his face white and the other black. What are you waiting for? Why the eager expressions? Zetsu greeted the group, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Ino's anticipation quickly faded into disappointment. She turned away, continuing her task. Conan observed this scene, a knowing smile gracing her lips. Naruto, sitting beside her, quietly inquired, what makes you smile so alluringly? Shut up, Conan retorted, playfully shoving a piece of sweet cake into Naruto's mouth. Chapter 57. A full-scale action as night enveloped the sky, stars sparsely dotted the heavens. The door of the ninja tool shop remained ajar, as Deidara and Kisame had yet to return. Aside from Pain, who required no sleep, the members of Akatsuki had retired for the night. Ino stood silently at the door, her brows furrowed. Pain observed Ino quietly before shaking his head and diverting his gaze. After standing for a while, Ino sat down on the threshold, leaning against the doorframe with her eyes closed. Her thoughts sank deep, as if falling into the ocean. The chill did not deter her drowsiness. A cold breeze tousled her hair, and she drifted into a peaceful slumber. After a few moments, a girl with orange hair, bearing a resemblance to Pain, emerged and draped her cloak over Ino. The girl gestured for silence to Pain before tiptoeing away. Time passed, and a voice broke the silence. "What is this? Sleeping at the doorstep? Kisame, go report the situation. I'll carry her to her room." In her dreams, Ino sensed a familiar voice and instinctively grasped the collar of the speaker, her breath quickening. Like a child, the voice remarked with a hint of exasperation. When Ino opened her eyes, she was greeted by the familiar ceiling of her room. Slowly, she sat up, noticing the Akatsuki cloak slipping off her shoulders. Confused, she folded the cloak and held it in her hands, her head still slightly hazy. If she recalled correctly, she had been sleeping at the threshold. How had she ended up back in her room? Ino got out of bed, slipped on her shoes, and opened the door to peek outside. There, she spotted a young man in an Akatsuki cloak with light yellow hair, casually whistling while watering the flowers, resembling a leisurely old man practicing Tai Chi in the park. "Deidara," Ino exclaimed with a surprised smile. You're awake?" Deidara turned to her, saying, "Why were you sleeping at the door? Don't you know it's easy to catch a chill?" "I was just waiting." Ino's words faltered, her cheeks flushing suddenly as she turned away, exclaiming, "It's nothing." "Wait, were you waiting for us to return?" Deidara teased, bounding over to Ino. "You were concerned about us. No, about me, right? You care about me. I just thought it would be tiring to take care of these flowers alone if you disappeared." Ino bit her lip, puffed her cheeks, and turned away, not wanting to meet Deidara's gaze. Sounds like a mother complaining about her husband in front of the child. Ha ha ha. Hey, don't hit me. Ino and Deidara began to chase each other playfully around the Akatsuki base. Naruto, upon seeing them, felt an inexplicable annoyance and closed the door again. Pain remained still as a statue, his piercing Rinnegan eyes seemingly penetrating through the walls, gazing toward distant foes. Time was running short to realize the perfect world plan. They needed to act swiftly. They had already captured the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, and the Five Kage Alliance, led by the Cloud Village, would soon take action. Meanwhile, the stronghold of the Rock Village was established in a strategically defensible mountainous area, surrounded by four peaks representing wind, forest, fire, and mountain, forming a natural barrier. Bridges connected to the stronghold were secured with iron chains, presenting a perilous sight. Tents for the forward defense teams were set up at the mountain's midsection. Any unidentified enemy wishing to invade the rock stronghold would have to pass through this area, allowing the troops to detect their position for defensive and offensive maneuvers. The unit consisted of 3 closely knit ninjas, forming a detection formation that could sense suspicious individuals within a 1,000-mile radius, prompting urgent alerts to prepare for defense and attack. However, this time, their sensing abilities failed to detect any enemy presence. A girl in a red cloak strolled through the forest, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Her sky-blue eyes shimmered with a hint of gold, reminiscent of golden paint rippling in water. Her pupils morphed into slitted serpentine shapes, creating an unsettling appearance. What a delightful enemy, so close yet unresponsive. Naruto glanced at the sensing team on the mountainside, obscured by the forest, allowing her to approach unnoticed. She formed hand seals, summoning a black ninja script that appeared on the ground, from which an enormous armored python sprang forth. Summoning Jutsu, white armored celestial python. The white armored celestial python was colossal, towering at 23 meters, nearly reaching the mountainside. Its eyes were adorned with purple shadows, and its head displayed dragon-like features. With further training, it could shed its serpentine skin and evolve into a half-dragon serpent. Standing atop the python's head, Naruto crossed her arms, a smirk on her lips as she regarded the rock ninjas at the mountainside. A chilling, terrifying aura emanated from her, instilling a sense of danger. "Who are you?" The leader of the sensing team shouted, pointing at Naruto. "This is the defensive position of the Rock Village stronghold. I advise you to leave at once, or you shall face our wrath." "I seek the Five Tails Jinchuriki, Han." Naruto raised an eyebrow, coldly replying, "Hand over Han, and I will depart. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee how many of you will survive." "You're from Akatsuki?" A robust figure emerged from the tent, eyeing Naruto atop the white armored celestial python. The rock ninjas behind him readied themselves for defense, their expressions tense. "Are you the captain?" Naruto did not directly respond, but instead retorted, "You look like a pumpkin. You must be the Tsuchikage's son, right?" Her description is indeed quite vivid. The opening ninja wears a red scarf, possesses a round, prominent nose, and a bearded face, with a head that resembles an elongated diamond shape. His tall stature only amplifies the foolishness of his appearance, making him akin to a clumsy pumpkin. His name is Huang Tu, a jonin from the rock-hidden village. As Naruto mentioned, he is the son of the Tsuchikage, Anoki, and also the captain of the frontline team of the Fire Mountain. How dare you speak about our captain like that? One of Huang Tu's loyal subordinates stepped forward, forming hand seals to unleash a Doton technique. A spear-like rock emerged from the rocky wall halfway up the mountain, thrusting violently towards the white-armored serpent, its tip scraping against the scales and producing dazzling sparks. It seems your subordinate lacks manners, Naruto remarked, furrowing her brow. Shall I teach him about etiquette? Step back. This individual is not someone to be trifled with. Huang Tu frowned upon realizing the futility of his earth spear technique. He stepped forward, transforming his right arm into a hardened rock fist, significantly increasing its density and weight. He lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, aiming directly at Naruto. Why engage in a senseless battle? Naruto shook her head and sighed. Fine, capturing you might suffice to coerce that old man into handing over the 5 tails. The rock fist collided with the serpent's body, producing a harsh sound as the scales clashed against the fist. Naruto formed hand seals, and the serpent unleashed a white liquid from its mouth, which fell like raindrops, enveloping the entire mountainside. Spirit technique, inorganic rebirth. As Naruto completed her hand seals, the white liquid transformed into countless white snakes that charged at the rock-hidden ninjas. The vast quantity of liquid resulted in an overwhelming number of serpents, their bodies writhing and their piercing eyes flashing. Those struck by the light found themselves ensnared in a genjutsu. The liquid on Huang Tu's body also morphed into white snakes, which began to gnaw at his skin. Huang Tu winced in pain, tumbling down from the white-armored serpent. He attempted to form hand seals to counter the serpents rushing at him, but the snakes, born of the liquid, coiled around his arms, preventing him from completing his seals. Snake binding technique. The venom from the snakes took effect, dispersing the chakra within Huang Tu's body. He felt his spirit waning. Not only was he unable to continue fighting, but he could hardly stay conscious. His body continued to plummet, and without chakra protection, falling from the mountainside would surely be fatal. Naruto leaped from the head of the white-armored serpent, allowing it to catch Huang Tuesday. She needed to keep him alive for leverage. Standing on the mountainside, she strolled leisurely past the ninjas writhing on the ground, bitten by the white snakes. She retracted the snakes from the female ninjas. If they were willing to surrender, Naruto would spare them. If not, she would dispatch them swiftly to prevent a prolonged demise at the hands of the serpents. Such delightful screams, Naruto mused. Speaking of which, I believe the likes of Kakazu and Kisame from Naruto's side were ambushed while attempting to capture the 5 tails. She hummed a tune as she ascended towards the mountain peak. Let's see what else can be destroyed at this stronghold. Chapter 58. Rampaging at the rock-hidden stronghold. Naruto, riding the white-armored serpent, obliterated all installations at the Fire Mountain stronghold. Huang Tu was bound tightly by the white snakes, resembling a rice dumpling, while the surrendered female ninjas were whisked away by summoned serpents. She had no intention of being discreet. Naruto had tasked her with creating chaos to instill fear of the Akatsuki, thereby delaying their offensive and providing the organization time to strategize for the tailed beast extraction. While she was not particularly fond of fighting, she reluctantly accepted this request from another version of herself. By the way, that man's daughter seems rather adorable. Perhaps I should abduct her as well. Naruto scrutinized Huang Tu, confirming that he posed no threat, and silently contemplated. Through the inorganic rebirth technique, she conjured thousands of white snakes to wreak havoc across the 4 mountains of wind, forest, fire, and mountain. Any enemy bitten by the serpents would succumb to a unique toxin, causing their chakra to leak uncontrollably from their skin, leaving them completely drained within half a minute, rendering them weak. Charge! Naruto commanded the white-armored serpent as they surged towards the rock-hidden stronghold below. The serpent slid down the mountainside like a white spear, her voice echoing within the mountain. The ninjas within the stronghold panicked upon seeing Naruto. The fact that she breached their defenses indicated that the 4 mountain strongholds had all failed to intercept her. How strong must the enemy be to overcome all 4 strongholds? Remain calm. Form ranks. A commander stepped forward, instructing the rock-hidden ninjas to arrange themselves into formation. Then, with 10 ninjas per team, a total of 50 rock-hidden ninjas formed hand seals to activate the ninja formation technique. Hundreds of cryptic symbols appeared beneath their feet, and the formation erupted in a purple glow, causing the four mountains to shift ominously. Suddenly, dozens of massive rock arms erupted from the mountainside, aiming to seize Naruto and the white-armored serpent beneath her. Ugh, how annoying! Naruto raised her eyebrows and formed hand seals. From her mouth, she exhaled a white breath that coalesced into a colossal dragon in midair. The dragon released an earth-shattering roar, charging towards the grasping rock arms and demolishing them with its sheer might. Spirit technique. Word of the dragon. What on earth is that? The rock-hidden ninjas exclaimed in disbelief. This is utterly terrifying. She isn't even wearing an Akatsuki cloak. Quick, notify Lord Sasuke. Is there no defensive ninjutsu that can withstand this? Watching the white-armored serpent charge at them, the rock-hidden ninjas felt fear and despair. No matter how many rock arms they conjured or how many attacks they launched, the dragon could obliterate them with overwhelming force. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Ultimately, the white-armored serpent descended, its massive form utterly destroying the stronghold's structures. The ninjas who attempted to release ninjutsu to stop the serpent were crushed beneath its weight, blood splattering onto the serpent's scales, which absorbed it like a sponge. So this is the strength of the rock-hidden village? It seems rather lackluster. Observing the fallen ninjas beneath the white-armored serpent, Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment as she leaped down from the serpent's head. She surveyed her surroundings before asking, "Where is everyone? Surely they haven't all been crushed?" With a thud, a lollipop fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. A frightened 8-year-old girl gazed up at Naruto, backing away a few steps before stumbling and falling. Her large eyes trembled, as if on the verge of tears. What an adorable girl, Naruto smiled as she approached her, crouching down to speak gently, like a caring older sister. "Where are your parents? What brings you to a place like this?" I want to be a ninja, so my parents brought me to visit the stronghold." The little girl, driven by fear, replied, "Oh, I see. That's quite a nice ideal. But where are your parents?" "They were crushed to death by that large snake," she said, pointing at the white-armored python, trembling as she added, "They turned into mud." "Is that so? How tragic," Miko responded, her tone deceptively indifferent, though her eyes reflected empathy. "You killed them." The little girl glared at Miko, an unnamed fury erupting within her. She pointed an accusatory finger at Miko and shouted, "You are the one who killed my parents. Bring them back. I want my mommy and daddy." "Huh?" Miko tilted her head in confusion and said, "I was merely battling your parents, who were the aggressors. It was they who attacked first, and I was clearly at a disadvantage, was I not? Is it only permissible for your parents to take the lives of others while denying others the same right against your parents? That seems rather selfish, don't you think?" That is not true. My parents are gentle people. They sing me birthday songs and tell me stories when I sleep. Other parents do the same for their children. Your parents have shattered the happiness of others. Do you comprehend the world you inhabit? It is the deaths of innocent children, just like you, that have shaped the hidden village you call home. Miko's voice resembled a demon's whisper, dragging the little girl's thoughts deeper into despair. Do you grasp my meaning? Your parents, like me, have taken lives. They are not kind angels, but demons risen from the depths of hell. Seeing the little girl frozen in shock, a cold smirk crept onto Miko's lips, and with a hint of mockery, she continued, "In this world of ninjas, others are hell. The tenderness your family bestowed upon you has been seized from the battlefield. While you sleep in your warm bed, children your age scavenge for discarded food, living under bridges. If winter strikes, they not only face hunger, but risk freezing to death. All of this is caused by your parents. You have attained your happiness at the expense of those children's misery." Before Miko could elaborate, a spear crafted from rock suddenly shot forth from beneath her feet, thrusting towards her. Miko swiftly leaped back, distancing herself from the little girl, and turned to see the girl wielding the earth-style weapon, a cold smile deepening on her face. "You must be the reinforcements, huh? Don't be afraid. Come to me." The girl with short black hair embraced the little girl, then stepped back cautiously, eyeing Miko with suspicion. "Who exactly are you? A member of the Akatsuki? Or some other dangerous organization?" "Oh, seeing those lovely legs of yours reminded me. You must be Kuratsuchi," Miko exclaimed with feigned enlightenment. "Those black fishnet stockings suit your figure perfectly. Answer my question." Kuratsuchi felt something was off about the other girl. The youthful beauty seemed to harbor the spirit of a lecherous old man. "As for me, I am not part of the Akatsuki. But I am here to capture the 8 tails. Hand it over, and I'll be on my way," Miko said playfully, "of course, if possible." I'd like to take a few pretty girls with me. What do you want with the tailed beast? Kuratsuchi frowned, sending the little girl to safety while she faced Miko alone. Children shouldn't know so much, Miko smiled. It could lead to fatalities. I am not a child. Children always say that. Miko stepped forward, snapping her fingers, causing the white-armored python to drop a mound of earth onto the ground. Miko stepped on the mound, saying, "This fellow is your father, isn't he?" "What?" Kuratsuchi gasped in disbelief, muttering, "Why even you?" "Well then, Miss Kuratsuchi, you have two choices. Abandon your father and flee to relay information, or fight me to save him, only to be bested and become one of my 3,000 beauties. Which will it be?" Miko clapped her hands, smiling. "I prefer the latter. I don't mind whether I win your heart. Having your body is sufficient." "You scoundrel." Kuratsuchi clenched her fists, forming hand signs and unleashing a powerful water jet aimed at Miko, intent on striking a vital point. However, Miko merely waved her hand, causing the water jet to split in half, as effortlessly as cutting through bamboo. Impressive, isn't it? This technique was taught to me by the Hozuki clan and then improved. Miko formed her right hand into a gun shape, unleashing a gust of wind that struck the wall beside Kuratsuchi, creating a hole resembling a spider's web. Wind release, spiraling gun. Kuratsuchi stood frozen. The previous attack had clearly missed, yet she had been unable to react in time. This meant that if Miko wished it, that shot could have claimed her life. Chapter 59. Intent and original intention. You aim for me. Do not harm anyone else. A tall man appeared atop the eaves, his head adorned with a hat-like object, a red mask covering his mouth, and his body clad in striking red armor, peculiar in design. The thrusters on his back emitted strange sounds, releasing white steam. The Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Han. "Oh, I've suddenly changed my mind. I will take both you and Kuratsuchi." Miko's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as she declared, "Let us end this swiftly. Don't underestimate me." Han launched himself towards Miko using the thrusters on his back, resembling a flash of white light. His fist descended upon Miko's head, but she effortlessly caught his punch, the terrifying power erupting forth, the sound of bone cracking echoing. "Wow, your attack has some force," Miko remarked, seemingly unfazed, her expression relaxed, unaffected by the pain of shattered bones. "Is that all? Don't overexert yourself, little girl," Han frowned. "If it hurts, I will scream. Please, big uncle, put in a little more effort." "I feel nothing at all," Miko teased, grinning. "Now it's my turn." Her serpent-like eyes radiated a blinding light, obscuring Han's vision as massive white snakes surged from all directions, viciously biting at his body. He let out a growl, his steam exploding forth as he leapt into the air, stamping down with such force that the white snakes were all shattered. Han was astonished to find the battlefield had transformed. The ground beneath him was no longer the hidden stone-s stronghold, but rather his own home. Is this an illusion? He gritted his teeth, attempting to contact the Eight Tails, urging it to disrupt the illusion with chakra infusion. Soon, the scenery around him began to warp, and with a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes to find himself pinned against the wall by several shurikens, with Miko smirking at him. "You just used the tailed beast, didn't you?" Miko formed hand signs, whispering, "Do you still sense your chakra?" Han paused, realizing that his tailed beast chakra was leaking profusely. If this continued, he wouldn't just struggle to fight. Maintaining consciousness would become a challenge as well. "This is snake venom. Allow me to share a remedy with you. If you activate your tailed beast cloak now, the toxins will be unable to fully permeate your system, allowing you to at least retain some of your tailed beast chakra to fight." Naruto smiled. "What is your ulterior motive in suggesting this?" Han gritted his teeth and replied, "I am merely offering a helpful solution, and you dare to doubt my intentions? How disheartening," Naruto said, forming her right hand into a pistol shape. "If you wish to survive, you must quickly activate your tailed beast cloak." Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from beside Naruto. She turned to investigate and found Kuratsuchi, performing hand seals to cast a ninjutsu, exhaling a rapid setting cement, followed by several irregular water orbs. It seemed she intended to solidify the cement upon impact. With a swift motion, Naruto's arm transformed into multiple white serpents, surging towards the cement. The serpents enveloped the cement, flinging it back with a technique called inorganic rebirth. The cement morphed mid-air into a massive snake, 10 meters long and 2 meters wide, which violently ensnared Kuratsuchi, pinning her to the ground. The creature formed a special net that immobilized Kuratsuchi while absorbing her chakra, causing her consciousness to wane. Curse it! Han erupted in a burst of red light. Enveloped in tailed beast chakra, instantly transforming into a five-tailed beast cloak. A formidable aura erupted from him, sending kunai flying. Naruto, now clad in the tailed beast cloak, swiftly unleashed a punch with such speed that only an afterimage remained. Bang! Naruto narrowly dodged the attack as Han's fist struck the ground, creating a sizable crater. He pivoted, delivering a kick to Naruto's head. She leaned back to evade, extending her right hand to unleash a wind vortex aimed at Han's head. The vortex, with its razor-sharp cutting force, shattered the five-tailed cloak and sent Han hurtling away. Big White, bite him! Naruto shouted. The white-jawed serpent, which had been observing from the sidelines, sprang into action, swallowing Han just as he was about to fully tailed beast transform. Its abdomen bore a black and white sealing array, a technique of the Uzumaki clan specifically designed to counter tailed beasts. Han, having merely activated his cloak, could not escape. Golden chains bound him, restricting his movements. Five tails captured. Naruto clapped her hands, a triumphant expression on her face. And I've even acquired a companion. It seems tonight will be busy. Wait. A hoarse voice echoed from above. Naruto looked up, scratching her head in annoyance. Just when I thought I was dealing with the small fry, here comes the big one. The newcomer was none other than Inoki, the Tsuchikage of Awagakure. Release them, and I may spare you, Inoki declared, hovering in midair. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Come now, as if I would fear you, Naruto scoffed. Come on, it's as if I would fear you. Deidara and Sasori were locked in a scuffle, resembling children squabbling in a sandbox, yet neither could achieve victory. Can we quiet these two down? Naruto sighed, closing the Will of Fire book in his hands, standing up to speak. I can't even read in peace. Don't forget to glance at Hinata. She's been intently watching you read since earlier, Akatsuki chuckled, nudging Naruto with his elbow. How can you ignore such a charming girl? You know who I like, Naruto replied, glancing at Hinata, whose face flushed as she quickly turned away, pretending nothing had happened. Can't you take them all? Do you think I'm as much of a lecher as you? Naruto raised an eyebrow, observing the scene before him. I ask you, Akatsuki, how long do you think this idyllic state can endure? You mean this carefree bickering? Akatsuki's tone grew serious as he placed his hands behind his head, chuckling lightly. Perhaps it could last for ages, or perhaps in the next moment, the 5 great nations ninjutsu will rain down upon us, and with a thunderous crash, our base will be obliterated. Then, the damned will perish, and the fortunate will flee. Would you lament such a place? Naruto asked softly. What difference does it make? People inevitably march towards ruin, especially on a path that could collapse at any moment. Kakuzu is already dead. He will no longer cradle that small safe like a treasured possession, Akatsuki replied, shaking his head. It's either kill or be killed. Such is the senselessness of this shinobi world. The existence of the Akatsuki is to change this world of ninjas, to achieve complete peace. Speaking of which, what is your purpose in joining the Akatsuki? Is it merely to destroy Konoha? I desire the power to control all things at will. Naruto furrowed his brow. But can anyone truly command life and death? Can such a being still be called human? I am increasingly uncertain of what I wish to become. Perhaps maintaining this current state of existence is not so bad. Such thoughts will only bind you, preventing your progress. Akatsuki stood up, stating, what drove you to defect from Konoha? What has brought you to this juncture? To seek a curvaceous girl for romance? To find a cozy nook for a warm life? If so, you need not join the Akatsuki. With that, Akatsuki departed, leaving Naruto gazing blankly at the members of the Akatsuki, his released fist slowly tightening again. Pain, Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, Akatsuki, Konan, Zetsu. One among them is an infiltrator. This is a fact. Regardless of how warm their exterior appears, a destroyer lurks within this organization. The compassion he has harbored will only lead to his demise. Although it seems impossible for any of them to be the infiltrator, Naruto's gaze gradually turned cold, reminiscent of when he first joined the Akatsuki. Uncover the flaws in the masquerade, shatter this facade of harmony. Then, obliterate the shinobi world. This is my plan. This is the conviction that fuels my pursuit of power. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the rogue ninja of the entire shinobi world. Chapter 60, Konan's Intent. Wow. What is this? A startled cry echoed through the Akatsuki base as Naruto flung open the door to the room, his face still bearing traces of sleep. His eyes heavy with fatigue. What are you shouting about so early? Do you think others aren't sleeping? As he approached the entrance, he spotted Deidara, holding a watering can in his left hand, and tremblingly pointing with his right at the body of the five-tailed Jinchuriki, lying at the entrance of their base. This is the five-tailed Jinchuriki, right? The one from Awagakure. Why is he inexplicably here at our base? Deidara exclaimed in disbelief. And he is unconscious. Do you have any idea what this situation is like? It's akin to suddenly craving beef, only to find a steaming steak served at your doorstep. Stop overreacting. This is the work of my influence in the outside world. The seven tails will also be captured, Naruto replied, silently hoisting Han onto his shoulder and heading towards the dungeon. Your influence in the outside world? Come on, you're not some mafia heir come to experience life with us in the Akatsuki, are you? Hardly an heir. Is there any darkness in this world worse than you lot? Naruto retorted with a scoff. At noon, the members of the Akatsuki organization finished their lunch and began tidying up the base. It was the day for their weekly thorough cleaning. Naruto utilized the shadow clone technique to assist himself in cleaning and subsequently slipped away from the scene. He had already discerned that the small figure of Konan was merely a paper clone, while the real Konan had made her way to the only library in the Rain Village. He retrieved his library card, which he had prepared long ago, and casually selected a novel from the shelf. Quietly, he approached the corner where the engrossed Konan was lost in a romantic novel. How daring of you to sneak out during the cleaning, Konan, he exclaimed. Ah, Konan quickly covered the novel in front of her, then turned abruptly to face Naruto. Disbelief etched on her features. How did you recognize me even after I disguised myself like this? Naruto appraised her outfit. She wore oversized sunglasses, a puffy down jacket that concealed her figure, a conspicuous cap that hid her blue hair, and she sported a rather unfashionable pair of long pants, resembling a village girl lacking in style. Regardless of how you look, coming to the library dressed like this is inherently suspicious, he remarked, raising an eyebrow. Konan pondered his words and realized he had a point. No wonder passers-by had stared at her when she slipped out. She scratched her head in mild frustration and said, What do you want to talk about? I want to know, Konan, what do you think of the Akatsuki organization? What does it mean to you? Is it merely a place to sleep and accept missions, or does it hold a deeper significance? Naruto asked softly. What's wrong? Answer me, Konan, he urged, displaying a smile she had never seen before, one tinged with bitterness and helplessness. The Akatsuki helps me understand what I am doing now, Konan replied, her gaze softening. When the organization was first established, it was merely a means of survival. I lost a friend in that battle. A pillar of support, then? Naruto whispered. So, you two are unsure of your purpose, simply trusting the Akatsuki and acting according to its missions? That could explain things, Konan nodded. And how do you perceive me? Are you annoyed? Or do you find it acceptable? Naruto's tone shifted sharply, catching Konan off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Wait, what does he mean by that? Is this a roundabout confession? She thought, realizing he might not understand that asking a girl about her feelings towards him could be quite awkward. But then again, how did she truly feel about him? Their eyes met for 2 seconds, and Konan felt her cheeks flush. She lowered her head, attempting to regain her composure. She knew she had to clarify her feelings and seize this opportunity to distance herself from him. Otherwise, trouble would surely follow. Suddenly, she lifted her head. Looking at Naruto again, he smiled and said, You can just express your genuine feelings. If you truly dislike me, I won't bother you anymore. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. Anyone could feel that way. If it had been Hinata accompanying him on missions instead of Konan, perhaps his affections would have been directed towards Hinata. Naruto contemplated silently, a coldness creeping into his gaze. If Tobi were present, he would surely notice how Naruto's demeanor was increasingly reminiscent of when he first joined the Akatsuki, detached from emotions. Now is the time to sever all ties. Konan suddenly understood Ino's feelings, realizing why Ino had angrily retreated to her room. When such strange emotions arise within, and one lacks the courage to sever them, it becomes unbearably painful, almost deserving of self-reproach. Love or hate, just 2 simple words that everyone can utter. Yet, at this moment, Konan found herself unable to express either. Her response was a mere 3 words, I don't know. Her cheeks flushed, teeth clenched, hands nervously pressing against each other, her voice trembled, resembling someone on the verge of tears. I don't know. Even after living for so long, there are many things I remain uncertain about. I neither particularly like nor dislike you. Just like Ino's answer, she thought. I see, I understand now, Konan, Naruto said, a light chuckle escaping him. He turned to the bookshelf, returned the book he had taken, and then glanced back at Conan. Let us leave everything here. Thank you for indulging my whims for so long. Conan remained silent, watching Naruto exit the library. Oddly, her nose tingled with emotion. She turned to the window, where light rain fell, droplets sliding down the glass. In the transparent surface, she saw her own reflection. Was it raindrops or tears? Looking at her reflection, her heart quivered. Why did she feel regret? She recalled the moment when Naruto had playfully snapped a chocolate stick in half, then shyly turned away. Yes, she had long understood, he truly liked her. Clenching her fists, Conan quietly cried, "Identify the traitor." In his room, Naruto fiddled with a scroll transformed by the lightning blade, while the Book of Dimensions beside him spoke up. "What's wrong? You seem a bit off. How can you tell I'm in a bad mood?" Naruto raised an eyebrow and replied, "Aren't you supposed to be an all-knowing divine tool? Didn't you see what I just did? Even if I know, I still want to hear it from the person involved. The first-person perspective is different from the third person," the Book of Dimensions teased, sounding much younger and playful than before. "What a twisted sense of humor. Are the other divine tools like you?" "The other divine tools? You mean the banana fan and the amber purification bottle? Huh. They don't even compare to me." The Book of Dimensions retorted indignantly. "Then what exactly are you? The secrets of the universe cannot be revealed. Stop being so cryptic. Can you help me identify the traitor within the Akatsuki?" Naruto asked, tossing the scroll onto the table and collapsing onto his bed. "Not possible. I've been ordered not to reveal any future events for this month," the Book of Dimensions denied. "My abilities have changed. I used to foresee an entire day's events and even pre-issue chakra, predicting a year ahead." "Impressive, right? Being ordered means someone used you before I unsealed you?" Naruto pondered, furrowing his brow in confusion. "That person even had the audacity to seal you up, making you consume chakra fruits to break the seal. How thorough. It's as if they were afraid I wouldn't be able to break it, preparing the soul extraction technique for me." "Indeed. That person predicted the future for a whole decade. Quite remarkable, I assent it." The Book of Dimensions giggled. "But don't expect me to reveal their identity. I am a completely neutral entity. No matter how this world changes, it is of no concern to me. Completely detached, even if this world were to be destroyed? Yes, it is of no concern. Are you a deity? It is somewhat elevated. I am merely a fraction lower than the divine." The voice of the Book of Dimensions carried a hint of intrigue. "Of course, only slightly lower." Naruto gazed at the Book of Dimensions, his brow furrowing. A sudden thought crossed his mind. What would transpire if the book were to be destroyed? However, he quickly recalled that the book could foresee the future. Perhaps it already anticipated such thoughts and still chose to engage in conversation with him, suggesting a possibility. It cannot be annihilated. Chapter 61. The Key Trap. Naruto obtained the key to the dungeon where Chio and others were imprisoned. Pain seemed to harbor a particular trust in him, thus appointing him as the keeper of the key. Conan's recent demeanor was exceedingly peculiar. Hinata discerned some signs of distress. Yet, no matter how much she inquired, Conan merely forced a smile, insisting that all was well and that it would soon pass. Time may dull all things, yet it requires a considerable span. In the short term, this unsettling sensation does not fade but rather deepens, tormenting the spirit like a venomous poison, akin to Conan's current state, where she showed little interest in tea or food and appeared somewhat haggard. Deidara, in the throes of romantic endeavors and having undergone several emotional intelligence enhancements, also noticed the situation. He found that Naruto had been preoccupied with some thoughts lately, engaging less frequently with Conan, as if he had lost interest in her. Each time Deidara attempted to glean information from Naruto, the latter adeptly deflected him, further convincing Deidara of something amiss between the two. In contrast, Ino's relationship with Deidara was growing increasingly intimate. Although Ino herself was reluctant to admit it, even Haiden, known for his lack of emotional acuity, could see that it was merely a matter of time before Ino and Deidara became an item, provided, of course, that the coalition of the 5 great nations was willing to grant that time. Due to Naruto's incessant disruptions within the ninja world, the 5 great nations found it necessary to remain vigilant against external threats, thereby delaying their assault on the Akatsuki's base. Even the 5 Kage summit was postponed because of Naruto. Strangely, the weakest village, Sunagakure, suffered little damage from Naruto's antics. Every other stronghold had encountered some form of loss due to him. The Raikage even lost 3 fingers to Naruto, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. The only remaining Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, Shomei, was under close protection by the 5 nations. Even the notorious Naruto could not make a move against him and had to rely on intelligence provided by the fifth Kazekage, Temari, to await the right moment for capture. The Akatsuki harbored a traitor, and so did the Five Nations, with Naruto acting as an undercover agent. In the stillness of the night, Naruto's snoring echoed within his chamber. Perhaps exhausted, he was entirely oblivious to the fact that a kunai was hurtling toward his neck. Meow? The summoned cat, Uraha, reacted swiftly, leaping from the wardrobe and landing atop Naruto's face, rousing him from his slumber. What the Uraha? Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening. Before he could voice his complaints, the kunai was mere centimeters from his neck. He quickly dodged, causing the weapon to embed itself into the bed frame. What is happening? Naruto landed on the floor, staring at the figure before him, an individual clad in black stealth attire, their gender indiscernible. Their head was obscured by a peculiar mask, and even his Byakugan could not penetrate its mystery. It seemed this individual was well aware of Naruto's abilities, having prepared for such an encounter. This indicated a level of familiarity. Perhaps this person was an insider within the Akatsuki. The cloaked figure remained silent, abruptly shaking their sleeves, from which shuriken crafted from white paper shot forth, hurtling toward Naruto's head. Naruto summoned Uraha back and swiftly sidestepped, evading several paper shuriken, before seizing the Raikage sword scroll from the table. Paper shuriken? This individual employs the dance of paper technique? Naruto unfurled the scroll, summoning 10 blades. Grasping Raijin, he lunged at the cloaked figure, unleashing a surge of lightning. Just as his sword was about to strike, the figure transformed into a flurry of paper, allowing the blade to slice through the remnants. Conan! Naruto gasped, astonished not only at the identity of the figure, but also at his instinctive lack of formal address. The cloaked figure ignored him, dispersing into scattered parchment, attempting to flee the room. Just as Naruto pursued, ready to prevent their escape, several pure black sand spheres coalesced, pinning the paper remnants to the ground, rendering them immobile. Sasori! Naruto exclaimed with delight. I wondered why it was so noisy outside. I initially thought it was Deidara causing trouble, but it turns out to be you. Sasori's hands were connected by chakra threads to the back of the third Kazekage puppet. Let me unveil this individual's true identity, Naruto said, stepping forward, somewhat apprehensive as he reached for the figure's mask. Truthfully, he feared that the person behind the mask might indeed be Conan. If so, why would she attack him? For the key, or because of his words in the library? No, that couldn't be right. The latter seemed unlikely. It would be advantageous for her to rid herself of him, so he shouldn't be so self-absorbed. With resolve, Naruto grasped the mask, but the moment his hand made contact, the figure dissipated into a puff of white smoke. I sensed no chakra here. This individual vanished into thin air. Sasori, typically composed, appeared momentarily perplexed. He furrowed his brow and murmured, who exactly was that? Naruto? Until we unveil their mask. No one knows who they truly are, Naruto replied softly. At the very least, we can ascertain that there is a traitor among us. And that individual likely attacked me to obtain the dungeon key. Although they utilized the dance of paper technique, it cannot be Conan. Why? If you were a traitor, would you employ such an unmistakably personal technique to assault your opponent? Clearly, that would be improbable. The assailant merely sought to frame Conan, redirecting our suspicions toward her. As for why it would be her, a sly smile crept across Naruto's lips. Perhaps they believe they can manipulate my feelings for Conan. That makes sense. Thus, we can rule out Conan as the traitor, Sasori nodded, continuing. The remaining suspects are Pain, Haiden, Kukzu, Deidara, and you yourself, Sasori. And what of you? Naruto replied with an enigmatic grin. Do you believe the enemy would assist you in such a manner? They fled, did they not? Although you aided me midway. The outcome did not alter, which cast suspicion upon you. Naruto's voice lowered. You could be attempting to exonerate yourself from suspicion through this act. By that logic, I could suspect you as the traitor as well. Who's to say this isn't a performance to absolve yourself? I have no need for such theatrics. Pain entrusted me with the dungeon key. Should I choose, I could easily unlock it and release the Jinchuriki and Shio, thwarting your plans. Unless, Sasori's expression shifted subtly. Someone knew about the traitor within the Akatsuki before today. A cunning smirk curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth, and that person, who was aware of the traitor, is likely the traitor themselves. Certainly, Naruto's premise here is to exclude himself, as he acquired the information about the undercover agent from Naruto. So, what do you intend to do next? Although you are under suspicion, Your culpability is considerably lighter than that of several others. Thus, I am willing to take a gamble. Wagering that you are not the mole. Naruto spoke softly. If you can help me uncover the undercover agent, you can prove your innocence. What do you say? That sounds agreeable. Scorpion gazed at Naruto for a moment, nodded, and replied. Thus, Scorpion became Naruto's temporary ally, and they discussed throughout the night, ultimately devising a plan. Naruto devised a comprehensive trap plan using keys as bait. 3 individuals were designated as suspects. Kisame, who was the only one present when Kakazu met his demise. No one else in the organization knew what transpired, and all information stemmed from his lips. If he were indeed the mole, it was plausible he could have deliberately led Kakazu to the Allied forces, feigning victimhood upon his return. Then there was Zetsu, whose identity was ambiguous. The primary suspicion arose from his Kamui space, capable of storing items. If he had stored Konan's paper shurikens and subsequently utilized Kamui to launch them, he could disguise himself as Konan for an attack. Furthermore, Naruto's assaults could be neutralized, not only by the dance of the shuriken, but also through Kamui's intangibility. Merely creating the illusion of paper could yield the effect that the black-clad figure was Konan. Haiden, whose simple-minded nature rendered him less of a schemer, was nonetheless susceptible to being manipulated as an undercover agent, though how he could masquerade as Konan during an attack remained to be investigated. As for Pain, Deidara, and Konan, Pain, being the leader of the Akatsuki, was highly unlikely to be the mole. Deidara possessed a childlike mentality and was not akin to Haiden's peculiar character. Haiden might betray his comrades for the sake of the evil deity, while Deidara, with his youthful heart, placed great value on friendship, rendering the possibility of treachery slim. As for Konan, the reasons for her exclusion had been previously mentioned. Naruto surveyed the list before him, his brows slightly furrowed. Chapter 62. Rising to the surface, Naruto stood in a shadowy corner, with raindrops pattering against his Akatsuki robe. He extended his right hand, and a white dove alighted upon it, its feet tethered to a small wooden cylinder. Naruto untied the cylinder and released the dove. The information was similar to last time. It was high time to urge her to capture the 7 tails. Naruto opened the cylinder and perused the contents of the note, murmuring to himself. A figure appeared at the alley's entrance. He bore a face reminiscent of a shark, his tall frame obscuring Naruto's view of the outside. On his back was an unusual wide sword bound with bandages, adorned with iron-gray barbs, emanating an ominous aura. Why have you summoned me here, Naruto? Kisame inquired as he approached. There is a mole within the Akatsuki. Naruto clenched the note in his palm and replied. I was attacked yesterday. The assailant utilized Konan's jutsu against me. I suspect that their intent was to seize the key to the dungeon. I am unsure of their next move, so I have devised a plan to draw them out. You seem to be divulging quite a bit. Allow me to pose a question. Are you not concerned that I might be the mole? Kisame raised an eyebrow, revealing his signature smile. Surely, we do not share such a profound friendship that would inspire your trust, or rather, you suspect me. Which leads me to believe you may have informed others of the mole's existence and colluded with them to extract information from me. If you are not the mole, why fear such a trap? Naruto chuckled, saying, I have indeed suspected you, yet the suspicion surrounding others is far greater. Which others? Scorpion. Naruto raised a finger, speaking softly. His puppet technique allows for the use of 4 scrolls. During our missions, I have never seen him utilize the 3rd scroll. I am unaware of the abilities of the puppet contained within it, but if it can replicate and store ninja techniques, then Konan's disguise would be feasible. Why did Scorpion react so quickly? Why could the black-clad figure vanish in an instant? Rather than believing it was Zetsu disguised as Konan, who then used Kamui to escape, Naruto was more inclined to think that Scorpion summoned the puppet back the moment the mask was removed. Kisame pondered for a moment, then spoke. Do you wish to join forces with me to uncover Scorpion's flaw? That is one way to look at it. If you agree, I will explain my plan. If this collaboration can dispel my suspicion of being the mole, then I have no objections. Excellent, Naruto smiled. I have prepared 3 keys. One of them is genuine. I told Zetsu that my key was hidden beneath the table in the living room. I informed Haiden that it was placed beneath the 3rd basin in the upstairs bathroom. And I told Scorpion that the true key was in the kitchen cabinet, while in reality, I concealed it in the cash drawer of the ninja tool shop. If any of these 3 locations has a key that goes missing, it indicates that someone has acted. Isn't that an obvious trap? If a key disappears from one of those places, it must be the person who was informed of that location who took it, Kisame remarked. Normal individuals wouldn't dare venture in, Would they? They might, as time is running out for the mole. Before the 8 tails is extracted, they must swiftly liberate the Jinchuriki. Naruto shook his head, speaking softly. I will guard the living room and use shadow clones to secure the bathroom. I need you to watch over the kitchen cabinet. If Scorpion enters, take action immediately. What about the ninja tool shop? Only you and I know about that place. You wouldn't dare touch that key, would you? Naruto smiled, a hint of threat lacing his voice. Of course not. Then all is well. As dusk settled and dinner concluded, Scorpion arrived at Naruto's room, where Naruto was busy sketching something enigmatic at his desk. What are you doing? Scorpion halted, standing about 2 meters away, and inquired. I am drawing the plan. I mentioned it to you yesterday, did I not? Regarding my strategy. Naruto crossed his legs, responding. Kisame, Zetsu, Haiden, the 3 of your suspected targets. You informed Kisame that the key was hidden in the ninja tool shop's cash drawer, told Zetsu it was beneath the table in the living room, and told Haiden it was under the basin in the upstairs bathroom, correct? Scorpion spoke softly. If any key among the 3 goes missing, it indicates the mole. I also mentioned a key in the kitchen cabinet. Do you think I would retrieve the true key? Scorpion asked, his dissatisfaction evident. The mole would seize it at that moment. Naruto laughed. They won't be able to wait long. With Naruto's intelligence combined with his deductions and strategies, he was confident that the situation he anticipated would soon unfold. As night fell, Kisame and Scorpion followed Naruto's instructions, each taking positions in the kitchen and the ninja tool shop, lying in wait for the other to attempt to steal the key. While Naruto and his shadow clones remained hidden in the upstairs bathroom and the living room, respectively, the mole found themselves cornered. If they attempted to steal the key, they would be caught red-handed, yet failing to do so would jeopardize their mission. With the Akatsuki poised to extract the tailed beasts, time was of the essence, and they would have to emerge and take risks or find another way to buy themselves time, which was precisely the trap set by Naruto. A grand game, a vast web. Time passed by in the blink of an eye, and the night swiftly slipped away. Naruto and his shadow clones remained oblivious to the presence of Akatsuki's members, Haiden and Kaku, who had come seeking the key. Meanwhile, Kisame and Sasori reported no unusual activity. Given the circumstances, Naruto commanded that they no longer need to remain on guard. Each morning, he would inspect the key's location, finding it securely in place, as if no one had ever intruded. Yet, Naruto knew all too well that their adversaries were growing restless. There was no longer a need for surveillance. The mole would inevitably reveal itself. At dawn, Naruto stifled a yawn and stretched, as was his custom, before checking the second-floor shower room and beneath the living room table. After confirming the keys were still intact in those locations, he proceeded to the kitchen, only to discover that the key he had placed in the cabinet had vanished. A cold smirk crept across Naruto's lips as he whistled cheerfully on his way to the ninja tool shop, where, as he had anticipated, the key was also missing. He discreetly relocated the keys from the shower room and under the table to the safe in the tool shop and the kitchen cabinet, feigning that nothing had changed. The keys belonging to Kisame and Sasori had both disappeared. Just as Kisame had suggested, the mole had indeed infiltrated their ranks, driven by desperation. Taking a deep breath, Naruto's azure eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. So who was the mole? Chapter 63. The scheme. Naruto arrived at a quaint restaurant in the Rain Village. After surveying the interior, he spotted Kisame, donned in his Akatsuki cloak, seated at a table. He approached and sat down across from him, casually ordering several small dishes. The mole had surfaced. With his legs crossed, Naruto spoke softly. It's Sasori. The key I left in the kitchen cabinet has gone missing. What is your next move? Are you planning to wait by the dungeon door for him to liberate the Jinchuriki? No, my plan is already in place. Meet me at the back mountain at 8 o'clock tonight. Once you enter, proceed straight ahead. After hearing 3 catcalls, turn back. Do you understand? Naruto continued softly. He has taken the key, which likely means he has installed listening devices within the Akatsuki. Discussing plans at the base is no longer safe. The back mountain of the Rain Village? The one by the sea, I presume? You should remember that. Naruto raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. The seaside is your territory. That mountain, I see. 8 o'clock, correct? Yes, don't be late. The waitress placed 2 plates of food before them, bowing slightly. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement and retrieved a pair of chopsticks from a wooden container, skillfully splitting them apart. Meals should be savored bite by bite, just as a game of chess demands patience and strategy. After their dinner, Kisame assisted Konan in managing the shop. Seizing a moment of solitude, He discreetly opened the ninja tool shop's cabinet. Upon seeing the dungeon key lying quietly within, he exhaled in relief. He formed a water clone to oversee the shop before departing towards the back mountain. The back mountain was a considerable distance from the Akatsuki's base. If he relied solely on foot, Kisame calculated he would arrive precisely at 8 o'clock. The sky darkened, resembling ink spilled across the horizon, while the cold wind rustled his Akatsuki cloak. He reached the entrance of the back mountain, inhaled deeply, and stepped inside. "Conan, where has Sasori gone?" Deidara inquired. Casting a puzzled glance around the Akatsuki base, he found no trace of Sasori, not even in his room. Typically, Sasori would be in the living room, tinkering with his puppets at this hour. Why was he acting so unusually today? "I don't know," Conan replied, her spirit visibly waning. Dark circles had formed under her eyes, and she appeared much more haggard than before, lacking her usual radiant demeanor. "What happened between you and Naruto?" "No matter how much I ask, he refuses to tell me." Deidara pressed. Witnessing Conan's state, he felt a profound impact on his youthful heart, marveling at how love could transform a person so drastically. I have a question for you." "Deidara," Conan stammered. Initially, she intended to brush it off, but her confusion led her to seize the opportunity to inquire about her friend. "Is there any basis or signs to determine if you like someone?" "I'm asking for a friend." "Huh. Besides us, does Sister Conan have other friends?" Deidara internally scoffed, clearing his throat before responding. "Well, there isn't really a definitive basis for liking someone. It could simply be that you find them cute. As for signs, being particularly concerned about their actions and opinions of you could be indicative. Are you trying to figure out if someone likes you, or if you like someone?" "This is about my friend. Just pretend you are that friend for now." Deidara skillfully turned the conversation back, realizing that love indeed sharpens one's intellect. His emotional intelligence had significantly evolved since their earlier days. "Well, if, hypothetically speaking, I were that friend, I would probably want to know if I like the other person," Conan admitted, her cheeks flushing slightly. It was evident that the matter revolved around Naruto. Deidara raised an eyebrow, quickly piecing together the situation. He pondered how to subtly help Conan recognize her feelings for Naruto while creating an opportunity for them to reconcile. Otherwise, with her current demeanor, her health could deteriorate. "By the way, isn't Sister Conan over 30? She's already in the category of leftover women. Determining one's feelings for another is not particularly difficult," Deidara confidently stated. "I have a method that can help you discover whether you truly like Naruto." "What method?" "Just follow my instructions, and you'll find out." Deidara smiled slyly. In the back mountain, Kisame had been walking for nearly 5 minutes when, feeling impatient, he suddenly heard a cat's call. He halted, and a second call echoed. After the third call faded, he turned around, spotting the familiar Akatsuki cloak. His eyes widened in disbelief as he and Sasori exclaimed in unison, "What are you doing here?" Before them stood Sasori, astonished and pointing at Kisame. They shared a moment of silence before reacting. At that very instant, 6 beams of white light erupted from beneath their feet, forming an intricate pattern. A peculiar purplish-red barrier enveloped them, ensnaring their feet in crystalline binds. The crystals rapidly spread from their heels, seemingly intent on preventing them from using their jutsu, swiftly engulfing their bodies and leaving only their heads exposed. As the crystals began to erode their chakra and destabilize their spirits. Quite the dramatic reveal, wouldn't you agree, gentlemen? Naruto emerged from behind a tree, clapping his hands. Nightblade, perched on his shoulder, leapt off and scurried away. "What are you playing at? Weren't we supposed to discuss the plan to deal with the traitor here?" Sasori shouted through gritted teeth. "Indeed, hasn't the plan to deal with the traitor already been set into motion? 2 traitors lurking within the Akatsuki organization." Naruto scoffed, stating, "There are 4 keys in total, as you are aware. Scorpion believes the true key is hidden within the kitchen cabinet, while Kisame thinks it resides in the weapon shop's locker. In your attempts to frame each other, you deliberately took the other's key. What does it imply then? The key still remains in the weapon shop's locker, does it not?" Kisame paused briefly before replying. "That is the key numbered 3. There are 4 false keys in total. The kitchen holds key 1, the weapon shop contains key 2, the shower room has key 3, and the living room is home to key 4. Naruto extended 4 fingers, softly stating, "Keys 1 and 2 have vanished. However, the information I provided to you, Kisame, was that key 1 was missing while key 2 remained. Thus, you would check the weapon shop to see if key 2 was still there, but in reality, what lay there was the key 3 I retrieved from the shower room." You mistook Key 3 for Key 2, and in your plot to ensnare Scorpion, you took Key 1, while Scorpion, in turn, took Key 2 to frame you. To further instill the illusion that the keys were still in play, I placed Keys 3 and 4 in the cabinet and the weapon shop's locker. Consequently, Kisame, the information you received suggested that the true key was still present, and having taken Scorpion's key, you unwittingly made him the mole, leading me to believe in your deceitful scheme. Now, Scorpion is the sole mole. Naruto chuckled. The crucial error lies in your belief that only one key was missing. And Scorpion, your thoughts are similarly flawed. I sought you out first, then Kisame, instructing you to wait in the back mountain at 7:30. You presumed I would arrive shortly to discuss how to deal with Kisame, but in truth, I had arrived at 7 to set up the barrier. The interval between 7:30 and 8 was merely the time it took Kisame to reach the back mountain, which means the person you were waiting for was Kisame. You may wish to check yourselves. Is there an unexpected key on your person? With a snap of his fingers, the crystalline bindings on both men shattered, and they hurriedly searched their bodies, discovering, as expected, a false key had been placed upon them without their knowledge. The rogue ninja from Sunagakure is a mole, and the moles are enemies. This information was gleaned from external forces. Based on the second piece of information, I devised this trap, granting you the opportunity to betray one another. In your efforts to make the other the sole mole, you placed the keys you took upon each other while concealing your acquired intelligence, ultimately leading to this situation. Naruto laughed. The key on Kisame should be Key 2, while the one on Scorpion is Key 1. In this roundabout way, both keys have returned to you, and before the truth was revealed, you each believed the other possessed the key you had placed upon them. You intended for this key to serve as evidence to ensnare the other in a predicament, unaware that these keys were merely part of the trap I had laid out for you. Naruto shrugged, an icy glint in his azure eyes, and remarked, Kisame, you likely placed a water clone in the weapon shop, did you not? Scorpion, I presume you set a puppet in the kitchen, for to you, the true key lies there. You intended for your clone or puppet to retrieve the true key and unlock the dungeon during my presentation of the plan. But I had long since stationed dozens of shadow clones to guard the area. Your clones and puppets should now be captured, meaning I can readily use them as evidence to expose both of you. Chapter 64. Hidden Agendas. Kisame hastily formed hand seals, attempting to utilize ninja techniques to break through the crystal release barrier and escape. However, Naruto would not allow him to succeed. With a snap of his fingers, Kisame found himself immobilized, realizing small crystalline fragments had emerged within his body. Continuing to form seals could lead to the shards piercing his flesh, resulting in immediate death. I would advise against any rash movements. The activation speed of crystal release techniques is remarkably swift, and perishing in an instant is a trivial matter. Naruto smiled. Yet, you are not one to fear death. I am well aware of this. My intention in exposing the mole is not to eliminate threats to the Akatsuki organization. Ultimately, I have no profound loyalty to them. I merely seek to extract information and intelligence from you. Scorpion is a mole sent by Sunagakure. This I have learned from external forces. Despite Sunagakure's decline, you have not forsaken your identity as a mole, indicating a lingering attachment to your village. Your objectives, aside from freeing the tailed beast Jinchuriki, likely include liberating Chiyo, correct? Naruto gazed at Scorpion, a gentle smile gracing his lips. That day, when Pain took you to the dungeon, you conveyed significant information to Chiyo. Otherwise, given her capabilities, I believe she could have found a means to take her own life. You may be surprised that I possess this knowledge, but in truth, it is not so astonishing. In a sense, I now lead Sunagakure. Have you discerned my background from the onset? Scorpion responded with a self-deprecating chuckle. You know my identity, but remain unaware of the other mole's identity, which is why you sought to utilize me to identify him, namely Kisame. Indeed, while Kisame and I are both moles, we hail from different villages, and the strained relations between our villages have fostered animosity between us. The village that sent you as a mole to Sunagakure is Konoha, is it not? Naruto pondered carefully before stepping closer to Kisame, smiling as he spoke. Since the incident where Gaara rampaged in Konoha, relations between Sunagakure and Konoha have deteriorated severely. Even during the time when the new Kazekage oppressed Sunagakure, Konoha provided support from behind the scenes, expressing willingness to ally with the new Sunagakure. You possess quite an abundance of information. Kisame managed a bitter smile, replying, Do I have the right to remain silent? Certainly. Naruto wore a peculiar grin, continuing. Because the Mist Village's captain Kisame Hoshigaki, defected to Konoha. The Umbu ninja known as Kisame killed comrades who might leak information and subsequently leapt from a cliff to evade capture, ultimately being apprehended by the Fourth Mizuki. After that battle, the Fourth Mizuki vanished without a trace. Many speculate he fell to Kisame's hands. Thus, Kisame is now wanted as a rogue ninja. What intrigues me is that at that time, you had yet to fully master the abilities of the Samehada. How did you manage to defeat the Fourth Mizuki, who could perfectly control the tailed beasts? Naruto inquired softly. Who aided you? Konoha? If memory serves me right, the team leader was Marino Ibiki, with his strength. Even if he assisted you against the Fourth Mizuki, it would not suffice, would it? A particularly strong individual must have come to your aid. Of course. I doubt that it was a righteous ally who simply happened to lend you a hand. What sort of deal did you strike with that individual? They must have persuaded you to adopt their perspective, prompting you to become their mole. As for that perspective, in my personal interpretation, it likely involves, Naruto chuckled, creating a reality devoid of deceit. You have grown weary of the ninja world's trickery and facades, yet in the end, you have become a mole, using deception to ensnare others. How ironic it is that the ones you deceive, aside from the Akatsuki, include the true puppeteer behind the organization. You still lean toward Konoha, do you not? Kisame glared intently at Naruto, unable to believe that the latter had deduced so much information. Just how powerful were these external forces? For now, I shall refrain from asking who sent you as a mole. Even if I did, you would not divulge that information. I only wish to know, who is the true puppeteer behind the Akatsuki? After all, that puppeteer is also someone you have deceived, am I correct? If you reveal that individual to me, I may consider letting you go. Naruto raised an eyebrow and said, you wouldn't want to die just yet, would you? At the very least, you should live to witness the completion of such a world. Kisame fell silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and looked up at Naruto, stating each word deliberately. Obito's true identity is Uchiha Madara. Following this undercover operation, the other members of the Akatsuki may not have sensed the shift. But for Kisame and Sasori, it represented an upheaval. Naruto did not expose them. Instead, he continued to play along. To Naruto, the transformation of the Akatsuki was inconsequential. His sole purpose was the destruction of the shinobi world. He intended to release the Jinchuriki from the prison and thereafter. What the allied shinobi forces chose to do with the Akatsuki would no longer concern him. Of course, should the allied forces foolishly decide to attack him, Naruto would not hesitate to join forces with the Akatsuki to eliminate a few Kage-level figures. Sasori was at a loss on how to perceive Naruto. Logically, Naruto was a member of the Akatsuki and thus an enemy. However, his influence had seeped into the allied forces while he maintained an adversarial stance towards them, placing him in the position of a third party intervening in the conflict, akin to an undercover agent. As a covert agent for the Sand Village, he was effectively Naruto's superior. Sasori could not comprehend how the situation had become so bizarre. He continued to socialize with others as usual, planning to reveal his undercover identity when the time came to extract the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, ensuring the release of the Jinchuriki and his grandmother. Fortunately, Naruto was on his side. Given Naruto's strength and intellect, if he were an enemy, it would surely be troublesome. Naruto often secluded himself in his room, engrossed in some research. His view of Sasori was somewhat similar to Sasori's view of him. They could tentatively be considered allies, at least for the time being, as their common enemies were the Akatsuki and the coalition of other nations. It was evident that once the Akatsuki, a common enemy to all 5 great nations, was eliminated, the restrained nations would undoubtedly succumb to their restlessness and ignite another war. Furthermore, the campaign against the Akatsuki might serve as a significant indicator of their future power dynamics. Most of the tailed beasts were contained within the Akatsuki. If one nation were to acquire the majority of them, it would pose a catastrophic threat to the others. The 5 great nations were not a monolith. Naruto understood this and intended to exploit it. Once he cast aside his emotions, all that remained for him was coldness and cruelty. But could he truly relinquish those emotions? Hinata looked particularly lovely today. Shyly, she reached out to Naruto, who was assisting in the kitchen, and softly asked, are you free tomorrow? Naruto paused momentarily. He initially intended to decline, but reconsidered. She had done so much for him, even stitching the Akatsuki cloak he wore. Although he felt such gestures unnecessary, he decided to respond. Yes, I'm free in the afternoon. Hinata's face lit up. Great. Then let us go out and have some fun tomorrow afternoon. I have 2 tickets to the amusement park in Konoha. Naruto, you truly are the best, she exclaimed with joy. Suddenly, the sound of shattering plates interrupted them. Naruto turned to see Pain beside him, his expression darkening, and an invisible pressure radiated from him once more. How can I tolerate this? Stealing my kitchen and flaunting affection right in front of me? Absolutely intolerable. Just as Pain planned to assert his authority through such childish thoughts, Hinata cheerfully interjected. By the way, Naruto and I might have dinner outside. So could you take care of dinner tomorrow? What? I have an entire meal to commandeer the kitchen. Pain was momentarily stunned, then, visibly moved, replied, All right. You two enjoy your time at the amusement park, even if you don't return for dinner. Staying at a hotel is fine. I'll manage breakfast for the organization. Naruto internally scoffed. Why does it feel like a superior commanding a subordinate? With the subordinate feeling touched? Chapter 65. Love is war. Is this your plan? Conan observed Hinata, who was so elated she seemed to bounce with every step. How do you feel, Sister Conan? Deidara nodded confidently, responding, seeing the bond between Hinata and Naruto. Do you feel anything strange inside? A bit, but that doesn't mean anything. Does it? Conan replied, frowning defiantly. Well, tomorrow, when you follow them to the amusement park, watch how Naruto and Hinata spend their afternoon. If your heart remains unmoved, it signifies you truly have no interest in Naruto. Deidara raised an eyebrow. However, if you feel a stirring in your heart due to their interactions, Sister Conan, you'll have to admit you have feelings for Naruto. Conan clenched her fists and nodded, understood. Naruto returned to his room, flopping onto his bed. The Book of Dimensions, which consumed chakra fruits, suddenly spoke. Why the long face? Haven't you identified the undercover agent? What else troubles you? I suppose you know everything, right? Naruto lifted his head to look at the book. Indeed, I am omniscient. Then let me ask you, what do you call a boy who has resolved to cut ties with a girl, but finds himself thinking of her whenever relationships are mentioned? Masochism. You. Naruto clenched his fists, then released them, self-deprecatingly muttering. Right, it's indeed masochism. There's a method to determine if you still harbor feelings for that girl. The Book of Dimensions smirked. Aren't you going on a date with Hinata tomorrow? If she makes your heart race, it means you're just being masochistic. If she doesn't, either she's not your type, or what? Or you've genuinely developed feelings. I hope for your sake it's the former. If it's the latter, as one who aims to destroy the world, she could become your Achilles heel. Meanwhile, in Ino's room, what? Naruto agreed. Ino, who was styling Hinata's hair, was taken aback, her grip tightening momentarily. Ouch. Yes, Naruto agreed to go to the amusement park with me. By the way, why did Deidara give me these 2 tickets? Hinata pondered aloud, fiddling with the amusement park tickets. It seems those tickets were a gift from someone. I recall a girl with yellow hair, resembling Naruto, who specifically instructed Deidara to pass them to you. Ino recalled. Is she a relative of Naruto? A girl who resembles Naruto. Could it be Naruto? Hinata whispered. Why would she give me amusement park tickets? Is it Hanabi? What's wrong? Ino asked, noticing Hinata's strange expression. Nothing, just help me pick out a suitable outfit for the date. I'm unsure what style Naruto prefers. Hinata shook her head, her smile returning. If I were to use Naruto as a reference, it would likely be Conan's style, Ino suggested. Naruto has always been attentive to Sister Conan, and for some reason, their relationship has soured recently. This might be my chance. Hinata nodded, her gaze resolute as she spoke. Initially, I believed that merely observing Naruto would suffice. However, I now realize that this feeling is simply too overwhelming to contain. Regardless of the circumstances, I must attempt to express everything within my heart to Naruto. Indeed, that spirit is commendable, Ino replied, her face lighting up with a smile. Happiness ought to be grasped by such a brave and decisive girl. Conan, leaning against the door of the room, quietly closed her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her tumultuous thoughts. Her fists clenched tightly, then slowly relaxed, revealing a heart-wrenching smile. She quietly stepped away from Ino's doorway, her silhouette forlorn and solitary. Time swiftly flowed by like a gentle stream. After finishing lunch, Naruto received an eager invitation from Hinata to go on a date. Instinctively, he glanced toward Conan's room. Noting her absence, she had inexplicably not emerged today, even refusing to join for a meal. Hinata, a voice called from beside him. Turning, Naruto beheld Hinata, now dressed in a lovely outfit, momentarily taken aback by a surge of unusual admiration. Hinata wore an elegant, pale white dress, complemented by platinum high heels that, alongside her bare feet, imparted a vision of purity and grace. Her delicate hands were adorned with semi-transparent gloves embellished with gold, and a paper flower decorated her long, deep blue hair. Naruto immediately grasped the significance of Hinata's attire. It was tantamount to declaring a challenge to Conan. Is it nice? Hinata asked shyly, twirling a strand of her hair, her voice soft and airy. Her figure was undeniably well suited for the dress. Typically restricted by martial attire, she now blossomed freely. Her alluring legs were wisely unadorned by stockings, emphasizing her charm without excessive embellishment. While Hinata could never rival Conan in sensuality, Ino's design aimed to amplify Hinata's innocent first love essence to its fullest. Ino had a keen eye for fashion. Yes, Naruto breathed deeply, uncertain of the feelings stirring within him. Perhaps it was infatuation, or merely an instinctive attraction to beauty. He extended his hand, saying, "You look beautiful. This dress is perfect for you." Naruto, Hinata replied, revealing a sweet smile capable of captivating any man. She then grasped his hand, her voice imbued with a youthful plea and playful mischief. "Promise me one thing, okay? Just this once." "What is it?" he inquired. "Today, only look at me." "All right." Naruto could not deny the allure Hinata possessed. When she gazed at him with her watery eyes and pleaded in a soft, slightly teasing tone, it was impossible to refuse. Oh no, this is bad," Deidara muttered, having just picked up a dumpling. Observing Naruto and Hinata's interaction, he sensed a crisis for Conan. He was certain that no man could withstand Hinata's bold invitation and sweet words, especially her declaration. "Today, only look at me." "Are you siding with Conan?" Ino asked, chewing on her dumpling as she looked at Deidara. "Can one really choose sides in matters of the heart?" Deidara replied, resting his head on his hand. "Naruto is my brother. We have faced life and death together. I would hate for him to miss out on someone he truly loves due to a moment's hesitation. If it can be missed, can it truly be called love?" Deidara sighed. "In this world, can true love even exist? People, as long as they have eyes, noses, and ears, are constantly swayed by various factors that cloud their judgment. If there were a love that could withstand all distractions, could it really be called true love? That would be a chosen one. Do you believe your feelings for me are chosen or true love?" Ino's voice dropped to a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Her cheeks flushed, and she bit her lip, as if uttering those words required all her courage. What did you say? Speak louder." Deidara, sensing the gravity of her words, leaned in eagerly. "I'm full," Ino declared, abruptly placing her chopsticks down and turning to leave the table, heading back to her room. "Have I done something to upset her?" Deidara pondered, feeling a bit despondent. "I wonder, aren't you going to wake Conan up? Even someone like me would starve without food. She surely can't be in a good mood with an empty stomach," Hayden chimed in, munching on a meatball as he leaned closer to Deidara. "She's not in a good mood, so she hasn't eaten. If she still wants tea, come out for dinner." "I'll blow the door open," Deidara replied, raising an eyebrow. "Isn't that a bit intrusive?" Hayden tilted his head. "You don't understand. Naruto and Conan are undoubtedly fond of each other. One has confessed, while the other hesitates, and now the one who confessed is also second-guessing due to the other's uncertainty. What they need is a bold third party to help them realize their true feelings. If Conan remains withdrawn and refuses to face this, she'll forever be lost. Even if she resents me for a lifetime, I'll drag her out," Deidara asserted confidently. "Wow, you really get it, huh?" Hayden clapped, his eyes widening. "I guess spending time with Ino has made your thinking more feminine. I hope when we go on missions together, you won't be all whiny like a woman." "Don't worry. If you annoy me, I'll just throw a bomb at you." "No whining involved," Deidara retorted, veins popping on his forehead. "By the way, why have you been so excited since those two left?" Sasori shifted his gaze to Pain, inquiring. "My time has come. The kitchen is mine tonight. Ha ha ha." Pain cackled foolishly. The members of the Akatsuki organization collectively thought, this person is beyond saving. Chapter 66, A Dramatic Confession, Part 1. Why are we back here again? Naruto suddenly realized that the amusement park in Byakugan village was the same one he had visited with Conan last time. Is that rascal Naruto up to her tricks again? Naruto instinctively raised an eyebrow, pondering silently. As they walked down the streets of Byakugan village, Naruto had changed out of his Akatsuki cloak, donning a brown fabric jacket over a white shirt. His style today was markedly different from his usual aloof demeanor, exuding a unique blend of carefree charm and rationality. Hinata gripped Naruto's hand tightly, as if fearing he might suddenly vanish. This feeling of being valued by another made Naruto reassess Hinata, viewing her as a genuine girl rather than just a pet who enjoyed playfully teasing him. Upon closer inspection, she was indeed quite beautiful, Naruto thought to himself. Just as he was about to speak, a group of casually dressed ruffians swaggered toward them. One, wearing a red shirt and appearing to be the leader, seized Hinata's right hand and leered, "What a pretty little thing. What is going on?" I remember this kind of scene only happens in romance novels. The female protagonist finds herself harassed by thugs, only for the male lead to make a dramatic entrance, dispatching the ruffians with a series of martial arts moves. In the end, the female protagonist secretly harbors feelings for him. Is this not a cliché narrative? Does the author who pens such tales not feel a twinge of embarrassment? Naruto's lips twitched as he inwardly criticized the situation. Hinata struggled to break free, but her assailant's grip was firm, clearly unwilling to let her go easily. Biting her lip, she trembled as she called out, "Who sent you?" Naruto seized the wrist of the thug in red, exerting force, causing the latter to wince and release his hold. What? Who sent us? What nonsense are you spouting?" The thug retorted, gritting his teeth, his left hand reaching for the blade at his waist. "Let go of me. Otherwise, you'll regret it when my blade is drawn. Was it Mikoto who sent you? If you insist you are not under orders, I will take this matter seriously," Naruto stated, his smile tinged with menace. "You'll meet your end. I am sorry. I was sent by Mikoto to stir up trouble. I apologize for interrupting your date. I won't do it again." The thug was soon cowed by Naruto's presence, bowing deeply in sincere apology. So it was indeed that guy. Naruto raised an eyebrow, then released his grip, allowing the thug to flee with his companions, scurrying away into a nearby alley where Mikoto and Hanabi were enjoying chocolate bars. Is the mission complete? Mikoto, clad in a black trench coat that accentuated her figure, lowered her sunglasses slightly to reveal eyes that sparkled with a hint of danger. A faint smile gracing her lips. "My sincerest apologies, Lady Mikoto. I recognized you immediately," the thug exclaimed, hastily kneeling and bowing his head. "Is that so? Well, he is quite clever. I had no intention of covertly assisting them," Mikoto replied coolly, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. "Let us go? Even if you have completed your task this time." "Thank you, Lady Mikoto. Thank you," the thug exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he hurriedly left with his companions. "What should we do next, Mikoto?" Hanabi inquired, sporting a similar trench coat, her face reflecting confusion. "I have my plans," Mikoto smiled, gently ruffling Hanabi's hair. "I refuse to believe that Naruto, that innocent boy, can resist my scheme. This sounds perilous, not just for Naruto, but for my sister as well." Meanwhile, Naruto and Hinata arrived at the entrance of the amusement park, bustling with life in the afternoon. After queuing for tickets, they were ushered through the VIP entrance amidst envious glances, a privilege Naruto had not anticipated, indicating Mikoto had thought ahead. Perhaps Hanabi's request prompted Mikoto to assist Hinata in winning over my heart. Although I do feel some affection for the current Hinata, part of it is due to her attire, which always reminds me of her. "Hinata." She shook Naruto's hand, revealing a radiant smile that could uplift anyone's spirits. "Let us ride the roller coaster." "Huh, you actually enjoy such thrills?" Naruto was taken aback. He had always perceived Hinata as a quiet girl who would prefer gentler rides like carousels at an amusement park. "Naruto, you don't know much about me yet. How about using this opportunity to learn more?" Hinata playfully stuck her tongue out, pulling him towards the roller coaster. She now resembled an ordinary girl, revealing a different side before someone she liked, summoning the courage to hold his hand tightly, seizing the chance to win his affection with all her might. If she didn't bear the Hyuga name, if she lacked those distinctive eyes, would she have enjoyed a normal childhood, a simple yet blissful romance, and ultimately a stable life? Shouldn't everyone be entitled to that? Watching Hinata's hair dance in the breeze and her somewhat silly smile, Naruto suddenly comprehended why he had defected from Konoha, why he had chosen to become a rogue ninja, and why he sought the power to dismantle the ninja world. The ninja system is flawed and decayed, controlled by the puppet masters behind the so-called feudal lords, creating a breeding ground for the greatest evils. This corruption seeps beneath the beautiful roots, nurturing villages like Konoha, rendering the 5 hidden villages incapable of eradicating true malevolence, as they have long rotted from within. Only those with malicious intent can bring an end to the era of ninjas and reshape this world. In time, girls like Hinata will be able to smile happily in the sunlight, free from the threat of others brazenly claiming to seize what is not theirs in the name of family. Change necessitates sacrifice. Yet neither the Hokage nor the feudal lords are anything but hypocrites, exploiting others as a guise to unjustly rob them of their rights and lives. A mocking laugh echoed from Naruto's room as the Book of Dimensions murmured, "At last, we can commence observations of this world. Naruto, have you fastened your seatbelt?" Hinata's excited voice broke through, bringing Naruto back to reality. He realized he had already boarded the roller coaster, took a deep breath, and secured his seatbelt as the ride began to tilt downward with a resounding click. "Tell me, Hinata, are you not afraid at all?" Naruto, surprisingly flustered, found himself anxious. He who faced danger without flinching, now unsettled. "With you by my side, I fear nothing," Hinata smiled. "Naruto will protect me, yes. I'm starting to feel anxious," he admitted. "Then I shall protect you," Hinata softly declared. "You rescued me from that place. I will dedicate my life to safeguarding you." Hinata's words trailed off as the roller coaster suddenly jolted to life, drowning out her sentence amidst the guests' screams. She wore a warm smile, gently closing her eyes. Despite the cacophony around him, Naruto could distinctly hear his heart racing. Was it the thrill of the ride or Hinata's earlier declaration that set his pulse racing? Chapter 67. A Dramatic Revelation from a Confession, Part 2. With a thud, Naruto staggered off the roller coaster, nearly tumbling to the ground. Hinata rushed to steady him, her voice laced with concern. "Are you all right, Naruto?" "I'm fine. Just experiencing some aftereffects," he replied, his expression peculiar as he struggled to comprehend his own vulnerability. "I'm sorry, let me help you to that bench over there," Hinata offered, guiding him to a nearby seat across from the ride. Naruto took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within him, his complexion improving. "I apologize for being so reckless." Hinata lowered her head, guilt washing over her. If she were a cat, her ears would be drooping. No, you needn't apologize. It's just that I'm not particularly adept with roller coasters. If you're seeking something more thrilling, shall we visit the haunted house next?" Naruto shook his head and replied, "Sure. I've never been to a haunted house before. It sounds quite intriguing." Hinata clapped her hands and smiled joyfully. "Indeed. Being with you, Naruto, makes everything enjoyable." She felt as if he was constantly teasing her with his words. Naruto could hear the rapid beating of his heart. Swallowing hard as he turned to Hinata, who gazed at him with affectionate eyes, her gentle smile unwavering. Who could possibly resist the charm of a girl whose eyes were filled with adoration? In the dimly lit room, eerie footsteps echoed, the flickering light from the shaky lamp insufficient to illuminate the surroundings. The beam of a flashlight revealed the dilapidated walls stained with crimson streaks, and grotesque heads dangled from the ceiling. Hinata tightened her grip on Naruto's arm, her delicate frame trembling as the haunting atmosphere genuinely frightened her. The incessant ticking of a clock added an unsettling urgency to the air. She swallowed nervously and whispered, "Naruto, aren't you scared?" Not really," Naruto replied, glancing at the heads hanging from the ceiling with an impassive expression. "Isn't there a guy in our organization whose head gets hung up every day?" "That's a point," Hinata acknowledged as they walked down the corridor. Naruto felt the softness of her arm and the fragrance of her hair, momentarily lost in thought. Thankfully, they were in a haunted house. Otherwise, he might have found it difficult to control himself. At the end of the hallway, he spotted the twins, Naruto and Hanabi, donning frightening costumes. Hanabi was portraying the infamous character from urban legend, the slit-mouthed woman. It was said that if one encountered a strange woman on the street asking, "Am I beautiful?" it was best not to respond and walk away quickly. If one answered not beautiful, the slit-mouthed woman would kill them with scissors. If one answered beautiful, she would unveil her bandaged face and then kill them. "Doesn't he seem like Big Brother Naruto is afraid of ghosts?" Hanabi remarked with concern. "Will he really be scared?" "Don't worry, I know him well. I'm fully aware of what frightens him," Naruto replied, a smug smile gracing her lips as she donned her custom outfit meant to terrify Naruto. "Get ready." At that moment, Naruto and Hinata reached the corridor's end. Just as Naruto turned to lead Hinata around the corner, a gigantic black spider descended from the ceiling, its numerous eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light. Its 8 limbs moved swiftly, raising its head and waving its appendages at Naruto. Typically composed, Naruto froze for a moment, then let out a startled scream, instinctively clutching Hinata tightly, his face turning pale. Hinata, taken aback, felt her cheeks flush crimson. It was her first time being embraced by Naruto. Until now, they had only held hands, and this sudden physical contact sent her heart racing, leaving her at a loss for words. I think we should run. Naruto was the first to regain his composure, quickly releasing Hinata's hand and pulling her along as they dashed out of the haunted house, retracing their steps. Indeed, Naruto was terrified of spiders. After all, during the Chunin exams, he had let the only survivor from the Sound Four, Konoha, go free because he was too frightened to consume the chakra fruit he had transformed into. Finally, Naruto and Hinata escaped the haunted house, panting heavily as he sat on the ground, sounding defeated. Let us try something more gentle. My heart can't take it anymore. Ah, okay. Hinata was still recalling the moment Naruto had embraced her, her cheeks still flushed. I say, Naruto, you just wanted to scare Naruto, didn't you? Hanabi emerged from behind the spider, a hint of exasperation in her voice. How was I to know it would work so well? He ran away instantly. Just how scared of spiders is he? Naruto stood up, realizing that she had been lying on the ground in her spider costume, her expression turning sour. I had a whole spider hell planned for him. Are you a devil or something? Following Naruto's suggestion, Hinata first joined him on the carousel and then on the teacups. Naruto, unable to find a way to intervene in these games, could only watch. If possible, she intended to lure the pair into the house where the truth would be revealed. Naruto, I want that. Hinata pointed to a game stall that seemed to be part of the amusement park. On the table, several shurikens were displayed. And further away stood a large wooden wall adorned with dozens of small round targets, each marked for prizes. The reward Hinata desired was a plump cat plushie placed at the farthest point. All right, this was the first time Hinata had requested something from Naruto, and unknowingly, he felt as though they were genuinely a couple. This outing felt more like a romantic date than just a test. Perhaps his feelings for Conan were merely an illusion. He led Hinata to the stall, and after spending a small amount to acquire 5 shurikens, a voice interrupted him. Do you really want that thing? A blue-haired, one-eyed man glanced at the grayish-blue-haired boy beside him and sighed. Even as a seasoned ninja, you still act like a child. Sorry, Ao. Well, since you want it, I'll help you get it. Ao, the one-eyed man, paid the stall owner and took 5 shurikens before standing alongside Naruto. Wait, is this guy also after that plushie? Naruto was momentarily stunned, then clenched his jaw, gripping the shuriken tightly. Kid, have we met? You seem somewhat familiar, Ao remarked, turning his gaze to Naruto. Old man, if you're trying to distract me so you can snatch the plushie, save your breath, Naruto retorted, his mouth twitching. So, you think I would resort to tricks just because I can't win against you? Ao's pride flared, the veins around his eyes bulging as the unique Byakugan beneath his bandage fixated on the target marked as number 1. He concentrated his strength and declared, let us settle this with one target, kid. All right, as if I would be afraid. Just don't cheat when you lose, old man. Naruto took a deep breath, activating his Sharingan, gripping the shuriken's tip, and with a powerful flick of his arm, he hurled it. Now, Ao instinctively threw his shuriken, intending to deflect Naruto's. However, he quickly realized he was mistaken. Only his shuriken flew away, while Naruto hadn't thrown his at all. He merely flicked his hand. Gotcha. Naruto wore a cunning grin, launching his shuriken infused with chakra, which struck Ao's shuriken aside and flew straight toward target number 1, hitting it with precision. This. Ao stared in disbelief as the stall owner handed Naruto the plushie, his pride taking a severe blow as a dejected expression crossed his weathered face. It's all right. Captain Ao, I can always buy the plushie later. The youth with gray-blue hair tugged at the corner of Ching's garment and smiled. Naruto, Hinata said softly while clutching a plush cat doll. This is your toy. You may decide for yourself. Naruto paused for a moment before revealing a warm smile. It had been a long time since he had expressed such a smile. Hinata nodded and quickly approached the boy with gray-blue hair, handing him the plush cat doll and softly saying, my sister already has one of these toys at home. She just wanted to indulge her boyfriend a little by asking him to do this. If you like it, feel free to take it. Thank you, big sister. The boy exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the doll, hugging it tightly and cheerfully proclaiming, I wish for the big sister and big brother to grow old together. Thank you for your blessing, Hinata replied with a smile, gently ruffling the boy's hair before taking Naruto's hand and turning to leave the game store. It was at that moment I realized that the young man bore a striking resemblance to the member of the Akatsuki organization, Naruto Uzumaki. Ching observed the two figures departing, whispering, it can't be. They seem like such good people. The boy raised the doll in disbelief and said, look, they even gave me the toy. Let us chalk it up to my mistake. Let's hurry and find the amusement park's director. We have fireworks to set off tonight. Ching nodded and led the boy away from the game shop. Chapter 68. Beneath the fireworks legend has it that a certain flower blooms at night. Couples who see this flower and confess their love will receive the blessing of the god of love and live happily ever after. Naruto. It truly rolls off the tongue to call you Naruto-kun. Hinata and Naruto had completed all their afternoon activities, and as dusk fell, the amusement park lights illuminated the surroundings. Their shadows elongated and intertwined as Hinata took a red string, wrapping it around Naruto's wrist and tying a beautiful Miko knot. This knot is one I learned from my family. It symbolizes protection and safety. It may seem a bit old-fashioned, but I wanted to bestow this blessing upon you. Holding Naruto's hands, her voice was gentle. The autumn breeze danced through the tips of her hair, and the fragrance of blossoms wafted through the air. Hinata gazed up at Naruto, her eyes brimming with affection. Naruto, momentarily at a loss for words, realized that nothing needed to be said at this moment. Words held no significance. In fact, this knot has another meaning. If a girl ties it for a boy and he does not refuse, it signifies that he has accepted her feelings. Hinata's face flushed crimson, her ears tinged with shyness as she clutched Naruto's hands tightly, fearing he might slip away. How cunning of you to tie me up first, and then reveal that. Naruto chuckled softly. Just this once, forgive my impulsiveness. It's a once-in-a-lifetime whim. Hinata replied softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a radiant smile that seemed to illuminate the surroundings. Naruto sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Hinata's current demeanor and actions unmistakably indicated her desire to dispel the ambiguous tension of the afternoon and to openly affirm their relationship. Suddenly, all the lights around them extinguished, plunging the amusement park into darkness. Though Naruto could not see Hinata, the warmth of her hand confirmed her presence before him. Silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of the girl's breath and the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Could it be a power outage? Naruto instinctively attempted to withdraw, but Hinata had no intention of releasing him. Listen to me, Naruto-kun, she declared, gripping his hand tightly. Her lips parted gently, and at that moment, a loud explosion resonated through the air. Brilliant flames illuminated the amusement park as splendid fireworks burst forth in the sky. In that instant, Naruto caught sight of Hinata. She looked at him with a mixture of trepidation and determination, her eyes radiating fervent love, her dress fluttering as if in a dream. The girl's bashful confession intertwined with the magnificent nightscape, leaving the deserted streets to echo only their presence. It felt as if they were characters in a novel, standing at the precipice of a moment where a single phrase could bind their fates together for eternity. The flower that signifies lasting happiness for couples is named fireworks. I have always liked you, Naruto-kun, Hinata declared boldly, no longer evading her feelings, locking her gaze directly with his. Despite her shyness, she uttered the words she had long buried deep within her heart. Ever since the day I was called to be a Kugen monster, I have always liked you, Naruto. Minutes earlier, at the Akatsuki base. Deidara blasted open Conan's room door with a clay bomb, initially intending to drag her out. To his surprise, Conan had donned a black dress, complete with somewhat uncomfortable high heels. I know what you were going to say. Take me to that amusement park. Conan released her hairpin, allowing her light blue hair to cascade down. Taking a deep breath, she added, it's time to confront my feelings. All right, Deidara nodded, hastily crafting a giant white bird from clay, inviting Conan to ride on its back as they soared away from the Akatsuki toward the amusement park in by Mu Village. It's time to respond to her, Naruto thought, halting his instinct to flee. The fireworks continued to illuminate the night, and the girl awaited his answer. Having poured all her courage and kindness into her declaration, deserving of a life filled with happiness. I like you too, Naruto replied, his gaze inexplicably drawn to the white flower nestled in Hinata's hair. His thoughts momentarily scattered, he instinctively uttered, Conan. Hinata froze, standing still in shock. The first part of his response filled her with elation, while the latter plunged her into despair. It became clear to her that emotions are instinctual, no matter what. The one Naruto would accept was not her. Naruto was equally stunned, unable to fathom that he had uttered Conan's name instead of affirming Hinata's feelings. So that is how it is. I understand now, Naruto-kun. Hinata's expression dimmed, and she forced a smile, whispering, I give up. I can't compete. You truly love Conan, don't you? As the fireworks transformed into falling sparks, everything drew to a close. The sky returned to its nocturnal state, and Naruto could not see Hinata's expression as darkness enveloped them once more. After a brief silence, The streetlights flickered back to life. Hinata released Naruto's hand, turning away with a soft, "Goodbye, Naruto-kun." Naruto yearned to reach out, yet he stood frozen in place, unwilling to move, silently watching her figure disappear from his sight. The chilly autumn winds brushed against his skin, causing him to shiver. A bittersweet smile etched upon his face. I truly liked and loved her. In the end, he grasped nothing, held on to nothing, left with emptiness, simply having been foolish. Shaking his head in self-mockery, Naruto turned to leave the amusement park when a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto halted his steps, turning to face the source of the voice. Konan, clad in a black evening gown, gazed at him with a complex expression. In her beautiful eyes flickered emotions that Naruto had once glimpsed in Hinata's gaze. Her bare legs trembled slightly from the night breeze, and the charming blush on her cheeks introduced a third hue beyond black and white. At that moment, Naruto began to question whether he was dreaming. Perhaps all of this was merely a figment of his imagination, and upon awakening, he would still be the Nine-Tails of Konoha. Scorned by the villagers, having neither defected nor acquired the so-called Book of Dimensions or the soul-snatching technique. These thoughts swirled in his mind until he envisioned Danzo entering his room to imprison him for experimentation. That would be enough. Konan sprinted a few steps forward and then leaped into Naruto's embrace, the warmth of her presence confirming that he was not dreaming. In a soft voice, she confessed, "It was painful to hear you say you liked me too. I found myself wishing you would refuse. I truly like you. Please, this time, don't leave me again, Naruto." In the distance, Sai and a young boy were tinkering with fireworks. The boy suddenly exclaimed, "There's still a box that hasn't been set off. Wasn't the fuse not lit?" Sai paused, then moved closer to check. "Indeed, it hasn't been lit. We should set this box off as well, otherwise, it would be a waste." All right. The amusement park's fireworks erupted once more. Dazzling flames burst forth like flowers in the sky. Underneath the spectacle, Naruto and Konan embraced. Their warmth and skin pressed together. Konan released him, placing her hands on his shoulders, eyes closed, and with a sense of determination, leaned in to kiss him. Couples who reveal their hearts beneath the fireworks are said to receive the blessing of the god of love, ensuring a blissful union for eternity. Hinata watched the fireworks rise again, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Unable to hold back her emotions any longer, she crouched in a hidden corner and began to cry softly. Footsteps approached, and she looked up to see Hanabi standing before her, concern etched on her face. "Sister," Hanabi said, enveloping Hinata in a comforting embrace, patting her back gently. "It's all right now. Everything has come to an end." Naruto leaned against the wall, silently observing the two, her eyes closing in contemplation. Indeed, she thought, I still do not understand what love truly is. Chapter 69. The final capture plan the following morning. Deidara rose as usual to tend to his flowers, humming a nursery rhyme he had heard somewhere, embodying the innocence of a child. Bang! The door to the secret passage swung open, and Naruto and Konan stepped inside. Naruto appeared somewhat groggy, stifling a large yawn, while Konan, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, seemed in better spirits, her demeanor returning to its usual self. "Ah, you two are back," Deidara said, turning to them with a grin. "Did you stay at it last night? Have you already taken care of business?" He braced himself for the paper shuriken Konan might throw, but was taken aback when she candidly nodded and replied, "Yes, we did." "Is that so? Wait, you actually did it?" Deidara stammered, momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over him. "You too, that?" "Yeah," Naruto said quietly, averting his gaze. "It really hurt. Some people don't know to go easy. I nearly cried, and they still wouldn't stop." Konan's words carried an implication as she directed her gaze pointedly at Naruto. "Sorry, Deidara exclaimed, dropping his water bottle in shock, his expression a whirlwind of surprise, envy, jealousy, sadness, and joy, culminating in a distorted visage. "Look at how you've scared the child," Naruto remarked, arching an eyebrow. "By the way, Naruto, you should move your room to mine," Konan suggested, crossing her arms. "It'll save us trouble in the future." "What sort of trouble?" Naruto's body trembled at the implications, despite being a spirited youth. He couldn't deny the truth in the saying that a grounded man could still kick up dust. Speaking of which, it seemed Hinata hadn't returned. Deidara recalled. Hinata was taken away by Naruto's sister, saying she was going for training. A flicker of guilt crossed Konan's eyes before she shook her head and replied, "The boss will be pleased to hear that." "I see," Deidara's expression darkened. He could imagine Hinata's feelings. Continuing to meet under such circumstances would not bode well. It was better to let them be apart for a while, allowing time to heal all wounds. He hoped that when they met again, they would be in a more peaceful state of mind. The days in the Akatsuki organization proceeded as usual, save for Naruto moving his room to Conan's. Their relationship was formally announced, and the members expressed their congratulations. The focus then shifted to Deidara and Ino, who were expected to spark some excitement, as Naruto and Conan were ablaze with passion. Nevertheless, the Akatsuki's objectives could not be forgotten. Soon, Pain issued the final order for capturing the tailed beasts. Akatsuki members, including Naruto and Itachi, were to form a team for the capture of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki, who was protected by the 5 great nations. With Naruto's unique abilities, including Kimui and Flying Thunder God, he was one of the few capable of infiltrating despite being surrounded. However, relying solely on 2 individuals was insufficient. The operation was divided into 2 teams, one team for capturing led by Naruto, and another led by Scorpion and Conan to create chaos and distract the enemy. If Naruto and Itachi managed to capture the Seven Tails and encountered pursuers, Kisame and Deidara would provide backup. This time, all members of the Akatsuki, except for Pain, would be involved. If the allied shinobi forces sought to encircle them, they needed to demonstrate that they were not to be trifled with. Kisame, Scorpion, and Naruto had already discussed their strategy during the night. They were determined to capture the Seven Tails without raising Pain's suspicions. As for Pain's true identity, they were unclear, with Naruto, who was dating Conan, being the only one privy to any clues. To be cautious, their plan was to capture the Seven Tails and release the prison after the 8 Tails was extracted. Kisame had already made contact with the allied shinobi forces, and their meeting concluded. They would launch an attack on the Rain Village, home to the Akatsuki, in 3 days. Coincidentally, the day after their meeting was when the Akatsuki planned to capture the Seven Tails. Junior, we're teaming up again, Itachi exclaimed, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. His tone cheerful. Yes, but I hope you won't complain about being hungry after just a few steps and refuse to eat your 4-flavor dumplings, Naruto replied, raising an eyebrow, half joking yet half serious. Since discovering that Itachi was the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, Naruto's perspective on him had irrevocably changed. This seemingly playful and endearing senior was, in fact, an ancient warrior with peculiar plans hidden beneath his demeanor, rendering the situation all the more bizarre. It appears that this warm demeanor is merely a facade. Within this Akatsuki organization, each member harbors ulterior motives. How could that be? You saw how formidable I was while stationed at the Cloud Hideout, didn't you? I certainly lent you a hand, didn't I? Afei prattled incessantly around Naruto, who covered his ears, displaying a face that suggested he was listening. Speaking of which, what about Haiden? Deidara suddenly recalled something and inquired with curiosity. Haiden, the leader mentioned he had a special mission, but he did not disclose the specifics. Afei nodded in agreement, responding, regardless, we merely need to execute the leader's decisions, right? Indeed, I also find it rather bothersome to ponder such matters. I'm off to keep Ino company. You all can continue your conversation. By the way, Conan seems to have asked me to return to my room early after dinner. I understand. In any case, you all have girlfriends now, so you've forgotten your brotherhood, right? Off you go then. I shall remain here in solitude. Afei exclaimed dramatically. All right. Once the mission concludes, allow me to treat you to a feast of dumplings, shall we? Naruto shook his head, chuckling lightly. Really? You truly are the best among the juniors. Hurry back to find Conan. Don't keep her worrying. You change your tune faster than one can turn a page. Naruto retorted. Upon returning to his and Conan's room, Naruto was taken aback by the scene that greeted him as he effortlessly unlocked the door with his key. He quickly averted his gaze and remarked, Do dress appropriately, Conan. Huh. We slept together last night, and now you're shy? Conan yawned, pulling her fallen shoulder garment back up, and shot Naruto a teasing smile. After all, you know how alluring your physique is. It has an overwhelming appeal to me. Naruto sighed, taking a seat on the edge of the bed, and replied, If you weren't enticing, it would truly trouble me, my dear. Like a little devil. Conan wrapped her arms around Naruto and playfully asked, Are you tired? Tired? Your words hardly suggest you want me to sleep, do they? We are to share a bed after all. Despite having done so several times, Naruto still felt a hint of shyness. He suppressed that bashfulness, turned, and embraced Conan, who was merely clad in a white shirt, and gently laid her back. He grasped the quilt with his right hand, covering both their bodies. How delightful. I am truly happy at this moment, Naruto. I wish to ask you one more question. Is your desire truly to annihilate the ninja world? Konan cupped Naruto's face, her voice gentle as flowing water. It is all right. Just share your true thoughts with me. I will stand by your side as your lover. I will bring about the destruction of the ninja world. To be precise, the world of ninjas. I wish to bring an end to the history of ninjas, as the rampant individual power only leads to destruction and ambition. To annihilate the ninja world and then reconstruct a new one, that is my wish. Yes, I will be by your side, Naruto. I have defected, you see. I have transitioned from the Akatsuki to your side. Konan displayed a cunning, slightly seductive smile. So today, may I have a bit more joy? How greedy of you. Chapter 70. The Iron Country Campaign. According to the intelligence obtained from Zetsu, the host of the Seven Tails, Fu, is ensconced within a deep mountain bunker in the Iron Country, heavily guarded by numerous ninjas and samurai. The outermost layer consists of surveillance squads possessing formidable reconnaissance and observation abilities, with 5 squads in total, each comprising 4 members. Due to the perpetual snowfall in the Iron Country, the weather remains frigid, necessitating that the surveillance teams rotate every 6 hours to maintain their stamina and mental acuity in the face of the harsh winter. This weather not only tests their ability to withstand cold, but also their capacity to think flexibly under such conditions. Based on the map drawn from Zetsu's intelligence, Naruto and the others discerned that a direct breakthrough against the surveillance teams without detection was virtually impossible. Thus, they could only employ Scorpion and Konan, 2 ninjas with particularly strong evasion skills, to carry out the mission. After disguising herself with her paper jutsu, even the Sharingan could not fully pierce through her camouflage, making it relatively effortless for her to engage in combat while evading. As for Scorpion, he concealed himself within his Hiriko, controlling the 3rd Kazekage for mid-range combat, rendering him virtually untouchable, even if he were to be approached. The combat capabilities of Hiriko would easily allow him to eliminate several members of the surveillance team. Beyond the surveillance squads, the most formidable challenge lay with the defense squads. Comprised of 3 teams, each consisting of 6 members led by an elite jonin. Their combat prowess is formidable, and notably, the 6th defense squad belongs to Konoha, led by Kakashi Hatake, with teammates Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Shino Aburame, Shikamaru Nara, and Shoji Akimichi. Initially, Shikamaru and Shino were slated for the surveillance team, but considering their combat capabilities, they were ultimately assigned to the defense squad. Diverting the surveillance teams is not overly challenging. However, circumventing the defense squads is the true test. A frontal assault would undoubtedly be excessively time-consuming. The distance of Kamui's teleportation is limited, making it impossible to bypass them directly and teleport into the bunker. The defense squads would undoubtedly harbor greater suspicion than the surveillance teams. Should any incidents arise, they would likely leave several squads to guard the bunker. It is quite simple. I can divert their attention. Afei remarked, I can slip away from those individuals for about 5 minutes. The rest is up to the juniors. It would be unwise for Naruto to attempt capturing the 7 Tails alone, for 3 shadows guard the bunker. Meitarumi, the Mizukage, the Reikage, and Inoki, the Tsuchikage. Zetsu shook his head and said, even for you, Naruto, dealing with so many shadow-level opponents alone would be quite taxing, wouldn't it? It is not impossible, Naruto replied, his eyes glinting with determination. As long as I can grasp a general understanding of their ninjutsu capabilities, liberating the 7 Tails from their grasp is certainly feasible. Don't overexert yourself, Konan gently cautioned. If it's information you seek, I have plenty to spare. But do you genuinely have the capability to confront 3 shadows while escorting the 7 Tails to safety? Zetsu raised an eyebrow, skeptical. What do you think? Naruto's form was enveloped in the crimson chakra of the 9 Tails, 6 chakra tails erupting from behind him. He had not triggered the Bijou transformation. Rather, he was simply manipulating the 9 Tails chakra to form an outer layer. This signified that he had attained complete control over the chakra at the level of 6 Tails. Under the guidance of the Book of Dimensions, surpassing the strength of the 8 Tails is merely a matter of time. This is indeed a delightful surprise. If you can wield the chakra of 6 Tails, I must admit, I have some confidence in you, Zetsu stated in astonishment. After deliberating the details, the preliminary plan was finally established. Scorpion and Konan would divert the surveillance team's attention, drawing their focus toward themselves. Meanwhile, Afei would restrain the members of the defense squads for a maximum of 5 minutes. During this time, Naruto must break through the defenses of the three shadows and liberate the Seven Tails host. Naruto's extraction of the Seven Tails would inevitably provoke the pursuit of the three shadows, at which point he would execute the plan to reach Kisame and Deidara, allowing them to utilize wide-ranging ninjutsu attacks to thwart the shadows. If all proceeds smoothly, the entire plan for capturing the tailed beasts will succeed, after which Naruto's 9 tails can be extracted, utilizing Chiyo to resurrect him, thus accomplishing the grand scheme. The anticipated action time is set for noon today, launching a surprise attack while the enemy is engaged in their meal and shift change, as Conan and Scorpion's ninjutsu abilities are particularly suited for such an ambush. The location of the hidden bunker lies within a snow-capped mountain, surrounded by vigorous green pines. The 2 protective rings formed around the bunker serve as strongholds for the reconnaissance and defense teams. "I'm hungry, Junior," a Fae remarked impatiently, shifting in the grass and glancing at the reconnaissance team across the isolation zone. "There's South No Place here selling 4 Delights meatballs. You can eat the snow on the ground." Naruto sighed as he popped a military ration into his mouth. "It's all those gluttons enjoying their meals that made me hungry too. They even have beef stew with potatoes. Didn't you just have a sauce steak a few minutes ago? And keep your voice down. It wouldn't be good if they heard you." Naruto pulled a Fae down to the ground and handed him a military ration. "If you're hungry, eat this for now. By the way, Junior." A Fae's frown suddenly softened as he took the ration with a grin. "Do you use this when you sleep with Sister Nan? If I were to fight you, I would definitely eat something to ensure I could hurt you," Naruto replied, raising an eyebrow. "Yikes. A true villain. Once you all have girlfriends, you forget your brothers and your seniors. You do realize you're a senior too, right? Try to act a little more like one," he added within the isolation zone. Meanwhile, NGT, responsible for the defense team of Awagakure, Team 3, was discussing defense measures with his daughter, Ichit. Since the last attack by Naruto, Onoki had nearly sacrificed his life to rescue both NGT and Ichit from Naruto's clutches, even losing the power of the 5 tails in the process. This incident had stirred discontent within the village. To the villagers, NGT's fate was inconsequential, as the 5 tails was their only hope for survival. As the village head, he should have prioritized the safety of the 5 tails. To quell the villagers' grievances, NGT resolved to achieve great merit in this operation, ensuring it would not suffer in the village. "It sounds like a splendid plan," It nodded, a charming smile gracing her face after listening to her father's explanation. NGT intended to elaborate further, but was taken aback by his daughter's smile. Feeling a strange distance, after a brief silence, he stood up, saying, "I should check on your uncle's preparations. The reconnaissance team is led by them. If anything happens there, we want to be at peace. Are you planning to go out and unleash your ninjutsu, father?" Ichit's smile took on an increasingly eerie quality as she slowly rose, her features beginning to morph. NGT turned, disbelief etched on his face. Ichit's visage transformed into that of Naruto, her serpent-like eyes gleaming with a cold light, her lips curling into a trademark sinister smile. "Although this will ruin a girl's face, it's necessary for the plan," she declared. Face-melting technique. This jutsu, known for its cruelty, was capable of dissolving another's face, a technique once wielded by Orochimaru. Its effects were so profound that even the Sharingan could not see through it. "You bastard, when did you take my daughter?" NGT shouted in fury, launching a punch towards Naruto. As he did, several rocks enveloped his arm, forming a formidable stone fist. "Let us create a ruckus, mister." NGT. Naruto grinned wider at his anger, extending one hand to conjure a Rasengan infused with 9 tails chakra and sage energy. She thrust the Rasengan toward NGT's stone fist, the chakra and sage energy coalescing into a formidable dragon head that surged toward him. Sage Art, Dragon-S Spiral Ball. Chapter 71, Naruto's 3 Shadows, Part 1. "What's happening over there?" A Fae observed as flames erupted from within the isolation zone. His brow furrowed in confusion. "And it's coming from the defense team. Could it be infighting?" Regardless of the reasons behind it, this presented an opportune moment to charge in, and Shounen should also be preparing to act. Naruto sheathed his sword, whispering, "A Fae, just fight according to the plan. Although there's infighting in the defense team, it's wise to restrain them just in case." "Yes, Junior, come back alive," a Fae nodded, his body beginning to distort as an overwhelming power surged from his Sharingan. Naruto crouched low, adopting a stance akin to a cheetah poised to pounce. Activating both his Sharingan and Byakugan, He scanned through the isolation zone and enemy positions, swiftly plotting the optimal route for an ambush into the bunker. He then reached for his sword, slightly drawing it from its sheath. Chakra coalesced beneath Naruto's feet as paper fragments rained from the sky. Dressed in an Akatsuki cloak, Xiaonan hovered midair. A pair of massive wings formed from the paper behind her. The reconnaissance team, caught off guard, was suddenly assaulted by sharp paper blades, which pierced through their bodies. Explosive tags. These papers are laced with explosive tags. A ninja realized too late. His warning cut short as an explosive tag detonated on his shoulder, shattering his body amidst a fiery explosion, splattering blood across the pristine snowy landscape. This is the command of the divine. Let destruction reign. Xiaonan's voice carried an air of authority, resembling a beautiful yet fearsome angel. Dozens of iron sand spikes materialized midair, unleashing a terrifying aura as they plunged toward the ninjas, obliterating them into mere flesh and bone. Meanwhile, the third Kazekage's puppet materialized a sand blade in its right hand and charged into the reconnaissance team. Charge! Naruto propelled himself forward, transforming into a streak of crimson light as he surged into the battlefield. His speed was astounding, and the reconnaissance team hardly noticed his entry. Any who attempted to intercept him fell swiftly to the blade of his sword, as he sliced through the crowd like a knife through butter, instilling fear in all who dared to oppose him. Thud, thud, thud. Naruto sprinted across the snowy ground, silently counting down the time while calculating the terrain and his route in his mind. According to his assessment, he needed only to run a few dozen meters to reach the second isolation zone, where Afei and Naruto would need to provide him cover. Indeed, Naruto was the one who had instructed Naruto to infiltrate the defense team. His audacity to confront three shadows stemmed from the assistance of Naruto. If he found himself unable to bypass the three shadows, he would rely on Naruto's battle prowess to restrain them, a task not overly challenging for her. Earth release. Hu Ngt, now reduced to dragging himself through the snow like a worm, endured the pain as several white snakes gnawed at his other leg. With bloodshot eyes, he crawled to Naruto's side. Initially taken aback, Naruto then stepped forward, channeling the Nine-Tails chakra through his foot as he prepared to strike. Earth style, earth wall. Hu Ngt shouted with all his might, bringing his hands together before slamming them onto the snow. A massive earth wall erupted from the ground, attempting to block Naruto's advance. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, a weary smile creeping onto his lips. This is all I can do. I'm sorry, my daughter. Your father has failed to protect you. The white serpent slithered up the body of the earth, beginning to gnaw at it. Just as the earth contemplated closing its eyes, a burst of crimson sword light erupted from the earthen wall, cleaving it asunder, with fragments of stone cascading down. Naruto stood upon the rubble, wielding the Kusanagi sword, and swiftly thrust it towards the earth's head. A look of shock crossed the earth's visage as blood gushed from its neck. At least, let your demise be a merciful one. Naruto landed in the snow, casting a glance back at the earth before dashing towards the underground fortress. Dozens of large white serpents engaged in battle with the defense unit and shinobi. The golden-haired Naruto positioned herself before Sasuke Uchiha, who was rescuing his comrades. A curious smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Hey, little brother, stop staring at those corpses and look at me instead. Damn it, are you really Naruto? Sasuke, realizing he could not save the shinobi already poisoned by the serpents, turned in anger towards the source of the voice. However, upon seeing Naruto, he froze in disbelief, exclaiming, You've developed breasts? How rude. I'm Naruto, she retorted playfully, forming hand seals. Suddenly, several coffins rose before her, each adorned with peculiar sealing patterns, emanating an ominous aura. The reanimation jutsu. With their assistance, we can engage in one-on-one combat. By the way, I have a secret to share. Naruto is also here, and his objective is to capture the Seven Tails. If you wish to see him, you might want to try defeating me first. As her words fell, the lids of the coffins crashed down. The first Hokage, clad in crimson armor, and the second Hokage, donned in azure, slowly opened their eyes. They radiated an aura far surpassing that of ordinary shinobi, and even a mere glance sent a wave of unease through Sasuke. By the way, I have a gift for your teacher. Naruto scoffed, snapping her fingers. The lid of the third coffin slid open, revealing a brown-haired girl lying quietly within. Her youthful face marred by strange cracks. Like the first and second Hokages, she too gradually opened her eyes. Who is she? Sasuke inquired, perplexed by the girl. The blade sliced through the shinobi's body as Naruto utilized the Kusanagi sword, dispatching enemy after enemy. The more formidable shinobi were held at bay by Akatsuki and Naruto, while those who dared confront Naruto were of mediocre strength. He hardly employed ninjutsu, relying solely on his taijutsu and swordsmanship to eliminate them. It is worth noting that his swordsmanship was an enhancement of the techniques of Konoha's White Fang, and combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, its power was immensely amplified. Along the way, few could halt his advance, and soon the remaining shinobi realized that obstructing Naruto was tantamount to courting death. They hastily redirected their efforts to rescue their comrades. Inside the fortress, the sounds of chaos from the outside battle began to unsettle Reikage. Just as he stood, the floating Inoki cautioned, "Do not go. Our task is to defend this place. As long as we can repel the invaders, that will be our victory." I can hardly contain my desire to rush out and twist the heads off those Akatsuki members. Reikage's hair stood on end with fury. He clenched his teeth. Though he had lost 3 fingers, diminishing his combat effectiveness, his spirit remained undaunted, his rage as volatile as ever. Have you forgotten the time you almost lost your head to someone? That red-cloaked figure was powerful enough to break your fingers. If a stronger foe appears, you might lose more than just fingers next time. The alluring Tsunade perched atop the coffee table, her enticing legs crossed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Weren't you the one who lost several granaries to that same guy? What right do you have to criticize me, you old man who can't find a partner? Excuse me? Can't find a partner? Old man. Tsunade paused, her smile morphing into a threatening glare. She clenched her fists, warning, "Do you want me to dissolve you? You bastard? Enough. Don't start fighting before the enemy even arrives." Inoki sighed, attempting to mediate. Bang! Whoosh! The door was forcefully thrust open. The Kusanagi sword slicing through the air towards Reikage. He swiftly sidestepped, but a golden flash appeared beside him as Naruto's foot connected with Reikage's face, followed by a powerful strike of the Kusanagi sword against the ground. Reikage staggered back, shaking his head as he glared at Naruto, growling, "Bastard. Bring my brother back." "Sure. After we finish off the tailed beasts, we'll deliver the corpses right to your doorstep," Naruto replied with a mocking grin, standing tall before the 3 Kages. "3, huh? I wonder if you possess the capability to catch me." Chapter 72. Naruto versus the 3 Kages, Part 2. Since reasoning has failed, let the battle commence. Reikage was the first to strike, his form enveloped in blue lightning as he activated his lightning armor to its fullest. He transformed into a brilliant arc of light, crashing fiercely into Naruto's body. Naruto tossed the Kusanagi sword towards the ceiling, evading Reikage's direct assault with the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as Naruto gripped the sword's hilt, Tsunade formed hand seals, unleashing a stream of pale yellow liquid towards him, expecting his blade to dissolve upon contact. She was taken aback when the sword suddenly emitted a pale blue glow, freezing the liquid upon contact and transforming it into a solid chunk of ice that fell to the ground. Ice release, water assimilation. Don't think you can escape. Inoki observed as Naruto's attention shifted towards the east, realizing he was utilizing Byakugan to locate the Seven Tails confinement. Swiftly, he levitated, forming a rock fist to strike at Naruto above. Yet, even Reikage, with his remarkable speed, could not reach Naruto. How could Inoki, who was less adept at speed, hope to touch him? Naruto evaded the attack with a rapid movement, leveraging the structure around him to maneuver quickly. As he landed, he dashed toward the secret passage in the east. However, Reikage unleashed his full speed, blocking Naruto's path like a bolt of blue lightning. "What a nuisance you all are," Naruto mused, clicking his tongue. He charged at Reikage, expertly wielding the Kusanagi sword. Reikage maneuvered to evade the strikes, attempting to counter Naruto. Yet the latter seemed to anticipate his every move, narrowly dodging each attack. This reminded Reikage of the individual renowned as the Golden Flash during the Third Shinobi World War. It was no wonder he inherited such combat prowess. He must have discerned his fighting habits during their previous encounter, predicting his attack patterns. Reikage gritted his teeth and exchanged glances with Tsunade, who nodded. Swiftly, she positioned herself beside Naruto, forming hand seals as a fearsome water dragon manifested behind her, emitting a low growl before charging towards Reikage. Water release, water dragon bullet. Reikage retaliated, utilizing his lightning release to push Naruto back a few steps. The water dragon coiled around him, each cell in his body releasing a torrent of electricity. The blue lightning enveloped the water dragon, erupting with immense chakra and power. Reikage roared, propelling himself. The lightning-imbued water dragon bullet aimed squarely at Naruto. "Oh, you know my jutsu can freeze liquids, so you added lightning?" Naruto remarked with an intrigued smile, gripping the Kusanagi sword tightly, murmuring, "How fascinating." A pale blue liquid entwined around the Kusanagi sword, subsequently forming a water dragon of considerable stature alongside the blade. Black lightning coiled around the water dragon, transforming it into an inky shadow. Naruto, with a single footfall, charged towards the Reikage, unleashing the Thunder Water Dragon bullet with his sword. Tsunade watched in disbelief as the two Thunder Water Dragon bullets collided, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds. After a tense standoff of 2 seconds, crimson blood erupted forth as the Kusanagi pierced the Reikage's arm, fissures appearing in his Thunder Water Dragon bullet, signaling its impending shatter. "Your strength is waning," Naruto taunted cruelly, twisting the blade. The razor-sharp edge obliterated the entirety of the Reikage's arm, flames erupting from the sword as his severed limb was sent flying, blood staining Naruto's Akatsuki cloak. His gaze remained icy, devoid of compassion, as he swung the Kusanagi towards the Reikage's head. The latter hastily retreated, and as the momentum dissipated, the Thunder Water Dragon bullet was annihilated. Ugh! The Reikage spat blood, crashing to the ground. Clutching his shoulder, his eyes widened in horror. The once valiant warrior found himself stripped of his fighting spirit, lacking even the will to rise, his pride in speed and strength trampled beneath Naruto's might. He had gravely underestimated Naruto, believing that his opponent wielded only lightning and water chakra. Yet, in the heat of battle, he realized that Naruto had masterfully incorporated wind chakra into the Thunder Water Dragon bullet, not to mention the fire chakra that had dismantled his arm. The fact that Naruto could seamlessly wield various chakra natures and techniques in mere seconds left him aghast. Did this man possess mastery over all chakra natures? As Naruto prepared to strike down the Reikage, for transparent lines appeared around him. He furrowed his brow, swiftly realizing he was ensnared within a square of transparent material. Prepare to be reduced to atoms. Dust release, original world separation technique. Inoki proclaimed triumphantly. A radiant light erupted from the center of the square, enveloping Naruto in its glow. "This is troublesome." Naruto recalled the intelligence regarding the Tsuchikage's fearsome jutsu capable of disintegrating enemies into atoms. If caught in this technique, escape would be nearly impossible. Had he not been privy to this information, his demise would have been inevitable. But as he had previously asserted, understanding his opponent's jutsu made battling the three shadows manageable. In a swift motion, Naruto formed hand seals, and just as his form was on the brink of disintegration, he transformed into a golden flash, vanishing from his location. Simultaneously, a golden light erupted from the Reikage, who lay prostrate on the ground. "What is happening?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. His form reappeared within Inoki's original world separation technique, precisely where Naruto had just stood, while Naruto now stood before the Reikage's former position. A cold smirk gracing his features. Flying Thunder God, body swap. This jutsu, crafted after years of study, allowed Naruto to inscribe the Flying Thunder God mark on himself or his weapon, enabling him to switch places with another entity bearing the same mark within his line of sight. The chakra consumption was immense. Even Naruto could not use this technique consecutively without risking exhaustion. "Quick, cancel the jutsu." The Reikage's plea was cut short as his body was rendered to atoms. Naruto had executed the swap at the precise moment the technique activated, leaving even the caster unable to halt the jutsu's execution. Inoki's eyes widened in disbelief, trembling in shock at the realization that he had inadvertently caused the death of the Reikage, an ally. He could scarcely fathom Naruto's audacity. Had the swap been a fraction slower, he would have perished. "I cannot win against such an enemy." Tsunade's legs buckled, and she knelt on the ground. Her feminine fragility laid bare in the face of this seemingly weak, yet overwhelmingly powerful foe, terror stemming from the unknown. She was acutely aware of the potential horrors her adversary could unleash. "What a pitiable woman, yet I am bound to another. Perhaps I shall leave you to that perverse Naruto," he mused, casting a glance at Tsunade before sprinting towards the dungeon where the Eight Tails was imprisoned. Inoki gritted his teeth, fear gnawing at his insides, yet he resolved to intercept Naruto. He barely covered a few meters when a sharp crack echoed, his expression shifting dramatically as he clutched his waist, collapsing to the ground in agony. "What happened?" Tsunade blinked in confusion. "I threw my back out." If you have the guts, don't run, brat. Inoki shouted, but Naruto paid him no mind, continuing his sprint deeper into the dungeon. Within the confines of the dungeon, a man clad in black heard the hurried footsteps. He glanced at the imprisoned Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, before his blood-red Sharingan fixated on the dungeon entrance. It is time, he murmured softly as he stood. Chapter 73. Naruto vs. Uchiha Itachi. The echo of hurried footsteps reached the end of the dark passage, and the man stood still, the cold, lethal intent of his Sharingan coalescing. Naruto's form appeared in his line of sight, mirroring the appearance of the man in black. A cold smile crept across Naruto's face as he grasped the hilt of the Kusanagi sword, stating, "It has been quite some time, Captain of the Umbu, Mr. Uchiha Itachi." "I would rather not encounter you here," Itachi responded, shaking his head as the tomo within his Sharingan began to spin, ultimately forming the distinctive shape of the Manjiki Sharingan. "However, since you stand before me, I shall impede your progress. So be it." Naruto closed his eyes, forming hand seals and conjuring dozens of shadow clones. He then hurled a scroll imbued with lightning swords into the air, which unfurled to unleash a barrage of 100 iron blades that struck the ground. Itachi incinerated several descending swords with Amaterasu, black flames spreading across the ground. These flames are inescapable. Itachi's gaze narrowed on Naruto. Suddenly, a shadow clone surged forward, Amaterasu's flames engulfing it, obliterating it into a plume of smoke. He evaded my Genjutsu by closing his eyes and used the shadow clone as a shield to block my view of Amaterasu. He is quite familiar with my abilities, Itachi noted, raising an eyebrow as he surveyed the clones encircling him. As he formed hand seals, he retrieved several shurikens, exhaling a barrage of small fireballs that ignited the shurikens, sending them hurtling towards the shadow clones. Wind release, cherry blossom petal. The enhancement from the shurikens significantly increased both speed and power, resulting in numerous shadow clones being struck and dissipated into smoke. Yet, for every few that vanished, Naruto utilized the multi-shadow clone technique to summon replacements, as the clones seized the lightning swords and charged towards Itachi, who proved to be a formidable opponent indeed. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's form transformed into several crows that scattered across the air, flapping chaotically. Naruto and his shadow clones attempted to strike the crows. But even when hit, Itachi's true self remained elusive, for the sheer number and speed of the crows were overwhelming. Continuing this stalemate was not a viable option. With his eyes closed, Naruto was unable to discern the position of the Seven-Tails Jinchuriki. Initially, he intended for his shadow clones to signal him through tapping. Yet the cacophony of the crows rendered their calls impossible to ignore. "It seems I am being compelled to open my eyes," Naruto thought, clicking his tongue. The Kusanagi sword in his hand erupted with azure liquid and lightning. He forcefully flung the liquid towards the ceiling, and the electrified water pierced the crows like lethal shurikens, most of them being pinned to the ceiling. A handful of crows descended to the ground and coalesced into Itachi's form, who gasped for breath, a grave expression on his face as he gazed intently at Naruto. "I underestimated you," he remarked. "You've reverted to your human form? Your crows are indeed quite noisy." Naruto scoffed, as a shadow clone struck the iron bars of the dungeon, directing Naruto's attention. However, he refrained from rushing into the cell to liberate the Seven Tails, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, "How outrageous to imprison a Jinchuriki. Is she not one of your comrades?" "This is none of my concern. My task is solely to prevent anyone from attacking," Itachi responded. "Is that so? When the matter does not concern you, you remain detached," Naruto retorted, opening his eyes to meet Itachi's gaze with a sarcastic smile. "You noble Uchiha clan, born to be superior to others, what do the lives of others mean to you? Your fervent protection of the shinobi system stems from your boundless thirst for violence, does it not? The Jinchuriki are merely vessels for the tailed beasts. When a vessel becomes disobedient, it can be replaced at will. Is that your philosophy? How arrogant you are. What do you truly believe yourselves to be?" With a powerful thrust of his leg, Naruto did not shy away from Itachi's Sharingan, but instead fixed his gaze upon him, declaring, "The will of fire? Do you truly possess such a thing? Your flames exist solely to annihilate the families of others. Why do you always expect the oppressed to forgive their oppressors rather than prevent the birth of oppression? Why? Because you are the unseen oppressors." He surged towards Itachi, who clenched his teeth, focusing intently on Naruto. This time, no shadow clone was near enough to shield him from Itachi's gaze, as they were all too far away. Black flames ignited around Naruto, yet they did not singe his skin. The crimson chakra of the tailed beast erupted forth, shielding him from Amaterasu, which was held at bay. Naruto shed part of the chakra cloak, and six tails burst forth, striking towards Itachi's heart like blades. Itachi infused chakra into his feet and leaped to evade the tail blades. Yet in that very moment, Naruto hurled the Kusanagi sword at him. Itachi sidestepped, the sword grazing past his nose, a flash of gold appearing as Naruto teleported to the sword's location, seizing its hilt and delivering a fierce strike towards Itachi's head. There was no time left for a transformation into a bird clone to evade. A surge of terrifying chakra erupted from Itachi's Sharingan, just as Naruto's blade descended, warping the surroundings. Four bizarrely shaped wedges pinned Naruto's limbs against a blood-red sun, sending waves of pain through his nerves. With a slight grunt, he gazed at Itachi before him. Illusionary shackles technique. Is this an illusion? Naruto smirked, lifting the Kusanagi sword. It's nothing extraordinary. Why not utilize Tsukuyami? The casting time for Tsukuyami is slightly longer than this technique. Itachi gripped a kunai, thrusting it towards Naruto's head. Fall. That would trouble me, Mr. Itachi. Naruto's voice suddenly deepened as his pupils transformed into those of a fox. The blood-red sun shattered, distorting the entire illusionary realm. He broke free from his restraints and struck a punch towards Itachi's head. Itachi deftly ducked, the punch landing on his forehead, causing him to stagger back slightly. Fatigue evident in his gaze as he regarded Naruto, who had regained his composure, gripping the Kusanagi sword with a smile. What a pity, I nearly met my end. Using the Nine Tails as a third party to disrupt the operation of the illusion, was it? Itachi inhaled deeply, stating, Naruto, if you are willing to forfeit this battle now, I will plead with the Hokage on your behalf. If you can achieve merit during the mission against the Akatsuki, the Hokage will agree to your return. Even if you have killed Hizashi and once destroyed Konoha, why do you harbor the delusion that the victims are at fault, both for themselves and for Konoha? Have you fallen into an illusion? Naruto scoffed, raising the Kusanagi sword, declaring, This is vengeance, Mr. Itachi. I seek retribution against the entire shinobi world, not forgiveness from anyone. And what of Sasuke? He bears you no grudge, does he? As long as he stands in my way, I will kill him, Naruto replied coldly. Whether he was once my friend or my only brother, I will slay him with my own hands. Indeed, it seems there are no words left to exchange. Perhaps it is necessary, Itachi countered. After all, we stand on opposing sides. I do not believe mere words will convince an enemy to lay down their arms. Indeed, Itachi removed his black cloak, the terrifying light erupting from his Manjiki Sharingan. A deep crimson aura enveloped him, forming a distinct skeletal figure. A colossal presence emanated from this figure, as Itachi stood within it, his Manjiki Sharingan seemingly housing a lion. Come forth, Naruto Uzumaki. This is the Susanoo of this man. Naruto tightened his grip on the Kusanagi sword, a serious expression settling upon his face.